Chapter 1. Wanshou Temple. In the season of early spring, the hillside to the north of Wanshou Temple was adorned with peach blossoms, as if the clouds at twilight had descended upon the earth, bursting into a splendid bloom. Layers of pink petals cascaded like waves, enveloping the entire mountain, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Zhaoyue strolled leisurely through the peach blossom grove, accompanied by her maid, Green Pearl, as if she had stepped into a realm solely inhabited by these blossoms. She was clad in a delicate lavender embroidered gown, her hair adorned with 2 jade hairpins, her skin as smooth as cream, her cheeks slightly raised, and her eyes and brows radiating a sense of serene contentment. The peach blossoms, resembling clouds and rosy hues, flourished with abandon, filling the air with their rich fragrance. The sweet aroma was intoxicating, and Zhaoyue inhaled deeply, yearning to capture the essence of the blossoms within her lungs. She reached out to gently touch the petals, which were soft and carried a hint of coolness. "Miss, perhaps we should return now," Green Pearl suggested with a furrowed brow. "Otherwise, Granny Lee will scold us, and upon our return, she will certainly report to the madam. What's there to fear?" "Let her speak," Zhaoyue replied nonchalantly, her laughter exuding a carefree spirit. "Such splendid springtime. How could we let it slip away? Green Pearl, please go to the kitchen and see what snacks are available today. Bring back a plate with some silver." "Understood." Realizing her mistress had made up her mind, Green Pearl reluctantly complied. After sending Green Pearl away, Zhaoyue wandered alone in the peach grove. She knew that Green Pearl was concerned for her, fearing that if Granny Lee reported her, her life would become even more difficult. Having perished in a car accident in her previous life, she had been reborn into the Shang dynasty as the illegitimate daughter of the Anyang marquis. Her birth mother had passed away early, and she was raised in the quarters of Madame Liu. Upon reaching maturity, Madame Liu, who had little regard for her, insisted that she marry her debauched nephew. Defiant, Zhaoyue refused to comply. In response, Madame Liu sent her to Wanshou Temple for self-cultivation and prayers, intending to break her spirit and force her into submission to marry into the Liu family. Even if she were to cut her hair to become a nun, she would never consent to marry into the mire of the Liu family, especially to that nephew known for his indulgences. Soon, the matriarch would return from her hometown in Jiangning, and at that time, the back courtyard of the marquisate would no longer be under Madame Liu's complete control. She intended to leverage the matriarch's influence to thwart Madame Liu's schemes. Yet as long as the matriarch remained absent, the shadows of Madame Liu and her nephew loomed over her heart, leaving her in a state of discontent. Today, amidst the resplendent springtime peach blossoms, she felt as though she had entered a celestial realm. Gazing at the splendid scenery, a sense of clarity washed over Zhaoyue, casting aside all her worries. As the sun began its descent, a group of over 10 individuals slowly ascended the hill. "Sir, the spring peach blossoms at Wanshou Temple are a marvel of the capital, currently in full bloom. Would you care to take a look?" Fu Shun respectfully inquired, admiring the breathtaking sight of the peach grove. The man in a dark brocade robe at the forefront nodded slightly and stepped toward the grove of blossoms. He stood tall, exuding a cool demeanor, with an air of authority evident in his brows. Fu Shun and the others promptly followed suit. Indeed, the reputation of Wanshou Temple's peach blossoms was well-deserved, and as he observed his master's expression soften, Fu Shun was about to utter some flattering words. Only to notice his master's gaze suddenly fixated on a particular spot, he immediately fell silent, raising his gaze quietly to follow his master's line of sight. At sunset, a figure stood serenely in the peach blossom grove, the lingering rays of the sun draping her in a resplendent golden-red halo. Amidst the sea of pink flowers, she appeared as ethereal as a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The breeze in the forest stirred her garments, her long hair cascading with the wind, accompanied by a flurry of peach blossoms, creating a dreamlike spectacle. In a fleeting moment, her profile, luminous as the radiant moon, emerged, seemingly otherworldly. Yet in the blink of an eye, the divine maiden's skirt billowed as she vanished into the peach blossom grove like a startled fawn. Pei Mingxu, with an indifferent expression, commanded, "Investigate." "Yes." Fu Shun's resounding voice startled several birds into flight. prompting Pei Mingxu to frown slightly and cast a glare at his loyal eunuch. Noticing Fu Shun's wrinkled face beaming with joy, he could not help but snort coldly and began to walk away. Fu Shun cheerfully followed, his smile growing ever more radiant. Since the age of 14, when their lord departed the capital for the frontier to govern, he had been preoccupied with military affairs and governance, showing no interest in women. Now, at the age of 25, he remained a youthful bachelor. Fu Shun preferred not to dwell on this matter, feeling it was truly embarrassing. If word of this were to spread, who would believe it? A prominent prince wielding actual power, yet at 25, still a virgin. Little did he expect that this trip to the Wanshou temple would yield such unexpected fruits. His master had surprisingly developed earthly desires. Yet, he remained unaware of which noble lady this enchanting figure in the grove belonged to. Chapter 2. Return to the manor at the guest house of Wanshou temple. Upon seeing her young lady return safely, Lu Zhu let out a sigh of relief. She gently touched Song Zhaoyue's slightly cold hand and hurried to add layers of clothing and serve tea. While Song Zhaoyue was enjoying the delicate pastries brought by Lu Zhu and warming herself with tea, the door was abruptly flung open. Li Mama stormedin. Her face contorted with fury, and demanded, "How can the second young lady behave so recklessly? Wandering about at will? This temple is not the same as our home. It is crucial for you to remain in the courtyard to pray for the family's blessings." "Oh," Song Zhaoyue lazily replied, her indifference unmistakable. "Second young lady, you?" Li Mama trembled with rage. Despite her age, Li Mama's temper was still as fiery as ever. Song Zhaoyue silently grumbled to herself, taking a bite of the pastries on the table, uninterested in the outraged Li Mama. In the Shang dynasty, young women were strictly confined before marriage. However, after marrying, they enjoyed much greater freedom, allowed to travel and manage their own affairs. Upon the death of a husband, a woman could choose to remain a widow in her in-laws' home or return to her maiden family to remarry, even establishing her own household. Moreover, a woman's dowry remained her private property. Even if her husband passed away, neither her in-laws nor her family could encroach upon it. Previously, she had endured in silence, wishing only to grow up peacefully and quickly secure a dowry to leave the manor. Although she was not favored, the young marquis was an esteemed noble family in the capital with considerable influence. According to the customs of the marquisate, a concubine's dowry amounted to 5,000 taels, plus an additional 1,000 taels for savings. For an ordinary family of 4, 20 taels would suffice for a year's expenses. With the matriarch present, and her father concerned about his reputation, Lu Shi could not possibly skimp on her dowry. Yet, Lu Shi was unwilling to let her go, refusing to find her a suitable match. Now, she no longer wished to tolerate Lu Shi's interference, nor would she tolerate those who served Lu Shi. Seeing this, Lu Zhu quickly advised, "Mama, please do not be angry. My young lady has always been a bit free-spirited." Li Mama shot her a fierce glare, scolding indirectly, "You unrefined girl, truly unaware of your own limitations." "Enough, Mama. Please do not be upset." At last, Song Zhaoyue set down the pastries in her hand, looked up at Li Mama, and said, "You just mentioned I should remain in the courtyard, so if I do not leave the courtyard, does that not suffice? I shall take a stroll now." Without even glancing at Li Mama's pale, furious face, Song Zhaoyue stood up and walked towards the door. Just as she stepped outside, Lu Zhu hurried after her, gently tugging at her sleeve, and whispered, "Young lady, behaving this way will only provoke Li Mama and the madam further. I have already offended her gravely by refusing to marry her nephew. What harm is there in a few more such incidents?" Song Zhaoyue did not pause, entirely unconcerned about the enraged Li Mama. Even if she obediently prayed and complied with Lu Shi, would that truly dissuade Lu Shi from her intentions of marrying her into the Lu family? No, it was utterly impossible, since she could not expect Lu Shi to relent. Why continue to feign compliance with those associated with Lu Shi? The matriarch had a fondness for the Lu family and was devoutly Buddhist. During this time, she had diligently copied a volume of the Diamond Sutra, hoping to win her favor. Coupled with her own leverage, she did not believe the matriarch would allow Lu Shi to dictate her marriage arrangements. The next day, shortly after the morning lessons concluded, a messenger arrived from the manor. announcing that the matriarch had returned and that the madam had sent someone to escort the second young lady back to the estate. As Song Zhaoyue and Lu Zhu had just finished organizing their luggage, they were urged by Mama Li to head towards the temple's exit. The carriage from the Anyang marquis' residence awaited them outside. Just as Song Zhaoyue was about to board, a commotion erupted at the temple's entrance, and the crowd parted, creating a pathway. What is happening? Song Zhaoyue inquired with curiosity. Perhaps it is some noble personage, Lu Zhu suggested, stretching her neck to catch a glimpse. Yet unable to see clearly. The crowd instinctively made way, revealing a group of black-clad guards escorting a man emerging from the temple. The man stood tall and imposing, clad in a dark robe, his waist cinched with a golden-threaded belt that accentuated his slender figure and remarkable presence. He walked with a steady gait, exuding an air of aloofness that discouraged approach. Song Zhaoyue found herself halting, drawn to the man's visage. However, the distance was too great for clarity. She could only make out his chiseled profile, sharp features, a prominent nose, and tightly pressed lips reminiscent of a celestial being, making him difficult to gaze upon directly. "Miss, we ought to go." Lu Zhu gently tugged at Song Zhaoyue's sleeve, offering a quiet reminder. Coming to her senses, Song Zhaoyue reluctantly withdrew her gaze and ascended into the carriage. Just as she turned, the man seemed to sense her presence, slightly tilting his head and directing his gaze towards her. "Your Highness, is something amiss?" Fu Shun, walking beside the man, inquired softly as he paused. "Nothing," Pei Mingxu replied, averting his gaze. "Isn't that the young lady we encountered in the peach blossom grove yesterday?" Fu Shun noted, recognizing the carriage adorned with the Anyang marquis' family crest. He had worked throughout the night to uncover the identity of the woman from the grove, revealing her to be the second daughter of the Anyang marquis, born of a concubine. Upon hearing this, Pei Mingxu's steps faltered momentarily, and he turned to look at the carriage again. As it receded, a corner of the curtain fluttered in the breeze, revealing a fleeting silhouette clad in pale pink, which quickly vanished from sight. Pei Mingxu's gaze flickered, and memories of the ethereal figure in the peach blossom grove, as if a fairy destined to ride the wind away, surfaced in his mind. "Let us proceed," he said, retracting his gaze and continuing forward, though the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his current mood. After a bumpy journey lasting most of the day, they finally arrived at the marquis' residence in the afternoon. "Mother, may you be blessed," Song Zhaoyue greeted, bowing respectfully to Lu Shi. Chapter 3. Astonishing everyone after a considerable amount of time, Song Zhaoyue felt her legs numb and swollen, on the verge of collapsing when she heard the voice of Lu, who called out to her from above. Lu, in her 40s, appeared remarkably well-preserved, looking no older than 30. Dressed in a dark red long coat adorned with floral patterns and a gold-threaded peony skirt, her brows bore a hint of gloom, and her eyes were slightly raised, giving her a sharp and austere appearance. The Lu family, a prestigious lineage, offered a rare opportunity. Marrying into it was a blessing earned through 3 lifetimes. In due course, once the engagement is settled, you must prepare for your marriage in earnest. At this point, Lu paused before continuing coldly. "Should you refuse this union, I have several widowers past their 50s to choose from. Weigh your options carefully. Will you wed my nephew or a man of 50? Song Zhaoyue remained silent. "Such a grand fortune. Why not bestow it upon your own daughter? Marrying her back to her family would surely yield a more ample dowry for the legitimate daughter. Wouldn't it be better?" The Lu family was in severe decline, with wives and concubines vying for favor, creating a toxic atmosphere and financial strain. Moreover, Lu's nephew was notoriously known in the capital as a libertine. No respectable young woman would willingly step into such a pitfall. "Second young lady, do not be ungrateful and squander the kind intentions of a lady," Li Mama remarked sarcastically from his side. Could it be that the second young lady still dreams of marrying into nobility? Song Zhaoyue continued to lower her head, appearing impervious to their words. Seeing her obstinacy, Lu waved her hand dismissively. "Very well. You are clever. I trust you will come to understand in due time. Return to your courtyard for now. Later, pay your respects to the matriarch." Upon returning to her quarters, Green Pearl approached with concern. "Miss, are you all right?" The lady. Song Zhaoyue hurriedly pressed a finger to Green Pearl's lips, signaling her to be silent, for there were ears on the other side of the wall. Among those in her courtyard, only Green Pearl was left by Aunt Lin, loyal to her. The others were all arranged by Lu, and their contracts were held in Lu's hands. I am fine. My mother merely instructed me to rest before visiting the matriarch later. In the evening, after a refreshing wash, Song Zhaoyue donned a waist-length skirt made of fine gauze, embroidered with golden butterflies. Miss, you should have worn this skirt long ago. It makes you look like a fairy, Green Pearl said while helping her adjust the garment. Song Zhaoyue gently caressed the vividly embroidered butterflies on her skirt, recognizing that today was the perfect occasion to wear it. This skirt, gifted by the matriarch on her birthday, was of exquisite cut and fabric, showcasing her beauty and elegance to the fullest. Previously, she had kept it hidden to downplay her allure, but now it was time for this garment to shine. Green Pearl, please style my bangs, Song Zhaoyue instructed. Certainly, Green Pearl replied eagerly, skillfully arranging the bangs to reveal Song Zhaoyue's exquisite features. Her brows were naturally defined, and her eyes, reminiscent of water-cut peach blossoms, were enchanting and alluring. Looking at the beautiful young lady in the mirror, with hair cascading like clouds, Green Pearl felt a swell of pride in her heart. She asserted that her family's daughter was undoubtedly the unparalleled beauty of the capital, incomparable to anyone else. With a touch of rouge on her lips, Song Zhaoyue gazed into the bronze mirror, her lips curling into a subtle smile, instantly transforming the reflection into a captivating beauty, enchanting all who beheld her. The elderly matriarch, wise and cunning, could not possibly overlook the value of her beauty after their encounter that night. Nor would she consent to the Lu family's proposal of marriage for her. Song Zhaoyue never relied on their meager familial ties to implore the matriarch to thwart Lu's intentions. After all, Lu was the matriarch of the marquis' household, and both of her sons were born of her. Without sufficient incentive, a mere illegitimate daughter would hardly warrant the matriarch's defiance of Lu's authority. Departing, Song Zhaoyue, having made herself presentable, proceeded directly to the matriarch's Fusho courtyard, accompanied by her maid, Green Pearl. Upon arrival, she disregarded the astonished expression of the curtain girl and confidently entered the main hall of the courtyard. She paid her respects to her grandmother, bowing gracefully in the presence of all gathered. It's the second daughter. The matriarch, seasoned by the trials of life, was the first to regain her composure, squinting her eyes and beckoning her forward for a better look. As Song Zhaoyue approached the matriarch, illuminated by the soft glow of the candles, her beauty appeared increasingly ethereal, as if the flickering light bestowed a gentle radiance upon her. With a delicate posture, she showcased her slender wrist through the sheer fabric. Fragrant and delicate, her complexion rivaled the bloom of flowers, her fingers like finely trimmed scallions, her lips akin to the hue of vermilion. The assembly, familiar with Song Zhaoyue's former appearance adorned with thick bangs, now regarded her as if she were a vision from another realm. Song Mingyan, filled with jealousy and resentment, stared in disbelief at her approaching half-sister, nearly tearing her handkerchief in her fury. Wretched girl, pretending to be so demure, and now her true colors are finally revealed. The brothers Song Jieming and Song Jieshi were equally astonished, scrutinizing their usually unassuming second sister, completely unaware that she was a striking beauty. Lu's brows furrowed in anger, her face contorted with rage. She had never anticipated that, after spending her days hunting for opportunities, she would be outmaneuvered by this young girl. Her eyes glinted with malice, as if to say, "You think that by aligning yourself with the matriarch, you can secure a favorable match? I shall see what kind of ideal husband the matriarch can truly procure for you." Marquis Song Tizho's gaze was somber, revealing no emotion as he focused intently on his second daughter, his eyes discerning, as if evaluating the worth of a prized possession. Matters in the rear courtyard were not his concern. They were entirely at Lu's discretion. However, he had not anticipated that his daughter would present him with such a remarkable surprise at this moment, igniting a fervor in his heart. Chapter 4. Maintenance, Good Child. Today's attire is truly splendid and delightful. The elderly lady, smiling, took Song Zhaoyue's hand, and the more she observed, the more astonished she became. She never anticipated that within the Anyang Marquis residence, there could emerge such a breathtaking beauty. Truly, a blessing from our ancestors. Recalling her son's earlier words, the elderly lady's smile deepened with affection as she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and adorned Song Zhaoyue with it. The jade bracelet graced Song Zhaoyue's snow-white wrist, the vibrant green contrasting beautifully with her fair skin, accentuating her delicate hands, as smooth as fine cream. "Thank you, grandmother." Song Zhaoyue expressed her gratitude with a gentle smile. She had been keenly observing the elderly lady's expressions, discerning the satisfaction and surprise in her eyes, which eased her heart. She played her cards right. "For many years, you has been nurtured under my care, and today I finally behold her true visage." Lu Shi self-deprecatingly remarked, "Your actions truly chill the heart. Second sister, my mother has painstakingly raised you for many years. How could you be so deceitful? Clearly, you are an ungrateful wretch." Song Mingyan interjected vehemently, her face a portrait of indignation. Song Zhaoyue silently scoffed. The duet of Lu Shi and Song Mingyan was evidently an attempt to impose the blame of ingratitude and cunning upon her. Initially, she had concealed her beauty to evade a marriage into a prestigious family, yearning instead to marry into a respectable scholarly household among her father's disciples for a life of simplicity and stability. However, Lu Shi was intent on forcing her into the fiery pit of marriage with the Lu family. How could she passively await her demise? Revealing her true self was merely a desperate measure to enhance her means of resistance. She understood that exposing her beauty might attract trouble, yet she never feared being sent to become a concubine. Both the elderly lady and her father had their pride within the Anyang marquis residence. There had never been a precedent of sending women to become concubines, save for those who entered the palace or married into the royal family as secondary wives. The elderly lady hailed from a noble lineage, and her several illegitimate daughters had all married as principal wives. For instance, her aunts, the third and fourth, married the disciples of the old marquis, now blessed with capable husbands, their families upright, leading prosperous and joyous lives. Song Zhaoyue had aspired to follow this path. Yet Lu Shi would not permit it, leaving her with no choice but to seek an alternative, though the future remained uncertain. Even the worst fate will be preferable to marrying into the Lu family. "Mother," Song Zhaoyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Today, I style my bangs merely to complement the dress gifted by grandmother. If you do not approve, I shall let my bangs down henceforth." You hearing Song Zhaoyue diverting the conversation to the matter of her dress. Song Mingyan was so incensed she could hardly contain herself, pointing at her sister, ready to unleash her wrath. Before she could utter another word, Song Tizho bellowed, "Enough, Mingyan, where is your decorum?" Pointing at his own sister was utterly inappropriate. He turned back to Song Zhaoyue, speaking softly, in the future, style your bangs upward. It suits you well." Although he did not meddle in matters of the inner courtyard, he was not oblivious. He was aware of Lu Shi's intention to marry Zhaoyue to her ineffectual nephew. Considering Lu Shi had borne him 2 sons, sending Zhaoyue to the Lu family might be tolerable. Yet times had changed. Zhaoyue was no longer a prize the Lu family could covet. Upon witnessing her father speak in favor of Song Zhaoyue, Song Mingyan's heart surged with indignation, yearning to march forward and scratch that beguiling visage of Song Zhaoyue. Yet, under her father's stern gaze, she refrained from further outbursts, lowering her head in submission. The handkerchief in her grasp became a substitute for Song Zhaoyue's face, nearly torn to shreds. Lu Shi stood nearby, her countenance dark and her eyes glinting with a cold light. Once the cleansing banquet concluded, the guests engaged in conversation with the matriarch for a while before preparing to take their leave. Lu Shi's gaze fell upon Song Zhaoyue beside the elderly lady, her eyes filled with depth and contemplation. After departing from the matriarch's courtyard, she resolved to thoroughly discipline this girl. Since the matriarch and the marquis intended to elevate her status through marriage to bolster the marquisate, Lu Shi was determined to refine her, eradicating her rebellious spirit so that she might obediently support the household in the future. Just as Song Zhaoyue was about to rise, the matriarch grasped her firmly. "From this night forth, you shall remain in my courtyard to accompany me," she declared. Song Zhaoyue was taken aback. While she anticipated the matriarch would protect her, she did not expect such decisiveness, leaving no opportunity for Lu Shi to torment her. She had prepared herself for Lu Shi's scrutiny, intending to seek an opportune moment to discreetly report her grievances to the matriarch, hoping for the matriarch's intervention to liberate her from Lu Shi's clutches. After all, Lu Shi was her biological mother, and she had grown up in Lu Shi's courtyard. In the Shang dynasty, filial piety governed all, and the weight of filial duty could crush one's spirit. To extricate herself from Lu Shi, only the matriarch and her father could act on her behalf. However, before she could initiate any action, her meticulously copied Buddhist scriptures remained untouched, as the matriarch had already intervened to protect her. It seemed her beauty held significant value in the matriarch's eyes. "Mother, this may not be appropriate, right?" Lu Shi immediately voiced her opposition upon hearing the matriarch's words. "How could it be inappropriate?" The matriarch's expression darkened. "Is it too much for this old bone to wish for a granddaughter to bring joy to my knees?" Seeing the matriarch's anger, Lu Shi's heart quivered. Yet she maintained her composure, saying, "I did not mean it in that way." Thus it was settled. Song Tisho decisively affirmed the decision. Bowing respectfully to the matriarch, "Let Yue be a concern for mother." The matriarch patted her son's hand, nodding slightly, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Chapter 5. The selection, my dear, this feels like a dream. We have actually moved into the old lady's courtyard. After Green Pearl attended to Song Zhaoyue, who had settled into the eastern chamber of the Fusho courtyard, she lay on the concubine's couch, her face still filled with disbelief, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Do not rejoice too soon. The old lady is a formidable character, and the rules of Fusho courtyard are stringent. We must proceed with utmost caution henceforth. Song Zhaoyue replied with her eyes closed. Once the head of the Ho family had spoken, matters were executed with remarkable efficiency. Within less than an hour, Song Zhaoyue's belongings were neatly arranged in the eastern chamber of Fusho courtyard. Several senior maids from Fusho courtyard swiftly organized the items, while Green Pearl, unable to intervene, could only assist in minor tasks. Song Zhaoyue had brought only Green Pearl with her, leaving the other maids in her original courtyard. She was acutely aware that she had displayed her worth tonight, and both the old lady and her father were exceedingly pleased. Before departing, her father had earnestly requested the old lady to take great care of her, assuring that she would be meticulously guided in preparation for a prestigious marriage. Green Pearl, as her trusted personal maid, possessed adequate manners and skills, yet she still paled in comparison to the senior maids of Fusho courtyard and would inevitably require retraining. As expected, the following day, Song Zhaoyue began her studies with the matrons summoned by the old lady, engaging in diverse lessons such as perfumery, tea brewing, and chess. Green Pearl was also taken under the wing of several senior maids for her education, relearning the daily protocols of service, accounting, and managing the household. Each night, the two weary companions, having learned so much, found solace and encouragement in one another. Despite their exhaustion, Song Zhaoyue felt increasingly assured. The old lady's dedication indicated that she would not easily send her off for marriage. Regardless of whom she would be betrothed to, he would undoubtedly be superior to Lu's nephew. The matrons not only imparted various skills and knowledge daily, but also tended to her skin and health in the evenings. They generously passed on their expertise to Green Pearl as well. After a month, Song Zhaoyue noticed her complexion becoming increasingly fair and luminous, akin to snow under candlelight, radiating elegance. Green Pearl also grew more capable, mastering makeup, bookkeeping, and managing the servants, increasingly embodying the stature of senior maid. Both of them had achieved significant progress, and Song Zhaoyue urged Green Pearl to continue diligently learning from the matrons. The knowledge and skills acquired would become their own, always useful, regardless of which family they might marry into. On the 10th day of the 4th month, a sudden imperial decree was issued for the selection of royal consorts for the princes, commanding the noble families in the capital with daughters aged 14 to 17 to register with the Ministry of Rights, to be presented in 2 months. Upon hearing this news, Lu Shi suddenly realized the old lady and the marquis must have already been aware of the selection, which explained their protective attitude towards Song Zhaoyue following the revelation of her beauty. It was no wonder the old lady had been diligently training the second girl. It was intended for her to participate in the selection. Mother, why should Song Zhaoyue be allowed to enter the selection? She must not go. Lu Mingyin's voice was sharp and grating, her face flushed with jealousy and indignation, her eyes filled with resentment. In accordance with the long-standing rules of the selection process, only unmarried young ladies from families of nobility ranked at the 5th grade or above are eligible to participate. Song Mingyin had previously reveled in the prospect of a favorable match, her betrothed being the 4th son of the Duke of England. However, this engagement pales in comparison to the prospect of marrying a prince. Moreover, the heir of the Duke of England is already determined, with 2 elder brothers preceding him, rendering the 4th son incapable of inheriting the title. The mere thought of Song Zhaoyue possibly being selected for her beauty, thereby necessitating a bow of respect from herself in the future, filled Song Mingyin with a seething resentment. Lu, after a moment of silence, and allowing her daughter a brief respite to regain her composure, gently remarked, "Yinner, the matter is settled. She is the only one in our household eligible for the selection. If she is chosen, it will be advantageous for the marquis, for you, and for your 2 brothers." Though Lu harbored indignation, having presided over the marquis for many years, she set aside her personal desire to marry Song Zhaoyue to her nephew and began to weigh the benefits that Song Zhaoyue's election could bring. She understood well the advantages that would accrue to the household if Song Zhaoyue were to be selected and subsequently wed to a prince, as well as the benefits this could provide for her 2 sons. Though the Anyang marquis is a prestigious family, it ranks only moderately among the many powerful families in the capital, especially as it has been on a decline in recent years. The external relatives of the Duke of Changhua have enjoyed prominence for decades, standing as the pinnacle of nobility in the capital. Who would not envy them? Upon hearing her mother's words, Song Mingyin felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Biting her lip, a glimmer of calculation flickered in her eyes. "Mother, let Song Zhaoyue take the engagement with the Duke of England, and we shall claim that it is she who is betrothed to the 4th son." Chapter 6. Entering the palace and contesting for selection, do not act recklessly. This is an affront to the sovereign. Do you wish to endanger the entire Ho family? The stern voice of Lady Lu echoed as she scolded her daughter, attempting to dissuade her from such an outrageous notion. "Mother." Song Mingyin's face displayed her unwillingness, her expression laden with grievance. Her eyes sparkled with stubbornness and defiance. Yet, deep within her heart, she understood that her aspirations of competing for selection were nothing more than a fanciful dream. Even if her mother consented, her grandmother and father would undoubtedly oppose. Seeing her daughter in such a state, Lady Lu felt a pang of compassion and gently caressed her daughter's head. "Yinner, Zhaoyue is a concubine's daughter and holds no influence in court. If that girl were to be chosen, she would be nothing more than a mere wife, relegated to a lower status. You are different. When you marry, you will be the principal wife." Although the Earl of England may not possess the grandeur of the Duke of Cheng, it is still a family of nobility. The 4th young master is favored within the household, and you shall not lack for wealth and glory in the future. Rest assured, I shall ensure you have a splendid marriage. Song Mingyin pouted in discontent. She knew her mother spoke the truth, yet her heart felt constricted, as if a heavy stone lay upon it, making it difficult to breathe. In the Fushaotang, the matriarch and Song Tizho were engaged in conversation. Song Tizho remarked, "Mother, this election primarily aims to find brides for the unmarried 5th prince, the 6th prince, and the 7th prince. Given our family's standing, the position of principal wife is beyond our reach. However, with your beauty, the position of secondary wife may be within our grasp." His eyes gleamed with calculation, secretly contemplating the benefits that sending his daughter to the palace for selection could bring to their household. The situation in the capital was complex, with the Qin Wang hesitating to accept his fief and contending with the crown prince. The Yin Wang was born of the empress, sharing the same mother as the crown prince. The Yin Wang was raised by the empress's cousin, with his biological mother also being a cousin of the empress, thus aligning him with the crown prince's faction. The Chu Wang maintained a favorable relationship with the Yin Wang and leaned toward the eastern palace. The matriarch nodded slightly, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in her eyes. She continued, This election is a prime opportunity for our whole family to align with the crown prince. Indeed, mother, you speak the truth. Regardless of which prince you are enters, it serves as an opportunity for us to pledge our allegiance to the crown prince. The struggle for succession allows no room for hesitation. The crown prince is the rightful heir, supported internally by the empress and externally by the Duke of Cheng's household. Although His Majesty favors Yun Guifei and the Qin Wang, Song Tizhou remains resolute in supporting the crown prince. After concluding their discussion, the matriarch instructed, "Make sure to speak with your wife. Our fortunes are intertwined, and we must not let anything jeopardize our plans." Song Tizhou nodded in agreement. That evening, when Song Zhaoyue learned of the selection from the matriarch, a flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. She pondered inwardly, realizing that her grandmother and father must have received news of the selection long ago. It was no wonder that after she had displayed her exceptional beauty that day, they placed such significance on her. However, for her, the selection was not entirely a negative development. Marrying into a prestigious family often involved concubines and secondary wives. Since sharing a husband with another woman was inevitable, it seemed more advantageous to seize the opportunity of the selection, striving for wealth and status, and marrying into the royal family to attain a degree of nobility and leisure. Given her lineage, the position of principal wife to a prince was unattainable. Yet the role of secondary wife was still within reach. A secondary wife held the rank of second tier, adorned with the royal jade butterfly. Although she would follow the prince to his fief after marriage, the distance from the imperial court rendered her free from the constraints of her elders. As a secondary consort, she was not obliged to manage the household, allowing her to leisurely await the arrival of her offspring after giving birth. With the goal of securing her position as a secondary consort firmly in mind, Song Zhaoyue dedicated herself to her studies with increasing diligence. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced her window, she would rise to learn from the matron, focusing intently on cultivating her grace and poise, embodying the delicate beauty of flowers reflected upon water and moving with the gentle sway of willows in the breeze. Every gesture executed with precision, radiating elegance and charm. In support of her lady, Green Pearl eagerly pursued every opportunity for improvement, diligently following the senior maid and matron in her studies. The swift passage of 2 months found Song Zhaoyue wholly absorbed in her learning, and before she realized it, the day of the preliminary selection had arrived. Under a splendid sun, as she entered the Tai Chi Palace, her heart brimmed with both anxiety and anticipation. The Ministry of Revenue had meticulously vetted the eligible candidates and compiled a list. On this day, the eunuchs and matrons of the palace would use this list to conduct the initial screening. Candidates deemed too tall, too short, overweight, underweight, with uneven skin tone, irregular features, or visible scars and birthmarks were promptly eliminated. The atmosphere was tense and solemn, with the young ladies on edge, fearful of being dismissed. Following this, the candidates were assessed on their walking, sitting, tea drinking, and conversation, with those lacking proper demeanor being systematically disqualified. The young ladies displayed their poise with utmost care, striving for perfection in every movement, anxious to avoid even the slightest mistake. After 2 rounds of selection, only 40% of the initial candidates remained. Song Zhaoyue, possessing a commendable demeanor, had honed her grace further through 3 months of intensive training under the matrons. Although she had not styled her bangs, her appearance and stature stood out among the candidates, allowing her to pass the preliminary selection with relative ease. Those who succeeded in the initial screening were sent to the Shusho Palace, where they were housed in groups of 4. Sharing a room with Song Zhaoyue were Huang Lingru, the daughter of a minister, Lu Yueying, the 3rd miss of the Chengwood Duchess residence, and Lin Yunxiao, the 6th young lady of the Pingdom Marquis. As young ladies were not permitted to ride in carriages within the palace, all made the journey on foot to the Shusho Palace, leaving none unwearied. After exchanging greetings, the 4 fell into a silence, each retreating to attend to their personal routines. Lying beneath the brocade quilt, Song Zhaoyue pondered how best to navigate the path ahead. Chapter 7. The storage of elegance. The days of the palace maidens were meticulously scheduled. Each morning, the stern-faced instructors imparted the palace regulations with solemnity. their monotonous voices echoing in the vast hall, carrying an invisible weight. The maidens sat upright, their attention wholly absorbed, fearful of missing any crucial detail. However, the intricate rules left them feeling dazed, as if countless tiny insects were buzzing in their minds. In the afternoons, they engaged in relentless studies of court etiquette. The instructors scrupulously corrected every gesture of the maidens, from their posture while walking to their sitting positions, from the manner of serving tea to the tone of their speech, demanding nothing short of perfection. The maidens, delicate daughters of noble families, had never before endured such intense training. By the end of the day, the mental and physical exhaustion rendered them nearly unconscious after washing up at night, utterly fatigued. Song Zhaoyue harbored suspicions that the instructors deliberately orchestrated such grueling schedules to wear down the maidens, leaving them devoid of energy to engage in frivolities. Having been reborn, she cherished her second life profoundly. In an era where medical conditions were abysmal, she had focused on physical fitness since childhood, valuing her health. Thus, the daily studies and practices posed no challenge for her. Yet, to avoid drawing attention, she feigned exhaustion, pretending to be weary and sinking into a deep slumber at the slightest touch of her pillow. As days turned into nights, Song Zhaoyue gradually gleaned insights about her three roommates. Lin Yunyao, the illegitimate daughter of the marquis of Pingde, exhibited a timid and self-deprecating demeanor, often bowing her head and flashing anxious glances, frequently uttering disheartening remarks. Huang Lingru, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, was gentle and courteous, exuding charm in her interactions. Her face perpetually wore a perfectly measured smile, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. Yet, Song Zhaoyue sensed a hidden cunning behind that smile, likening her to a smiling tiger, skilled in subtly extracting information, compelling others to remain vigilant. Lu Yueying, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Changhua, held the highest status and displayed an air of pride. She often held her head high, her gaze radiating an innate sense of superiority, aloof and indifferent to those around her, as if none were worthy of her notice. Song Zhaoyue consistently excelled in assessments, naturally attracting envy and schemes. Consequently, during her leisure time, apart from necessary meals and outings, she seldom left her room. With a blend of caution and fortune, she successfully evaded multiple attempts to undermine her, each time narrowly escaping peril. In the west wing of the main hall of the Yan Wang residence, Pei Mingxu sat behind a grand Zeton desk, scrutinizing a letter with keen interest. After a moment, he closed the letter with satisfaction, affirming, "The task has been well executed." He commanded that the second daughter of the Anyang marquis be diligently protected, ensuring her safe and smooth arrival at the selection court. Since that day, at Wanshou Temple, the image of the maiden had been etched deeply in his mind. That very night, her identity was thoroughly investigated and confirmed. The second daughter of the Anyang marquis, Song Zhaoyue, age 17, was indeed eligible for the selection. He dispatched someone to inform the Anyang marquis of the selection news. As expected, the name of the second daughter, Song Tizho, was submitted to the Ministry of Rights for consideration. Understood. The leader of the covert guards, Wang Sheng, bowed in acknowledgement. How is the situation regarding the spies in the capital being organized? Pei Mingxu inquired. Prior to his visit to the fief, he had stationed personnel in the capital to gather information, and after his appointment, he continuously sent a portion of the trained spies to the city. Over a decade, he had woven an intricate and formidable network of intelligence. However, as the operation expanded over time, some individuals inevitably began to harbor ulterior motives. Upon returning to the capital, he issued a stern order to meticulously reorganize and rectify the intelligence network. Wang Sheng respectfully responded, "Your Highness, rest assured, it has all been thoroughly organized. The traitorous spies have been contained, and we are currently investigating their new masters. Clarity will soon be at hand." Pei Mingxu pondered for a moment. Once the identities of the traitorous spies' new masters were uncovered, he planned to retain a select few, disseminate some inconsequential information to maintain stability, and send the rest to the mines for labor. The new masters behind these traitors were likely none other than his own good brothers. If he were to eradicate all of them, it would require considerable effort to redeploy and find new opportunities. Understanding their hardships, he chose to spare some of them, for they might prove unexpectedly useful in critical moments in the future. Pei Mingxu then commanded, as for the spies previously placed in various estates, they must all be mobilized now. He paused before adding, especially those in the Duke of Cheng's and the Marquis of Anyang's households. After Wang Sheng received the order and departed, Pei Mingxu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, reflecting on the words spoken by his father earlier that day, his thoughts swirling with myriad possibilities. Chapter 8. The Prince of Yin in the study. The rhythmic sound of tapping resonated, while Pei Mingxu furrowed his brow, a glimmer of dark intrigue flashing in his eyes. This time, the emperor had issued a stern edict, mandating that he must marry. The palace would select a primary consort for him, along with several secondary wives and ladies. The emperor had favored the third daughter of the Duke of Changhua for the position of primary consort. The Duke of Changhua was the maternal family of the crown prince, as well as that of his biological mother, the noble consort Hui, and his adoptive mother, the consort Shu. To the world, he appeared as a steadfast ally of the crown princess faction. Consequently, the choice of a bride from the Duke of Changhua held little significance for him. For the crown prince and the empress, it would be more advantageous to select a daughter from a prominent minister to bolster their faction's leverage. It was uncertain whether the emperor's intentions were truly for his beloved son, the Prince of Qin, or to further entrench him within the crown princess camp. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to him. He had never entertained the notion of subordinating himself to any of his brothers. His mother hailed from the esteemed Gu family, a lineage known for its military prowess, guarding the northern frontier and commanding the iron cavalry of Yanbei. In years past, the late emperor had designated his mother, the only daughter of the Gu family, as a consort for the then crown prince. For many years, the Gu family had engaged in fierce battles against the Tatars, suffering considerable losses and dwindling numbers. He had assumed his fief at the tender age of 14, tasked with taking command of the iron cavalry of Yanbei. Following the battle at Guanfanggu, both his maternal uncles perished in combat, and his grandmother compelled his younger uncle to retire from military service. The iron cavalry of Yanbei had traditionally been under the Gu family's command, and as a prince bearing their bloodline, he was undoubtedly the most capable leader to command the troops, capable of pacifying them and smoothly reintegrating them into the imperial fold. However, Pei Mingxu understood all too well that once the emperor departed this world, he, wielding the iron cavalry, would become a thorn in the side of the new monarch. Furthermore, although the Gu family had returned to their homeland, they remained under scrutiny. The family lived cautiously, avoiding social interactions. Last year, when he visited his grandmother and uncles, he found his middle uncle, now grayed and resembling a man in the twilight of life. Given his command of formidable forces and status as a prince, why could he not ascend to the throne? Only by doing so could the Gu family truly regain their freedom, allowing him to fulfill his promise to his mother to ensure their safety for generations to come. Over the years, he had toiled relentlessly, navigating each step with care, and the current situation appeared favorable. He had firmly established control over the Yanbei troops, having defeated the Tatars thrice, rendering them too fearful to venture south for a decade. Within the court, the rivalry between the crown prince and the Prince of Qin raged fiercely, and he had seized the opportunity to place his supporters in several inconspicuous yet pivotal positions. Now his influence had begun to take shape, with sufficient power to rival both the crown prince and the Prince of Qin. Many of his followers had subtly broached the topic of heirs, urging him to take a wife and concubines to expand his lineage. This was a natural sentiment. A royal house must ensure its continuation for the peace of those who followed him. Moreover, when it came to succession, an emperor's heirs were a significant consideration. This time, he would not refuse the emperor's marriage proposal. At 25, it was indeed the right time to contemplate matters of progeny. The second daughter of the Marquis of Anyang presented itself as an opportune choice. Had she appeared a few years earlier, he would have been too preoccupied with military and political affairs to indulge in romantic pursuits. However, since her arrival coincided perfectly with his desires, taking a favored woman as a concubine posed no threat to the grand scheme. In the Imperial Academy of Beauty, Zhaoyue cautiously endured another fortnight. as the young ladies had nearly mastered the decorum and etiquette required of them. The atmosphere within the academy grew tense, with many young ladies being summoned by the noble women of the court, infusing the air with a palpable sense of anxiety and anticipation. Each young lady eagerly awaited the favor of the nobles, speculating on their preferences and striving to leave a favorable impression, all in hopes of gaining an advantage during the selection in the palace. The mother of the king of Chu, the dowager consort, seemed determined to meet every outstanding beauty from the academy, summoning several each day. In contrast, the empress only called upon the daughters of the most prominent families, such as the Duke of Cheng and the Minister of Revenue. The consort Shu, however, remained inscrutable, having summoned no young ladies, leaving her intentions shrouded in mystery. Among the trio sharing her quarters, all had been summoned by the noble women, except for Song Zhaoyue, who seemed forgotten in the shadows. The young marquis had not seen a daughter enter the palace as a consort for many years, and in the ever-shifting dynamics of the harem, she had little support to rely upon. Furthermore, the young marquis was merely a second-tier noble family in the capital, which naturally garnered little attention from the court's elite. Though a sense of anxiety began to creep into Song Zhaoyue's heart, she remained steadfast, diligently practicing her etiquette under the guidance of the matron. In her leisure moments, she continued to retreat into her room, unlike other young ladies who strained to find avenues of advancement. Her composed demeanor caught the attention of several matrons within the academy. One day, upon returning to her chamber, Song Zhaoyue recalled the matron's recent private words, her thoughts swirling. The matron had revealed that the Prince of Yin would also be selecting a consort, one primary consort and two secondary ones. The Prince of Yin, now 25, was a powerful royal stationed at the northern frontier. Song Zhaoyue was puzzled as to why the matron suddenly mentioned the Prince of Yin, especially since the matrons had been notably tight-lipped. The sudden reference must carry some significance. Over the years, the Prince of Yin had remained unmarried, and rumors had quietly circulated in the capital, suggesting he bore an injury from the battlefield, suffering from a hidden ailment. She was uncertain of the truth behind these rumors. If it were indeed true that the prince harbored a hidden malady, the inner quarters of the Yin residence would surely be peaceful, as the women therein would have little to contend for. With this thought, Song Zhaoyue sincerely felt that entering the Prince of Yan's household would be an excellent option. It might serve as an ideal haven for her future, tranquil and opulent, truly a place to recline and enjoy life. Days later, a eunuch arrived to summon her. The consort Shu had requested an audience with Song Zhaoyue. Chapter 9. The noble consort. When Song Zhaoyue received the summons from the noble consort, her heart raced like a startled deer, filled with both trepidation and excitement. On the eve of this crucial palace election, being summoned by the noble consort was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity, signifying that she had a greater chance of being chosen for the Yin Wangfu, and perhaps even being preordained for a position therein. With utmost determination, Song Zhaoyue meticulously adorned herself. In the realm of interpersonal relations, first impressions are often paramount. She aimed to leave a profound and favorable impression on the noble consort, subsequently revealing her talents in hopes of securing the position of a side consort in the Yin Wangfu. Dressed in a delicate smoke-pink floral soft gauze skirt, she painstakingly styled her hair, sweeping her bangs back to unveil her smooth forehead and showcase her beauty. Having arranged her hairpin with care, she disregarded the astonished and complex gazes of her three companions and hurriedly followed the eunuch out of the Shushio Palace, making her way to the Yongfu Palace of the noble consort. Along the way, Song Zhaoyue continuously contemplated how to conduct herself, striving to avoid any missteps in the presence of the noble consort. At long last, the grand entrance of Yongfu Palace appeared before her. She took a deep breath, attempting to steady her emotions. Upon entering the main hall of Yongfu Palace, she composed herself and bowed in greeting according to the etiquette taught by the palace matrons. Her voice clear and resonant. "I pay my respects to the noble consort. May the consort enjoy longevity." "Rise, lift your head, let me have a look at you," came a gentle feminine voice. As Song Zhaoyue raised her gaze, she was momentarily captivated by a pair of smiling phoenix-like eyes. The woman seated in the Wangwali armchair exuded warmth and beauty, her vibrant features tinged with a hint of allure. every smile and frown reflecting a mature grace that rendered her utterly mesmerizing. The emperor is indeed fortunate. You, my dear, are truly lovely. No wonder. The noble consort gently set down her teacup, her soft, watery eyes sweeping slowly over Song Zhaoyue. What do you enjoy doing at home? Replying to the consort. I often engage in reading, practicing calligraphy, and performing needlework when I have no other tasks, Song Zhaoyue answered. Upon hearing this, the noble consort nodded slightly. That is indeed commendable. She then proceeded to inquire about poetry and literature. Each question posed by the noble consort was met with insightful and clever responses from Song Zhaoyue, leaving the noble consort somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that the second daughter of the Anyang marquis not only possessed extraordinary beauty, but also held considerable intellect. No wonder Su'er had conveyed the message for her to grant a phoenix hairpin in advance. After a few more casual exchanges, the noble consort remarked, "Write a few characters for me to see." Song Zhaoyue nodded in agreement. Moments later, a palace attendant presented ink, paper, and writing brush. After grinding the ink, Song Zhaoyue took the brush, dipped it in the rich ink, and focused intently as she wrote on the pristine silk paper. Once she finished her final stroke, she set the brush down, raised her gaze to the noble consort, and smiled. "Consort, please have a look." The noble consort received the paper and examined it carefully, nodding in approval. Though she felt that Song Zhaoyue's calligraphy could not compare to that of renowned masters, the characters were elegant and poised, subtly revealing an inner strength. Her writing reflects her character. The noble consort praised, nodding in approval. "Very well done. The phoenix hairpin has been bestowed upon you. Remember to wear it on the day of the palace selection. I am weary now. You may withdraw." Song Zhaoyue respectfully accepted the brocade box handed to her by the palace maid, performing a curtsy before retreating, her heart brimming with joy and excitement. Along the way, she clutched the brocade box tightly within her sleeve, feeling a significant weight lift from her heart. Inside the box lay a 5-pronged phoenix hairpin. The primary consort of a prince adorned a 6-pronged phoenix hairpin, while the secondary consort wore a 5-pronged one. The noble consort, being the adoptive mother of the Yin Wang, was about to partake in the selection of a consort. The bestowal of the phoenix hairpin by the noble consort undoubtedly indicated her suitability as a secondary consort for the Yin Wang. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard the leading eunuch ahead announce, "The servant pays his respects to His Highness, the Yin Wang. May the prince enjoy eternal peace." The Yin Wang. A flurry of anxiety surged within Song Zhaoyue. It seemed that the mention of the Yin Wang had summoned him forth. She cautiously peered ahead and observed the little eunuch bowing in greeting. Not daring to look longer, she suppressed her curiosity and stepped forward, performing a respectful bow, saying, "This humble girl pays her respects to His Highness, the Yin Wang. May you be blessed with longevity." With her head bowed, she could only glimpse the hem of the dark-colored dragon robe, intricately embroidered with majestic 4-clawed dragon patterns, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She was uncertain of the Yin Wang's sentiments towards her, yet she understood that from the moment she received the phoenix hairpin bestowed by the noble consort, her fate had become inextricably intertwined with that of the Yin Wang. Chapter 10. The first encounter. Rise, no need for formalities. A voice, tinged with a chill, resonated, deep, magnetic, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that inspired instinctive obedience. Curiosity stirred within her regarding the man who might soon become her future husband, the Prince of Yin, her prospective superior. As she rose, Song Zhaoyue discreetly lifted her gaze, eager to behold the legendary Prince of Yin. That fleeting glance caused her heart to skip a beat. The prince stood tall and graceful, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, clad in a dark robe adorned with a 4-clawed dragon, exuding an air of regal elegance. His hair, bound by a crown, framed a visage that could be described as a work of art, with sharply defined features. His brows like swords, arched over eyes as profound as the cosmos, seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. His straight nose, perfectly sculpted, added to his noble appearance, while his pale lips, pressed into a straight line, conveyed a sense of steadfastness and coldness. Truly, he was the epitome of exquisite royal lineage, a strikingly handsome man. Alas, he bore a hidden affliction. Song Zhaoyue was momentarily taken aback, and before she could avert her gaze, the prince's penetrating eyes locked onto hers. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she hastily lowered her head, recalling the intensity of his gaze that seemed to delve into her very thoughts. Could it be that he had discerned her concern regarding his concealed ailment? Heaven forbid, had she, before even beginning her service at the prince's residence, already jeopardized her position? Her mind raced with a flurry of thoughts, yet her exterior remained demure, her head bowed like a timid quail. Pei Mingxu, observing closely, noted the flush on her cheeks, more vibrant than when they last met at Wanshou Temple, exuding a captivating charm. Having just departed from Yongfu Palace, it was likely that her aunt had bestowed upon her the phoenix hairpin, prompting her bashfulness. Pei Mingxu's eyes sparkled with amusement, though her demeanor remained composed as she made her way toward Yongfu Palace, relieved that the prince had not uttered further words. Song Zhaoyue hurriedly followed the young eunuch toward the Shushu Palace. Inside Yongfu Palace, upon seeing Pei Mingxu, Xu Fei's face lit up with joy as she beckoned. Mingxu, come sit with me. Pei Mingxu complied, taking her seat and gently inquiring, Aunt, how have you been lately? Quite well, do not worry. Xu Fei replied with a smile, then teasingly added, I trust you encountered the second daughter of the Anyang marquis just now? I have given her the phoenix hairpin and advised her to wear it during the selection. Await the return of a beautiful maiden. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Aunt. Pei Mingxu expressed her gratitude, uncertain whether to thank Xu Fei for the unexpected meeting with Song Zhaoyue or for the gift of the hairpin. Xu Fei smiled knowingly, her satisfaction evident as she remarked, that young lady is indeed exceptional. Her beauty is unparalleled, and her talents commendable, a worthy match for you. A hint of melancholy crossed her features as she continued, I long for the day you marry and bear children, so that your mother can rest in peace beyond the mortal realm. Aunt, I shall, Pei Mingxu replied, her gaze lowered. The aunt and the Empress Dowager are cousins from the maternal side. The Empress Dowager, having been in frail health since childhood, was taken to the residence of the Duke of Cheng for recuperation. Meanwhile, the aunt was raised in the same household. Together, the aunt, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress grew up, all marrying the Emperor. The Empress Dowager passed away early, and the aunt remained childless for many years, while the Empress bore 2 sons and occupied a high position of honor. The gentle consort remarked, in this selection of talents, your primary consort will be determined by His Majesty, likely your cousin, the third daughter of the Duke of Cheng. The principal consort and 1 secondary consort have already been decided. I will assist you in selecting a few suitable candidates for the remaining secondary consort and lady positions, to ensure the family flourishes. Pei Mingxu responded with a smile. I extend my gratitude to you, dear aunt, but the affairs of the fief are quite intricate, and I truly lack the inclination to manage several women. I kindly request that you select only a secondary consort. Let us forego the lady position this time. He harbored little interest in the fair sex, although the second daughter of the Anyang marquis was to his liking. He did not wish to emulate the crown prince and the Qin Wang, turning his residence into a vibrant, contentious garden. 1 primary consort and 2 secondary consorts would suffice. If it weren't for the presence of only the second daughter as a secondary consort, which might draw the primary consort's attention, he would be disinclined to accept another. Do you not desire a lady? The gentle consort inquired, frowning at his response. Indeed, I ask for only 1 secondary consort, he reiterated. Upon seeing Pei Mingxu's resolute stance, the gentle consort ceased her insistence. Although she did not comprehend his reluctance to take on more women, she understood that once he made a decision, it was immutable. The gentle consort pondered within, recognizing that selecting just 1 secondary consort meant quality over quantity. Hence, it was imperative to choose someone exceptional. However, finding a beauty akin to the second daughter of the Anyang marquis would be a challenge, for such rare beauty was indeed uncommon. Furthermore, with 1 stunning secondary consort already in place, adding another of remarkable beauty would surely pressure the primary consort. The third daughter of the Duke of Cheng, her niece, though not particularly close to her, had already been chosen by Mingxu as a stunning secondary consort. She did not wish for both secondary consorts to overshadow the primary consort. the third daughter. Therefore, she would thoroughly review the roster presented by the matron of the selection palace to select a secondary consort of commendable character. Chapter 11. The palace selection. Upon returning from the Yongfu palace of the noble consort Shu, the demeanor of Lu Yueying, Huang Lingru, and Lin Yunxiao towards Song Zhaoyue underwent a dramatic transformation. They began to regard her with indifference, even hinting at a subtle exclusion. However, Song Zhaoyue paid no heed to their behavior. Instead, she carefully concealed her phoenix hairpin, eagerly anticipating the day of the palace election. She understood that her primary objective was to endure until the selection, secure a royal marriage, and embark on a new chapter of her life. Perhaps due to consort Shu's communication with the matron of the Shushou Palace, the subsequent days saw Song Zhaoyue lead a relatively peaceful existence. Aside from the exclusion from her roommates, freed from arbitrary difficulties and troubles, she could focus intently on preparing for the selection. With her future seemingly set, a weight lifted from her heart as time flew by like a fleeting shadow. Before she knew it, the day of the palace selection had arrived. At this moment, there were still 50 young ladies in the Shushou Palace, each meticulously adorned, filled with anxiety and anticipation as they awaited their fate. The selection took place in the Tiyuan Hall, with the emperor and empress personally overseeing the proceedings. At the hour of the rabbit, the young ladies rose early to wash and adorn themselves, striving to present their most exquisite selves before the assembly. As the hour approached, the matrons led the ladies to the plaza before the Tiyuan Hall, where they stood in 5 neat rows, awaiting their turn as candidates. The scene resembled a vibrant tapestry, with 50 youthful maidens clad in splendid attire, adorned with jewels, standing tall and graceful, a sight to behold. At the initial stroke of the hour of the snake, those whose names were called entered the hall in a line of 5. Watching the first group of ladies depart, the remaining maidens felt a mix of apprehension, yet none dared to utter a word. They stood obediently, casting furtive glances at their rivals. On this day of selection, the young ladies donned their finest garments, adorned with the most exquisite jewelry, and meticulously styled their hair and makeup. The maidens in the plaza appeared resplendent, vibrant as blooming flowers in spring, each striving to outshine the other. Song Zhaoyue gathered her bangs into a bun, securing it with a delicate hairpin and the phoenix hairpin bestowed by consort Shu, dressed in a pale pink silk gown, draped in a light veil. She stood there quietly, seemingly out of place in this world. A beauty from the north, exquisite and independent, fragrant and ethereal. Perhaps she embodied such grace. In the face of the myriad scrutinizing gazes, Song Zhaoyue feigned ignorance, maintaining a composed smile as she allowed others to appraise her. Although consort Shu had granted her the phoenix hairpin until the imperial decree was issued, her fate remained uncertain. The selection today was pivotal, as it concerned the royal marriage decree, which would determine her future contentment. The superficial aids of the past must be cast aside, for she was to present herself in the most beautiful light. Upon the fourth call of names, Song Zhaoyue heard her own. She stepped forward gracefully, taking her place as the fourth in line. The first in line was her roommate Huang Lingru, followed by the legitimate eldest and second daughters of the Shunan marquis, with Lu Yueying behind her. The group of young ladies walked into the Tiyuan Hall with heads bowed, standing in a line, and upon reaching their positions, they performed a respectful curtsy. The humble servant greets your majesty, wishing you boundless blessings and enduring peace. I also extend my greetings to Her Majesty, the Empress, wishing her countless fortunes, and to Her Highness, the noble consort. Rise and refrain from courtesy. Lift your heads. A commanding male voice resonated. The maidens cautiously raised their gazes, their eyelashes fluttering as they looked ahead. When they lifted their heads, Song Zhaoyue caught a fleeting glimpse of 5 figures seated at the forefront. At the center, the emperor exuded an imposing aura, flanked by 4 elegantly adorned women on either side. To the left, clad in resplendent yellow, was the empress, while to the right sat the favored consort Yun, renowned for her beauty. The consort Shu occupied the lower seat beside the empress, directly across from the mother of Prince Shu, consort De. Consort De surveyed the 5 individuals in the hall, her gaze lingering on the 4th maiden of extraordinary beauty, her heart filled with astonishment and regret. How could she have overlooked such a captivating beauty in her search through the imperial selection chamber? Observing the 5 phoenix hairpins adorning the maiden's head, she furrowed her brow, then raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Sister Shu's discerning eye is truly remarkable. She has chosen the most exquisite maiden." Emperor Jingxi and the others had also noted the striking 4th maiden at the earliest opportunity. With skin as fair as snow and a figure as graceful as a willow, she possessed a beauty that could enthrall nations, a rare gem unseen in the palace for many years. Although this selection was intended for choosing a consort for the prince, it did not preclude the selection of maidens to enrich the imperial harem. Yet, as the gazes of the assembly fixated on the phoenix hairpins atop the maiden's head, many felt a sense of relief wash over them. Chapter 12. Departure from the palace. The exquisite maiden had been selected by consort Shu to be a concubine for Prince Yan. At the onset of the selection process, the imperial household department, under the emperor's orders, meticulously crafted 3 pairs of 6-pronged phoenix hairpins, alongside 2 pairs of 5-pronged ones. The 4th maiden, adorned with a hairpin specifically designed for the concubines of the Prince Yan's residence, stood out among them. "Thank you for your kind words, sister." Consort Shu replied with a subtle smile, her tone light and casual, provoking a surge of indignation within Consort Da. How dare she express her gratitude? Consort de Sete de Eternity. Fully aware of Consort Shu's facade of being unambitious and uncontentious. Yet, here she was, snatching the most beautiful maiden for Prince Yan even before the official selection had commenced. The more Consort Da pondered, the more her countenance darkened. Consort Shu, disinterested in further engaging with Consort Da, turned to the emperor with a smile. "Your Majesty, for years, Su'er has remained unwilling to marry in the northern frontier. Now that he has finally relented, I thought to select a maiden of both talent and beauty for him. I have met this young lady once before. Her literary skills are commendable, and her calligraphy is exquisite." Her words were imbued with affection and concern for Prince Yan. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingxi reflected on her intentions as a nurturing mother and considered the hardships endured by the 5th prince during his years in the north, where he had achieved significant military accomplishments. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Concubine Yun interjected, "Your Majesty, how considerate of Consort Shu. She truly cares for Prince Yan with a mother's heart. Such beauty is rare and precious, a serendipitous find, and Consort Shu has acted swiftly. Prince Yan's valiant efforts against the Tartars deserve a beauty by his side, a tale of heroism and romance. It is a pity, however, that Prince Shu is unable to encounter such a gem." Concubine Yun's tone was gentle, yet her words were laced with provocation. As soon as she finished speaking, Consort Da's expression darkened. Was she insinuating that her son, the esteemed prince, was unworthy of such beauty? Was she belittling him in comparison to Prince Yan? Consort Da's fury ignited, ready to explode, but was interrupted by the Empress's voice. "Sister Guifei, such words are misplaced. As an elder brother, Su'er has achieved great merit for our nation in the northern campaigns. What is wrong with Consort Shu selecting a maiden for him in advance? Moreover, Consort Da has overlooked this maiden while searching the imperial selection palace, indicating that it is merely fate." The Empress smiled graciously. Though astonished by the maiden's beauty, which could easily make her a suitable wife for Prince Ju, the Empress saw the potential of using this young lady to win over Prince Yan, which would be far more advantageous. As for offending Prince Chu and Consort Da, she cared little. Prince Chu, being coarse and unrefined, had long fallen out of favor with the emperor, and Consort Da's family had already declined in status. The two posed little threat. Furthermore, with Prince Chu maintaining a friendship with Prince Yan, the opportunity to sow discord between them today would yield greater benefits than drawbacks. How generous of the Empress to forget that the 7th prince also seeks a concubine. Concubine Yun chuckled, her smile tinged with a hint of provocation. The Empress replied, coolly, "Su'er is the elder brother. Therefore, Ju'er ought to show deference. The principles of brotherly respect and order among elders and juniors are the traditions of our ancestors and the rightful path of humanity." This remark subtly criticized Prince Qin for competing with the crown prince, an endeavor that was quite frankly misguided. The Empress Dowager was momentarily speechless, unable to counter the remarks made. Emperor Jingxi, seemingly oblivious to the displeasure etched on his favored consort's face, smiled and nodded at Consort Shu, affirming her discernment. This woman is indeed worthy of Su-er. His declaration resonated like the final stroke of a hammer, effectively concluding the debate. The hall fell into a profound silence, with the words exchanged among the emperor and his companions crystal clear to Song Zhaoyue and the others. Upon hearing Emperor Jingxi's decisive pronouncement, Song Zhaoyue felt a weight lift from her heart, realizing her future had been secured. Subsequently, the empress and others posed several inquiries to Huang Lingru, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Shunan, before instructing the palace maidens to withdraw. As Song Zhaoyue exited the hall of body and essence, her steps felt light, as though she were treading upon clouds, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Following the eunuch back to the Shushio Palace to gather her belongings, she clutched a small bundle as she was escorted out of the palace gates. Throughout the journey, Huang Lingru hesitated to speak, her eyes reflecting a tumultuous mix of emotions: envy, jealousy, and a deep-seated resentment. Though they had coexisted within the palace for a month, their interactions had been superficial, and Song Zhaoyue chose to disregard Huang Lingru's unspoken thoughts, feigning ignorance. Her sole desire was to return home swiftly and indulge in a well-deserved rest. The past days in the palace had left her nerves frayed, and she finally relished the prospect of relaxation. The carriage from the Anyang marquis awaited her outside the palace gates. Upon her emergence, Green Pearl promptly stepped forward to assist her into the carriage. "My lady, please have some tea," Green Pearl offered, pouring a cup of warm tea and extending it to her. Having stood under the sun for nearly an hour and feeling the tension of the audience, she was both fatigued and parched. After downing the cup in one go, she sighed contentedly, leaning back against the soft cushion. Green Pearl bent down to massage her legs. "Green Pearl, your skills have certainly improved," Song Zhaoyue praised, a smile gracing her lips. "It seems you've learned quite a bit from the old lady's maid during my month in the palace." My lady, while you exert yourself in the palace, I too must strive to be your steadfast support in the future," Green Pearl replied, a hint of pride in her voice, before she could not restrain her curiosity any longer. "My lady, regarding the selection, of course, I have been chosen as the side consort to Prince Yen." Chapter 13. The bestowed marriage. Pei Mingxu stood quietly within the resplendent hall of governance, sunlight streaming through the window panes, casting a dappled golden glow upon him. With his head slightly bowed and his posture as upright as a pine, he listened intently as Emperor Jingxi extolled the virtues of his successful campaign against the Tatars to the north. His dragon robe shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, further emphasizing its extraordinary splendor. "My father overestimates me." Pei Mingxu gradually raised his head, his eyes filled with admiration. "Were it not for my father's sagacious and valorous guidance, and unwavering support for my northern expedition, how could I have struck such a decisive blow against the Tatars? My ability to vanquish them is a testament to your teachings." His words were imbued with profound respect and gratitude towards Emperor Jingxi. Upon hearing this, a smile of satisfaction graced the emperor's face, filling his heart with warmth. He gestured for Pei Mingxu to step forward, affectionately patting his shoulder. "My dear fifth son, regardless of how one views it, I shall always remember your contributions in this northern campaign. I take great pride in you. Now that the Tatar threat in the northern border has been eliminated, it is time for you to marry and bear children. It is time to expand our family. I am unfilial, causing my father to worry," Pei Mingxu replied softly, his voice tinged with a hint of guilt. "The second daughter of the Marquis of Anyang," Emperor Jingxi jested. "She is indeed a paragon of beauty and talent, worthy of my son. Your aunt has a discerning eye. Be sure to express your gratitude to her." "Yes, father." Pei Mingxu nodded slightly. "I shall obey." However, his voice bore an unnatural timbre, revealing a rare shyness. Witnessing his typically composed son display such discomfort was amusing to Emperor Jingxi, who laughed heartily. Then, fixing his keen gaze upon Pei Mingxu, he declared, "The selection of your legitimate wife is already determined. It is the third daughter of the Duke of Cheng." Remember, my fifth son, your legitimate spouse, is the rightful partner. Do not be swayed by mere beauty and neglect your duties. Pei Mingxu understood that his father was subtly admonishing him, reminding him not to favor concubines over his lawful wife. He nodded. Your teachings are etched in my heart, father. That is well, my fifth son. Remember the words you have spoken today. At the marquis of Anyang's estate, all the masters and mistresses gathered in the elder lady's Fusho courtyard. In the main hall, Zhaoyue recounted the significant events that transpired during her selection in the palace, detailing the noteworthy occurrences and the phoenix hairpin bestowed by the noble consort. The elder lady listened with delight, exclaiming, "Truly, our ancestors have blessed us." Zhaoyue's election as the side consort to the king of Yin is undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the marquis of Anyang. Song Tizho, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Zhaoyue has done remarkably well. I expect the edict of marriage to arrive at each household in the coming days. It is indeed a delightful surprise that she has been chosen as the side consort. The king of Yin wields substantial military power and holds significant influence. With him as an ally, the marquis of Anyang will surely rise in prominence." Song Jiaming and Song Jieshi displayed faces filled with exhilaration, astonished that their second sister had accomplished such a feat after a moment of surprise. Lu Shi considered the advantages this alliance would bring to their family and managed to force a smile. Only Song Mingyan, standing aside, wore a grim expression, her eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. Why did that illegitimate daughter possess such fortuitous luck? Her heart seethed with indignation. Song Zhaoyue observed Lu Shi's congenial demeanor towards her, and a wave of amusement washed over her heart. After so many years, it was the first time she beheld such a gentle and amiable expression upon her stepmother's face. Indeed, the allure of power has captivated hearts since time immemorial. The following day, an angel graced the residence of the Duke of Anyang. The grand entrance of the Duke's manor was wide open, with an incense altar set before the hall. At the forefront stood Song Tizho, his expression solemn, yet unable to conceal his joy. Song Zhaoyue stood behind Lu, positioned to the right rear of the incense altar. With everything prepared, the eunuch called out, "The imperial decree has arrived." The Duke of Anyang, Song Tizho, and his daughter, Song Zhaoyue, received the edict. His voice, sharp and resonant, echoed throughout the hall. Suppressing her excitement, Song Zhaoyue stepped forward and knelt, stating, "This humble daughter respectfully receives the imperial decree." The eunuch's distinctive, high-pitched voice rang out, "By the grace of heaven and the emperor's will, it is decreed. It has come to my knowledge that Song Zhaoyue, the second daughter of the Duke of Anyang, possesses a virtuous character and conducts herself with propriety. I have heard much of your admirable qualities and, therefore, grant you to my fifth son, the Prince of Yin, as a concubine. Thus it is decreed. This humble daughter receives the decree with gratitude." Song Zhaoyue raised her hand high above her head to accept the imperial edict. A multitude of emotions surged within her. She understood that from this moment forth, her destiny would undergo a dramatic transformation. Chapter 14. The anomaly at last. The dust has settled and wishes have been fulfilled. Song Zhaoyue stood in the courtyard, holding the imperial decree, gazing up at the azure sky, her heart brimming with joy akin to the blooming flowers of spring. The heavy stone that had long weighed upon her heart was finally cast aside, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness. She was finally free to leave the residence of the Anyang marquis, departing from this estate that had consumed 17 years of her life. After the angel's departure, Song Tizho, filled with excitement, reverently placed the marriage decree in the ancestral hall. His solemn demeanor resembled that of one proclaiming the resurgence of the marquisate to their ancestors. In the Fusho hall, the matriarch, Song Tizho, and Luke gathered together to discuss the dowry for Song Zhaoyue. The matriarch furrowed her brow, pondering the identity of the future consort of the Prince of Yin. It would not do for Zhaoyue's dowry to surpass that of the principal consort. Song Tizho explained, "Is the third daughter of the Duke of Cheng, the legitimate second daughter of the Duke's heir. The Duke of Cheng holds a significant position at court. This marriage not only offers our house a chance to align with the Prince of Yin, but also requires us to tread carefully with the Duke of Cheng. This union presents both an opportunity and a challenge for our family. Upon hearing this, the matriarch fell into contemplation. After a moment, she spoke slowly in the past. The dowry for the Duke of Cheng's eldest daughter upon her marriage was 128 sets. The third daughter, marrying into the royal family as the principal consort, will undoubtedly require a greater sum. Let us prepare 120 sets as her dowry. Mother, is 120 sets not excessive? Lu interjected, a hint of concern crossing her face. The family's customs dictated that the legitimate daughters receive 120 sets, while the illegitimate ones received only 80. With her 3 children yet to marry, a larger dowry for Zhaoyue would mean less for her own offspring. She could not disregard her children's needs. The matriarch cast a penetrating glance at Lu, causing her to feel a chill. Zhaoyue is marrying into the royal family. Her dowry not only reflects upon the honor of the marquis, but also determines our family's future prospects. To merely adhere to custom and prepare 80 sets would be an affront to the Prince of Yin and the royal family. The matriarch's voice was stern and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Mother, I did not mean to suggest that we prepare only 80 sets, Lu hastily clarified, sensing the matriarch's displeasure. She recognized that her previous comments may have been ill-considered, but her intentions were for the sake of her children. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish, Mother. Should there be any shortfall, I will supplement it from my private treasury. Song, his host stated firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. My lord, Zhaoyue will be his secondary consort, adorned with the royal jade butterfly. Once she bears a child for the Prince of Yin, it is certain that she can secure at least the title of a county prince. Should the principal consort remain childless, the son of a secondary consort may rightfully be named heir. The implications of having a county prince, or even a princely heir, bearing the bloodline of the marquis are beyond measure, he continued. Seeing that both the matriarch and the marquis had spoken, Lu felt unable to persist in her objections. Suppressing her discontent, she rose to pay her respects, saying, I have been short-sighted. I thank my lord for his guidance. I shall ensure that Zhaoyue's dowry is prepared with utmost care. In the study of the Prince of Yin, Wang Sheng bowed his head to report. Your Highness, the imperial decree for marriage has been issued, and the angels have been dispatched to convey the message to various families. The Anyang Marquis house and the Huang minister's residence received the decree smoothly, with both the household and the 2 concubines brimming with joy. However, there was a slight mishap at the Chengguogong residence upon receiving the decree. His tone was tinged with hesitation, uncertain whether to continue his report. Pei Mingxu responded calmly, urging him not to withhold information. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Sheng spoke. According to the intelligence received, the third young lady of the Chengguogong fainted upon hearing the decree, her face pale and unwilling to accept it. The Chengguogong quickly attributed her condition to ill health and subsequently issued a gag order to cover up the incident. Pei Mingxu smiled faintly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. He coldly commanded, instruct the scouts to intensify their investigations and ascertain the reasons behind the third young lady's inappropriate behavior upon receiving the decree. Is she unwilling to marry? The glimmer in Pei Mingxu's gaze hinted at intrigue. Indeed, the spies meticulously trained by the Yanwang residents proved their worth. Returning with the details of the matter that very night, Pei Mingxu surveyed the densely written letter filled with tiny characters, his jaw clenched, and a turbulent undercurrent in his eyes, a cold laughter brewing within. The letter detailed a quarrel between the third young lady and the Chengguogong's heir that evening. The heir had angrily rebuked her, insisting that she must marry, and under his relentless pressure, she reluctantly consented to wed into the Yanwang residence. During the night, it was reported that the third young lady was overheard whispering with her close maid, confirming that she harbored feelings for the crown prince. What a remarkable third young lady. What an audacious Chengguogong residence, to humiliate him in such a manner. Their daughter is unwilling to marry, entangled with someone of her choosing, and with the Chengguogong's esteemed favor, she could have easily approached the emperor beforehand. As the third young lady, being a cousin to the crown prince, entering the Eastern Palace would be a mere formality. Now that the decree has been issued, to display such an attitude is truly repugnant. Pei Mingxu let out a cold laugh and ordered, "Disclose the circumstances of today's decree reception at the Chengguogong residence to the emperor. This grievance shall not go unavenged." Chapter 15. Aftermath within the Hall of Governance. The air seemed to solidify, oppressive and heavy enough to render one nearly breathless. The heir of the Duke of Cheng knelt in trepidation, his body trembling uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down, soaking his ceremonial robe with conspicuous dark stains. Beside him, the Duke of Cheng bent slightly, also bowing in apology, his forehead glistening with perspiration. The Emperor Jingxi's countenance darkened, his eyes brimming with barely contained fury. Upon hearing the inner court official's account of the third young lady of the Cheng family receiving the edict with a heart full of despair, he erupted in wrath. The dignity of the royal family must not be slighted. Su'er was a scion of the dragon and phoenix, celebrated for his military achievements. For a daughter of a subject to be fortunate enough to become his primary consort was indeed a blessing earned through lifetimes of virtue, yet she dared to show disdain. Were it not for the fact that the decree had already been issued, and that the Duke of Cheng was connected to both the Empress and the heir apparent, he would have imposed severe punishment upon the Cheng family as a deterrent. The Emperor's icy gaze fixed upon the heir of the Duke of Cheng, leaving him speechless, as time appeared to stand still in that moment. The heir felt each second stretch painfully, teetering on the brink of collapse in the suffocating silence. At last, just as he was about to falter, the Emperor finally spoke. "The decree has been issued. Your third young lady is now the legitimate consort of Prince Yen. This time, I shall spare you." Pausing, he continued in a grave tone. "From now on, she must serve Prince Yen diligently, without slackening. It is not uncommon for royal consorts to pass away prematurely. Yes, I shall comply, and I will ensure my daughter is well instructed to serve His Highness Prince Yen properly," stammered the heir, his voice trembling like a flickering candle in the wind, as he bowed repeatedly in gratitude. The Duke of Cheng also bent to receive the decree, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I shall ensure my granddaughter is taught with utmost care. I thank your Majesty for your mercy." That wretched girl's antics upon receiving the decree had reached the Emperor's ears, resulting in this reprimand that stripped him of face and dignity as a grandfather. Should that stubborn girl remain obstinate in a few years, the fifth young lady of the household would be of suitable age to serve as a secondary consort to His Highness Prince Yen. Upon returning to their residence with the palace-appointed nurse, the days of the third young lady, Lu Yueying, plunged into turmoil. Each day, she was monitored by the nurse to recite the women's precepts and instructed on how to marry and serve her husband, with the husband as her foremost duty. These rules ensnared her like a noose, suffocating her spirit. With a sharp crack, a teacup was violently hurled to the ground, shards scattering. Why must I learn these things?" Lu Yueying exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. "I am not some unsophisticated village girl. I have seen the world, and I do not need to learn this again." The nurse's expression darkened, a glint of sternness flashing in her eyes. "I am here appointed by His Majesty to teach the third young lady the proper conduct. Is your resistance a sign of discontent with His Majesty's decree?" The severity of her tone pierced Lu Yueying's heart, causing her to flinch. Though a twinge of fear gripped her, she retorted defiantly, "Do not slander me. I have already learned these etiquettes. I performed the actions correctly just now. Yet you insist I repeat them." The maid, Jean Say, sensing the impending conflict, discreetly withdrew, hastening towards the residence of the heir's wife. Before long, the lady of the heir, Lady Bai, hurriedly arrived, accompanied by several maidservants who carried an assortment of exquisite pastries and brocade boxes. Granny Li, suppressing her anger, remarked that it was merely Yuer's lack of understanding that led to her offending Granny Li, urging her not to take it to heart. Lady Bai, with an ingratiating smile, slipped off her jade bracelet and pressed it into Granny Li's hand. "Please, do take a moment to rest in the small flower hall and enjoy some pastries," Lady Bai suggested, gesturing towards the delicacies held by the maidservants. Granny Li discreetly glanced at the offerings, her tone softening slightly. "Madam, you overestimate my role. I am but a servant following orders. If the third young lady refuses to cooperate, I will be unable to fulfill my duties, and that would lead to dire consequences. Do not worry, Granny. I shall ensure that Ewer is properly guided, Lady Bai assured with a smiling face as she escorted the elder out. Once Granny Lee departed, Lady Bai's smile vanished in an instant. She turned to survey the chaotic scene on the floor, letting out a deep sigh. Yue, why must you put yourself through this? Regardless of your reluctance, this imperial decree is an unalterable reality. Lady Bai gazed at her daughter with deep sorrow, her eyes filled with pain and confusion. I will not marry. I would rather die than wed the Prince of Yan. Lu Yueying cried, tears streaming down her face. Just as Lady Bai was about to offer further counsel, she was interrupted by a sharp voice. How could the Duke of Cheng's household have raised such an ungrateful wretch? Lady Zeng, the Duchess of Cheng, stormed in, raising her hand to slap Lu Yueying. The blow caused Lu Yueying to turn her head, 5 distinct finger marks appearing on her fair cheek as tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. Lady Bai, filled with concern, instinctively moved forward but was halted by a piercing glance from Lady Zeng. Who do you think you are? You were born into the Duke of Cheng's family, a legitimate daughter, and thus fortunate enough to catch the eye of royalty. This is a blessing earned over generations. Lady Zeng continued her tirade against Lu Yueying. If you wish to throw your life away, find a clean place to do so without dragging our entire household into your misfortune. Lu Yueying covered her face, remaining silent. Observing her reaction, Lady Zeng softened her tone. The Emperor's decree has been issued. We cannot defy it, for that would lead to the ruin of our family. If you do not think of yourself, at least consider your mother and younger brother. Your mother has only you and your brother. Your little brother, Yungu, is still young. Marrying the Prince of Yin could provide support for your mother and Yungu. Lady Zheng's words were laden with significance. Lu Yueying raised her eyes, filled with tears as she looked towards her mother, only to find Lady Bai with her head bowed, silently wiping her tears. Her father favored his concubine over his wife, showering affection upon Aunt Zhao and her 3 illegitimate children. Aunt Zhao had made it nearly impossible for her mother to stand her ground, and it was only thanks to her brother's merits and grandfather's favor that Aunt Zhao had become somewhat restrained. Yet, her father held disdain for her brother, often reprimanding him. Thinking of this, Lu Yueying felt a profound sadness envelop her. Although she was related to the Prince of Yan, they had seldom met. Each encounter in the palace revealed the prince's aloof and indifferent demeanor, which filled her with aversion. The crown prince, though of noble lineage, possesses a disposition far superior to that of Prince Yan, treating others with a gentle warmth that envelopes her like a spring breeze. Yet, why does her grandfather refuse to grant her wishes? All she desires is to enter the Eastern Palace and serve as a beloved consort to the crown prince. It is evident that he harbors affection for her as well. Why then this torment? As she gazes upon her weeping mother and her grandmother's profound expression, Lu Yueying closes her eyes, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. After a lengthy pause, it seems she has summoned all her strength to speak softly. I will learn. I shall strive to learn. Chapter 16. No longer tolerable, the news of Song Zhaoyue's arranged marriage spread rapidly and soon. The gates of the Anyang marquis' residence were thronged with visitors, friends, and relatives coming to offer their congratulations. Overwhelmed by the incessant tide of guests, Song Zhaoyue found herself exhausted, her heart weighed down by the faces that were either obsequious, curious, or tinged with disdain. Consequently, she chose to retreat to her newly assigned courtyard under the pretext of embroidering her dowry, rarely making appearances to greet visitors. Following the announcement of her marriage, it was inappropriate for her to remain in the matriarch's quarters. Thus, Lu Shi arranged for her a different residence. The new courtyard was significantly more splendid than the previous austere one, lush with flowers and greenery. However, Song Zhaoyue understood that Lu Shi's actions were merely a reflection of her impending status as the side consort of the Prince of Yan, as a shabby abode would tarnish the marquis's reputation on the day of her wedding. As the sun dipped low in the sky and the guests departed, Song Zhaoyue, accompanied by Lu Zhu, went to pay her respects to the matriarch. Clad in a delicate pink dress, she moved gracefully, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, exuding elegance with every step. Lu Zhu closely followed, holding a finely crafted brocade box containing the Buddhist scriptures that Song Zhaoyue had transcribed for the matriarch. Upon reaching the garden and passing a secluded corner, they encountered Lu Guangzong, who staggered towards them, his face flushed and eyes glazed, clearly under the influence of alcohol. Seeing his intoxicated state, Song Zhaoyue frowned, feeling a surge of annoyance. "Cousin, you have arrived," Lu Guangzong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he shamelessly appraised her beauty. He was taken aback by her exquisite appearance, regretting that she was to be wed to the Prince of Yan. Gazing at her enchanting visage, he succumbed to his drunken boldness. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he could not resist reaching out to take her hand. Song Zhaoyue deftly sidestepped, her eyes filled with revulsion as she coldly replied, "Cousin, please conduct yourself with dignity." "Young Master Lu, you have had too much to drink," Lu Zhu interjected, stepping forward to shield Song Zhaoyue behind her. Lu Guangzong was startled by the frosty glares from the two women, suddenly reminded of the formidable reputation of the Prince of Yan, known for his prowess in battle, which sobered him slightly. He awkwardly withdrew his hand and said, "Cousin, I was inebriated. Please do not take offense. Additionally, I acknowledge my previous misstep and offer my apologies." His tone carried a hint of ingratiation. It could not mask his underlying resentment. Song Zhaoyue responded with a cold laugh, her eyes filled with mockery, as if observing a foolish jester. "Cousin, you jest. What is there to apologize for between us?" Seeing her remain unmoved and even daring to speak defiantly ignited Lu Guangzong's anger. She had once been a mere plaything in the hands of his aunt. Had she not been obstinate, she would have long been wed into the Lu family, subject to his whims. Now, having been bestowed to the Prince of Yan, she dared to act haughty. Fueled by rage and alcohol, Lu Guangzong disregarded the prince's reputation and stepped closer, attempting to encircle Song Zhaoyue's waist. "Cousin, why must you keep me at arm's length? You are soon to wed the prince. Before that, let us enjoy some intimate moments together." Song Zhaoyue's eyes flashed with disgust as she forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, "You are being outrageous." Lu Guangzong was staggered by her push, nearly losing his balance. Enraged and humiliated, he spat, "Don't overestimate your worth. This marquis is under the dominion of my aunt. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Lu Guangzong lunged forward, but Song Zhaoyue swiftly retaliated with a fierce kick aimed directly at him. She had no intention of seeking trouble with this scoundrel, yet he had foolishly brought it upon himself. Now, she was resolved to no longer endure or feign compliance. Armed with the imperial decree of marriage and the backing of the Prince of Yan, she wielded her influence like a tiger's might. Who among the household would dare oppose her? Setting aside distant matters, let us consider the immediate context. Ever since the marriage was granted to the Prince of Yan, visitors had flocked to the marquis to offer their congratulations, and the gifts received had rendered the household quite prosperous. It was time for her to assert herself and deliver a lesson to the vile Lu Guangzong. The Lu family would have to bear the consequences. In her heart, Song Zhaoyue repeatedly expressed her gratitude to the Prince of Yan for his power, which liberated her from the shackles of submission, although the prince might harbor hidden ailments. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise, for it promised a peaceful future within the Prince of Yan's residence. Once she entered the estate, she would revere the prince as her forebear, for he would become her provider and protector. She vowed to cherish the Prince of Yan, to labor diligently, and to live out her days in tranquility within his household. Chapter 17. The brutal beating of a scoundrel with a swift kick. Song Zhaoyue sent Lu Guangzong sprawling to the ground, his anguished cry echoing in the air as he struggled to rise. Green Pearl, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with delight, her eyes brimming with admiration and astonishment. "My lady, those peculiar movements you practice have truly paid off," Song Zhaoyue, filled with pride, replied. "If you had only trained with me as I suggested, you could have easily toppled him yourself." The medical conditions in the great Shang dynasty were far inferior to those of modern times, and she valued her life dearly. Hence her dedication to physical training from a young age. Concerned about the possibility of domestic abuse after marriage, she had intensified her strength training. Following the techniques she had learned in her previous life, she practiced diligently in private. Now, against a feeble opponent like Lu Guangzong, who was drained by indulgence, she could easily handle two. "Yes, my lady, I shall train alongside you from now on. Green Pearl nodded emphatically. Go to the Fusho courtyard and summon help. Song Zhaoyue instructed, striding forward and delivering another heavy kick to Lu Guangzong, who was attempting to rise once more. You wretched scoundrel. Lu Guangzong's words were cut short, as another kick sent blood spilling from his mouth. With a pained cry, he gasped. You. Song Zhaoyue continued her assault. And soon, his face was swollen, leaving him utterly subdued and silent. Looking down at Lu Guangzong, who resembled a dying dog, Song Zhaoyue felt a cold smirk rise within her. She had not previously dared to retaliate against Lu's family, fearing their influence. Today, however, she would settle the score with both Lu Guangzong and the Lu clan. Although this brutal beating was not in line with the conduct expected of a noble woman in the Great Qing dynasty, she was justified in her actions, especially within the confines of the marquis' residence. Her grandmother and father would surely support her, for they had aspirations of her marrying into the Yin Wang's household, where she could sway matters in their favor. When Green Pearl arrived with Granny Qian and others from the Fusho courtyard, they beheld their lady standing gracefully in the evening sun, radiating beauty akin to that of a celestial being, though the writhing and moaning figure beneath her feet was somewhat disturbing. Second miss you. Granny Qian regarded the scene with disbelief, unable to comprehend her own eyes. The usually gentle and somewhat timid second miss had dared to violently assault her aunt's nephew. Granny, you have arrived, Song Zhaoyue greeted with a soft smile, elegantly withdrawing her foot from Lu Guangzong's back, her demeanor poised. To any onlooker unaware of the circumstances, it might have appeared as though she were merely enjoying a stroll in the garden, rather than delivering a near-fatal beating. What on earth happened here? Granny Qian furrowed her brow, concerned that the lady would not let the matter rest easily. Granny, you witnessed it all. My cousin from the Lu family attempted to take advantage of me under the influence of alcohol. I had no choice but to defend myself. Unfortunately, it seems I lost control, Song Zhaoyue said, displaying a hint of remorse. Her expression conveyed helplessness and grievance, evoking sympathy from those present. Lu Guangzong, still reeling from the blows, felt dizzy and in pain, trembling all over. After being aided to his feet by a servant, it took him a moment to regain his composure, and he glared at Song Zhaoyue with venomous intent, stammering, I will not let this go unpunished. Song Zhaoyue's expression darkened as she turned to Granny Qian and stated, Granny, you have seen everything. Once again, they assisted Cousin Lu to the old lady's courtyard. Seeking her judgment, Lu Guangzong's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, What judgment? You vile creature, you have struck me so, and I shall ensure that my aunt punishes you accordingly. The cousin advised him to speak with decorum, avoiding foul language. Song Zhaoyue replied coolly, Are the etiquettes and customs of the Lu household mere facades? Did my mother not often remark that the Lu family is a distinguished lineage? Mama Qian, apprehensive, refrained from interjecting and hastily summoned someone to take Lu Guangzong to the old lady. Song Zhaoyue, accompanied by Green Pearl, followed suit, her demeanor unfazed. In the Fusho courtyard, the old lady was sipping tea in the main hall when she noticed Song Zhaoyue and her entourage approaching. She chose to disregard the pitiful sight of Lu Guangzong and greeted Song Zhaoyue with a smile. Ah, your heir has arrived. Come, taste this newly arrived silver needle tea. Song Zhaoyue settled beside the old lady, accepting the teacup and taking a delicate sip. Delicioso, she remarked. That is splendid. I shall prepare a can for you to take home later. With a warm smile, Song Zhaoyue expressed her gratitude. Thank you, grandmother, for your kindness toward Zhaoyue. I shall dutifully honor you henceforth. The two shared a joyful glance. Meanwhile, Lu Guangzong, supported to a chair at the entrance, was about to voice his thoughts when a mere glance from the old lady silenced him immediately. He had often overheard discussions between his grandmother and mother regarding the formidable old lady of the Anyang Marquis, and from a young age, he had learned to tread carefully in her presence. Lu Gongzi, it would be wise to hold your tongue until your aunt and the others arrive. It is not too late, the old lady remarked cheerfully, yet her tone brooked no dissent. Song Zhaoyue, cradling her teacup, continued to enjoy her tea with a light-hearted demeanor. Green Pearl admired her mistress's composure, noting that despite having reduced her aunt's son to such a state, there was no fear of retribution from her lady. However, She soon recalled that the young lady had been betrothed to the Prince of Yin, rendering any potential threats from her lady ineffectual. With this thought, Green Pearl fully relaxed, content to await the arrival of the marquis and her mistress. Chapter 18. The wretched scoundrel. Before long, Lu and Song Tizho entered the Fusho courtyard, one after the other. Upon entering the main hall, Lu was met with the sight of her nephew, his face bruised and battered, slumped pitiably in a chair. Fury surged within her. "Songye, what has happened? Who has done this to you?" Lu exclaimed, rushing to his side with concern. As the sole descendant of her maternal family, her brother's only child was cherished like a precious gem by her sister-in-law, and now he lay in such a state. Seeing his savior arrive, Lu Guangzong immediately began to wail, "Aunt, it was Song Zhaoyue. She did this to me. You must seek justice for me." Lu's attention snapped to Song Zhaoyue, her eyes blazing with fury, momentarily disregarding the young woman's status as a prospective concubine and the advantages she might bring to the marquis. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, she was interrupted by the calm, yet piercing voice of the matriarch. "I am not yet deceased. Since when has it become your place to dominate the conversation? You enter without greeting. Is this how the Lu family has been taught to behave?" The matriarch's tone was tranquil but laced with sharpness, silencing Lu and quelling her indignation. Recalling the matriarch's formidable nature, Lu suppressed her anger and turned to respectfully greet her. Inquiring, "Mother, what on earth transpired?" The matriarch gestured towards Lu Guangzong and coldly remarked, "You ought to ask your dear nephew what mischief he is engaged in." Lu's gaze shifted to her nephew, whose eyes betrayed a flicker of guilt, causing her heart to sink. Hesitating to speak, she remained silent, observing her reluctance. The matriarch succinctly recounted the events, concluding with a scornful remark, "Your nephew is fortunate that his indulgence in wine and vice has left him in this state, preventing a far greater disaster." Lu's expression stiffened, yet she stubbornly retorted, "This is merely Zhaoyue's account. How can a young lady like her strike her own cousin in such a manner? Should this news spread, what will become of her reputation?" Song Tizho, having been a silent observer, seized the moment as Lu redirected the conversation towards Song Zhaoyue's reputation. "Zhaoyue, you explain this matter. What truly happened?" With reddened eyes and a tone of grievance, Song Zhaoyue replied, "Father, I am wronged. I am on the verge of marrying into the Yin Wangfu. How could I jeopardize my honor? Clearly, it was my cousin who, under the influence of alcohol, harassed me. I was left with no choice but to defend myself." Upon hearing this, Lu quickly found grounds for rebuttal, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. This is clearly your side of the story. Who is to say you did not seduce Guangzong and then turn against him?" With a sorrowful smile, tears trickled down Song Zhaoyue's cheeks, rendering her even more pitiable. "Mother, how can you say such a thing? I am about to marry the esteemed Yin Wang. How could I possibly have an interest in my cousin from the Lu family? I understand you cherish him for his appearance, but one cannot be blind to the truth. How can he be compared to the Yin Wang? If this matter reaches the ears of His Highness, what will he think? How could I ever enter the Yin Wangfu then? Those with eyes and common sense would know that Lu Guangzong is unworthy even to carry the Yin Wang's shoes." She eagerly awaited to see how Lu would continue to defend her position. Song Zhaoyue held a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, concealing the corners of her mouth that threatened to rise in defiance. Yu Lu was rendered speechless. She could hardly accuse Song Zhaoyue of seeking revenge through her own virtue, a retaliation for the pressure she had once exerted to force her into marriage with Zonger. Song Tizho's expression shifted dramatically as he contemplated how today's events might hinder Song Zhaoyue's prospects of marrying into the Yin Wangfu, igniting a fierce anger within him. He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Enough! Lu, look at your wretched nephew. How dare he disrespect you? Where? Someone, seize this scoundrel and confine him. Also, send for the elder of the Lu family at once." The Lu family had long depended on the Ho family for their livelihood, and Song had facilitated Lu Guangzong's minor official position. Today, even if he were to administer a sound beating to this wayward scion, the Lu family would not dare to protest. Merely imprisoning Lu Guangzong was already a concession to Lu and her family. Seeing this, Lu hastily interceded, "My lord, Guangzong was simply momentarily misguided. Please grant him mercy this once. Song Zhaoyue observed this scene with a cold glint in her eyes. She then remarked, Mother, have you forgotten? You once arranged for my cousin to propose, specifically instructing him to corner me in the rear garden, where he coerced me into exchanging tokens. Is this not a memory you have chosen to overlook? Chapter 19. The punishment of two. As soon as Song Zhaoyue's words fell, Lu's expression darkened considerably. She had certainly not forgotten the matter, but she was taken aback that Song Zhaoyue would bring it up in front of the matriarch and others. The matriarch and Song Tishu's faces clouded with anger upon hearing it. They were aware that Lu had attempted to coerce Zhaoyue into marrying into the Lu family, but they were astonished to learn that she had resorted to such despicable means that tarnished the reputation of the marquis' household. If this were to get out, the reputation of the marquis' residence would surely be at stake. Wiping her tears, Song Zhaoyue continued, Cousin Lu, he must harbor resentment for my initial rejection, which is why he intentionally— Enough. Song Tizhou interrupted her, casting an even colder gaze at Lu Guangzong. Although Song Zhaoyue did not explicitly state it, everyone present understood her implication. Lu Guangzong was deliberately retaliating, aiming to ruin her reputation and obstruct her marriage to the Prince of Yan. The matriarch's grip on her prayer beads tightened, the sound of the beads clashing resonating sharply in the silent hall. Her countenance darkened further, and her gaze towards Lu Guangzong held a hint of murderous intent. This foolish nephew of Lu S was truly a scourge. Did he not consider that if this news reached the ears of the Prince of Yan or the Emperor, the royal family would lay blame, and both the marquis' household and the Lu family would be doomed? The more Song Tizhou contemplated, the angrier he became. He suddenly kicked Lu Guangzong in the chest, bellowing, Wretched child! Whoever dares to obstruct Zhiyue's marriage into the Prince of Yan's residence shall be my enemy, as well as an adversary of the Marquis of Anyang. Lu Guangzong cried out in pain, scrambling to hide behind Lu. Lu, distressed, shielded her nephew and pleaded, My lord, Guangzong was merely confused for a moment. Please forgive him. Song Zhaoyue coldly observed the scene, feeling no sympathy. She turned to Song Tizhou and stated firmly, Father, this matter concerns my reputation and the future of the marquis' household. I implore you to take a stand for your daughter. Otherwise, the resentment in my heart shall never dissipate. You, Lu, seeing Song Zhaoyue take advantage of the situation, trembled with rage, pointing at her, but unable to articulate a response. The matriarch set down her teacup and declared, Very well. Let it be as Yue wishes. Let the punishment be as it should be. Furthermore, everyone must keep their mouth sealed. Should anyone dare to reveal even a word, they shall face severe consequences. Yes, mother, Song Tizhou replied. He pulled Lu Guangzong from behind Lu and kicked him to the ground, shouting, Bring this beast away. He shall be punished with 20 strokes. Lu was restrained by Aunt Qian's people, forced to watch helplessly as Lu Guangzong was dragged away, wailing in agony. Soon, the courtyard echoed with the sound of the boards striking and the cries of torment. Listening to the cacophony of anguished screams, a smile crept onto Song Zhaoyue's lips as she glanced at Song Tizhou, remaining silent. After observing the resolute expression on Song Zhaoyue's face and exchanging a glance with the matriarch, who nodded in agreement, Song Tizhou closed his eyes and said solemnly, Bring the lady down as well. She shall be confined for a month and shall kneel in prayer for 2 hours daily to reflect upon her actions. Lu was infuriated with this confinement. How could she maintain her standing in the marquis' household henceforth? She spat with disdain, My lord, you are forcing. Before she could finish, Song Tizhou commanded the maid and servant to half support, half drag her away. Song Tizhou glanced at Song Zhaoyue, his expression darkening slightly. Song Zhaoyue, however, offered a faint smile and respectfully thanked her father for advocating on her behalf. Observing her expression of gratitude, Song Tizhou sighed inwardly. Yet, gazing upon her exquisite beauty and contemplating the imperial decree of marriage, he refrained from saying more. After all, he hoped she would, once in the Wangfu, speak favorably of the Ho residence before Prince Yan. At present, it was crucial to soothe her, ensuring she remained loyal to the family. Yue, if you encounter any grievances in the future, please speak to your father or your grandmother. We shall never allow you to be wronged. Song Tizho said with a paternal smile. Song Zhaoyue nodded appreciatively, her face alight with emotion, expressing her gratitude to both her father and grandmother. Grandmother, this is the Buddhist scripture I have transcribed for you. With that, she presented the scripture from the embroidered box in her hand to the elderly matriarch. The grandmother eagerly opened it, noticing that the characters were considerably larger than before, and nodded in satisfaction. Yue has put in great thought. Her eyesight had diminished with age, making standard-sized writing somewhat blurry. This scripture, with its enlarged characters, was perfectly legible for her. I am delighted that you like it, Song Zhaoyue said with a charming smile. Then she turned to Song Tizho, saying, Father, I have also crafted a pouch for you, which I shall present later. Excellent, Song Tizho replied, somewhat surprised that Zhaoyue had taken the time to embroider a pouch for him. It seemed that while she harbored some resentment, it was directed solely at Lu Shi. Regarding her father and grandmother, she still held affection. As long as he could continue to comfort her, she would surely remember the Ho residence fondly in the future. In that moment, the main hall echoed with paternal love and filial piety, the three of them basking in harmonious joy. Chapter 20. Merely interest, miss, please slow down. Green Pearl followed closely behind Song Zhaoyue, cradling two heavy brocade boxes, matching her pace. Very well. Let us proceed with caution so as not to damage the gifts bestowed by the matriarch, Song Zhaoyue replied with a smile, casting a glance at her. The two of them beamed at the sight of the luxurious boxes. The matriarch had just presented two exquisite headpieces as a token of comfort for the fright Song Zhaoyue endured earlier that day. This gift truly resonated with her. Being a woman of worldly desires, she delighted in such jewelry. The young marquis had a legacy of treasures accumulated over generations, and the matriarch possessed many fine items. Besides, one should seize benefits when they arise. By accepting these gifts, she could ease the worries of both the matriarch and her father. Upon returning to her residence in Qingxiu Courtyard, Song Zhaoyue eagerly opened the brocade boxes, revealing two meticulously arranged sets of headpieces. One set was crafted from red gold intertwined with rubies, radiating brilliance and opulence. The other set was sculpted from sheep fat white jade, clear and translucent, exuding a gentle luster. My goodness, how much silver must these be worth? Exclaimed Green Pearl, her eyes widened in astonishment. Song Zhaoyue lifted the ruby-adorned headpiece and admired it in the bronze mirror, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Today has indeed been fortuitous for me. Not only have I vented my frustrations, but I have also gained a small fortune. Congratulations, miss, Green Pearl replied, equally jubilant. As night fell, after serving Song Zhaoyue, Green Pearl lay down on the consort couch to keep watch over her. Miss, are you asleep? Green Pearl turned over and asked softly. Not yet, what is it? Song Zhaoyue responded lazily, her eyes still closed. I simply feel that today has been immensely satisfying. Green Pearl exclaimed excitedly. The matriarch and the marquis finally stood up for you, giving a thorough reprimand to the young master of the Liu family and banning the ladies' movements. It is truly heartening. Hearing this, Song Zhaoyue's lips curled into a cold smile. The matriarch and the marquis do not act out of concern for me. They are merely apprehensive about my prospects of marrying into the Yan Wangfu, fearing the decline of the marquisite's future. Green Pearl paused, then suddenly enlightened. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? You are indeed wise, miss. Therefore, rather than praising the matriarch and the marquis, it would be more fitting to commend His Highness the Yan Wang, Song Zhaoyue remarked lightly. If not for His Highness's influence, the matriarch and the marquis would hardly concern themselves with my fate. Indeed, Green Pearl scratched her head, realizing the truth in Song Zhaoyue's words. Nonetheless, this commotion today has certainly been cathartic, Song Zhaoyue said with a cold smile. A month of confinement, kneeling and copying scriptures for 2 hours daily. Sufficient punishment for the lady. She deserves it. After all, she has persistently bullied you and withheld provisions from our courtyard. Green Pearl retorted indignantly. Every winter, the lady would skimp on the charcoal for our courtyard, leaving me shivering in the cold. There was a time I caught a chill so severe I nearly succumbed. Green Pearl recalled bitterly, her heart filled with resentment. All right. Do not be upset. The past is behind us. and we shall thrive in the future. Song Zhaoyue comforted her. Yes, miss, our days will only get better. As for Lu Guangzong, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Song Zhaoyue's eyes. Today serves merely as a minor reprimand, but in the future, I shall ensure he pays a far more painful price. Rest assured, my lady, I shall diligently follow you and assist in vanquishing any wrongdoers. Green Pearl declared earnestly, her fists clenched. Song Zhaoyue could not help but laugh, responding, you? Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain. I fear you might end up being the one who is beaten. My lady, Green Pearl pouted, her frustration evident as she struck the bed in annoyance. Song Zhaoyue shook her head with a smile, silently expressing her gratitude to the Prince of Yin. The influence of the Prince of Yin truly proves advantageous. Through his power, I have settled the grievances with the Lu family today. The sentences of house arrest and kneeling to transcribe scriptures will certainly serve as a sufficient punishment for the Lu family. By the time they emerge, they will likely lack the energy to stir up further trouble. Henceforth, I wish to expend no more effort on someone like Lu. As long as I remain the Prince of Yan's concubine, Lu must comply. Should she dare to provoke me again, I shall show no mercy. As for the expectations of the old matriarch and my father regarding my elevation of the marquis household, I am unable to assist. If the Prince of Yin wishes to utilize my father or my two brothers, I shall not impede him. However, it is utterly impossible for me to speak a kind word on their behalf. For these years, the Lu family has tormented and humiliated me, and they have merely stood by, watching. Moreover, even if I do nothing upon entering the manor, simply marrying into the Prince of Yan's household establishes a connection for the Anyang marquis household and the Prince of Yin, thus fulfilling my obligation to the marquis family. In the study of the Prince of Yin, candlelight flickered, casting shadows over a table filled with official documents. Pei Mingxu, dressed in dark attire, sat at the desk, his long fingers meticulously perusing the papers before him, his expression one of deep concentration. My lord, news from the Anyang marquis household has arrived. Wang Sheng entered the study briskly, presenting a letter to Pei Mingxu. Without looking up, Pei Mingxu inquired casually, "Oh, is the second young lady behaving as usual today?" Wang Sheng's expression grew peculiar, hesitating to respond. Only then did Pei Mingxu set aside the military treatise, raising his gaze to Wang Sheng, his brows slightly arched. "What is it? Has something occurred?" Wang Sheng stammered, reluctant to speak plainly. "Speak." Pei Mingxu's tone turned grave. "Yes, my lord." Wang Sheng conceded reluctantly, bracing himself to say, "You'd best read it for yourself." Pei Mingxu took the letter, unfolding it for a closer examination. The letter was densely filled with fine script, detailing the events that transpired today at the Anyang marquis household. Chapter 21. Song Mingyan. Pei Mingxu swiftly perused the letter, a playful smile gracing his handsome visage. This second daughter of the Anyang marquis estate, my esteemed concubine, is indeed a remarkable individual. Pei Mingxu set the letter aside, a hint of intrigue in his tone. Wang Sheng could not help but remark, indeed. During the incident at Wanshou Temple, I too encountered Her Highness the concubine, resembling a celestial being. Who would have known? He paused, recalling the letter's mention of Song Zhaoyue kicking Lu Guangzong, and shivered involuntarily. If this young lady were to enter the estate, would she recklessly raise her foot against the prince? However, the prince's skills far surpassed those of Lu Guangzong, a mere good-for-nothing. He should not be easily toppled. Yet, once engaged, she might not hold back. Wang Sheng cautiously added. Pei Mingxu chuckled softly, placing the teacup down after taking a gentle sip. It seems she has been compelled by circumstances. Evidently, my concubine has not enjoyed favorable days at the Anyang marquis estate. Pei Mingxu set the teacup aside, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Your Highness, do you think the Anyang marquis household has lost their senses, daring to send Lu Guangzong to the rear courtyard to confront the concubine? Lu Guangzong is known for bullying the weak and has harmed numerous girls, all of which the Anyang household has intervened to resolve. Do they not understand his nature? Wang Sheng queried, perplexed. Pei Mingxu scoffed coldly. Some individuals are growing impatient with life, disregarding both me and the concubine. Since Song Tizho wishes to leverage my influence to elevate the Anyang household, You must treat my concubine with respect. Out of consideration for her, I shall spare the Anyang household this time, but they shall be warned. Then shall we? Wang Sheng tentatively inquired. Did not the Lu family retrieve Lu Guangzong to nurse his injuries? Pei Mingxu's eyes glinted with coldness. Send someone to take action. Sever Lu Guangzong's wicked roots and right hand, and extract his tongue to prevent him from uttering bothersome words. Understood. The following day, when the news of Lu Guangzong's severed hand and tongue reached the Anyang marquis' estate, the old matriarch abruptly halted her manipulation of the Buddhist beads, her eyelids fluttering. Yet she remained silent. Madam, do you believe it was truly the family of that girl, who was harmed by Lu Guangzong, that committed this act? Mama Qian's complexion turned pale. If not them, then who else? The matriarch replied coolly, resuming her rhythmic manipulation of the beads, which emitted a faint sound of friction. That debauched scion of the Lu family has committed numerous heinous acts over the years. How peculiar that he would be punished just yesterday. Moreover, even if it were indeed the girl's family seeking vengeance, how could they infiltrate Lu's estate unnoticed and escape unscathed? By the time the officials arrived to apprehend them, that family had long vacated. They were utterly untraceable. Since the Yin Wangfu has attributed the perpetration to that family, it must be them. This is before even entering the estate, and the Yin Wang is already defending them. Henceforth, I must ensure Zhaoyue remains vigilant. With this thought, the matriarch recalled her confined granddaughter, Yinner, and felt a pang of headache. The previous day, upon learning of the Lu family's confinement, Yinner had insisted on seeking retribution from Zhaoyue, leading to her being confined in the Jinshu courtyard. It seems I must firmly admonish her, lest upon her return, she provokes Zhaoyue once again, for when the Prince of Yin lays the blame upon us, we shall find ourselves unable to bear the consequences. The elderly matriarch rubbed her brow and sighed deeply. Go. Accompany me to the brocade courtyard. Inside the main hall of the brocade courtyard, the atmosphere was stifling. The matriarch dismissed everyone, leaving only Song Mingyan. Kneel, she commanded coldly. Startled, Song Mingyan trembled all over. Her legs weakened, and with a thud, she fell to the ground. Do you understand your crime? The matriarch's piercing gaze bore down upon Song Mingyan, as if she sought to penetrate her very soul. Shrinking back, Song Mingyan lowered her head, too frightened to speak, her shoulders quivering slightly, clearly terrified. At that moment, she could not remember to plead for her mother. All she could think of was what had incited her grandmother's wrath. In the household, the person she feared most was not her father, but rather her usually benevolent grandmother. In her childhood, due to her mischief, she had been confined by her grandmother for an extended period. Those days, under the strict supervision of her grandmother and the nanny, had been devoid of light, and from that point on, she dared not act out in her grandmother's presence again. Lu Guangzong has been dismembered, his tongue severed. Do you comprehend this? The matriarch's voice, though light, resonated like thunder in Song Mingyan's ears. Her complexion turned ashen, her body quaking more violently, her teeth chattering, and for a long while, she could not utter a word. Now tell me, what transpired yesterday when Lu Guangzong drunkenly intruded into the rear garden? The matriarch's sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of Song Mingyan's heart. I do not know. Her voice was barely a whisper, her eyes flickering, unable to meet the matriarch's piercing stare. Do not know? The matriarch scoffed coldly. Whether you know or not, let me inform you. Zhaoyue is already firmly established as the Prince of Yan's concubine, and you are aware of Lu Guangzong's fate. I have already ordered the news of yesterday's incident to be suppressed. Zhaoyue is unaware of how Lu Guangzong arrived in the rear garden. The matriarch's tone softened slightly, but carried a note of warning. This time, I have spared you, Mingyan. Conduct yourself wisely. From now on, show Zhaoyue the respect she deserves. Remember, to offend Zhaoyue is to offend the Prince of Yan. Should you provoke further trouble, no one will be able to protect you. For this month, remain within the confines of the courtyard, and copy 2 volumes of scriptures daily to cultivate your character. Fear and anger surged within Song Mingyan, yet she dared not voice her thoughts, merely nodding through her tears in agreement. The matriarch observed Song Mingyan's countenance and sighed internally before departing the brocade courtyard. Alone in the room, Song Mingyan collapsed onto the floor, her hands clenched tightly, the nails digging into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Through gritted teeth, she growled, "Zhaoyue, I will not allow you to have it easy." Chapter 22. The Favor of the Prince of Yin. Young lady. The matriarch has imposed a month-long house arrest on the eldest girl, requiring her to transcribe 2 volumes of scriptures each day. As Green Pearl spoke, she deftly embroidered a handkerchief in her hands. Song Zhaoyue set down her teacup, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her lips. The matriarch is quite swift in her actions. I had anticipated her uproar, intending to leverage the influence of the Prince of Yin to compel her to properly discipline the girl. Alas, it seems that will not come to pass. She shook her head, a hint of regret evident in her demeanor. It dawned on her that she was not a virtuous person, but rather a petty individual, eager to trample upon those who had wronged her once she attained power. As the saying goes, one either erupts in silence or transforms in silence. After enduring nearly 17 years of suppression, it was a miracle her spirit had not become twisted. Yet, on the other hand, there was a certain exhilaration in embracing the role of the villain. In her previous life, a popular saying echoed online, rather than exhausting oneself internally, it was better to unleash madness upon others. The events of yesterday had nearly alleviated the frustrations accumulated over the years. Although Song Mingyan was absent, she felt refreshingly liberated. After all, given Song Mingyan's intellect, there would be ample opportunities to teach her a lesson in the future. To rid oneself of all negative emotions is essential for a positive and vibrant entry into the Prince of Yan's residence, where one must strive for advancement. Naturally, aspirations for promotion were futile. The primary consort hailed from a prestigious family, being both a top noble and a cousin of the Prince of Yin. It would be akin to an old man hanging himself to covet her position. By the way, young lady, there's something else. Green Pearl seemed to recall something suddenly, her expression shifting. I overheard the kitchen staff mention that the young master of the Liu family has been. What has happened to him? Song Zhaoyue pressed, noticing Green Pearl's hesitation. He has had his hands and feet severed, his tongue cut out, and it is rumored he has been rendered a eunuch. Now, the capital is abuzz with tales of the young master of the Liu family being a eunuch. Ha! Song Zhaoyue erupted into laughter. What a splendid deed done by that valiant soul. Young lady, are you not afraid? The thought of severed limbs and a cut tongue is truly horrifying. Green Pearl shivered involuntarily. What is there to fear? This is justice served on behalf of heaven, a righteous act. Song Zhaoyue replied, smiling. She had already contemplated further punishing Liu Guangzong, the scoundrel, having learned that he had harmed numerous young women, and even when victims sought justice, his father had intervened to silence them. The wheel of karma had finally turned, bringing retribution to this wretch. That evening, upon returning home, Song Tisho discussed Liu Guangzong's case with the matriarch, who subsequently sent an abundance of fine gifts to Song Zhaoyue. She graciously accepted them, admiring the exquisite and opulent adornments in her hands, her heart once again filled with gratitude towards the Prince of Yin. The influence of the Prince of Yin was indeed advantageous. Henceforth, she would ensure that she supported him as if he were superior in her past life. 2 days later, upon returning from the academy, Song Jiaming and Song Jieshi learned that their mother and sister had been placed under house arrest by their father. They refrained from further discussion, instead bringing gifts to Qingqiu courtyard. Second sister, this is a gift from elder brother, Song Jiaming said, handing a food box to Green Pearl. It contains osmanthus cake from the Zhuoye, Xianlu, your favorite. Thank you, elder brother, Song Zhaoyue replied with a smile, though her heart remained unaffected. The one who truly adored the osmanthus cake from Zhuoye, Xianlu, was Song Mingyan, not her. Song Jieshi presented a delicate box, saying, Second sister, this is a hairpin I purchased for you. Please wear it. His thoughtfulness was evident. Song Zhaoyue opened the box to reveal a pair of exquisitely crafted gold hairpins embedded with rubies, instantly recognizable as valuable treasures. Second sister, if there is anything you wish to eat or enjoy, do not hesitate to mention it. We shall procure it for you, Song Jiaming remarked with a smile. A cold smirk formed within Song Zhaoyue's heart, though her face displayed sincere gratitude as she replied, Thank you, elder brother, second brother. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Song Jiaming and Song Jieshi took their leave. Miss, the sun has risen in the west. It is remarkable that the eldest and second young masters have brought you gifts. This hairpin is truly beautiful. Though it is but one, it rivals the set bestowed by the matriarch last time, Lu Zhu remarked, unable to suppress a laugh after they departed. It seems the banner of Lord Yan is indeed quite effective. Song Zhaoyue smiled lightly, handing the hairpin to Lu Zhu. You should keep this and wear it when we arrive at the Yan Wang residence. Miss this. Lu Zhu hesitated. Take it though, for now. Do not wear it, lest they become infuriated. Song Zhaoyue chuckled. For now, I must appease those in the household to extract a more substantial dowry. Once I have successfully entered the Yan Wang residence, their feelings will be of no concern. Your words hold truth, Lu Zhu replied, a glint of cunning in her eyes as she accepted the hairpin. The two exchanged knowing smiles, filling the room with an atmosphere of joy. The following day, the Astronomical Bureau sent word to the Inyang Marquis residence, declaring an auspicious day for the wedding of the Yan Wang and Song Zhaoyue, set for a month hence. Chapter 23. The prince's grand welcome time is of the essence, as the royal wedding is fraught with complexities, demanding absolute precision. The matriarch of the Liu family, long confined and distanced from affairs, must now personally oversee the arrangements. With her firm guidance, the household bustles with activity, while the three members of the Song family occasionally procure exquisite and precious ornaments to enrich the dowry. Aside from the confined Liu family and Song Mingyan, only Song Zhaoyue finds herself with leisure. Having expressed her emotions, she embarks on a tranquil period of anticipation for her marriage. Each day, she engages in feminine crafts and learns the ceremonial rites from the matrons dispatched from the palace. By night, these matrons assist her in nurturing her complexion, and her days pass in delightful ease. Under the careful attention of the matrons, a month swiftly elapses. Song Zhaoyue's already fair skin becomes even more delicate, as if one could extract water from it. Her complexion glows with vitality, her cheeks adorned with a subtle blush resembling blossoming peach flowers, captivating all who gaze upon her. Regrettably, seated before her vanity, she is too preoccupied to admire her beauty reflected in the mirror, her heart racing with the thought that tomorrow marks the auspicious wedding day. A twinge of anxiety stirs within her, yet the memory of the hurriedly delivered booklet from the matriarch brings a smile to her lips. This is hardly necessary. However, she cannot help but find the spring palace booklet of the Shang dynasty quite abstract and lacking in aesthetic appeal. In her previous life, she had dabbled in painting, and in this life, she had learned meticulous brushwork under a female instructor hired by the household. Had it not been for the scandalous nature depicting spring scenes, she would have surely offered a small, stunning revelation to the world of the information explosion era. Carelessly tucking the booklet beneath her pillow, Song Zhaoyue nestled into her brocade quilt and soon drifted into a slumber. At the break of dawn, Song Zhaoyue was gently extracted from her warm cocoon by Green Pearl and the matrons, still groggy as they guided her to the bathing chamber. Seated at her vanity, the palace matron expertly prepared her skin, followed by arranging her hair into an elegant style. Observing the exquisite beauty before her, flawless and radiant as if carved from jade, the matron could not help but exclaim, "Your Highness possesses a beauty that is truly rare in this world. Any powder would tarnish such perfection." Thus, she applied only the faintest layer of fragrant balm, lightly brushed the eyebrows, and dabbed a touch of lip color. In the copper mirror, the young woman appeared as if she emerged from the water lily, unadorned yet breathtaking, her skin luminous and her spirit captivating. With the assistance of those around her, Song Zhaoyue donned the resplendent wedding attire meant for a princess consort. The rich crimson gown, intricate and exquisite, shimmered under the candlelight with golden phoenix embroidery that was nothing short of magnificent. This splendid attire enveloped her like a vibrant cloud. As daylight broke, she hastily consumed a few morsels of pastries brought by Green Pearl to stave off hunger before being urged to wear the jeweled phoenix crown, followed by being seated on the bridal couch, awaiting the arrival of the wedding procession. Sitting gracefully on the noble couch, Song Zhaoyue gazed around at the familiar decor of the room. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window, casting dappled patterns upon her porcelain-like visage. As she turned her head gently, the tassels of her crown brushed against her cheek. 17 springs and autumns have flowed by within this and young marquis residence, carrying with them bittersweet memories of her youth. However, as the day of departure from this small courtyard approached, Zhaoyue found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Having grown up here, she had long anticipated the day she would marry and leave the marquis' residence. Yet, now that the moment had truly arrived, her heart was a tumult of feelings. Today, as she stepped out of the Anyang marquis' estate, the control of her fate would no longer rest in the hands of Lu Shi, her father, or her grandmother. She held no expectations that the Anyang marquis' house would aid her in establishing her position in the Yanwang's residence. The path ahead was one that she must forge for herself, being the first to enter the palace. She was determined to seize the opportunity and strive diligently to create a fulfilling life for herself. Grasping her hand fanned tightly, she sought to dispel her unease and encouraged herself silently. Time seemed to pass in a blur, until the sound of firecrackers echoed outside, signaling the arrival of the wedding procession. For the marriage of a concubine, a prince could either come to escort the bride or wait at the royal residence to receive her with the ceremonial officials. Typically, the main wife would not be welcomed personally until she had entered. To preserve her dignity, princes would wait within the estate rather than come to fetch the bride. "My lady, it is the Yin Wang himself who has come to escort the bride," exclaimed Zhu, rushing into the room, her tone brimming with excitement. Upon hearing the firecrackers, she had dashed out to inquire and hurried back with the news of the Yin Wang's personal arrival. Upon hearing this, much of Zhaoyue's trepidation about entering the Yin Wang's residence dissipated. The fact that the Yin Wang had personally come to welcome her suggested at least a degree of satisfaction on his part. Moreover, with such a personal reception, she would not be underestimated at the Yin Wang's palace, allowing her to establish herself there swiftly. The memory of the tall and handsome youth she had glimpsed outside Yongfu Palace brought a smile to her face. The Yin Wang was indeed striking, and he seemed to possess a commendable character. Before long, a palace servant arrived to announce that the auspicious hour had come. As the red bridal veil descended, Zhaoyue's view was confined to a small area. Supported by the matron and Zhu, she made her way outside. Upon reaching the main entrance of the Anyang marquis' estate, Pei Mingxu dismounted and was promptly escorted by Song Jiaming to the front hall. As a noble of high birth and a powerful prince, the marquis' family dared not obstruct his path. In the main hall, when the matriarch and Song Tizho saw the Yin Wang, they all bowed in greeting, only to be gently urged to rise by Pei Mingxu. The arrival of the Yin Wang to personally escort the bride ignited a fervor within the matriarch and others. Yuer seemed to have captured the Yin Wang's heart. This was indeed a monumental occasion for the household. Everyone suppressed their excitement, exchanging pleasantries and celebratory remarks, making the front hall increasingly lively and festive. Supported by the joyous matron, Zhaoyue entered the main hall, her view obscured by the veil, allowing her only to see her own feet. As she listened to the surrounding jubilations, she felt a flutter of nerves, tightening her grip on the hand fan, observing the graceful and poised figure approaching. Pei Mingxu smiled slightly, fiddling with the beads in his hand. The matron guided Zhaoyue to a halt, leading her and bidding farewell to her family. The matriarch and Song Tizho looked upon her with love, their faces a mix of reluctance and joy. In contrast, Lu Shi feigned a maternal demeanor, her face adorned with a smile. To an unknowing observer, it would seem as though Zhaoyue were Lu Shi's own daughter. After a month of confinement and penance, Lu Shi had certainly endured her share of hardships. She had not anticipated that the marquis would be so heartless, confining her for an entire month. Each day, the matron compelled her to kneel and transcribe scriptures, leaving her knees still aching painfully. At present, she dared not raise a fuss. Having already been warned by both the matriarch and the marquis, the two brothers, Song Jiaming and Song Jieshi, stood guard on either side of Song Mingyan, wary of any disturbances she might cause, occasionally reminding her to maintain her poise. As she gazed at her two brotherly sentinels, a simmering resentment gnawed at her heart. Though she harbored animosity towards Zhaoyue, She understood that creating a scene in public today would yield no favorable outcome for her. After bidding farewell to the esteemed elders, Song Zhaoyue was thrust in her hand a piece of cold red silk, which caused her heart to flutter inexplicably. She hurriedly recited in her mind, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." Without expectations, there would be no disappointment. She resolved to abandon any fantasies of the handsome Prince Yin, for such thoughts were futile. "Do not be afraid." A gentle male voice interrupted her flights of fancy. "Follow me. Do not panic." Song Zhaoyue nodded obediently, allowing the red silk to guide her as she was supported by the matron and maidens, making her way outside. Chapter 24. The grand wedding outside the residence of the Duke of Anyang. Amidst a chorus of joyous celebrations, the bridal sedan chair was gently lifted and proceeded toward the Prince Yan's mansion. As the chair moved along, Song Zhaoyue sat within, still able to hear the commotion from the streets, accompanied by an endless stream of astonished exclamations. "Oh my! The spectacle of the Prince Yin marrying is truly grand. Which noble lady is he taking as his wife? Oh, how mistaken! The prince is marrying a concubine today, the daughter of the Duke of Anyang. Indeed, this is a marriage of a concubine, yet the pomp rivaled that of a principal wife. Ever since the 10th year of the Yuan Tai era, with the dragon sons and grandsons establishing their own households, this is the first time I've witnessed such a ceremony for a concubine, with a royal prince personally welcoming her. The Duke of Anyang certainly holds great prestige. The Prince Yin values this union immensely, suggesting the concubine must possess extraordinary beauty. The Duke of Anyang has truly raised a remarkable daughter, aligning with the Prince Yan's household." Their tone was filled with envy. "Indeed, His Highness the Prince Yin is the war god of our nation, commanding the iron cavalry of Yanbei. The Tatars tremble at the sight of his banner and no longer dare venture southward. The Duke of Anyang and the concubine truly are fortunate." Listening to these remarks, a smile crept on Song Zhaoyue's lips. Marrying into the Prince Yan's household as a concubine was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Once the prince returned to Yanbei after the wedding, she too would accompany him, allowing her to behold the breathtaking landscapes of Yanbei. Throughout her life, she had been confined within the small confines of the Duke of Anyang's estate, with her farthest journey being to the Wanshou Temple. She wondered whether she would ever have the chance to witness the majestic mountains and rivers of the great Shang dynasty. Opportunities are crafted by individuals. As long as one's spirit remains undeterred, one need not fear the multitude of difficulties. Contemplating this, a gleam sparkled in her eyes, and her smile deepened. Pei Mingxu rode a magnificent steed, leading the bridal procession. His demeanor softened, and his handsome visage appeared even more radiant under the sun. He turned to glance at the sedan chair accompanying him, his eyes reflecting tenderness and anticipation. As the wedding party passed through Xingyang Street, the citizens along the roadside clamored, "Look, there goes the bridal sedan of the Prince Yan's household." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Which noble lady is the principal wife of the prince? Such a grand ceremony for a concubine today must surely leave the principal wife displeased. "I heard she's the granddaughter of the Duke of Changhua. How could the prince show such disregard for the principal wife and the Changhua Duke's household? Personally welcoming a concubine. The Prince Yin is a war god, a dragon's son. How much weight do the principal wife and the Changhua Duke's household truly hold in his eyes?" Within the private box of the ULI building, Lu Yuang listened to the ignorant commoners below mock and insult her and the Changhua Duke's household, her heart boiling with indignation. The Changhua Duke's household was a prestigious lineage, a hereditary first-rank noble house, the maternal family of the empress and the paternal family of the crown prince. Such ignorant commoners displayed utter disrespect. The Duke of Changhua calmly poured himself tea, his movements unhurried, entirely unfazed by the ruckus below. Taking a sip of Bai Luo Chun, he glanced at his granddaughter, whose complexion had soured, and remarked indifferently, "You should have anticipated today's scene after the mishap on the day you received the edict. His Highness the Prince Yan's actions are sanctioned by His Majesty. This is a warning from His Majesty to the Duke of Cheng's residence. Ingyang, His Royal Highness the Prince of Yin is already aware of your reluctance to marry. Now, what you must contemplate is how to win back His Highness's heart after being wed into the prince's household. Do not bring further disgrace upon the manor. His Majesty has remarked that it is not uncommon for royal consorts of departed princes to meet with misfortune. Indeed, grandfather, under the scrutinizing gaze of the Duke of Cheng, Lu Yuwang's complexion turned pale, her body swaying precariously. The bridal sedan finally came to a halt, and the curtain was lifted. Song Zhaoyue was cautiously assisted out of the sedan by the matchmaker, who then guided her forward. Princess, please lift your foot carefully. Watch for the threshold, the matchmaker advised. Song Zhaoyue grasped the red silk as she was led onward, veiled by the crimson canopy. Her eyes could not discern the outside world, yet her hearing was remarkably acute. She could distinctly hear the steady footsteps of Pei Mingxu ahead, which brought her some solace. As the secondary consort, there were no ceremonial rites for her. Song Zhaoyue was directly ushered into the bridal chamber and seated beside the nuptial bed. Sitting there, she slightly turned her body and lowered her head, patiently awaiting the Prince of Yen. Pei Mingxu gazed at the enchanting lady adorned in red seated before him, her demeanor elegant and her figure graceful, as she submissively awaited him to unveil her. An inexplicable tenderness welled up within him. His gaze deepened, captivated by the beauty before him, unable to divert his attention. After the matchmaker had uttered auspicious phrases, she presented the dragon and phoenix wedding scales with a smile, saying, "Your Highness may now unveil her." Pei Mingxu took the wedding scales and gently lifted the canopy. Chapter 25. The allure of beauty beneath the veil. The woman beneath the veil possessed skin as smooth and luminous as congealed fat, akin to delicate white jade, radiating a gentle glow. Her features were as if painted, and her bright eyes sparkled like they had been washed by water, resembling two clear spring wells. Inside the dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows, revealing the beauty's bashful demeanor, her slightly blushing face accentuating her charm and tenderness, reminiscent of a peony poised to bloom, vibrant and dripping with allure. Pei Mingxu, upon witnessing this sight, momentarily lost his composure. The woman adorned in festive attire appeared so strikingly beautiful, even more so than during their previous encounters. His gaze was firmly fixed upon her, a subtle glimmer of intensity flickering in his eyes. Song Zhaoyue slightly lifted her head, only to behold Pei Mingxu clad in a resplendent red robe, the vivid hue resembling a blazing flame, enhancing his commanding presence. His raven black hair was elegantly secured with a golden crown, revealing perfectly sculpted features. With sword-like brows, starry eyes, a high-bridged nose, and lips that curled into a faint smile, he effortlessly commanded the attention of all present, as if he were the very center of the universe. Meeting the depth of his enigmatic gaze, Song Zhaoyue felt her heart race, a flurry of nervousness engulfing her like a startled fawn. She hastily lowered her eyes, concealing her sudden shyness and anxiety. In her mind, she urged herself to remain calm. Though this handsome man was breathtakingly exquisite, he was merely a fade. Moreover, he was to be her future benefactor, and she could not afford to let her emotions run wild. In her previous life, she had traversed various social circles, encountering numerous handsome men and witnessing countless well-defined abs, rendering her immune to male charm. With no thoughts of men, she naturally embraced her true femininity. However, just as she had convinced herself, a soft, rich laughter echoed in her ears. Was the King of Yin laughing at her? Momentarily bewildered, she looked up to find Pei Mingxu's lips curving into a meaningful smile, his gaze tender and devoid of mockery. Relieved that he was not deriding her, Song Zhaoyue exhaled softly, yet found herself at a loss for words to dispel the awkwardness. "Your Highness, the side consort is truly remarkable. Congratulations," spoke the matron of honor, breaking the silence. "This is the first time I have seen such an exquisite bride." Upon hearing this, Song Zhaoyue glanced at the matron, noticing her eyes fixed intently upon her as if she were a rare treasure. Looking around, she realized that the maids and eunuchs in the chamber were all gazing at her, causing her face to flush with warmth as she lowered her head, unable to suppress a smile. Little did she expect that there would come a day when she would be the center of such scrutiny. Contemplating this, a sense of pride welled within her. Although she lacked any extraordinary abilities in this new life, her appearance was undoubtedly her greatest asset. Despite the king of Yan's hidden affliction, it did not negate the fact that beauty is a feast for the eyes. A vibrant flower like her, carefully tended to and displayed at home, would surely bring joy to the heart. Furthermore, she would endeavor to play the role of an enchanting muse. You hear Pei Mingxu's voice, low and husky, gently called out, interrupting Song Zhaoyue's daydreaming. At the sound of his voice, she lifted her head, surprise flashing in her eyes. No, Your Highness. It's quite sudden for you to address me so intimately. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Pei Mingxu observed Song Zhaoyue's startled expression, his gaze flickering slightly. The young woman's long eyelashes quivered gently. Her petite nostrils flared softly with each breath, and her rosy lips parted slightly, exuding an air of innocent charm. Realizing that his intense gaze was fixed upon her, Song Zhaoyue's heart raced, her cheeks warming, and an uncomfortable sensation enveloped her. Your Highness, please do not be anxious. Pei Mingxu chuckled softly, his voice soothing as he continued. You should rest for now. I must attend to the guests. Yes, Your Highness. Song Zhaoyue nodded lightly, performing a respectful curtsy as she watched him depart. Once Pei Mingxu had left, Mama Shi and the others followed suit, leaving Song Zhaoyue alone with Zhu. Zhu poured a cup of fragrant tea and handed it to Song Zhaoyue. Say, miss, have a sip of hot tea and take a moment to gather yourself. Song Zhaoyue accepted the teacup and took a few sips, to avoid any display of impropriety. She had not consumed a single drop of water since waking, and her throat felt parched. The warm tea flowed down her throat, soothing her dry throat, akin to a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought. Zhu collected the empty teacup and inquired, Miss, would you prefer to dine first or freshen up? Let's freshen up first. The royal wedding attire, though exquisite, was uncomfortably tight. Song Zhaoyue felt as if the crown upon her head were compressing her neck. She eagerly wished to remove the heavy phoenix crown. Certainly, I shall have hot water prepared at once, Zhu replied, hurrying out to arrange for it. Before long, Zhu returned with several maids, carrying the necessary hot water, fragrant bath beans, towels, and other essentials. With the assistance of her attendants, Song Zhaoyue removed the phoenix crown and changed out of her wedding gown, proceeding to the adjoining bathing room to refresh herself. After her bath, she donned a fresh, light pink gown adorned with golden peony embroidery, her hair elegantly styled and secured with a red gold hairpin encrusted with pearls, and delicate gold earrings dangling with tiny pearls gracing her ears. Once her makeup was perfected, Zhu entered with a smile, announcing, Miss, the prince has just instructed that a feast be prepared. Song Zhaoyue was pleasantly surprised at this gesture of thoughtfulness from Pei Mingxu. In ancient times, marriage could be quite taxing, particularly for brides, who often went without food or water for extended periods. If the in-laws were unkind, the bride would have no choice but to endure hunger. After a satisfying meal and rinsing her mouth with fragrant tea, Song Zhaoyue sat quietly on the bridal bed, awaiting the return of the prince. Time passed, and as drowsiness began to envelop her, she suddenly heard a commotion outside the door. Rousing herself, she lifted her gaze. The door swung open, and a tall, striking figure stepped into the room. Chapter 26. The wedding night, a strong scent of alcohol wafted through the air, revealing before her a strikingly handsome face, slightly flushed with intoxication, his gaze unfocused and dreamy, his lips gently pursed. What a captivating image of a drunken beauty. At the sight of this enchanting scene, Song Zhaoyue inexplicably recalled the book she had perused the previous night, her heart racing, only to be swiftly overtaken by a sense of melancholy. Pei Mingxu observed the shifting expressions of the woman before him and offered a faint smile. I shall freshen up first. All right. The man's gentle smile was dazzling, deepening Song Zhaoyue's sense of melancholy, compelling her to muster a single word. Pei Mingxu, perceiving her apparent shyness, refrained from saying more and proceeded towards the bathing room, with Fu Shun and others hastily following behind. Listening to the sound of water emanating from the bathing chamber, Song Zhaoyue contemplated how to conduct herself without undermining Pei Mingxu's dignity, ensuring he perceived her as obedient and compliant. After much reflection, she resolved to feign the innocence of a naive girl, pretending to be utterly ignorant, allowing Pei Mingxu to explain himself. How to embody this ruse was indeed a test of her acting skills. As the sound of water ceased and footsteps grew closer, anxiety surged within her, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. "Yue, what are you about to do?" "Your Highness, I shall instruct the maidservants to prepare a hangover remedy for you." Song Zhaoyue hesitated, awkwardly stifling her impulse to flee. Just moments ago, as the footsteps approached, she had felt an overwhelming urge to escape. When Pei Mingxu called her back, she regained her senses, realizing she had nearly reached the door. Fu Shun and the others tiptoed past her, leaving only Song Zhaoyue and Pei Mingxu in the bridal chamber. "Yue, come here." Pei Mingxu's tone was gentle yet firm, leaving no room for refusal. A sense of foreboding gripped Song Zhaoyue, yet she steeled herself and approached. Before she could steady herself, he pulled her tightly against his solid chest. Pei Mingxu's fingers caressed her soft cheek, his gaze intense and suggestive. "Yue, are you frightened?" Song Zhaoyue averted her eyes, shyly avoiding his fervent stare, feigning bashfulness, all while her heart brimmed with defiance. "Frightened? I fear you might become wrathful." Song Zhaoyue silently protested, her cheeks flushing. Pei Mingxu offered no further words, releasing her and guiding her to sit on the bridal bed, then clapping his hands. Two maidservants entered in response, one carrying a tea tray adorned with a pair of jade wine cups, tied together with a red ribbon. "Wedding wine?" Song Zhaoyue gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. The ceremony for a concubine did not include the wedding wine. Only the primary wife could share such a drink with the prince, as it was reserved for the union of spouses. Although the concubine bore the royal jade butterfly and held the second rank, she remained, after all, merely a concubine. Pei Mingxu smiled. "Indeed, is the wedding wine." Unlike the primary wife, whose selection was determined by the emperor, the concubine Huang was chosen by an aunt, while Yue was one he desired to wed himself. Though the concubine's ceremony lacked the reverence of heaven and earth, the inclusion of wedding wine in the bridal chamber was permissible. He lifted a cup, offering one to Song Zhaoyue. Song Zhaoyue's trembling hand accepted the wine cup, and she turned slightly to join Pei Mingxu in raising the cup to their lips. As they both set down their cups simultaneously, their eyes met, and she felt the air around them grow increasingly heated. Pei Mingxu stretched out his long arm, pulling her back to lie on the soft brocade quilt. Leaning close to her ear, he murmured, "It is late. We should settle down." A blush crept across Song Zhaoyue's cheeks as she nodded. After all, she knew little of what was to come and decided to leave everything to Pei Mingxu, merely playing her part. He chuckled softly, rolling over to pin her beneath him, planting gentle kisses on her forehead, eyes, nose, and lips. His warm breath caressed her face, sending tingling sensations through her body, leaving Song Zhaoyue feeling soft and dazed. Gazing at his handsome visage, she couldn't help but wonder if something was amiss. Pei Mingxu did not continue his advances, but instead traced her face with his long fingers, seemingly trying to discern her innermost thoughts. After a brief moment, he leaned down to capture her lips once more. This kiss was profoundly lingering, infused with a strong possessiveness, as if he intended to consume her entirely. It was both domineering and forceful. Only when Song Zhaoyue could hardly breathe did he relent. Pei Mingxu propped himself up, gazing down at the enchanting woman beneath him, her features disheveled and eyes filled with allure. At that moment, she radiated beauty, akin to a blooming peony, captivating enough to steal one's gaze. His throat involuntarily tightened, and a low sound escaped him as his hand found her delicate waist, beginning to loosen her garments. The imposing figure of the man loomed above her, the vibrant red embroidered curtain swaying in her vision, while her mind became a haze of confusion. As the hour of the rabbit approached and the first light of dawn broke, Pei Mingxu slowly opened his eyes, beholding the serene face of the woman in his arms, a gentle smile flickering in his gaze. The alluring fragrance enveloped them, and as Song Zhaoyue stirred, slightly frowning, she awoke to find Pei Mingxu staring intently at her. Their eyes met, and her face flushed a deep crimson. The memories of the previous night gradually returned to her mind, and she found herself pondering who had spread the rumor that Prince Yin, Pei Mingxu, had a hidden ailment. What affliction did he possess? The one in distress was her. At that moment, she felt as if her entire body were about to fall apart. Pei Mingxu, the novice, certainly did not show any regard for her fragility. Awake? Chapter 27. The following day, a deep and melodious voice filled the air, causing Song Zhaoyue's cheeks to flush instantly. She nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "You wearer, it's getting late. It's time to rise." Pei Mingxu tousled her lustrous dark hair gently, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable mirth. With a gentle pull, he embraced her slightly, helping her to sit up and lean against him. Though a hint of shyness lingered in her heart, Song Zhaoyue complied willingly, finding the most comfortable position in his arms. Being a pragmatic individual, she understood that since Pei Mingxu had no hidden ailments, it was prudent to adjust their forthcoming plans. While the process may be variable, her ultimate goal remained to find solace within the Prince of Yan's residence. The initial rapport she shared with Pei Mingxu was favorable. She intended to seize this advantageous beginning, ensuring a brighter future ahead. Pei Mingxu rang the copper bell by the bedside, its clear chime shattering the tranquility of the room. Upon hearing the sound, a procession of maids and eunuchs entered from the corridor, holding cloths and water, forming two lines to attend to their master's grooming. Surrounded by the bustling attendants led by Zhu, Song Zhaoyue was ushered into the bathing chamber. After her grooming and dressing were completed, she proceeded with Pei Mingxu to the flower hall for breakfast. Following their morning meal, the couple boarded a carriage bound for the palace. The carriage moved slowly, and upon their arrival at the imperial palace, Song Zhaoyue accompanied the Prince of Yan to pay respects to Emperor Jingxi, expressing gratitude. Subsequently, they made their way to the Queen's Kunning Palace. Exiting Kunning Palace, Pei Mingxu guided Song Zhaoyue directly to Yongfu Palace. Outside Yongfu Palace, the noble consort had already dispatched attendants to await their arrival at the palace entrance. Upon sighting the couple, the attendants hurried to lead them inside. The consort, upon seeing the duo, beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Quickly, let me behold our groom and bride." Pei Mingxu and Song Zhaoyue promptly performed their salutations. The consort chuckled, "Rise. There's no need for such formalities." Once seated, she instructed her maids to serve tea and refreshments. Observing the harmonious pairing of the couple, the consort smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Sewer, you have finally wed. This brings great joy to your aunt." She then beckoned to Song Zhaoyue. "Song, come here." Song Zhaoyue obediently stepped forward, and as she stood still, the consort removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it upon Song Zhaoyue's. "This was left to me by my mother. I now bestow it upon you." Just as Song Zhaoyue was about to decline, the consort gently patted the back of her hand, interrupting her refusal. A gift from an elder should not be turned away. Originally, this bracelet was intended for the principal consort, Lu Yueying. However, upon hearing Sewer speak of Lu Yueying's unusual attitude towards the marriage decree, she felt disinclined to proceed. How dare a mere subject's daughter disdain a prince? Then, with a tender tone, the consort advised Song, "You must diligently serve Sewer and bear him an heir soon. I shall not treat you unfairly." At these words, Song Zhaoyue's face flushed crimson as she nodded in acknowledgement. "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall wholeheartedly serve the prince." Watching the easy camaraderie between the two, Pei Mingxu's eyes sparkled with delight. For a moment, Yongfu Palace was filled with warmth and joy. After lunch, Pei Mingxu and Song Zhaoyue departed the palace, returning to the prince's residence. Pei Mingxu escorted Song Zhaoyue back to the courtyard before returning to the front study to attend to his affairs. After freshening up, Song Zhaoyue retired for the night. When she awoke, it was already 1/4 past the hour of shun. In a hurry, she donned a set of light, comfortable attire and, accompanied by Zhu, made her way to the small kitchen in the courtyard. Song Zhaoyue intended to prepare a few dishes. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. Over the years, she had often been summoned by the Lu family to prepare meals. Though it was arduous work, it had honed her culinary skills. In the small kitchen, with her sleeves rolled up and Zhu assisting her, the two worked in perfect harmony. Song Zhaoyue planned to create 3 signature dishes: 5-flavor apricot goose, scallion-splashed rabbit, and water shield bamboo shoots, culminating in a jade green soup. Suddenly, a sizzling sound erupted, and the enticing aroma of the scallion-splashed rabbit wafted through the air. "Miss, it smells heavenly. Your skills have improved yet again," Zhu exclaimed, inhaling deeply, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Song Zhaoyue smiled with pride. It was her first time preparing a meal for His Highness, and she was determined to showcase her best culinary talents. As the final dish was completed, Song Zhaoyue gently wiped the sweat from her brow and instructed someone to deliver the dishes to the flower hall before returning to her room to freshen up. After bustling about in the small kitchen, she carried the lingering scent of oil and smoke, which she found rather unpleasant. After her grooming, Song Zhaoyue changed into a pale pink skirt adorned with embroidered butterflies. The butterflies at the hem danced vividly with her movements. She secured her hair with a simple golden hairpin featuring a butterfly motif and tucked a pearl tassel pin into her locks. Not long after, Pei Mingxu entered the flower hall. What is this? Chapter 28. A tender glow as Pei Mingxu entered the flower hall. His gaze fell upon 4 exquisite dishes arranged elegantly on the table, strikingly different from the usual fare found in the residence. The cooks in the household, all hailing from military backgrounds, had taken refuge here after their service, bringing with them a rustic style of cooking infused with a distinctly northern flair. In contrast, these 4 dishes were delicate, vibrant in color, and aromatic, clearly crafted by skilled hands other than their own. His brows arched in curiosity as he turned to Song Zhaoyue, an intrigued expression on his face. With a charming smile, she gestured toward the dishes she had prepared. "Your Highness, these are a few simple dishes I've made myself. I wonder if they please your palate? Let me have a taste," Pei Mingxu interjected, preventing her from serving the dishes and instead inviting her to sit beside him at the table. Fu Shun hurried to follow suit, standing by Pei Mingxu's side to assist with the serving. Noticing Pei Mingxu's gaze lingering on the scallion rabbit, Fu Shun deftly placed a portion into his plate with fluid grace. Green Pearl, observing this, rushed to Song Zhaoyue's side to mimic her actions. Pei Mingxu picked up his chopsticks and sampled the rabbit meat. It was tender, imbued with the rich aroma of scallions, devoid of any gamey scent, cooked to perfection. "Indeed, your culinary skills are exceptional, he praised, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Song Zhaoyue felt a surge of joy within, though she feigned humility. "Your Highness flatters me. It is merely a selection of home-cooked dishes. To create such flavors from simple fare is no small feat," Pei Mingxu remarked, sampling the other 3 dishes, each delighting his palate and elevating his esteem for Song Zhaoyue further. Truly, she was a commendable choice, perfectly aligning with his tastes. "I'm glad you enjoy it, Your Highness. I shall prepare these for you often," Song Zhaoyue beamed, her heart swelling with happiness at his approval. "There is no need for such frequency. Cooking is laborious. A rare indulgence will suffice," Pei Mingxu replied gently, his tone revealing a hint of concern. A warmth spread through Song Zhaoyue. In this ancient context, it was indeed rare for someone of Pei Mingxu's high stature to express such sentiments. After all, a prince accustomed to being served would seldom contemplate the toils of cooking. She found herself reassessing her feelings toward him, her eyes sparkling as she softly replied, "It is my honor to prepare meals for your Highness. Your consideration for my efforts is cherished. I shall heed your words and cook for you on occasion, hoping for your gracious acceptance." With Pei Mingxu's words granting her license, she could effortlessly invite him to her quarters under the guise of her occasional cooking. Lowering her head to mask her radiant smile, she savored the dishes, her heart alight with anticipation. Pei Mingxu delicately placed a piece of roasted lamb leg into Song Zhaoyue's bowl, his tone softening. "Do taste the lamb prepared in the residence. It is the chef's specialty. How's it fare?" Suppressing her surprise, Song Zhaoyue lowered her head to take a bite. The crisp skin of the roasted lamb was delightfully thin, while the meat was tender and succulent, bursting with juices upon biting. "Your Highness is crispy on the outside and tender within," Song Zhaoyue beamed, her red lips glistening with a hint of oil, enhancing their lustrous appeal. Noticing this, Pei Mingxu's gaze flickered, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. His voice laced with pleasure. Then do indulge further. Yet, be cautious not to overeat. I worry about your digestion tonight. Indeed, Song Zhaoyue replied with a smile, dabbing her lips with a handkerchief. As they dined, they exchanged light conversation, the atmosphere warm and inviting. After their meal, they moved to the small study, recently tidied for the afternoon. Pei Mingxu gestured towards the chessboard on the table. Join me for a game to aid digestion. Excited, Song Zhaoyue responded. Very well, your highness. But do show mercy. From a moment she entered the palace until their meal, Pei Mingxu had observed that she did not relish maintaining a formal demeanor in his presence, preferring a more lively and genuine interaction. Consequently, she felt more at ease and began to shed some of her inherent reserve. Pei Mingxu picked up a black piece, a playful smile gracing his lips. I never show mercy. Confidently, Song Zhaoyue took a white piece. However, after several rounds, she found herself utterly defeated. Staring at the chessboard, her brows knitted in concentration, she struggled to devise a strategy. Observing her distress, Pei Mingxu couldn't help but find her pouting lips and puffed cheeks, resembling an adorable dumpling. Irresistibly amusing. Oh dear, I shall not play any longer. This chessboard is too perilous. I concede, Song Zhaoyue declared, playfully scattering the pieces. Pei Mingxu, unable to suppress his hearty laughter, filled the small study with his joyous sound. Outside, Fu Shun, hearing the laughter, wore a satisfied smile. It is indeed a blessing that the side consort has entered the residence. In these past few days, the prince's smiles have outnumbered those of the entire previous year, he remarked. Indeed, the prince's good spirits bring us servants joy as well, a nearby young eunuch chimed in. Fu Shun nodded, resolved to pay closer attention to matters concerning the side consort from now on. He could only hope that she would continue to serve the prince well, ensuring his happiness persisted. Fu Shun gazed towards the small study and murmured, pondering whether the prince would accompany the side consort back to her family on the upcoming visitation day. Chapter 29. The return gift in the early morning light. Song Zhaoyue drowsily opened her eyes, only to find herself alone. Where could the prince be? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she realized that Pei Mingxu had already risen. Miss, the prince has gone to the training grounds early, said Green Pearl, who had entered the room with a wash basin. Upon noticing Song Zhaoyue awake, she hastily set down the basin and approached to assist her. As Song Zhaoyue sat up, she suddenly felt a peculiar sensation on her body. Glancing down, she discovered her undergarment had loosened, revealing her fair skin adorned with numerous little red marks, exceedingly suggestive. The previous night, Pei Mingxu had been rather vigorous, leaving impressions that had yet to fade by morning. Feeling a rush of embarrassment, she quickly pulled the covers around herself tightly. Green Pearl, noticing the marks on Song Zhaoyue's skin, felt her cheeks flush crimson but remained boldly curious. Miss, shall I assist you with your bath? No, I can manage by myself. Song Zhaoyue replied awkwardly, still wrapped in the quilt. Miss, do not be misled by my unmarried status. I am quite knowledgeable, Green Pearl explained, sensing Song Zhaoyue's shyness. I am merely inexperienced, which is why I am curious, she stammered, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Curious about what? Song Zhaoyue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Green Pearl's demeanor. I hope you and the prince will always share such affection. Green Pearl murmured softly, her tone filled with longing and blessings. Fear not. Once you are married, you too shall enjoy such love with your husband, Song Zhaoyue teased. You jest at my expense again, miss, Green Pearl replied, her face turning a deeper shade of red as she stamped her foot. All right, I shall cease my teasing. I am off to bathe now, Song Zhaoyue laughed, rising and stepping behind the screen, with Green Pearl hurrying to follow. After breakfast, Song Zhaoyue settled in the small study, while Green Pearl approached with a thick list in hand. Miss, behold the dowry list, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she handed it to Song Zhaoyue. 2 estates, 2 shops, 8 acres of land. Green Pearl's voice grew increasingly animated, and a substantial sum of silver. Song Zhaoyue took the list, her gaze sweeping from top to bottom, her heart swelling with joy. Besides hair ornaments and silks for daily use, the list included estates, shops, and land. Everything was accounted for. including a staggering 5,000 taels of silver. Wow, miss, you have truly struck gold, Green Pearl exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Song Zhaoyue beamed at the list in her hands, recognizing it as our future foundation. The matriarch and her father had indeed been generous this time. Having finished reviewing the dowry, Song Zhaoyue was about to take a moment of rest when hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Your Highness, Master Fu requests an audience, announced a young maid as she entered the room. Quickly, please invite Master Fu in, Song Zhaoyue instructed, eager at the mention of Fu Shun, Pei Mingxu's personal eunuch, who must not be neglected. Your Highness, may you be blessed. I have come to pay my respects, Fu Shun said with a beaming smile as he entered, bowing respectfully. Please rise, Master Fu, Song Zhaoyue urged promptly. Thank you, Your Highness. Fu Shun rose, his smile even more radiant. Your Highness has commanded this humble servant to prepare gifts for the Empress's return to her maternal home tomorrow. This is the list of gifts. Please peruse it and see if anything else needs to be added. As he spoke, he presented a large crimson gift list with both hands. Song Zhaoyue took the list and, upon unfolding it, felt a tumult of emotions swell within her. The gifts for the matriarch included a statue of the Guanyin Buddha, carved from mutton fat jade, a pair of beeswax prayer beads, and a string of Bodhi beads consecrated by the abbot of the National Protection Temple. The abbot was a venerable monk of the current dynasty, and his consecrated beads were highly sought after and rare. Her father's gift was a spring scene painting by the legendary artist Wu Daozi from the previous dynasty, of which it was said he had long desired to possess a piece. The works of the painting sage were few and far between, making this a precious find. For Lu Shi, there was a hairpiece adorned with emeralds, while Song Mingyan received a gold-threaded headdress. The gifts for her brothers, Song Jiaming and Song Jieshi, consisted of the finest scholarly implements, along with a mutton fat jade pendant, favored by contemporary scholars. From a selection of gifts, it was evident that the matriarch and her father had put considerable thought into their choices, tailored to their preferences. In contrast, the offerings for Lu Shi and Song Mingyan appeared rather perfunctory. Song Zhaoyue understood that this stark disparity in gifts was intended to bolster her standing in the eyes of the matriarch, while simultaneously serving as a veiled warning to Lu Shi and her ilk, an indication that she was no longer someone they could easily manipulate. Thank you, Your Highness, and I also extend my gratitude to Eunuch Fu for his meticulous preparations. The gift list is splendid as it stands, and there is no need for any additions, Song Zhaoyue said, setting the list down with a smile. As long as the Empress is satisfied, that is all that matters. These gifts were all commanded by Your Highness. This old servant merely acts on orders, Fu Shun replied, waving his hand, his expression as cheerful as that of a Mithrial Buddha, radiating warmth and kindness. Song Zhaoyue nodded, her regard for Pei Mingxu elevating further. Yet, as she contemplated her return home the following day, a question lingered in her mind. Would he accompany her? After all, she was merely his secondary consort. Chapter 30. The return home the following day. Song Zhaoyue supported Pei Mingxu's hand as they ascended into the 4 grand carriages that awaited them outside the Chuehua Gate. Inside the carriage, soft carpets were laid, and a gentle incense was burning, creating an atmosphere of comfort and warmth. Yet, Song Zhaoyue found herself somewhat lost in thought. She had not anticipated that Pei Mingxu would truly accompany her on this return home. With the wedding ceremony and now this return visit, her treatment was approaching that of a legitimate consort. Once the news of their return spread, she feared becoming a thorn in Lu Yueying's side, the future consort. At that moment, Song Zhaoyue was torn between feeling grateful for Pei Mingxu's regard or resenting him for placing her in such a precarious position. Various thoughts flitted through her mind, but ultimately, she resolved to cherish her connection with Pei Mingxu. Once Lu Yueying entered the residence, she would be respectful and avoid any conflicts. However, should Lu Yueying unjustly provoke her, she would not hesitate to retaliate by seeking Pei Mingxu's favor. In any case, as long as she held on to Pei Mingxu, she believed she could remain unassailable against any of Lu Yueying's schemes. What occupies your mind so deeply? Pei Mingxu's voice suddenly broke through her reverie. Upon meeting his gentle gaze, Song Zhaoyue felt a stir within her heart. I was merely reflecting on how fortunate I am to have your highness accompany me on this return visit, she replied softly, her face radiating the perfect blend of joy and gratitude. Oh, you are pleased that I accompany you? Pei Mingxu raised an eyebrow, teasing her deliberately. Indeed, I am elated. It brings me great comfort to have your highness by my side, she affirmed without hesitation, inwardly musing that it would be impossible to express any discontent. Pei Mingxu chuckled lightly, pulling her into his embrace. Rest assured, with me here, no one dares to bully you. Song Zhaoyue was uncertain whether his words implied that no one in the Anyang Marquis would dare to mistreat her today, or if he meant that he would provide her with support in the future. Leaning against Pei Mingxu, listening to the steady beat of his heart, she felt a flicker of emotion, though not overwhelmingly so. While a man's words could be trusted, it was prudent to maintain a sense of skepticism. She must guard her own precious heart carefully. In the main hall of the Fusho courtyard within the Anyang Marquis, the old lady and others, including Song Tizho, awaited their arrival. Only Song Mingyan arrived fashionably late, her crimson attire instantly capturing everyone's attention. She donned an exquisite long dress of vibrant red brocade, adorned with intricate peony embroidery, and wore a phoenix hairpin of gold threaded with rubies, exuding an air of opulence. Upon seeing Song Mingyan's attire, the old lady furrowed her brow, about to voice her thoughts when the steward hurriedly entered. Madam, sir, the carriage from the Yin Wangfu has arrived at the main street before the estate. The old lady, upon hearing this, quickly abandoned her intentions to speak and rose to lead everyone out to greet their guests. As the members of the Anyang Marquis reached the Chuehua Gate, they beheld 2 rows of dark-clad guards surrounding the 4 carriages, which approached majestically, evoking awe. As the carriage came to a halt, Pei Mingxu, clad in a dark brocade robe, descended gracefully and turned to assist Song Zhaoyue down. The old lady observed this with a glimmer in her eyes. She had not anticipated that her second granddaughter would capture the heart of the Yin Wang, and it seemed her gamble had indeed paid off. Pei Mingxu and Song Zhaoyue came to a halt, and the members of the Anyang Marquis hurried forward, bowing respectfully to Pei Mingxu. We pay our respects to His Highness, the Prince of Yin. May your Highness live for 1,000 years. Please rise, Pei Mingxu replied softly, his voice deep and resonant, exuding an air of authority without anger. The crowd stood, surrounding Pei Mingxu and Song Zhaoyue as they entered the main hall of Fusho Courtyard. Since Pei Mingxu's arrival, Song Mingyan's gaze had been fixed on him. She observed how, despite being the Prince of Yin, Pei Mingxu displayed tender attentiveness towards Song Zhaoyue, his eyes often lingering on her with a hint of affection and warmth. Song Zhaoyue appeared radiant, clearly thriving since her marriage into the Yin royal household. A tempest of jealousy raged within Song Mingyan, yet she feigned the demeanor of a refined lady, joining the others in greeting Pei Mingxu. However, his gaze never lingered on her, as if she were invisible despite her striking red attire. The flames of envy burned fiercely in her heart. Her eyes directed at Song Zhaoyue filled with malice. Why? Why did Song Zhaoyue deserve the favor of His Highness? She could not accept it. Chapter 31. The perilous path Song Jiming observed as Song Mingyan lingered behind, her gaze filled with resentment directed at Song Zhaoyue. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He knew his sister all too well. Pampered since childhood, she harbored a lofty pride and detested the success of her second sister. Today, her attire, clad in vivid red, was an intentional affront to her sibling. Fortunately, the second sister, possessing a refined demeanor, had refrained from reacting in anger, which was a stroke of luck. However, if Mingyan continued to act obliviously, she might provoke the now esteemed side consort of the Yin king, and their household could very well suffer the consequences. With this thought in mind, Song Jiming hastened to slow his pace. As Song Mingyan passed, he discreetly tugged at her sleeve, using a subtle glance to warn her against causing trouble. Elder brother, Song Mingyan protested, shaking off his hand with reluctance. Her voice barely above a whisper. Did you not see that? Silence. Song Jiming interrupted sharply. Do you not comprehend the current situation? Must you utter such foolishness? He lowered his voice further, his tone stern. Mind your status. Do not bring disgrace to the Anyang marquis today. Though Song Mingyan bristled with indignation, she ultimately lowered her head under the weight of her elder brother's stern gaze. This scene did not escape the notice of Pei Mingxu, who had already taken his seat. He lifted his teacup, concealing a cold smirk that played at the corners of his lips. The decline of the Anyang marquis was not without reason. How could Song Tizho expect to govern effectively when he could not even discipline his own daughter? However, his eldest son appeared somewhat perceptive and was astute enough to recognize the situation. If he could be of use, Pei Mingxu would not mind employing him, especially for the sake of Yue. Having immersed himself in the political arena for many years, Song Tizho was no novice, and he and the matriarch certainly had their own manner of conversing. After exchanging pleasantries, they engaged in a respectful yet warm discussion. As a prince of high status, Pei Mingxu was accustomed to others catering to him. Throughout the conversation, he merely offered brief responses, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively for Song Zhaoyue's sake. Seated beside Pei Mingxu, Song Zhaoyue wore a gentle smile, choosing her words sparingly. Lu Shi beamed with delight, sitting nearby and occasionally showering compliments upon Song Zhaoyue, her words dripping with maternal affection. Amused, Song Zhaoyue offered only perfunctory replies. It seemed that in recent days, the matriarch and her father had not ceased to admonish her. Yet, it appeared they had overlooked the need to reprimand Song Mingyan. Song Zhaoyue noted that aside from casting glances of provocation her way, Mingyan's attention remained fixated on Pei Mingxu. It was only after repeated reminders from Song Jiaming that she began to restrain herself. Observing Mingyan's grand crimson brocade skirt adorned with peonies, a cold smile crept across Zhaoyue's face. Did Mingyan truly believe she could unsettle her with such a display? This dear sister of hers was destined for disappointment today. It was merely a matter of no longer donning vibrant red. She had already accepted that such colors would be beyond her reach during her selection for the palace. While she could no longer wear bright red or pure red, hues like magenta, silver red, and peach red still remained available to her. As the lively banquet concluded and after rinsing and washing up, Song Tizho invited Pei Mingxu to the front courtyard for a brief respite, allowing Song Zhaoyue and the matriarch to share some intimate conversation. Pei Mingxu glanced at Song Zhaoyue and, noticing her lack of enthusiasm, suggested, "No need for that. Let Yue accompany me for a stroll in the garden to aid digestion." Having said that, he disregarded the reactions of Song and the others, taking Song Zhaoyue with him as they made their way outside. Were it not for the return to the residence, newcomers typically would not return at such a late hour. It was only out of consideration for Song Zhaoyue that he chose to linger. Song Mingyan, filled with reluctance, watched as Pei Mingxu led Song Zhaoyue away, unable to suppress a frustrated stomp of her foot and cast a fierce glare at Song Jiaming. Earlier, Song Jiaming had blocked her, otherwise she would have seamlessly followed along. Accompanying Pei Mingxu, Song Zhaoyue strolled along the winding corridor, their soft conversation punctuated by occasional light laughter. Fu Shun and Luozu trailed behind at a distance, hesitant to intrude. Though the garden was modest in size, it was arranged with remarkable elegance. Pei Mingxu casually remarked, his gaze resting on a nearby lotus pond. It was, after all, reputedly designed by a renowned master from Jiangnan during the construction of the estate. Song Zhaoyue smiled, reminiscing in the past when I was unable to go outside. My greatest pleasure was to wander around the garden each day. Pei Mingxu turned to glance at her, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Oh, I did not realize, Yue, that you possess such refined tastes. However, I shall ensure to take you out more often in the future." "Thank you, Your Highness," Song Zhaoyue replied, nodding, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. As they rounded the waterside pavilion, Pei Mingxu noticed that the hour was drawing near and prepared to turn back toward the residence. Just as they were about to navigate a bend by the artificial hill, a flash of red suddenly emerged from behind the rocks, barreling straight towards Pei Mingxu. Chapter 32. "Please of the crowd, Your Highness, be careful," Song Zhaoyue exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to grasp Pei Mingxu. In a flash, Pei Mingxu's eyes sharpened, and with a swift kick, he sent the crimson figure hurtling away. With a dull thud, the figure crashed onto the bluestone path, spitting out blood and struggling to rise. Inwardly, Song Zhaoyue sighed, truly a fool. She had recognized at a glance that the crimson figure was none other than Song Mingyan, who was Pei Mingxu, a seasoned warrior, a cold-faced god of war who had faced the battlefield and sent enemies fleeing. What made Song Mingyan think that he would play the hero and catch her? With her petite frame, how dare she provoke him? Coughing painfully, Song Mingyan's face turned as pale as paper, her lips trembling, evidently suffering from the force of Pei Mingxu's kick. Pei Mingxu looked down upon her, devoid of any compassion, his gaze icy. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Fu Shun, witnessing the turn of events, promptly approached with his entourage. Pei Mingxu cast a cold glance at the unconscious Song Mingyan on the ground and commanded, "Go. Summon Marquis Anyang and Madame Song." "Understood." Fu Shun responded, hastily dispatching someone to fetch Song Tizho and the matriarch. Before long, the matriarch rushed in, accompanied by Song Tizho and Lu Shi. Upon seeing her daughter lying lifelessly on the ground, blood at her lips, Lu Shi was instantly struck with terror, emitting a piercing wail as she rushed forward to embrace Song Mingyan tightly. "My child, what has happened to you? Please don't frighten your mother." Lu Shi's voice was shrill and jarring, echoing disturbingly in the silent garden. Fu Shun, observing the scene, calmly stepped forward and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Fu Shun's account, Song Jiming's countenance darkened, regret gnawing at his heart. Had he known better than to trust Song Mingyan's words about changing clothes in the courtyard? How could he have forgotten that this sister was the epitome of pretense and pride? Lu Shi, grasping the situation from Fu Shun's words, felt a mix of anger and urgency. Yet, upon witnessing her daughter's tragic state, she wished to say something, but the matriarch silenced her with a sharp gaze. All she could do was hold Song Mingyan close, weeping softly, tears streaming down her face. The matriarch, having weathered many storms, quickly regained her composure, her face adorned with an apologetic smile as she bowed deeply to Pei Mingxu. "I have failed in my duties, allowing this wretched child to offend your highness. I implore your forgiveness." Song Tizho hastily joined the matriarch in seeking Pei Mingxu's pardon, his demeanor earnest and sincere. "We beseech your highness for leniency." Song Mingyan's eyelids fluttered, her consciousness gradually returning. Yin Yan, you are awake." Lu Shi's voice, filled with overwhelming joy and tinged with tears, rang in her ears. With great effort, Song Mingyan opened her eyes, her vision a haze of blinding light and indistinct figures. "Mother," she whispered weakly, her voice barely a whisper. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, causing her to involuntarily let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth once more. "My child, how are you? Where does it hurt?" Lu's heart ached as she tightened her embrace around her, tears cascading down like a string of broken pearls. As Song Mingyan's vision gradually cleared, she became acutely aware of her surroundings and recalled the events leading up to her unconsciousness. She had been kicked away by the Prince of Yan. Fear coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent, leaving her cold and trembling uncontrollably. Why? Why did the prince not catch her? She had meticulously adorned herself, rivaling Song Zhaoyue in beauty. Was he not supposed to be tender and caring? To catch her and offer gentle concern? Overwhelmed by terror and regret, Song Mingyan lamented. He had shown such kindness to Song Zhaoyue. Why was he so merciless towards her? She had heard of the Prince of Yan's fearsome reputation, initially dismissing it as mere rumor. Yet having experienced it firsthand, she now understood the truth behind the whispers. His kick had been devoid of any mercy. She regretted it deeply, truly frightened. She should never have provoked Song Zhaoyue or the prince. "Mother," Song Mingyan spoke weakly, her voice trembling, "I am afraid." "Do not be afraid, my dear. I am here," Lu soothed, tenderly stroking Song Mingyan's hair, her eyes brimming with tears. Pei Mingxu observed the scene coldly, his tone indifferent. "Miss Song's intentions are impure, and she has behaved improperly today, even offending this prince. I propose sending her to the Qian Temple for contemplation and reflection." The mention of the Qian Temple caused Song Mingyan's complexion to drain of color, leaving her pallid. The Qian Temple, a renowned nunnery outside the capital, was infamous for its rigorous ascetic practices. Many affluent families would send errant female relatives there for purification. Lacking medical care, the thought of enduring her intense chest pain in such a place filled her with dread. The prince was surely seeking her demise. No, I refuse to go to the Qian temple. Song Mingyan shrieked in terror. Your Highness. She attempted to rise, yearning to kneel and plead for the prince's forgiveness. However, the moment she moved, a searing pain coursed through her body, rendering her powerless and collapsing back into Lu's embrace. Yin, do not move. Be cautious of your injuries. Lu urged anxiously, pressing her down. In a flurry of panic, Lu entrusted Song Mingyan to Song Jieshi's arms and swiftly knelt before Pei Mingxu. Pleading desperately, Your Highness, please spare her. Yin was merely confused in the moment. I beseech you to grant her mercy, considering her youth. Although Song Jieming was incensed by Song Mingyan's blunder, he could not suppress his instinct to intercede for his sister. Your Highness, please temper your anger. My sister acted out of momentary folly and did not intend to offend you. I implore you to spare her this once for the sake of our father and grandmother. Song Tizho regarded the pitiful figure of Song Mingyan on the ground, then turned his gaze to the sullen-faced Pei Mingxu, his expression darkening. His daughter had proven to be more of a liability than an asset. With a heavy sigh, he approached Pei Mingxu and bowed deeply. Your Highness, this is entirely my fault for not properly guiding my daughter. She has offended you. I humbly request your forgiveness for her transgressions. Seeing that Pei Mingxu did not respond, Song Tizho could only turn to Song Zhaoyue, hoping that she would, in the spirit of sisterhood, intercede on behalf of Song Mingyan. The elderly matriarch also gazed at Song Zhaoyue with pleading eyes, yearning for her to speak a few kind words for Song Mingyan, considering they were all members of the Song family. All eyes were fixed upon Song Zhaoyue, awaiting her decision. Chapter 33. Support. Song Zhaoyue gazed at Song Mingyan, a flicker of complex emotions shimmering in her eyes. How foolish humans can be. After Pei Mingxu's kick today, Song Mingyan would likely have to contend with medicine for the rest of her life. Following the incident involving Lu Guangzhong, Song Zhaoyue lamented that she had not allowed Song Mingyan to learn her lesson. Little did she expect that Mingyan would recklessly invite disaster upon herself today, compelling Pei Mingxu to intervene. The lavish dowry prepared by the matriarch was indeed a double-edged sword. One who accepts favors is bound by them. Furthermore, given Song Mingyan's youth, her life should not be so easily jeopardized. With this thought, Song Zhaoyue stepped forward and offered a graceful bow to Pei Mingxu. Your Highness, my sister acted thoughtlessly. It was not her intention to offend you. She now deeply regrets her actions. I implore you, considering her tender age, to spare her this once. Pei Mingxu regarded Song Mingyan with a cold stare, his tone indifferent. Since you, has interceded, I shall grant her this favor. I will not pursue today's incident. However, should there be a recurrence, I will show no mercy. Upon hearing this, the matriarch and Song Tizho, among others, finally felt their anxieties lift, exhaling in relief as they hurried to express their gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for your mercy. Song Mingyan, feeling as though she had received a reprieve, cast a weak glance towards Song Zhaoyue, her eyes brimming with gratitude and trepidation. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Sister. Song Zhaoyue observed her, letting out a silent sigh. That address of sister was indeed rare. Very well, let us escort her home, she murmured. Pei Mingxu lifted his gaze to Song Mingyan, noticing her appreciative look towards Song Zhaoyue, and nodded in agreement. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, consort. Lu Shi quickly bowed in gratitude to Pei Mingxu and Song Zhaoyue. She then instructed Song Jieming to carefully carry Song Mingyan, hastily departing. The matriarch and others watched this scene, their hearts a tumult of emotions. It dawned upon them that the current Song Zhaoyue was no longer the easily manipulated concubine. She was the beloved consort of the Prince of Yin, holding his favor. Her words now held more weight than their most elaborate arguments. From this moment forward, it was they who would seek her favor. As the grand carriage rolled out of the Anyang marquis' residence, the Xian guards, who had been waiting, swiftly followed suit. The members of the Anyang marquis' household respectfully watched the procession depart. Inside the carriage, Song Zhaoyue slightly inclined her body, bowing to Pei Mingxu. Thank you, Your Highness, for standing up for me today. Pei Mingxu arched an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. You need not mention it. I have promised that with me around, no one shall bully you. Song Zhaoyue met his deep gaze, her heart swelling with warmth. You are too kind. Your Highness, she understood that Pei Mingxu's sternness towards Song Mingyan was not solely due to the affront Mingyan had caused him, but also a means to establish his authority on her behalf. After all, had it been anyone else, they would have been incensed by Mingyan's garish attire today. Since Pei Mingxu had defended her, she felt compelled to reciprocate with positive emotional energy, striving to cultivate the habit of him being her steadfast support. Pei Mingxu gazed at the visibly moved Song Zhaoyue, his heart stirring with an uncontrollable urge to caress her face. What a foolish girl! With her beauty, marrying into a prestigious family in the capital as a legitimate wife would be a trivial matter. After all, a stunning beauty such as hers is incomparable to ordinary noble women. Such extraordinary allure could easily compensate for any lack of familial status. Pei Mingxu's gaze deepened as he beheld the unparalleled beauty before him. Yet, fate had intertwined their paths at Wanshou Temple. She was destined to be his, Pei Mingxu's, for this lifetime. Today, Song Mingyan, clad in resplendent crimson, flaunted her authority before Yue, humiliatingly mocking her status as a concubine prohibited from donning bright red. Had it been anyone else, a scandal would have erupted. Yet, this foolish girl seemed utterly unfazed. However, he could not remain indifferent. She was his woman, though he could not grant her the title of primary wife. He would not permit anyone to treat her with disdain. Song Zhaoyue entered the residence in late August, and now, half a month had swiftly passed, bringing them to the 10th of September. Another concubine of the Yan Wangfu, Huang Lingru, was soon to be introduced into the household. As Song Zhaoyue looked towards the west side of the garden, where the Cuihua pavilion was adorned with crimson silk, her emotions were tumultuous. Over the past 2 weeks, her interactions with Pei Mingxu had exceeded her expectations. He had stayed in her courtyard every night, and they had shared the intimacy of a typical married couple, spending each day and night together. Now, however, her days of sole possession of Pei Mingxu were drawing to a close. What lay ahead was the true test that awaited her. Chapter 34. The jealous young lady, miss, what are you gazing at? Green Pearl followed Song Zhaoyue's line of sight, and upon noticing her attention directed towards Cuihua residence, immediately understood. Are you concerned about the arrival of Concubine Huang? Not at all. Song Zhaoyue averted her gaze, insisting, I am merely feeling a bit sentimental. After all, the inner courtyard of the Yanwang residence will no longer be solely mine. Green Pearl, however, was not convinced. Cuihua residence has already been adorned with red silk. Concubine Huang is clearly about to enter the estate. Can you truly claim to be unperturbed? Do not fret, concubine. The prince cherishes you. Even with Concubine Huang's arrival, she cannot usurp the prince's affections. Green Pearl hastily reassured her. Concubine Huang is no simpleton. Song Zhaoyue chided her with a teasing glance. During the selection process, we shared a chamber. Her grace and skills in needlework and etiquette were exceptional, consistently ranking at the top during evaluations. Her Sioux embroidery received accolades from the palace matrons. As for me, I lack such talents. I barely managed to secure an average score and have yet to muster the courage to craft even a simple gift for the prince. Seeing her mistress diminish her own merits while elevating another's, Green Pearl grew anxious. My dear lady, your shortcomings in needlework are not a recent development. It has been that way since childhood. Song Zhaoyue shot her a look of feigned indifference. Green Pearl quickly scanned their surroundings, ensuring no one was within earshot, then leaned closer to Song Zhaoyue, lowering her voice. My lady, if I may say, you have transformed into a mesmerizing beauty, akin to the enchanting figures in tales. Under the prince's tender care these past days, you have only grown more radiant. I find myself utterly entranced by you daily. The prince is no fool. He certainly knows whom to cherish. Given how entrancing you have become, were it not for the years of companionship, I would suspect you were a fox spirit, thriving on the vitality of men to enhance your beauty. Let us not speak of her. I have witnessed the prince captivated by you on several occasions, lost in thought. Song Zhaoyue glared at Green Pearl. If I were a fox spirit, you would be the first to be devoured. Green Pearl quickly replied, my lady, I am merely complimenting you. Have you not noticed your own increasing beauty? This is all due to the prince's influence. You audacious girl, your boldness grows bolder. Even to speak such nonsense, Song Zhaoyue scolded playfully. She realized perhaps her good spirits, fine food, and the company of a handsome suitor at night had indeed enhanced her complexion, rendering her more beautiful than before. I speak nothing but the truth. The prince is not blind. Why would he neglect such a stunning beauty as yourself to shower affection on concubine Huang? Green Pearl asserted earnestly. You are so lovely. I have no desire to leave your side in the future. There's a saying that beauty is a feast for the eyes. Gazing upon you daily allows me to savor an extra bowl of rice. Your tongue grows ever more eloquent. Song Zhaoyue chuckled, affectionately tapping Green Pearl's forehead, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Indeed, what have I to fear? What is there to dread? When faced with challenges, one must confront them head-on. Regardless of the difficulties, there will always be a way to break free. Upon returning to the courtyard, Song Zhaoyue gazed into the mirror, furrowing her brows at times, smiling softly at others, and occasionally allowing her eyes to dance with allure, practicing a myriad of expressions. Each portrayal was captivating, evoking a profound sense of sympathy and enchantment. With a demeanor both proud and ethereal, she embodied an otherworldly beauty that was utterly mesmerizing. Even the bystander, Green Pearl, was entranced, unable to suppress her exclamation of sheer beauty. As Song Zhaoyue admired her own enchanting reflection, a swell of confidence surged within her. She held a distinct advantage, for a man as first woman is always treated with a unique reverence. Moreover, her beauty was unparalleled. Both she and Huang Lingru held the title of concubines, standing on equal footing. In her view, beauty was paramount in the early stages of their roles. Only an exquisite exterior could captivate a man's attention, allowing him to discover the deeper virtues of a woman. After all, with Pei Mingxu's status, there were countless women vying for his affection, and his choices were abundant. As night descended, a gentle incense wafted through Song Zhaoyue's chamber, its fragrance wrapping around her like silken threads. Upon completing his official duties, Pei Mingxu entered to find Song Zhaoyue reclining languorously on the imperial couch, her sheer gown accentuating her delicate curves, her enchanting eyes filled with unspoken emotions. He instinctively reached out to embrace her, only to have Song Zhaoyue adeptly evade his grasp. Your Highness, why have you returned so late today? Song Zhaoyue chided playfully, her voice laced with a hint of melancholy. Pei Mingxu paused, amused by her endearing demeanor, and teased, What, after just a brief separation, do you already miss me? His tone was affectionate, brimming with indulgence. Without a response, Song Zhaoyue approached him, her hands entwining around his neck. She leaned closer, her soft breath grazing his ear as she whispered, Your Highness, I wish to. Before she could finish, Pei Mingxu lifted her effortlessly, carrying her towards the bed. This is of your own making, he murmured, his voice deep and slightly husky, his eyes alight with fervor. Within the confines of the bed curtains, the atmosphere was thick with spring warmth and fragrant allure. Song Zhaoyue clung to Pei Mingxu, whispering sweetly in his ear, her voice dripping with seduction. What has gotten into you today? So fiery and passionate, he jested, his heart racing under her spell. Song Zhaoyue remained silent, determinedly rising to meet him with a kiss. Initially taken aback, Pei Mingxu soon reciprocated, deepening the kiss. The temperature within the curtains soared, the ambience growing increasingly intoxicating. In a haze of desire, a thought flickered through Song Zhaoyue's mind. She must exhaust Pei Mingxu tonight, ensuring he appears foolish before Huang Lingru the following day. With this resolve, she responded to him with fervor, as if pouring all her passion into that night. After several fervent encounters, they called for water, hastily washing up. Exhausted, Song Zhaoyue could barely keep her eyes open, collapsing onto the bed, her breathing steady and elongated. Pei Mingxu gazed at her flushed cheeks and slightly disheveled hair. A vision of beauty akin to an enchanting fairy, capable of drawing even the most ascetic monk into the worldly realm. A little jealous heart. He could not suppress a smile as he gently placed a kiss upon her face, his eyes brimming with affection. He understood the reason for Song Zhaoyue's unusual demeanor that night. It was merely because the favored consort Huang was to enter the residence the following day. Typically, she would only create a fuss once, pouting and pleading for mercy, yet today she clung to him, unwilling to relent. With this thought, Pei Mingxu tenderly embraced Song Zhaoyue, and they drifted into slumber together. Suddenly, a series of 3 long and 1 short bird calls echoed from outside, shattering the tranquility of the night. Chapter 35. Huang Lingru. Pei Mingxu suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing through them, dispelling any remnants of sleep. The distinctive call of a bird, 3 long and 1 short, was one of the agreed signals with his shadow guards, indicating urgent news awaited him. Frowning slightly, he was about to rise from the bed. Song Zhaoyue, still half asleep, opened her eyes and drowsily inquired, "Your Highness, what is the matter?" "Nothing. I need to attend to some matters in the study." "Please continue to sleep," Pei Mingxu replied in a hushed tone, gently patting her to soothe her. Exhausted, Song Zhaoyue managed a faint acknowledgement before slipping back into a deep slumber. Pei Mingxu tenderly tucked the blankets around her before donning his outer robe and striding briskly out of the inner chamber. In the study, Pei Mingxu sat in the grand chair, his expression austere. "Speak, what is it?" he commanded. Wang Sheng bowed and reported, "Your Highness, a spy from the residence of Minister Huang has informed us that the identity of Concubine Huang is in question." "Elaborate," Pei Mingxu replied, his fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a dull sound. "The spy inadvertently discovered today that Concubine Huang possesses martial prowess and exceptional skills," Wang Sheng said, lowering his voice, his tone grave. "Oh." Pei Mingxu raised an eyebrow sharply. Furthermore, the spy found that Minister Huang and Concubine Huang held a secret meeting in her study tonight. Wang Sheng paused, observing Pei Mingxu's expression. A secret meeting in her study? A flicker of cold light passed through Pei Mingxu's eyes. Strangely, Minister Huang seems to obey Concubine Huang's every command. Wang Sheng hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Pei Mingxu's brow furrowed deeply, his countenance darkening. A woman of uncertain identity, skilled in martial arts, who may even manipulate her father, a third-ranked official in the court. Who is she, truly? Were the Huang family's intentions? Although the court appears calm at present, it is, in fact, fraught with hidden dangers. A single misstep could lead to ruin, jeopardizing the entire Yan Wang residence. Such a woman entering the house, regardless of whether she receives favor, will undoubtedly pose a significant problem. Tomorrow marks the day the Huang family enters the residence. This situation is a result of my negligence. Wang Sheng knelt, seeking forgiveness. "Your Highness, please pardon me. The spy has only just uncovered this information, and there has been no time to delve into the backgrounds of the Huang father and daughter." "Rise." Pei Mingxu gestured for Wang Sheng to stand. "Investigate thoroughly. You must ascertain the true identities of the Huang father and daughter, as well as their ulterior motives." "Understood," Wang Sheng acknowledged. "Additionally, replace all the attendants in Suihua Pavilion with those from the Shadow Guard and ensure they closely monitor every move of the Huang family." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Pei Mingxu's eyes. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall attend to it immediately." Wang Sheng bowed and withdrew. "Wait." Pei Mingxu suddenly called Wang Sheng back. "Go to the palace physician and have him prepare some mandrake dream and aphrodisiacs. Tomorrow, send a renowned female shadow guard to accompany me." Wang Sheng was taken aback. Mandrake dream had hallucinogenic effects combined with aphrodisiacs. It could induce a vivid and immersive dream. "Your Highness, are you intending to?" Pei Mingxu noticed Wang Sheng's momentary stupor and prompted him. Wang Sheng regained his composure and promptly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." After Wang Sheng departed, Pei Mingxu resumed his habitual tapping on the table, sinking into deep contemplation. Uncertain about the situation concerning the Huang family, one wonders which brother may have ensnared him, or perhaps the true master of the Huang family is not among his few brothers, but rather someone else entirely. Regardless of whose interests are at play, once the Huang family enters the palace, they shall be under stringent surveillance. Even with extraordinary capabilities, it is improbable that they could stir up any significant trouble within the Prince of Yan's residence. Unraveling the identities of Huang and the vice minister, along with their hidden benefactor, is merely a matter of time. Given that there are evident issues surrounding the Huang family, it presents an opportune moment to use them as bait. This could potentially lure out larger adversaries, while simultaneously allowing Yue to remain concealed and out of sight. The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Zhu began her routine of attending to Song Zhaoyue, engaging her in various playful activities to lift her spirits, fearful that she might be saddened by Huang Lingru's entry into the palace. Observing Lu Zhu's devoted attention throughout the day, treating her like a child, Song Zhaoyue felt a blend of amusement and gratitude. She had long since come to terms with Huang Lingru's arrival and prepared herself to face the situation proactively. In essence, until she firmly establishes her position, she is determined to roll up her sleeves and cling to Pei Mingxu, striving for a life of ease in the near future. As evening approached, just as Song Zhaoyue was about to partake in her dinner, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback to see Pei Mingxu adorned in a dark brocade robe, entering with measured steps. "Your Highness?" she exclaimed in surprise. Rising to her feet, utterly unprepared for Pei Mingxu's unexpected presence in her courtyard. Wasn't he supposed to be entertaining guests or residing in Suihua Pavilion at this hour? Chapter 36. Jealousy. Pei Mingxu approached Song Zhaoyue, gently enveloping her in his embrace, and softly inquired, "What is it? Am I not welcome?" The maidservants in the flower hall, upon witnessing their affectionate display, discreetly withdrew. Song Zhaoyue playfully blinked, feigning a pout as she replied, "Your Highness, you jest. I am indeed most delighted by your presence." Pei Mingxu, captivated by her charming demeanor, could not resist lowering his head to place a tender kiss upon her forehead. "Your Highness, what brings you here today?" Song Zhaoyue nestled closer, her voice a soft whisper. A flicker of complex emotions passed through Pei Mingxu's eyes as he replied gently, "Why? Am I not allowed to come and see you today? Your Highness, please do not tease me. You know what I mean." Today marks the arrival of Consort Huang. As she spoke, she shot him a playful glare, which, rather than a reproach, resembled a sulky charm. A beauty is enchanting, whether in anger or in playfulness, captivating the heart. Yet, alas, he must first attend to Madame Huang this evening. With a sigh inwardly, Pei Mingxu grasped her delicate hand, as soft as if it were made of air. "I have come to see you, and shall depart later." Song Zhaoyue leaned against him, her expression contemplative. The mere fact that he had come to visit exceeded her expectations, leaving her quite content. However, she resolved to seize this opportunity to express her feelings, hoping to evoke a deeper sense of concern from Pei Mingxu. After all, men delight in knowing that the woman they cherish holds only them in her thoughts, and that she cares enough to feel jealous. She gently spoke, "Your Highness, your visit today brings me immense joy. I merely hope that after your meeting with Consort Huang, you shall not forget me. May I be like a shadow, following your light, ever close and protective." At her words, a surge of unfamiliar emotion welled up within Pei Mingxu, softening his resolve. He instinctively tightened his embrace, as if wishing to meld her essence with his very being. He realized, unbeknownst to him, that she had taken root in his heart. "I only wish your heart to mirror mine." The latter half of the thought, "I shall not disappoint your longing," remained unspoken. Yet it marked the first time he had conveyed such sentiments to a woman. Feeling a warmth rise to his cheeks, Pei Mingxu guided Song Zhaoyue to sit and dine. The maidservants waiting outside promptly entered to set the table, attending to the needs of the two esteemed guests. Song Zhaoyue noticed the faint blush upon Pei Mingxu's ears and could not suppress a smile. She had not anticipated her earlier remarks would wield such power, not only eliciting his tender words, but also rendering him shy. Pride swelled within her. She had managed to make the valiant warrior blush. She contemplated continuing her heartfelt expressions to see if she could further embarrass him, but prudence prevailed. Too much too soon could be counterproductive. She needed to gradually enhance her significance in Pei Mingxu's heart. After their meal, as the lanterns began to glow, signaling that the hour was nearly upon them for Pei Mingxu to head to Tehua courtyard, he, however, leisurely sipped his tea, displaying no inclination to rise. Song Zhaoyue was momentarily taken aback. Pei Mingxu had just mentioned he would leave later, Yet now, as the hour grew late, he showed no intention of departing. If he chose to stay at her Taoyao pavilion instead of heading to Zhaoyue residence tonight, Huang Lingru, that cunning vixen, would surely despise her and would undoubtedly seek to create trouble in the future. Though she was not particularly afraid of Huang Lingru, constant troublemakers could be quite bothersome. Noticing Song Zhaoyue's anxious demeanor, Pei Mingxu felt a sudden surge of amusement and playfully teased, "What's the matter? Do you wish for me to leave at once?" Song Zhaoyue quickly shook her head, her tone urgent. "No, it's not that. I merely—" If she failed to articulate her thoughts properly, and Pei Mingxu realized that her earlier confession was insincere, it would spell disaster. But what was she to say? Observing her flustered state, Pei Mingxu found her even more intriguing. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Song Zhaoyue lifted her gaze to meet his, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. "Your Highness, I possess a jealous heart and truly wish you would not go. However, I am aware that Huang Consort was also bestowed upon you by His Majesty. If you do not visit Zhaoyue residence tonight, it will be perceived as dissatisfaction with the Emperor's decree." She did not finish her thought, but instead threw herself into Pei Mingxu's arms, clinging tightly to his waist. "Thus, I would prefer you to depart for Zhaoyue residence early, rather than face any potential harm from others." Pei Mingxu gazed down at Song Zhaoyue, who had nestled into him like a little creature seeking refuge from storm. A wave of warmth surged through him as he wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. After a moment of silence, he spoke gently yet firmly, "Worry not. I shall not betray the feelings of longing." Wait, had she inadvertently revealed the latter part of her earlier sentiment? Overwhelmed by surprise rather than joy, Song Zhaoyue's expression faltered, her eyes widened in confusion. Fortunately, her face was buried in Pei Mingxu's embrace, sparing her from giving herself away. Once she regained her composure, a blissful smile spread across her face as she leaned up to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. Pei Mingxu held on his Song Zhaoyue tightly, reluctant to let go, and after a lingering moment, he finally released her, calling for Fu Shun. Fu Shun immediately ushered in two unfamiliar maidservants from outside. Chapter 37. A twist of fate. Pei Mingxu pointed at the two maidservants and stated, "These two shall serve you from now on. They're quite skilled, and you must take them with you wherever you go." After speaking, he motioned for the two maidservants to step forward and pay their respects to Song Zhaoyue. "Greetings to the esteemed side consort. Please bestow upon us our names," they said, bowing gracefully, their movements fluid and precise. Although Song Zhaoyue found it peculiar that they did not introduce themselves, but rather awaited her naming, she refrained from questioning further upon noticing Pei Mingxu's anticipation. Curiosity can be perilous. Some matters are best left undisturbed. "You shall be called Zhu, and you shall be by Jean." Song Zhaoyue named them according to their distinctly different appearances. "Thank you, Your Highness, for bestowing our names," they replied in unison. Once Fu Shun led the two maidservants away, Pei Mingxu remarked, "You must never let Zhu Ying and Bai Jin out of your sight, especially when encountering Huang Shi." Before Song Zhaoyue could respond, Pei Mingxu added, "Huang Shi's origins are questionable. Exercise caution and limit your interactions with her. This matter is confidential. Do not discuss it with others." Huang Lingru had transformed from a rival into Pei Mingxu's adversary? What is the meaning of this? Song Zhaoyue was taken aback by the unexpected revelation, her mind swirling in confusion. She blinked, gazing at him with eager eyes, hoping for further clarification. Pei Mingxu, amused by her adorable perplexity, chuckled softly, "Simply follow my instructions, and I shall reveal more in due time." "Very well, I shall heed your advice," Song Zhaoyue acquiesced, nodding obediently. "It is getting late. I must take my leave." "Rest early," he said, gently squeezing her cheek before rising to depart. Song Zhaoyue hurriedly followed him out of the courtyard before returning. Although today marked Huang's entrance into the manor, the Prince of Yin had not come to personally welcome her. This brought a sigh of relief to the Duke of Cheng's residence. Had the prince greeted both side consorts, it would have been a profound slight to their dignity. Zhaoyue residence lay to the west of the garden, requiring passage across it from Taoyao Pavilion. The sky had completely darkened, and the crowd accompanied Pei Mingxu toward Zhaoyue residence. Fu Shun, being Pei Mingxu's confidant, was well aware of the issues surrounding Huang. The two maidservants had been selected with great care per his master's orders. He cautiously glanced at his lord ahead and noted Pei Mingxu's cold demeanor, a stark contrast to the gentleness he had exhibited moments ago at Song Zhaoyue's pavilion, and sighed inwardly. It was unfortunate that after finally agreeing to take a wife and concubines, he ended up with a side consort of questionable status. Upon reaching Zhaoyue residence, Fu Shun and the others entered the new chamber with Pei Mingxu, deftly pushing aside Huang Lingru's dowry. Pei Mingxu took a seat in a round chair, showing no inclination to lift the bridal veil. Madame Shi, observing the unmoving Prince of Yin and the veiled side consort, deliberated for a moment before lowering her voice. Esteemed side consort, it would be prudent for you to rise and pay your respects to His Highness. Huang Lingru sat with her head bowed in modesty, listening to the words of Madame Shi, her heart sinking slightly. Yet, she soon regained her composure, lifting her veil and stepping forward to offer her respects. Clad in a vibrant crimson wedding gown, she accentuated her tall and curvaceous figure, the wide sash cinching her waist, drawing attention to her ample bosom. Having witnessed Song Zhaoyue's beauty, she was acutely aware that her only advantage lay in her more voluptuous form and matured allure. "Your Highness, I have seen you, and may you be blessed," she said, her voice dripping with sultriness akin to honey. Pei Mingxu cast a cold glance her way, a hint of sarcasm playing on his lips. Huang's demeanor seemed to embody a carefully cultivated charm that might indeed captivate his brothers. A flicker of intrigue ignited within him. Perhaps Wang Sheng and the others could exploit this angle to uncover something of interest. Desiring to avoid unnecessary conversation, he simply raised his hand, dismissing those attending the room. Instantly, the eunuchs and maidservants filed out, with Fu Shun being the last to leave. After closing the door behind him, he stationed himself at the entrance, signaling the attendants to keep Huang Lingru's companions at a distance. Inside the newlywed chamber, the red candles flickered gently. Huang Lingru, shy yet alluring, cast her beautiful eyes repeatedly toward Pei Mingxu, her gaze imbued with a subtle, teasing provocation. Chapter 39. Zhu Ying and Bai Jin. The following morning, as Zhu attended a Song Zhaoyue's grooming, she casually remarked, "My lady, did you not notice? Early this morning, His Highness returned to the front courtyard without even partaking in breakfast at Zhaoyue residence." Startled, Song Zhaoyue paused with the jade comb in her hand and looked up at Zhu. "How do you know His Highness has returned to the front courtyard?" "My lady, have you forgotten? I must go to the main kitchen daily to fetch meals." Little Shun, who tends to the flowers in the garden, spotted His Highness's entourage and discreetly informed me. Setting down the jade comb, Song Zhaoyue's expression grew solemn. "In the future, do not inquire about such matters." Zhu, puzzled, asked, "What is it, my lady? Have I spoken out of turn?" "Not at all," Song Zhaoyue shook her head. "However, prying into His Highness's whereabouts is not in accordance with the household rules. Should someone with ulterior motives seek trouble, it would serve as an easy handle against us." The Yin Wang Fu was strictly regulated, forbidding anyone from inquiring about Pei Mingxu's movements. The eunuchs and maids of each courtyard were not permitted to roam without a travel token. Presently, as Pei Mingxu favored her, he would not mind. But should affection wane in the future, these would be the very thorns that could be picked at any moment. Zhu understood at last, and quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lady, your lesson is well taken. I shall no longer pry. Moreover, knowing too much is not always a good thing," Song Zhaoyue added softly. "I only wish your heart mirrors mine, so that my longing shall not go unrequited." When Pei Mingxu recited this line of poetry last night, she could tell it was a genuine expression of his feelings. Yet, the tragedy of beautiful women whose affections fade before their youth is not a rare tale. After a night of contemplation, Song Zhaoyue's initially heated thoughts regarding Pei Mingxu had cooled. The Yin Wang Fu was never devoid of younger, more vibrant women. Henceforth, there would only be more women in the residence. Pondering which courtyard Pei Mingxu visited at night held little merit. It was far better to cherish her own life. When he came, she would greet him with a smile. If he did not, she would find contentment in her own company. After breakfast, Song Zhaoyue dismissed everyone but Zhu, Zhu Ying, and Bai Jin. "You two, come here. Let me have a good look at you." Leaning languidly against the imperial couch, She exuded an air of casual elegance. She beckoned to Zhu Ying and Bai Jin. Exchanging glances, Zhu Ying and Bai Jin approached respectfully and stood with their heads bowed. "Lift your heads. I do not bite." Song Zhaoyue chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with charm. Only then did they slowly raise their heads, stealing glances at the stunning beauty before them. Last night, with His Highness present, they had dared not gaze too long. Today, Song Zhaoyue wore a light pink embroidered skirt adorned with begonia flowers, her lustrous black hair elegantly held up by a single jade hairpin, with a few playful strands cascading down her chest, accentuating her snow-like complexion and breathtaking allure. Zhu Ying and Bai Jin were momentarily entranced. Having trained in the Shadow Guard for years, they had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. "What? Are you captivated?" Song Zhaoyue teased as she noticed their dazed expressions. "We would not dare." Zhu Ying and Bai Jin's cheeks flushed crimson, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. "All right, tell me about yourselves. How old are you? What skills do you possess?" Song Zhaoyue inquired gently, no longer teasing them. Returning to the Empress, "I am Zhu Ying, a mere servant of 15 years, possessing a modest understanding of pharmacology and skilled in the art of the whip." I spoke first, my voice ringing clear and melodious. My companion, Bai Jin, who is of similar age, excels in the use of hidden weapons and possesses commendable agility. Bai Jin followed closely, her tone cool and composed. "Oh," Green Pearl, standing nearby, listened with wide eyes, filled with admiration and envy. "How remarkable you both are at such a tender age." Though Song Zhaoyue had already suspected that these two were exceptional, she was astonished by their abilities, her heart secretly marveling at their prowess. "Indeed, we have gained two formidable heroines for our Taoyao pavilion." Zhu Ying and Bai Jin, slightly embarrassed by the praise, felt a faint blush rise to their cheeks. "I notice your hands are marred with numerous injuries. Did you sustain these while training?" Song Zhaoyue observed the delicate wounds adorning their hands and asked with genuine concern. Replying to the Empress, "They are but minor injuries, nothing of consequence." Zhu Ying and Bai Jin hastily concealed their hands behind them. "Green Pearl, please fetch that box of medicinal ointment from the dressing table," commanded Song Zhaoyue. The ointment was crafted by the imperial physician and known for its efficacy. She recalled how, after pricking her finger while embroidering, it healed within 2 days after application. "Yes, Your Highness," Green Pearl complied promptly. Before long, she returned with a jade-white porcelain jar. Placing it into Zhu Ying's hands. "Remember to apply the ointment once you return to your chambers," Song Zhaoyue instructed. "From now on, you shall accompany me without worry. Should you require anything, feel free to speak with Green Pearl, who will ensure your needs are met. Green Pearl, please give Zhu Ying and Bai Jin each 10 taels of silver and 2 bolts of fabric, and have a sewing room prepare 2 outfits for each of them." "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhu Ying and Bai Jin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. They had not anticipated such kindness from the enchanting consort, who was so approachable and generous towards them. With unwavering resolve, they silently vowed to protect the consort diligently, ensuring that no malefactor would find an opportunity against her. After a midday slumber, Song Zhaoyue rose languidly, glancing into the bronze mirror, her features still bearing a hint of drowsy allure. "My lady, would you care to take a stroll in the garden?" Green Pearl inquired while arranging Song Zhaoyue's hair. Just as she was about to suggest staying in the courtyard to read a tale, a voice from outside announced, "May I report to Your Highness that Consort Huang has come to visit." Chapter 39. The visit from Huang Lingru, the side consort. Huang had arrived? Song Zhaoyue furrowed her brow. She had just entered the palace this morning to express her gratitude, and now, in the afternoon, she was eagerly seeking her son. How very considerate of her. "Your Highness, it seems that this Huang side consort does not come with good intentions," Green Pearl said anxiously from the side. "What is there to fear? When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the waters rise, we shall build dams," Song Zhaoyue replied, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. "I cannot simply turn her away. I shall see what performance she is prepared today. Go. Please invite Huang's side consort to the main hall for a brief rest." "I shall join her shortly," Song Zhaoyue commanded. "Yes," the young maid responded, hurrying away. Green Pearl deftly assisted Song Zhaoyue in changing into a pale purple embroidered dress adorned with hibiscus flowers, and she tidied up her slightly disheveled hairstyle. Zhu Ying and Bai Jin observed attentively, occasionally lending a hand to Green Pearl. "Your Highness, does this look suitable?" Green Pearl inquired, holding a white jade hairpin and positioning it in Song Zhaoyue's hair. "Yes, that one will do," Song Zhaoyue replied, examining her reflection in the bronze mirror with satisfaction. Once prepared, Song Zhaoyue, accompanied by Green Pearl and the other two, made her way to the main hall, with Zhu Ying and Bai Jin flanking her closely. They exchanged glances, both displaying a hint of wariness. Prior to their visit to Taoyao Pavilion, Eunuch Fu had specifically instructed them to closely follow Song Zhaoyue, especially when she interacted with Huang's side consort, ensuring they remained vigilant. Upon entering the main hall, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, causing Song Zhaoyue to frown slightly. There stood Huang Lingru, clad in a silver-red palace attire, with a large neckline exposing ample porcelain skin and even revealing an ambiguous red mark. Song Zhaoyue scoffed inwardly. Was this deliberately meant for her viewing? Seeing Song Zhaoyue enter, Huang Lingru quickly rose with a smile. "Sister Song, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Song Zhaoyue offered a slight smile and gracefully took her seat. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Huang's sister. It was my oversight. Huang's sister, you need not be so formal. We are sisters after all." Huang Lingru chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. "It has been ages since we last saw each other. Ever since our last selection, I have thought of you day and night." "Thank you for your concern, Huang's sister," Song Zhaoyue replied, her smile not reaching her eyes. This woman was quite the actress. One might think they shared a deep sisterly bond. The selection? How dare she bring it up? Such youthful forgetfulness was astounding. Ever since she had been summoned by the noble consort, Huang Lingru had not hesitated to incite and provoke Lu Yueying and Lin Yunxiao against her, even secretly laying numerous traps. Noticing Song Zhaoyue's cold demeanor, Huang Lingru remained unfazed and continued to beam. "Sister, did we not share a room during the selection? Now we have both entered the Prince of Yan's residence. What a twist of fate. Indeed, Huang's sister speaks the truth. What a twist of fate indeed. It seems I have encountered a smiling tiger," Song Zhaoyue thought to herself. "By the way, I had intended to visit you sooner," Huang Lingru remarked, seemingly casually tugging at her garment to reveal more of the ambiguous red marks. Song Zhaoyue glanced at the glaring marks, discreetly shifting her gaze, a wave of frustration rising within her. Indeed, even with questionable identity, it does not hinder a man from indulging in sleep. However, last night was rather exhausting. Today, I shall take a brief respite before visiting my dear sister." As Huang Lingru spoke, her eyes sparkled, deliberately emphasizing the words "last night" and "exhausting." Song Zhaoyue observed her feigned demeanor, feeling a wave of annoyance. Indeed, men are simply insipid creatures. Yet, she maintained an impassive facade, appearing as serene as ever. "Sister Huang, you jest. Between sisters, there is no need for such formality." Song Zhaoyue replied thoughtfully. "Since you are fatigued, do take a moment to rest. We are in the same residence, and there will be ample opportunities for us to meet in the future." Seeing that Song Zhaoyue remained composed, without a hint of jealousy, Huang Lingru felt a pang of frustration, akin to striking a fist into cotton. This Song Zhaoyue truly possesses remarkable composure. She prided herself on her beauty, but had not anticipated encountering Song Zhaoyue during the selection process, where she was overshadowed. Now, both had entered the Prince of Yan's residence as secondary consorts. She intended to ensure that Song Zhaoyue could not rise above her, teaching her that beauty alone is insufficient. "By the way, Sister Song," Huang Lingru, noticing that her probing was futile, changed the subject. "I wish to personally prepare a few dishes for the prince, but my kitchen has yet to be organized. Might you allow someone to deliver some ingredients to the small kitchen at Suihua residence?" The people of the Prince of Yan's residence were notoriously tight-lipped. She had attempted to inquire about the current steward, but had gleaned nothing. Upon hearing this, Song Zhaoyue couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Such cunning. She was testing whether Song Zhaoyue had any influence over the steward. As a secondary consort, managing the household was a thankless task. She was no fool. Why would she entangle herself with such a hot potato? Yet, Huang Lingru's pretense of cooking made her wonder whether Pei Mingxu would dare to eat her dishes. But then again, Pei Mingxu had already dared to sleep with Huang Lingru. So what else would he shy away from? The path of desire is fraught with peril. I sincerely hope Pei Mingxu does not misstep, for it may lead to dire consequences for me. Sister is unaware, Song Zhaoyue smiled. Currently, matters of the residence are overseen by eunuch Fu Shun. You need only send someone to inform him. Huang Lingru, upon hearing this, was taken aback to discover that the steward was in fact a eunuch close to Pei Mingxu, rather than Song Zhaoyue. Her disdain for Song Zhaoyue deepened further. This Song Zhaoyue, who had entered the residence first, had nearly 2 months before the wedding of the primary consort Lu Yueying, yet she had not secured the authority of the steward. If it were her, she would have devised a way to attain that power and place her own people in positions of influence. Such a waste of beauty, utterly lacking in the acumen to leverage her advantages. Reflecting on the tender affections shared with the Prince of Yin last night, Huang Lingru felt even more triumphant, deeming Song Zhaoyue inconsequential. Thank you for informing me, Sister Song, Huang Lingru replied graciously. Song Zhaoyue offered a faint smile. The two exchanged a few more idle pleasantries, with Song Zhaoyue retaining her original demeanor from the selection, calm and aloof, not particularly loquacious, and remaining rather uninformed on various topics. After a while, Huang Lingru, realizing that she could not extract any useful information, rose to take her leave. After bidding farewell to Huang Lingru, Song Zhaoyue's expression instantly darkened as she made her way directly to the study. Chapter 40. Reactions after Huang Lingru departed. Zhu remained stationed outside the door, occasionally glancing into the study. Huang's consort had just come to flaunt the affections of the prince, leaving her daughter feeling rather discontented. Whenever her daughter felt troubled in her heart since childhood, she found solace in the quiet act of writing. At present, it was not appropriate for her to intrude. Zhu Ying and Bai Jin had offered to attend to her, but were dismissed to rest instead. Zhu stood guard at the door, ensuring no one disturbed Song Zhaoyue, allowing her to write freely. Inside the study, Song Zhaoyue penned one large character after another, the ink on the rice paper flowing profusely, yet could not conceal the agitation within her strokes. As she concluded with a forceful stroke to finish the character Jing, she pressed too hard, marring the letter entirely. Gazing at the ruined character, she let out a bitter laugh, crumpling the paper into a ball and tossing it into the wastebasket. She unfurled a fresh sheet of rice paper, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to calm her restless spirit. Yet, the glaring red mark beneath Huang Lingru's collar lingered in her mind like a brand, refusing to fade. Song Zhaoyue could not comprehend the depth of her own reaction. She had long been aware that a man like Pei Mingxu could not possibly be devoted to just one woman. However, when the reality unfolded, she realized her capacity for magnanimity was far less than she had imagined. The sensation was akin to something that once belonged solely to her, now required to be shared with others. With a sigh, she chuckled at her own self-deprecation. Perhaps that something had never truly belonged to her. She had merely been fortunate enough to monopolize Pei Mingxu's affections for a brief time. Gradually, her heart found tranquility, and she began to silently recite Buddhist scriptures. Upon entering the manor, she had already prepared herself mentally. If that were the case, why should she be so affected now? In the front courtyard of the Yan Wangfu, the study was alight. Upon returning, Huang's consort summoned all the maids and servants of Zhihua courtyard for inquiries, rewarding each with 5 taels of silver. Wang Sheng bowed to report. Oh, how generous of her. A cold smile curled at Pei Mingxu's lips, yet his eyes held no warmth. The wet nurse accompanying her, Guamama, was inquiring about whether Song's consort currently managed the household and sought information about the prince's previous stay at Taoyao Pavilion. Wang Sheng continued to elaborate. A glint of frost flickered in Pei Mingxu's eyes as he kept a close watch on the Huang family and their associates, instructing, "Report immediately if there are any movements." "Yes," Wang Sheng replied, feeling a shiver down his spine, and continued, "Your Highness, this afternoon, Huang's consort visited Taoyao Pavilion, claiming to pay a visit to Song's consort." At this, he discreetly glanced up at Pei Mingxu. What could she possibly want at Taoyao Pavilion? Pei Mingxu shot up, his eyes filled with an intensified chill. According to Miss Zhuang's report, it was said that Huang's consort was boasting of the prince's affections before Song's consort. Wang Sheng's voice dwindled to a near inaudible murmur. Indeed, Huang was not a woman of restraint. Pei Mingxu's expression darkened, his eyes glimmering with ice. As evening descended, Sohua courtyard was ablaze with light, and the rich aroma of cuisine wafted through the air. Huang Lingru personally took to the kitchen, preparing an exquisite feast that was a delight to both the eyes and the palate. The elegantly arranged dishes filled the table, each plate a testament to her meticulous effort and thoughtful preparation. Once the dinner was ready, she adorned herself in a figure-hugging magenta silk gown, which accentuated her snow-white skin and alluring silhouette. Standing before a copper mirror, she carefully outlined her lips and bestowed upon her reflection a captivating smile. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Huang Lingru to hurriedly step out, only to find a few young eunuchs entering briskly, carrying food boxes. "Your servant pays respects to the esteemed consort." The eunuchs bowed deeply. "No need for formalities. I was unaware of your visit, esteemed gentleman. What brings you here?" Huang Lingru inquired, a slight furrow of concern creasing her brow. Replying to the esteemed consort, "His Highness specifically dispatched us to deliver several dishes for you to enjoy while they are still warm," the lead eunuch replied cheerfully, opening the food box to reveal an enticing aroma wafting forth. Inside, 5 meticulously prepared dishes were neatly arranged, showcasing the culinary prowess of the royal kitchen. The eunuch continued, "His Highness is considerate of your efforts today and wishes for you to rest early. He shall not be visiting tonight." Huang Lingru's smile faltered instantaneously, and she forced a strained smile, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Please convey my gratitude to His Highness." With a subtle gesture, she signaled to Granny Gua standing nearby. Understanding the cue, Granny Gua quickly retrieved a few silver coins from her pouch and discreetly placed them in the eunuch's hands. "Your hard work is appreciated. This is a small token of our consort's gratitude. I hope it meets your approval." The eunuch accepted the coins with a composed demeanor. A smile plastered across his face. "Your ladyship is too kind. Thank you for your generosity." Granny Gua, maintaining a cordial expression, tentatively asked, "Esteemed sir, Our Lady has prepared some dishes she wishes to send to His Highness for him to taste. Might that be possible?" The eunuch's smile widened. "That would require your assistance, young lady, but—" He deliberately elongated his words, observing the maid's anxious expression before leisurely adding, "His Highness is residing in the study of the front courtyard tonight. It would be simpler for the dishes to be taken back by us." Yuzhan's expression stiffened, and she quickly replied, "Then I shall trouble you, esteemed sir. I will have someone pack the dishes into the food box." After sending off the eunuchs from the front courtyard, Granny Gwen noticed Huang Lingru's displeased countenance and cautiously offered words of comfort. "Your ladyship, His Highness is merely being considerate. Do not dwell on it too much. I have just learned that His Highness did not send any dishes to Consort Song, which indicates he still cares for you." Upon hearing this, Huang Lingru's expression softened slightly. "You go, remove the other dishes, leaving only those bestowed by His Highness." "Yes," Granny Gua promptly replied, turning to fulfill the task. In the Taoyao Pavilion, Song Zhaoyue reclined gracefully on the favored concubine couch, engrossed in a scroll of tales. Green Pearl tiptoed in and softly inquired, "Miss, it is getting late. Shall we arrange the meal?" Song Zhaoyue set aside her scroll, gently massaging her temples, and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, do so." No sooner had she spoken than familiar footsteps resonated from outside, steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Song Zhaoyue's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath and swiftly rose to greet the visitor. Chapter 41. Awkwardness. As Song Zhaoyue stepped out of her room, she was greeted by Pei Mingxu, clad in a flowing dark robe, his slender waist accentuated by a jade belt. His visage resembled that of a polished jade, with deep-set eyes that seemed to hold secrets as he strode purposefully into the courtyard. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Song Zhaoyue approached, intending to bow in greeting, only to be lifted effortlessly by Pei Mingxu. "What's this? Am I not welcome?" Pei Mingxu inquired with a playful smile, his tone laced with teasing. Feeling the warmth of his palm and recalling the marks upon Huang Lingru from earlier that day, an inexplicable discomfort washed over her, causing her to instinctively withdraw her hand. Pei Mingxu, perceptive to her unease, deepened his smile, tightening his grip on her hand and leading her toward the flower hall. "Have we grown distant in just one day?" he queried, his hold on her firm, leaving her flustered as she followed his lead. "Your Highness jests. Merely," she stammered, searching for the right words. "Merely what?" He lowered his gaze to meet hers, his tone gentle, yet his eyes piercing, as if seeking to unveil her thoughts. Feeling exposed under his scrutiny, Zhaoyue averted her gaze and murmured, "Nothing, nothing at all. I was simply fatigued from reading for too long." Pei Mingxu chose not to press the issue, merely responding with a meaningful "oh" as he continued to guide her forward. Once seated in the flower hall, Fu Shun promptly arrived with an array of dishes, each a feast for the senses, enticing and delectable. Zhaoyue endeavored to adjust her demeanor, striving to appear as she usually did while dining with Pei Mingxu. Yet today, he seemed somewhat unusual. He frequently served her food and smiled at her with such warmth that it left her utterly bewildered. "Your Highness, are you in particularly high spirits today?" she ventured, her tone tinged with curiosity. "To visit you, my dear Yuer, naturally brings me joy," Pei Mingxu replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Feeling a shiver at his intense gaze, Zhaoyue lowered her head, silently consuming her rice, reluctant to meet his eyes again. After their meal, Pei Mingxu escorted her back to her chamber, where they settled onto the precious concubine couch. Green Pearl presented fragrant tea and, discerning the atmosphere, discreetly withdrew, gently closing the door behind her. "Yuer, do you not have anything you wish to ask me?" Pei Mingxu lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip. Seemingly casual, yet his gaze firmly locked on his Zhaoyue. Feigning calmness, she shook her head. "Not at all. However, Your Highness, you seem somewhat out of sorts this evening." "Ask what?" "About your late-night rendezvous with Huang Lingru?" "Oh, is that so?" Pei Mingxu set down his teacup, a hint of jest in his tone. "Then why do I sense that you, are acting rather strangely, as if you have a multitude of questions swirling within?" Zhaoyue felt helpless, inwardly lamenting Pei Mingxu's unpredictable demeanor that night. Unable to contain himself any longer, Pei Mingxu chuckled at her awkwardness and pulled her into his embrace. "Where are you? Feeling jealous?" "Your Highness, you jest. Why would I feel jealousy?" "You say I do not." Yet, Pei Mingxu chuckled softly, tightening his embrace around her. "You little jealous one, are you unaware of your own feelings?" Zhaoyue found herself in his arms, feeling a bit awkward, but she quickly settled, resting obediently against Pei Mingxu's chest, choosing silence. Pei Mingxu, reveling in the softness of the person in his embrace, felt elated. He gently patted her back and spoke softly. "Yuer, seeing is not always believing. If you wish to know something, simply ask me. Do not let unrelated individuals deceive you with illusions." Zhaoyue lifted her head in surprise, gazing at him. "Your Highness, what do you mean by that?" Did Pei Mingxu imply that he had not been with Huang Lingru last night? Yet, what then could explain the marks on Huang Lingru today? And her demeanor, while boasting, did not seem feigned. What on earth was happening? Chapter 42, Explanation Moon. "Surely you do not believe I would actually lay a finger on her?" Pei Mingxu raised an eyebrow in retort. Zhaoyue silently scoffed. "Who could possibly know? How could I ever touch her?" Pei Mingxu appeared to see through Zhaoyue's thoughts, his tone tinged with a hint of disdain. "Then, what of the Huang concubine?" Zhaoyue recalled Huang Lingru's languid and alluring demeanor from earlier, her heart filled with increasing doubt. "I gave her a little something last night." Pei Mingxu leaned closer to Zhaoyue's ear, whispering softly, just so she could have a pleasant dream. "A little something? A pleasant dream?" Zhaoyue's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, a concoction of mandrake and a touch of aphrodisiac, allowing her to experience a dream so vivid it would deceive her into believing she had indulged in a passionate embrace." Pei Mingxu's tone was nonchalant, as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. "What about the marks upon her?" Zhaoyue still found it hard to accept. "Merely the handiwork of a female shadow guard." Pei Mingxu chuckled lightly. "Moon, Now you understand, do you not? You believe me now? Song Zhaoyue was left speechless, the revelation too, exhilarating. What, are you shocked? Moon? Pei Mingxu observed her astonishment with a smug smile. And no. Song Zhaoyue regained her composure, stammering, I just think your methods are quite audacious. If Huang Lingru were to discover the truth, she would certainly wish to exact revenge upon you. Today, you met that woman. I fear you may have voiced your grievances about me. Pei Mingxu teased, pinching Song Zhaoyue's nose with a tone both playful and assured. His words struck a chord within Song Zhaoyue, and a blush crept on her cheeks. Yet she feigned defiance. Your Highness, you jest. How could I possibly? Still denying it? Pei Mingxu interrupted, pulling her closer still. You little jealous one. Do you not even realize when you are envious? Feeling flustered under his gaze, Song Zhaoyue buried her face in his embrace, silenced by her own turmoil. From their days together, she understood that Pei Mingxu would not stoop to lying to her. If he claimed he had not touched Huang Lingru, then he had not. A sigh of relief washed over her. Thank goodness, this man is still mine alone. Pei Mingxu, observing her ostrich-like demeanor, could not help but laugh. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. He gently patted her back, his tone tender. Moon, you must know, you are the concubine I have chosen for myself, unlike any other. My feelings for you will always be distinct from those I hold for others. Song Zhaoyue lifted her gaze from his chest, meeting his earnest eyes, her heart a blend of sweetness and a hint of bitterness, a delicious ambivalence. I trust you, Your Highness, she murmured, her voice resolute yet gentle. Regardless of what the future may hold, the atmosphere had blossomed to this point. How could one dampen it? Pei Mingxu regarded her with eyes brimming with affection. However, Pei Mingxu's tone abruptly shifted, taking on a slight edge. Moon, since you have questioned whether I have been involved with the Huang family today, should you not demonstrate some sincerity to atone? As Song Zhaoyue was still taken aback, he lifted her effortlessly and carried her towards the bed. Your Highness, you, she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Where, tell me, how can we ascertain my innocence? Pei Mingxu pressed her down, his tone suggestive. Flushed with embarrassment from his sudden actions, Song Zhaoyue stammered. Ah, no need, I trust you, truly. I believe you do trust me. Pei Mingxu leaned down and kissed the corner of her lips, his voice gentle yet firm. However, I still wish for you to verify it personally, lest you indulge in unwarranted thoughts later. Really, it's unnecessary. Song Zhaoyue felt a shiver at the intensity of Pei Mingxu's gaze and hastily declined. That is not for you to decide. Outside, a radiant moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene glow that illuminated the room with the essence of spring. Fu Shun stood outside the door, listening to the sounds emanating from within, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Everyone, be sharp tonight. His Highness is resting in Taoyao Pavilion. Anyone who dares to gossip will have to answer for it. Fu Shun turned, issuing a low warning to the servants in the courtyard, his tone chilling. The eunuchs and maidservants of Taoyao Pavilion trembled under Fu Shun's ominous gaze, promptly nodding in compliance. Content, Fu Shun averted his gaze, standing guard at the door to prevent anyone from approaching. Within the bed curtains, Song Zhaoyue lay atop Pei Mingxu, panting, her cheeks flushed like a blooming flower. Pei Mingxu's fingers glided gently over her back, again and again, as if soothing a languid cat. You err. Rest assured, I will not touch Huang Shi. She will merely serve as a target in plain sight. His voice was deep and tender, imbued with a hint of reassurance. Song Zhaoyue buried her face in his chest, softly murmuring in response, seemingly comforted by his words. Yet, within the depths of her clear eyes, a shadow flickered. Even if he refrained from touching Huang Lingru, what of Li Lingru, Zhao Lingru? Not to mention the impending marriage of the legitimate wife, Lu Yueying, at the end of September. The back courtyard of the Wang residence would undoubtedly become even more bustling. How would he then respond? At this thought, a bitter smile crept onto Song Zhaoyue's lips. Pei Mingxu, can you truly remain indifferent towards Lu Yueying and the other women to come? Chapter 43, Confrontation, Your Highness. This is a return gift prepared for you, as instructed by His Highness. It has been loaded onto the carriage, Fu Shun respectfully announced, gesturing towards two carriages outside the flowering gate, piled high with brocade boxes. Huang Lingru surveyed the two laden carriages, yet her expression bore little joy. Instead, she forced a slight smile. Why so many? This is quite extravagant. Fu Shun chuckled lightly. Your Highness, you jest. You are the Emperor's appointed consort, favored deeply by His Highness. Naturally, on your return visit, His Highness wishes to bestow upon you the utmost dignity. But where is His Highness? I do not see him, Huang Lingru inquired, glancing around, disappointment evident in her tone. Your Highness, His Highness entered the palace early this morning to meet with the Emperor regarding urgent matters. Before he departed, he specifically instructed me to ensure your comfort, Fu Shun replied. Then let us depart. Huang Lingru suppressed her unease and climbed into the carriage. She had intended to introduce the Huang family's young men to Pei Mingxu at today's gathering, yet it seemed Pei Mingxu would not attend. Upon returning to the Huang residence, Huang Lingru exchanged a few casual words with her mother before accompanying her father to the study to discuss matters. Zhao, watching her daughter and husband depart, furrowed her brow, worry clouding her eyes. She was oblivious to the schemes her daughter and husband were concocting, but she feared it was not of good fortune, likely to bring calamity upon the Huang family. When her daughter was 6, she had been taken back to her hometown by her mother-in-law, returning to the capital only at the age of 10. Perhaps due to her maturation, her temperament had undergone a significant change. Unlike her childhood self, who clung to her for affection, she now gravitated towards her father, spending each day reading and writing in his study. Both father and daughter disregarded her, and all she could do was pray to the Buddha for their safety, hoping no disaster would befall the family, wishing for their peace. Although Pei Mingxu did not accompany Huang Lingru on her return visit in the following days, he nearly spent every night at Zhaoyue residence. It was well known among the household that the newly arrived Huang consort had captured the heart of the Prince of Yan. While this was the public narrative, the truth was that Pei Mingxu rendered Huang Lingru unconscious each night through medication, and after the curfew, he entrusted the ensuing matters to a stand-in and a female shadow guard, while he disguised himself and returned to Taoyao Pavilion with his confidants. On the following day, before the curfew ended, the entourage of palace servants left at Zhaoyue residence escorted the Prince of Yin back to the front courtyard. The palace maintained strict regulations. During the night, a curfew was enforced, and after the locks were secured, eunuchs and maidservants were prohibited from wandering about, confined to their respective quarters. The attendants at Zhaoyue residence were sent back to their rooms each time before Pei Mingxu's arrival, and they were not permitted to leave their chambers until the curfew was lifted. The guards, both visible and concealed, on the route from Zhaoyue residence to Taoyao Pavilion, were all his trusted allies. Thus, this operation had remained undiscovered, and Huang Lingru enjoyed a fleeting moment of prominence. September 15th marked the birthday of Imperial Concubine Yan. Fond of festivities, each year on her birthday, Emperor Jingxi hosted a grand lantern festival in the palace, inviting nobles, officials, and their families to celebrate her birth. On this day, Pei Mingxu entered the palace for the banquet accompanied by Song Zhaoyue and Huang Lingru. Today, Song Zhaoyue donned a delicate pale, blue peony pattern palace gown, her hair styled in a simple downturn bun, adorned with a single jade hairpin. A subtle touch of powder graced her visage, complemented by a faint layer of lip color, with her bangs gently cascading down. In stark contrast, Huang Lingru wore a resplendent crimson palace gown embroidered with golden butterflies, her head embellished with a delicate gold hairpin adorned with emeralds, her face artfully painted, exuding an enchanting allure. Together, they formed a striking juxtaposition, making it evident to onlookers who held the emperor's favor. The Lantern Festival was set in the Imperial Garden, with men and women separated. Emperor Jingxi led the civil and military officials to the Wanshan Pavilion for the festivities, while the Empress accompanied the ladies of the court to the Qinqiu Pavilion. Upon arriving at the garden, Pei Mingxu quietly instructed Fu Shun before making his way towards the Wanshan Pavilion. Fu Shun remained behind to escort Song Zhaoyue and Huang Lingru to the Qinqiu Pavilion. As twilight descended, the Qinqiu Pavilion sparkled with lanterns, illuminating the area as if it were daylight. From a distance, one could see a multitude of beautiful women gracefully traversing the paths, their fragrant attire and elegant hairstyles reminiscent of celestial beings. Following the customary greetings to the empress and others, Song Zhaoyue gracefully withdrew. As night enveloped the imperial garden, the lights blazed brilliantly, with lanterns adorning the rocks, pavilions, and towers, transforming the garden, initially cast in a melancholic autumn hue, into a scene of ethereal beauty. Unwilling to stroll alongside Huang Lingru, Song Zhaoyue devised a subtle plan to extricate herself and wandered leisurely with Bai Jin. "Your Highness, please take care and watch your step," Bai Jin gently urged, mirroring her every movement. With a faint smile, Song Zhaoyue heeded the advice and slowed her pace. Just as she was about to turn down a corridor, a burst of laughter reached her ears, interspersed with sharp and scornful remarks. Retracting her steps, she retreated to the shadows, cautiously peering through the tall, flowering trees. Not far away, Huang Lingru was locked in confrontation with a group of noble ladies, led by none other than Lu Yueying. Chapter 44. Watching the play. Lu Yueying, adorned in a resplendent red embroidered gown embellished with golden peonies, radiated a beauty that rivaled the snow, yet her brows bore an air of arrogant disdain, tarnishing her overall allure. A throng of elegantly dressed, noble women encircled her, akin to stars surrounding the moon. Among them was Zhang Jingya, the cherished daughter of the Minister of War, Zhang Huairan, who had cultivated a friendship with Lu Yueying while harboring a long-standing animosity towards Huang Lingru. Zhang Jingya, recently betrothed to Prince and as his principal consort, had yet to celebrate her grand wedding. Stepping forward, she covered her mouth with a delicate hand, her laughter laced with mockery. How can the side consort Huang be so lacking in decorum? The emphasis she placed on the term side consort was palpable. Upon encountering the matriarch, she fails to offer her respects. Is it that side consort Huang hold the princess of Yin in such low regard? Lu Yueying cast a cold glance at Huang Lingru, whose face had turned pale with indignation, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Initially, she had perceived her greatest rival to be Song Zhaoyue. Though she considered herself fair of face, in comparison to Song Zhaoyue, she felt diminished. Moreover, Song Zhaoyue had been graciously welcomed into the estate by the Prince of Yin, thus holding significant esteem in his heart. Yet, before Lu Yueying could confront Song Zhaoyue, it had become apparent that Huang Lingru had already supplanted her in the prince's affections. Despite Huang Lingru's lesser beauty compared to Song Zhaoyue, her ability to capture the prince's favor revealed her cunning. It was clear that Huang Lingru was the true adversary Lu Yueying would face in the future. Huang Lingru was rendered speechless by rage, her only recourse to glare resentfully at Zhang Jingya. Although Lu Yueying had been bestowed the title of the Princess of Yin by imperial decree, her marriage had not yet been formalized, relegating her to a status akin to that of an unranked subject. In contrast, Huang Lingru had been officially conferred as a legitimate second-rank side consort. According to the laws of propriety, it was Lu Yueying who ought to show her respects. Just as the standoff reached a tense impasse, a hearty laugh echoed from the far end of the corridor. What was happening? Why the commotion? The assembly turned to see several gentlemen approaching, at the forefront of whom was a refined man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, none other than the current crown prince, Pei Mingxu. Following him were three others, among whom stood Pei Mingxu, tall and handsome, resembling a jade figure. Upon sighting Pei Mingxu, Huang Lingru's countenance brightened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him with an air of vulnerability, her voice trembling, "Your Highness." Meanwhile, Lu Yueying's expression grew colder at Huang Lingru's pitiful display, her disdain unmasked. This only served to amplify the perception that Lu Yueying was exploiting her position to bully Huang Lingru. Concealed in the shadows, Song Zhaoyue observed the unfolding scene with a sigh, pondering the complexity of Lu Yueying's actions that day. Truly, one could not underestimate the confidence of a daughter from the noble house of the Duke of Cheng, a niece of the Empress, who acted with a light heart, unburdened by the weight of consequence. Pei Mingxu, upon witnessing the situation before him, furrowed his brow slightly. Pei Mingxu smiled gently, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before settling on Huang Lingru, inquiring softly, "What is the matter here?" "In response to your Highness." A noble lady who was friendly with Lu Yueying stepped forward, embellishing the tale with fervor concluding with, "It is truly unbecoming for side consort Huang to disregard such decorum," reflecting poorly on the royal family's dignity. Upon hearing the words of the crown prince, he nodded slightly, though the third miss is yet to enter the household. She is already the royal consort of Prince Yin, bestowed by His Majesty, and will one day be the matriarch of the Yin manor. How can others treat her with disrespect? He turned his gaze towards Pei Mingxu with a smile. Lu Yueying felt a mixture of joy and grievance at the crown prince's defense, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him, her expression complex, as if she had borne a tremendous injustice. Zhaoyue observed the transformation in Lu Yueying's demeanor with keen interest, her brows furrowing slightly. What a proud individual Lu Yueying was. How could she suddenly exhibit such vulnerability? Huang Lingru, upon hearing the crown princess' words, felt even more grieved. She bit her lower lip, casting a pitiful glance towards Pei Mingxu, silently hoping he would speak on her behalf. However, Pei Mingxu merely stood by, indifferent and unresponsive. A chill swept through Huang Lingru's heart as she took a deep breath, preparing to curtsy to Lu Yueying, when a voice interrupted, saying, "Hold on." Chapter 45. A new wave of events. Pei Mingxu finally took action. He stepped forward, his gaze coldly sweeping over the crowd, ultimately landing on the crown prince. In a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "Your Highness, today's garden party does not emphasize empty formalities. Recently, the crown prince has faltered in several matters, and Duke Cheng has gone to great lengths to defend him before our father, even drawing him into the fray to speak in the crown prince's favor. These actions have already stirred our father's displeasure. While our father hopes he might lean towards the crown princess faction to lend him an air of authority, he does not wish for him to wholly align with the crown prince, thus upsetting the balance within the court. Today's incident presents a perfect opportunity." Pei Mingxu raised an eyebrow and coldly stated, "The Huang family has been officially conferred as a second-rank consort. Although Miss Lu has been betrothed, she has yet to marry and remains an unranked noblewoman. According to the rites, she must pay her respects to the Huang consort." As soon as Pei Mingxu uttered these words, Huang Lingru broke into a triumphant smile, casting a smug glance at Lu Yueying. Lu Yueying, on the other hand, felt as though she had been slapped multiple times, her face flushing with shame and indignation. Pei Mingzong was taken aback by Pei Mingxu's actions, momentarily rendered speechless. Although the Prince of Yin was typically reserved, he had always shown him respect, behaving as a compliant younger brother. It was unexpected that he would show such disregard for him this evening. Pei Mingzong's expression darkened, his heart filled with resentment. The Prince of Yin had grown bold. Seeing the tension in the air, Prince and Pei Mingxu quickly stepped in to ease the awkwardness, smiling as he said, "Indeed, there is no need to fuss over trifling formalities today. Our father is still waiting for us in the imperial garden. We must not keep him waiting." Pei Mingzong seized this opportunity to gracefully withdraw, leading the other princes away in haste. Zhaoyue observed Lu Yueying leave hurriedly, surrounded by her noble companions, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The enmity between Lu Yueying and Huang Lingru had been irrevocably established. Reluctant to engage with Huang Lingru or become entangled in the strife between her and Lu Yueying, Zhaoyue decided to return with Baijin, intending to continue their leisurely stroll in the imperial garden. After meandering for a considerable time, Zhaoyue and Baijin slowly retraced their steps, but unwittingly strayed from their original path. Just as they were about to pass through a grove of flowering trees, Baijin suddenly halted. Confused, Zhaoyue was about to ask what was wrong when she noticed Baijin's expression shift, and before she knew it, Baijin had pulled her into the shadow of a rock formation by the path. "Baijin, what is the matter?" Zhaoyue whispered. Baijin did not respond, but instead pointed toward the depths of the rock formation. Following her gesture, Zhaoyue peered into the shadows and caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in apricot yellow, swiftly disappearing deeper into the rocks, followed closely by a woman. Their movements were remarkably quick, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Zhaoyue's eyes widened in astonishment, although it was only a brief glance. She recognized the identity of the figure in apricot yellow. It was the crown prince, and the woman accompanying him was none other than Lu Yueying. A gasp escaped Zhaoyue's lips, What were this solitary man, the crown prince, and a future princess of Yin doing sneaking into the rock formation together? A sense of foreboding washed over her, and just as she intended to pull Bai Jin away from this precarious situation, a strong hand seized her, dragging her into the shadows of the rock formation. Song Zhaoyue was struck with terror, about to call out to Bai Jin, but her mouth was swiftly covered. She was gently embraced, the familiar cold fragrance enveloping her. Pimngx. Singxu abruptly lifted her head, and indeed, under the dim light, she beheld Pimngx's sharply defined features, her heart rising to her throat before finally settling back down. Regaining her composure, her limbs felt weak, and she could only lean against the man's chest. Pimngx released his hand that had covered her mouth, cradling her tenderly in his arms, placing a soothing kiss upon her forehead, his gaze tender. Singxu obediently allowed Pimngx's actions. Though internally she was tumultuous, Pimngx seemed entirely unperturbed by the couple hidden within the rockery, causing Singxu to question if he had been deeply affected by the prospect of betrayal, remaining so gentle and composed at this moment. As for Liu Weiying, Singxu could only express her utmost admiration for her audacity, caring little for the lives of others. The scandal of a sister-in-law and her elder brother-in-law would be scandalous even in modern times, let alone in the Dshing dynasty, especially within royal circles. If this matter were to be exposed, countless lives could be lost. Pimngx, and she remained concealed in the shadows of the rockery, straining their ears to listen to the sounds emanating from the depths of the stone formation. Chapter 46. Eavesdropping Yin Yang. What exactly do you intend to do? In the depths of the rockery, the prince's low voice resonated, tinged with a barely perceptible irritation. Brother, I do not wish to marry the Yin Wang. Truly, I do not. Liu Weiying's voice was thick with nasal tones, indicating she had recently wept. Why must it come to this? The prince sighed. The imperial decree has been issued. Do you not comprehend our circumstances? But my grandparents, they're forcing me. Liu Weiying's voice faltered, saturated with grievance and despair. Yin Yang, allow me to explain. The prince softened his tone. Your marriage to the Yin Wang is at the behest of my father. I do not understand. Liu Weiying abruptly raised her voice, interrupting the prince. Brother, I only wish to be with you. The Yin Wang, the mere thought of him repulses me. Brother, you witnessed it yourself. He dared to humiliate me so brazenly, leaving me unable to lift my head before others. I do not wish to marry the Yin Wang. Brother, have you forgotten? The prince's heart tightened, swiftly cutting her off. Hush. Lower your voice. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and spoke gently. Yin Yang, you must remain calm. Our positions are now defined. We cannot overstep our boundaries and give others cause for gossip. He paused, his tone becoming increasingly tender. Rest assured, I will not abandon you. You shall always be my cousin. At that moment, the prince was overwhelmed with regret for having entangled himself with Liu Weiying. She was now irrevocably the Yin Wang's fiancée, yet she was unwilling to sever ties. If this matter were to reach the ears of the Qin Wang's faction, his position as the prince could be jeopardized. Are we to simply let it be? Liu Weiying gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Will you just watch as I am wed to the Yin Wang? Brother, I would rather take my own life than marry the Yin Wang. The prince looked at Liu Weiying, her face streaked with tears, resolute in her defiance, and felt a surge of frustration boiling within him. His cousin had indeed been spoiled by her family, indulged to the point of recklessness. Should she truly take such drastic measures before her wedding, the palace would undoubtedly investigate, and he would be finished. The prince's brow furrowed deeper, suddenly recalling Pei Mingxu's previous arrogant demeanor, which ignited his fury further. Old Fifth, you wield great power, yet you feign indifference before the public. None can discern the extent of your strength or your true intentions. In the midst of his racing thoughts, a singular idea began to crystallize in his mind. The prince's expression turned earnest. Yin Yang, I understand you have suffered, but Old Fifth, emboldened by his military might, does not regard me at all. It is lamentable that my father favors him. I find myself powerless. Yin Yang, You once vowed to do anything for me. I hope you can enter the Yan Wang's residence and act as an informant. Old Fifth's defenses are impenetrable, and the Eastern Palace's spies are unable to glean any useful intelligence. However, your position as the Yan Wang's fiancé, he grants you unique opportunities. If we could obtain the tiger tally of the Yanbei Iron Cavalry, then the Qin Wang would pose no threat. He grasped Lu Yueying's hand firmly, his tone resolute. Rest assured, the humiliation you endured today, I shall repay it tenfold, 100-fold. Endure a little while longer, for once I ascend to the throne, we shall be together in everlasting love. Upon hearing this, Lu Yueying trembled, lifting her gaze to meet the Crown Prince's eyes. Brother, do you truly mean it? The Crown Prince tenderly wiped away her tears, speaking softly. When have I ever deceived you? You may rest easy as you prepare for marriage. I shall make all arrangements. Fear not. There will come a day when you will stand proudly by my side. You mentioned your fondness for the crimson leaves of the Western Mountains. I shall close the mountains, taking only you to admire the autumn foliage. Conflicted emotions raged within Lu Yueying. After a lengthy pause, she threw herself into the Crown Prince's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Brother, I promise you, I knew you would not forget me, nor our. The Crown Prince held her tightly, a glimmer of pride and malice flickering in his eyes. In the shadows of the artificial mountain, Song Zhaoyue felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively clutching the sleeve of Pei Mingxu. Pei Mingxu glanced down at her, offering a gentle smile, then turned his gaze toward the depths of the artificial mountain, where a hint of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. Chapter 47. Driven Mad? Song Zhaoyue could not help but subtly raise her gaze to steal a glance at Pei Mingxu's expression. He appeared utterly composed, seemingly indifferent to the two individuals entangled within the rockery. She genuinely admired Pei Mingxu's tranquility, yet a twinge of anxiety stirred within her. What was this? Eavesdropping on Lu Yueying and the Crown Prince. She had initially assumed it was merely a matter of romantic entanglements, only to uncover the explosive revelation of the Crown Prince coaxing Lu Yueying to act as an informant, intending to steal the tiger talisman. Could Pei Mingxu truly dismiss such events as if nothing had transpired? She pondered how unfortunate Pei Mingxu was. A noble scion, a prince wielding significant military power. Yet he was ensnared in such schemes by his own brother, not only wearing the cuckold's horn, but also having his coveted tiger talisman coveted. Even more disheartening, his future princess had consented to cooperate. Once Lu Yueying entered the Yan Wangfu, what chaos would ensue within the royal residence? She could only hope that the flames of the city gates would not engulf her, a mere fish in the pond. Lost in her chaotic thoughts, Song Zhaoyue was abruptly startled by a series of ambiguous sounds emanating from the depths of the rockery. She felt a rush of heat to her cheeks. Mortified by the awkwardness of the situation, leaning against Pei Mingxu, to hear his betrothed indulging in intimacy with his brother was indeed uncomfortable. The sound grew increasingly brazen, and Song Zhaoyue felt as though her face might ignite. She could not help but wonder, once Lu Yueying entered the Yan Wangfu, would Pei Mingxu still wish to be close to her? After all, he had directly overheard the clandestine exchange between Lu Yueying and the Crown Prince. Surely, he could not be magnanimous to such an extent. At that moment, a faint laugh brushed against her ear. She quickly lifted her head and found Pei Mingxu smiling, though his gaze remained profound. This was disastrous. A jolt of apprehension surged within Song Zhaoyue. Could he be driven mad by this? Pei Mingxu observed her panicked demeanor, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes, then subtly raised his chin, signaling her to depart. Relieved as if granted a pardon, Song Zhaoyue eagerly nodded. Pei Mingxu took her hand, and the two turned to leave, followed closely by the waiting Fu Shun and Bai Jin. The four of them silently exited the rockery, making their way towards Qianqiu Pavilion. Upon reaching the pavilion, Pei Mingxu halted and addressed Song Zhaoyue. You may leave the palace now. Your Highness, what about you? Song Zhaoyue inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed upon him. I have matters to attend to. You should return to rest. Pei Mingxu replied gently. Song Zhaoyue surmised that his tasks were likely intertwined with the Crown Prince and Lu Yueying, but she refrained from probing further and proceeded towards Qianqiu Pavilion with Bai Jin. Watching Song Zhaoyue depart alongside the palace maid, Pei Mingxu turned his gaze back towards the rockery, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. His second brother was indeed quite the character. The tiger talisman of the Yanbei Iron Cavalry was not something he could simply seize at will. Did he truly believe that acquiring the talisman would grant him command over the Yanbei Iron Cavalry? If it were that simple, why would the late emperor and his father have gone to such lengths in the past? Over these years, he had shared the toils and bloodshed with the soldiers in the barracks, relying on the lineage of the Gu family and numerous victories in battle to ultimately subdue the Yanbei Iron Cavalry. As for Lu Yueying, the moment he learned of her clandestine affair with the crown prince, he harbored no further expectations for her. He merely contemplated that, with the imperial decree in place, should she sever her emotional ties and dutifully assume the role of the Princess of Yan, he would not withhold the dignity she deserved. However, to his astonishment, on the eve of their impending nuptials, she presented him with such a grand gesture. Since she seemed to disdain the position of princess, he found no necessity to regard her as such any longer. He could only hope she would not come to regret her choices in the days to come. As the night deepened beyond the carriage window, the sound of the wheels echoed, finally bringing them back to the Yan prince's residence. Upon disembarking, Song Zhaoyue offered a faint smile to Huang Lingru before turning away, enveloped by her attendants, denying her the chance to inquire about Pei Mingxu's absence from the estate. Upon returning to Taiyao Pavilion, Song Zhaoyue hastily attended to her evening ablutions and dismissed the night watch maid, retiring to bed alone. Yet, as she lay there, rest eluded her as thoughts of Lu Yueying and the crown prince swirled in her mind, alongside Pei Mingxu's enigmatic reactions. She wondered if he had returned home yet. What's the matter? Unable to sleep? Just as Song Zhaoyue tossed and turned, a deep, resonant voice whispered in her ear. Chapter 48. Good fortune. Song Zhaoyue was startled, abruptly opening her eyes to find Pei Mingxu, clad in dark traditional attire, standing by her bedside with a faint smile gracing his handsome features. Your Highness, what brings you here? She asked, hastily sitting up, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Pei Mingxu moved to sit beside her, enfolding her in his arms, speaking softly. I anticipated you might find it difficult to sleep, so I came to check on you. Your Highness. A warmth enveloped Song Zhaoyue's heart. Pei Mingxu removed his outer garment, lifted the covers, and lay down, extending his long arm to draw her closer. If you have questions, feel free to ask, he said, gazing down at the woman in his embrace with tenderness. Pei Mingxu carried a subtle fragrance of soapberry, indicating he had bathed in the front courtyard before his arrival. Nestled in his arms, Song Zhaoyue took a moment to gather her courage before speaking. Your Highness, why did you display no shock tonight? Surely you had prior knowledge of Miss Lu's clandestine meeting with the crown prince? She pondered for a long time, bewildered by Pei Mingxu's calm demeanor despite witnessing Lu Yueying's secret rendezvous with the crown prince. Indeed, Pei Mingxu replied nonchalantly, his emotions inscrutable. Startled, Song Zhaoyue lifted her gaze to him. When did you come to know? Pei Mingxu smiled faintly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. On the day the imperial decree was issued for marriage. And yet, Song Zhaoyue became increasingly perplexed. If he was already aware, why allow events to unfold as they did? She had not anticipated that she would soon be marrying into the Yanwang residence, and that Lu Yueying would be so audacious as to meet with the crown prince tonight. Pei Mingxu's tone turned slightly mocking. Today is the birthday banquet of consort Yun Guifei, a gathering of court officials in the imperial garden. If they were to be discovered, both would suffer disgrace, and I too would become the subject of ridicule. Song Zhaoyue was taken aback. As Pei Mingxu articulated, should they be caught, it would indeed be a scandal of monumental proportions. The crown prince's audacity was astonishing, employing Miss Lu as a spy while attempting to pilfer the royal seal from Pei Mingxu. Her words brimmed with disdain and indignation as she defended him. Lu Yueying is truly foolish, so easily swayed by the crown prince's flattery, agreeing to betray her principle for the sake of a mere token. What a naive soul. I had hoped that once she entered the Yanwang residence, she would conduct herself with propriety and fulfill her responsibilities as the Wang Fei. However, since she remains so oblivious to her situation, I cannot be blamed for my lack of compassion. Pei Mingxu's voice turned colder. Song Zhaoyue felt a shiver run through her. She understood that Pei Mingxu was genuinely angered. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? It is not yet time to confront the Crown Prince. Pei Mingxu gently patted her back. Do not worry. I will handle this matter appropriately. Once Lu enters the residence, she will have no opportunity to stir trouble. Song Zhaoyue nodded obediently, but inwardly, she could not help but marvel at her own good fortune. In the selection for marriage, Pei Mingxu had chosen only one primary consort and two secondary ones. The secondary consort, Huang Lingru, was shrouded in suspicion, regarded by Pei Mingxu as both a spy and an adversary. The primary consort, Lu Yueying, entangled with the crown prince, had undoubtedly severed her ties with Pei Mingxu. Thus, it seemed, as long as she maintained her composure, she would undoubtedly secure her position within the Yanwang residence. The following day, when Song Zhaoyue awoke, she felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue coursing through her body, as if she had been run over by a carriage. Blinking her sleepy eyes open, she noticed that her surroundings were devoid of any presence. Where is His Highness? She rubbed her eyes and inquired. Green Pearl, who stood vigil by her bedside, promptly stepped forward to assist her in rising and dressing. His Highness left for the palace early this morning. To the palace? A furrow formed on Song Zhaoyue's brow. Had anything of significance transpired there? Green Pearl shook her head, stating, I am unaware, but I did observe the messenger's hurried demeanor, suggesting that a momentous event had occurred. A wave of anxiety washed over Song Zhaoyue. Could it be related to the Crown Prince and Lu Yueying? It seemed unlikely, for Pei Mingxu had taken measures the previous night to ensure that the matter was kept under wraps. His intentions were evidently to allow Lu Yueying to enter the residence first, subsequently utilizing her for his own ends against the Crown Prince. What could this matter be that Emperor Jingxi summoned Pei Mingxu to the palace so early? Chapter 49. A turn of events within the Hall of Governance. The atmosphere was tense. Emperor Jingxi sat solemnly upon the dragon throne, his countenance dark. Below him, the Crown Prince, along with the other princes and a host of court officials, stood in silence, their eyes downcast, observing decorum. News from the scouts on the grasslands had arrived. NG, please relay the information to everyone. Emperor Jingxi instructed Minister of War Qiantai. Your servant complies, Qiantai replied as he stepped forward. Tall and imposing, despite being over 50 years of age, he maintained an upright posture, his eyes bright and devoid of any signs of aging. With a resonant voice, he began, The scouts report that the various tribes of the Tartars are stirring restlessly, likely with intentions of moving southward. This year, the Tartars have suffered grievously from cattle and sheep plagues, incurring significant losses. With winter approaching and scant supplies for the cold months, they are inclined to raid the surrounding areas. However, there is discord among the Tartars regarding this course of action. Fearing the might of the Yanbei cavalry, the left faction advocates for a northern raid on the northern barbarians, while the right faction believes that the northern lands are barren and yield little, favoring a southern incursion to strike while the Prince of Yan is returning to the capital, thus seizing the opportunity to plunder. According to reports from Longqing scouts, the Tartar Khan leans towards the right faction's proposition. As Qiantai concluded, the expressions of those present varied. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow. A look of concern etched upon his face. The Tartars' southern advance completely disrupted his plans. The wedding of the fifth prince and Yueying was likely to be postponed. He intended to secure the emblem of the Yanbei cavalry through Yueying, but this was contingent upon her successfully marrying into the Prince of Yan's household, allowing his schemes to proceed. Prince Qin cast a disdainful glance at the worried crown prince beside him. Were it not for the empress's lineage bestowing him the status of the legitimate heir, such a fool could never have aspired to the position of crown prince. The fifth prince was equally foolish, siding with the crown prince. He was eager to observe what fortune would accompany the crown prince's company. Pei Mingxu remained calm, unperturbed by the scrutinizing gazes directed at him. In contrast, Prince Chu furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Pei Mingxu, yet chose to remain silent. Prince An swiftly surveyed his elder brothers and the ministers, noting their collective silence, before bowing his head. Emperor Jingxi observed their reactions closely and spoke in a deep voice. "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts?" Before the crown prince could respond, Prince Qin stepped forward. "Father, the Tartars are a treacherous lot. Their intentions in moving southward are undoubtedly malevolent. Artist Sheng must prepare promptly and stand ready for their advance. After all, the emperor would not permit him to entangle himself with the Yanbei army. Why not compel the fifth prince to cancel the wedding and return to Yanbei ahead of schedule? This would afford ample time for arrangements. And surely there would be a way to thwart the fifth prince's marriage to the third lady of the Chengwu Duke's household, while simultaneously sowing discord between them. Should the fifth prince and the Chengwu Duke's household fall out, it would equate to a rift with the crown prince. At that time, deprived of the fifth prince's support from the Yanbei cavalry, he would relish witnessing whether Pei Mingxu could maintain his grip on the title of crown prince. Prince Qin's assertion was indeed astute. However, last year's military campaign in the grassland had severely depleted their provisions and supplies, which had yet to be fully replenished. Just as Deputy Minister of War Zhang Huairan began to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Prince Qin. The Qin king interrupted the Minister of War with righteous indignation, stating, "This year has been blessed with favorable winds and abundant rain, and the national treasury is flourishing. It has been a year, yet the Ministry of War still cannot replenish the food supplies and military provisions." Zhang Huairan responded, "Inquire about your esteemed father-in-law, the Minister of Revenue, Qianfang. Without funds, how can the Ministry of War replenish its supplies? Every time we request funds from the Ministry of Revenue, they either procrastinate or provide significantly less than needed. When it comes before His Majesty, that old curmudgeon, Feng Liang, always has a heap of fallacies ready, and His Majesty merely thunders without rain, resulting in nothing being resolved." Beside them, Qian Tai cast a dissatisfied glance at the Qin king. He rejected the Qin king's overtures and insisted on the legitimacy of the legitimate heir. Qianfang, in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, took advantage of being the emperor's confidant to constantly hinder the Ministry of War. The crown prince also frowned at the Qin king, his gaze icy. The Minister of War, Qian Tai, supported the Eastern Palace, while the Qin king bitingly attacked the Ministry of War indiscriminately, like a mad dog, utterly oblivious to his own absurdity. Emperor Jingxi paid no mind to the bickering of those present, instead turning his attention to Pei Mingxu, asking, "Prince Yan, what is your opinion?" Pei Mingxu stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "In response to Father Emperor, I am willing to postpone the wedding and return to Yanbei first. After we repel the Tatars, it would not be too late to arrange the grand wedding." Upon hearing this, the crown prince grew anxious, quickly standing up. "Father Emperor, the fifth brother is already 25. The wedding has been delayed for too long. If he returns to Yanbei now, will it not further delay his marriage? Father Emperor, why not allow the fifth brother to marry ahead of time, so he can return to Yanbei and oversee the situation? This way, it neither hinders military matters nor delays the fifth brother's lifelong affair." Emperor Jingxi pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. Let us advance the wedding date to the 19th of September. The date presented by the Bureau of Astrology, the 19th of September, is also an auspicious day." Pei Mingxu glanced at the crown prince, a cold smile forming within. The crown prince's eagerness stemmed from a fear that Lu Yueing might not wed into the Yan royal household, thus thwarting his schemes. He replied calmly, "Yes, I am grateful for Father Emperor's grace." After the matters were concluded, everyone took their leave, and Emperor Jingxi retained Pei Mingxu for a private conversation. "I have heard about last night's events. You have publicly compromised the crown prince and the future princess consort for the sake of a concubine." Chapter 50, Entering the Palace. "Father, a nation has its laws and a family has its rules," Pei Mingxu stated with unwavering composure. Emperor Jingxi furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze fixed upon him. "Miss Lu has yet to enter the palace. She is merely an unranked daughter of a minister." After a brief pause, Pei Mingxu continued, "However, with the decree of marriage bestowed upon her, it is unnecessary for her to bow to the side consort. Similarly, since the side consort holds rank, she too need not pay her respects." The emperor's expression softened slightly, yet he remained silent. "Once Miss Lu enters the palace, my son will naturally accord her the status of a legitimate consort, Pei Mingxu declared with a respectful bow. Yet, as she has not yet arrived, she should not prematurely wield the authority of a princess. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Emperor Jingxi's eyes, for Pei Mingxu's words resonated with his own thoughts. He was still alive, while the Duke of Cheng was wholly devoted to the crown prince. When the crown prince faltered, a throng rushed to rectify matters, paying little heed to him as the emperor. Moreover, he did not wish for Pei Mingxu to align himself with the crown prince and the Duke of Cheng's household. You speak with reason, the emperor remarked, a hint of amusement gracing his features. It seems I have been remiss. Pei Mingxu lowered his gaze, concealing the brilliance within his eyes. Marrying early is a burden upon you, the emperor said, his tone considerably gentler. The Red Leaf Villa in the Western Mountains, with its exquisite hot springs, shall be granted to you. Once you have repelled the Tartars, there will be further rewards from your father. Pei Mingxu expressed his gratitude, his face reflecting an appropriate blend of joy and appreciation. The Red Leaf Villa, a royal retreat nestled amidst picturesque mountains and waters, was renowned for its splendid hot springs. It was said that the crown prince had sought it from the emperor on several occasions, but each time his requests were denied. Now, the emperor had unexpectedly bestowed it upon Pei Mingxu, which would surely provoke the crown prince's ire. In the evening, Pei Mingxu returned to Taoyao Pavilion. Upon entering, he found Zhaoyue reclining languidly on a soft couch, a book in hand, her expression tranquil. He hastened to her side, enveloping her in his embrace, and gently inquired, "Yue, have you been waiting impatiently?" Zhaoyue shook her head softly and replied, "I am not anxious, but it seems the prince has been summoned to the palace early. What matters have arisen?" Pei Mingxu's expression darkened slightly as he explained, "The Tartars are stirring, and I must return to Yanbei promptly to assume command. Thus, the Liu family must enter the palace ahead of schedule, with the date set for the 19th of September. Zhaoyue tightened her grip on the book, her fingers trembling as she met his gaze. Regardless of his feelings towards Liu Yueying, to the world, she would be perceived as his rightful consort, a woman who could stand beside him. In their shared gaze, Pei Mingxu discerned the trace of sorrow in her eyes. He tightened his embrace and softly reassured her. One must heed imperial commands. Without the Liu family, there will be others. For now, let Liu hold the title of princess. In the future, Zhaoyue leaned against Pei Mingxu, her voice subdued. You may instruct the maidservants to begin packing our belongings. After we enter the palace to express our gratitude, we shall depart for Yanbei the following day." Upon hearing this, Zhaoyue was taken aback. "Are we to leave before Miss Liu returns home in 3 days? Is that not rather hasty?" She could not help but ask. Pei Mingxu smiled faintly and remarked, "If the Liu family and the Duke of Cheng are dissatisfied, they may approach father to postpone the wedding. I had originally intended to delay the ceremony and return to Yanbei, but it was the crown prince who suggested advancing the date." Zhaoyue's heart was a tumult of emotions. The crown prince was indeed fervently intent on ushering Liu Yueying into the Yan Wangfu as swiftly as possible. One could only wonder how Liu Yueying would feel upon learning this. With time pressing, less than 3 days remained before the grand wedding, and both the Yan Wangfu and the Duke of Cheng's household were in a flurry of activity. Fu Shun busily directed the staff of the Yan Wangfu, with eunuchs and maidservants hurrying about, their expressions tinged with urgency and anxiety. The Duke of Cheng's residence was equally bustling. Thus, the diligent members of both households worked tirelessly, and by the eve of the wedding, all arrangements were finally in order. In Liu Yueying's chamber within the Duke of Cheng's estate, Baisher gazed at her daughter with a mixture of pride and reluctance. "Tomorrow you will wed into the Yan Wangfu," she said, grasping her daughter's hand with heartfelt seriousness. "Mother," Liu Yueying's nose tinged with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. "Yue, remember that the prince is a man of principles." Baisher gently patted her daughter's hand, offering comfort, "as long as you fulfill your duties as a princess. The prince will surely treat you well." Liu Yueying nodded softly, her hand hidden in her sleeve, tightly clutching the string of pearls secretly delivered by the crown prince's envoy. She would endure, establish her foothold in the Yan Wangfu, and assist her elder brother in obtaining the imperial seal. Once her brother ascended the throne, she would be liberated, able to remain by his side forever. The following day dawned clear and bright, an auspicious day for marriage. The entire capital buzzed with excitement, discussing the impending wedding of the Yan Wang. The Yan Wangfu was adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy. Pei Mingxu donned a resplendent red ceremonial outfit, standing tall and exceptionally handsome, yet an unshakable chill lingered in his brow. "Your Highness, the auspicious hour has arrived. It is time to welcome the princess," the matchmaker cheerfully reminded him. Pei Mingxu inclined his head slightly, mounted his steed, and led a grand procession towards the Duke of Cheng's estate. At the Duke of Cheng's residence, guests arrived in a steady stream, creating a lively atmosphere. Lui Weiying, adorned in her phoenix crown and bridal attire, slowly emerged from the gates with a matchmaker's assistance. Her face was obscured by the red veil, concealing her expression, yet her slender figure trembled slightly, betraying her inner tension and unease. Pei Mingxu regarded the woman before him with indifference, perceiving only the completion of a task. The marriage, bestowed by Emperor Jingxi and bolstered by the prestige of the Yan Wang and the Duke of Cheng, unfolded with great fanfare, with guests gradually dispersing only before curfew. Lui Weiying's quarters were the largest in the Yan Wangfu's rear courtyard, known as Yunhe Hall. Inside the bridal chamber, the red candles flickered, filling the room with a festive ambience. Lui Weiying sat poised on the intricately carved bridal bed, the weight of her phoenix crown pressing heavily upon her, making it hard to breathe. Unable to resist, she reached out, her fingers tightening around the string of pearls hidden in her sleeve. The cool touch provided a modicum of solace to her agitated heart. "Brother," she silently murmured, as if summoning strength from within. Just as she was about to find her composure, a sudden uproar erupted from outside the room. The greetings to His Highness, echoed by the eunuchs and palace maids, rose and fell in a harmonious cadence, resonating with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the night. Lui Weiying's heart leapt to her throat in an instant. Chapter 51. Regret. The maid lifted the curtain, and Pei Mingxu strode into the bridal chamber. "Everyone leave," he commanded coldly without glancing back. The palace maids and eunuchs exchanged glances, yet dared not speak further, filing out in single file and gently closing the door behind them. Lui Weiying heard the footsteps drawing ever closer, her heart a tumultuous cacophony, as if a drum were pounding within her. "Brother Taizi," she chanted silently in her mind, seeking a shred of solace. Yet, the approaching footsteps felt like a heavy hammer, relentlessly striking at her heart, nearly suffocating her. She could wait no longer. She could not bear for Pei Mingxu to unveil her. With a sudden motion, Lui Weiying leaped to her feet and tore off the red veil from her head. Pearls and gems from her phoenix crown cascaded to the ground, producing a crisp sound as they struck the floor. The customs of the Duke of Cheng's household were indeed peculiar. Pei Mingxu stood a distance away, observing the scene before him, a mocking smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Upon meeting his icy gaze, Lui Weiying's face drained of color, her lips trembling. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Pei Mingxu cast her a cold glance devoid of warmth, then turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. "Your Highness." The waiting matchmaker and matrons outside were momentarily stunned upon seeing Pei Mingxu emerge. By the time they regained their senses, his entourage had vanished into the night, leaving only a courtyard filled with red lanterns swaying in the wind, evoking an eerie desolation. This, on their wedding night, the princess remained alone in her chamber. How would she explain this to the palace matrons when they came to collect the bridal veil the next day? The matrons of Yunhe Hall exchanged uncertain glances, at a loss for what to do. Inside the room, Lui Weiying collapsed onto the bed, her phoenix crown's pearl curtains swaying, reflecting her pale visage and the disbelief in her eyes. She could never have imagined that things would unfold in such a manner. Merely unveiling her own face had provoked Pei Mingxu's wrath, resulting in him leaving on their wedding night, tearing her dignity down and trampling it underfoot. How could she face the members of the royal household tomorrow? Pei Mingxu returned to the front courtyard, his expression grim. He could tolerate Lu's infidelity, but he never anticipated that she would refuse to maintain even a semblance of decorum. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, as it spared him the pretense of civility. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Is it the princess? Fu Shun inquired cautiously, only to be silenced by Pei Mingxu's piercing glare. Prepare water and my change of clothes, Pei Mingxu ordered coldly, yanking off the ceremonial attire and tossing it onto the ground. Fu Shun dared not speak further, hastily calling for hot water and efficiently assisting Pei Mingxu with his ablutions, then helping him change into his everyday garments. Proceed to Taoyao Pavilion. Arrange matters along the way, Pei Mingxu instructed after donning his regular attire. Upon hearing this, Fu Shun immediately rushed off to make the arrangements. At Taoyao Pavilion, Song Zhaoyue had just finished her bath and was preparing for bed when she suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps from outside. A flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. Could it be Pei Mingxu arriving? Tonight marks the wedding night of him and Lu Yueying. Should he not be spending the night in their new abode? Although Lu Yueying is entangled in a secret affair with the crown prince, this scandal has yet to surface. Furthermore, Lu Yueying hails from a distinguished lineage, being the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Changhua and the niece of the Empress. If it were to be known that Pei Mingxu did not stay in the bridal chamber on their wedding night, it would be a slap in the face to both the Duke of Changhua and the Empress. As she rose, draping herself in an outer garment, the door creaked open, and footsteps approached. Your Highness? Song Zhaoyue gazed in astonishment at the figure of Pei Mingxu entering the inner chamber, momentarily taken aback. Pei Mingxu remained silent, striding directly towards Song Zhaoyue and enveloping her in his embrace. Held tightly in his arms, Song Zhaoyue felt an undercurrent of unease. Your Highness, what brings you here? She inquired softly, her tone as gentle as a whispering breeze. Pei Mingxu offered no reply, instead tightening his hold around the woman in his arms, burying his face in her flowing hair. The delicate fragrance wafting towards him eased the turmoil within his heart. The jubilant celebrations of the day and the sight of Lu's vibrant red wedding attire stirred a rare sense of regret within Pei Mingxu. Chapter 52. Please be safe. Pei Mingxu experienced a pang of regret. He possessed numerous means to dismantle this marriage. Yet he understood that this was not the appropriate moment to confront the crown prince and Duke of Qing openly. A rift with the crown prince's faction would be detrimental to the Yanbei army and the Yan Wangfu. Weighing the pros and cons, he chose to play along, permitting the Lu family's grand wedding to proceed. However, the festivities and the vivid red bridal attire were a painful sight for him. If only today's wedding were his with Yue. On the day Yue entered the residence, he did welcome her with great fanfare. But the ceremony for a secondary consort was inherently less grand than that of the primary consort, lacking the exuberance of a full wedding. Moreover, that bright red wedding dress would have looked exquisite on Yue. Initially, he merely saw her as a woman who caught his eye, someone he fancied. Yet as time passed, he realized she was perfect in every way and had long since nestled in his heart. Perhaps from that fleeting glance in the peach blossom grove of Wanshou Temple, she had already entered his heart, though he only recognized it now. Yet, he could only allow her to occupy the position of a secondary consort for the time being. Your Highness? Song Zhaoyue noted Pei Mingxu's unusual silence and felt compelled to inquire. She embraced him, gently caressing his back, her touch soothing, as if to ease the turmoil within him. Gradually, Pei Mingxu began to relax under her tender ministrations. At the age of 14, he ventured to Yanbei to inherit his title, becoming the king of Yanbei and the commander of its iron cavalry, where he could afford not a trace of fear. After all these years, it was the first time someone had comforted him in such a manner. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? Pei Mingxu released Song Zhaoyue, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Of course not. Song Zhaoyue quickly shook her head, her charming smile revealing her surprise at his sudden visit. Seeing her understanding demeanor, Pei Mingxu felt a deeper sense of affection and guilt. One day, he vowed to grant her an even grander wedding, making her the most esteemed woman in the world. He leaned down to kiss her forehead and lifted her onto the bed. Suddenly, Song Zhaoyue recalled something and grasped his hand urgently. Your Highness, no? What is it? Pei Mingxu looked at her in confusion. Tomorrow, I must pay my respects to the princess. If the sharp-eyed maid beside her notices anything amiss, it would not bode well, Song Zhaoyue explained, her cheeks flushed. You, always so thoughtful. Pei Mingxu chuckled at her innocent expression, unable to suppress his laughter. Song Zhaoyue, feeling slightly embarrassed by his mirth, buried her face in his embrace. "Very well, I shall comply," he conceded, leaning closer to her ear. "Tonight, I shall let you off, but remember to make it up to me doubly tomorrow night." He whispered something to her, causing her face to flush crimson, and she playfully glared at him. Pei Mingxu, delighted by her bashfulness, pulled her into his arms. The two settled down, drifting into a night of sweet dreams. As dawn broke, Song Zhaoyue awoke slowly, only to find her side empty. Green Pearl, accompanied by Zhu Ying and Bai Jin, attended to her, and in no time, the three had her ready for the day. After completing her morning routine, Song Zhaoyue sat before the bronze mirror and gently instructed, "Please style my hair into a simple bun and keep the makeup light." Last night, Pei Mingxu did not stay in the new residence, and it was uncertain how much anger Lu Yueying was concealing today. To avoid unnecessary conflict, it was best to tread lightly. "Yes, my lady," Bai Jin replied with respect. Bai Jin had recently been learning the art of makeup from Lu Zhu and had acquired the skill rapidly, now ready to showcase her talents. Before long, Song Zhaoyue was prepared. She donned a pale pink skirt embroidered with white magnolias, covered by a sheer white overlay, and adorned her hair with 2 jade hairpins. Her attire understated and unassuming. "Let us proceed to Yunhe Hall to pay our respects to the princess," she said, adjusting her sleeves and stepping out of the room first. Zhu Ying and Bai Jin followed closely behind as the trio made their way to Yunhe Hall. Given that Zhu Ying and Bai Jin were skilled in martial arts, Song Zhaoyue always took them along whenever they left Tao Yao Pavilion. "Greetings to the esteemed side consort. The princess has yet to rise. Please wait for her in the side hall," a maidservant from Yunhe Hall respectfully announced as they arrived. Song Zhaoyue nodded slightly and entered the side hall with Zhu Ying and Bai Jin. After a quarter of an hour, Huang Lingru arrived fashionably late, adorned in an opulent palace gown of silver and red, intricately embroidered with golden threads and bedecked with numerous gold hairpins and jade rings that radiated wealth and grandeur. "Sister Song, how early you are today. It is rare to see you so diligent," Huang Lingru exclaimed with a bright smile as she took a seat opposite Song Zhaoyue, her tone laced with playful teasing. In response, Song Zhaoyue offered a faint smile. "Today is my first visit to pay respects to the princess. I thought it prudent to arrive early. What do you think, Sister Huang?" Huang Lingru's expression faltered momentarily before she quickly masked it with a smile. "You are right. The jewelry bestowed by His Highness is simply overwhelming. I lost track of time while choosing. I shall ensure to arrive earlier tomorrow." As she spoke, she adjusted the jeweled hairpin atop her head, her eyes betraying her concealed pride. Following the previous day's grand wedding, the residence had been bustling with guests, and the curfew was later than usual. Huang Lingru felt a surge of joy upon learning that the prince had not stayed in the new residence. Today, she had intentionally dressed in a flamboyant manner to provoke Lu Yueying. Should Lu Yueying reprimand her, she could lament to the prince and seek sympathy. The newlywed status of the prince and princess was delicate. If rumors of dissatisfaction reached the public, it would tarnish the reputation of the Duke of Yen's household. Song Zhaoyue chose not to engage further, merely smiling lightly as she lifted her cup to feign sipping tea. Noticing that Song Zhaoyue was not responding, Huang Lingru found herself at a loss for words and fell silent, fidgeting with a jade bracelet on her wrist. The two women waited in silence for a quarter of an hour until a maidservant finally arrived, bowing to both Song Zhaoyue and Huang Lingru, announcing, "Esteemed side consort Song. Esteemed side consort Huang, the princess has awoken. Please proceed to the main hall." Exchanging a glance, Song Zhaoyue and Huang Lingru rose and followed the maidservant to the main hall. Once they departed, Mama Wang entered the side hall and poured the untouched tea from the table into the incense burner. Chapter 53. Provocation. Song Zhaoyue and Huang Lingru entered the main hall of Yunhe Hall, bowing gracefully to Lu Yueying seated at the head. "I have come to pay my respects to Her Royal Highness, the Princess. May the Princess enjoy eternal peace and prosperity." Song Zhaoyue's tone was neither servile nor arrogant, her demeanor respectful and proper. In contrast, Huang Lingru deliberately elongated her words, playfully exclaiming, "I have come to pay my respects to Her Royal Highness, the Princess. May the princess be blessed. Dressed in modest attire, Song Zhaoyue appeared gentle and unassuming, while Huang Lingru, adorned in a vibrant crimson gown and lavish jewelry, radiated brilliance, capturing the attention of everyone upon her entrance. Lu Yueing, seated above, bore a pale complexion with dark circles under her eyes, clearly having had a restless night. Noticing Huang Lingru's flamboyant appearance, a flicker of irritation crossed her gaze, though she swiftly masked it, stating coolly, "Sisters, there is no need for such formalities." Though reluctant to marry Prince Yin, she would not permit the women of the inner courtyard to act out of line before her as long as she remained the princess. "Thank you, Your Highness," replied Song Zhaoyue and Huang Lingru as they rose and took their seats. Observing Lu Yueing's countenance, Huang Lingru giggled. "Your Highness, you look particularly well today. It seems you rested well last night." As Song Zhaoyue watched the spirited Huang Lingru and the visibly displeased Lu Yueing, a sense of alarm surged within her. Huang Lingru was courting disaster, deliberately striking at Lu Yueing's vulnerabilities. Indeed, Lu Yueing shot a cold glance at Huang Lingru, her smile devoid of warmth, responding, "Sister jesting. The wedding yesterday was quite complex, leaving me quite exhausted." Unfazed by Lu Yueing's frosty demeanor, Huang Lingru continued with a smile. "I have long awaited your arrival, Your Highness. Now that you attend to His Highness, Sister Song, and I can finally breathe a little easier. These past days have truly worn me out." Turning to Song Zhaoyue, she added, "Sister Song, don't you agree?" Song Zhaoyue, seemingly indifferent, focused her gaze elsewhere, as if Huang Lingru's words had not registered. Lu Yueing tightened her grip on the teacup, simmering with anger, yet maintaining her composure, coldly remarked, "Is that so? Then I shall have to reward Sister Huang appropriately." The emphasis on reward was particularly heavy, underscoring Huang Lingru's status as merely a concubine. Lu Yueing could just as easily bestow favors as impose penalties. Huang Lingru's expression faltered, eager to retort, but was interrupted by Lu Yueing. "I am weary. If there is nothing else, you may both leave." "I take my leave," Song Zhaoyue promptly responded, rising to pay her respects. Huang Lingru, seeing this, had no choice but to follow suit and exit. Once outside Yunhe Hall, Huang Lingru could no longer contain herself, addressing Song Zhaoyue with a mocking tone, "Sister Song, you truly are clever, pretending to be the good person before the princess. But do not forget, the true master of the estate is His Highness. Those who fall out of favor with him are destined for a grim fate here." Her words dripped with double meaning, her gaze challenging. Song Zhaoyue, dismissing Huang Lingru's provocation, replied with a light laugh, "Sister Huang, you jest. His Highness has been resting with me these past days and has bestowed upon me numerous fine gifts. Just wait and see who will ultimately triumph in the Yin Wangfu courtyard." Huang Lingru deliberately boasted, her tone brimming with pride. Song Zhaoyue chose not to respond, instead turning to leave with Zhu Ying and Bai Jin. She was truly curious about the potion Pei Mingxu had given Huang Lingru, which seemed to bolster her belief in Pei Mingxu's affection, making her increasingly arrogant. "You!" Huang Lingru fumed, stamping her foot, but Song Zhaoyue moved with such swiftness that she quickly vanished from sight. Watching Song Zhaoyue's retreating figure, a flicker of resentment crossed Huang Lingru's eyes as she muttered under her breath, "One day, I will make you kneel before me, begging for mercy." This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Mei Xiang, Lu Yueing's accompanying maid. Upon returning to Yunhe Hall, Mei Xiang recounted the earlier encounter to Lu Yueing. "Your Highness, I observe that although Consort Song is beautiful, her disposition is weak and not to be feared," Mei Xiang remarked. "It is Huang, Consort, who, relying on His Highness's favor, behaves so audaciously." Lu Yueing's wet nurse, Nurse Wang, chimed in, saying, "Your Highness, a dog that bites does not bark. Consort Song may appear delicate, yet we cannot fathom her true thoughts. We must remain vigilant." Lu Yueing nodded in agreement, responding, "You speak wisely, nurse. I understand. However, Your Highness, the pressing matter at hand is to win back His Highness's affection," Nurse Wang advised earnestly. Lu Yueing's expression darkened. After a moment's contemplation, she took a deep breath to suppress her frustration and asked, "Nurse, what do you suggest I do now?" "Your Highness, as the principal consort, Your status is exalted. If you were to lower yourself and offer an apology to His Highness, he would surely forgive you, Nurse Wang counseled. Currently, the palace maids are gathering the joyous banners, and even the Empress, your maternal aunt, is aware that you did not consummate the marriage with His Highness last night. The Empress will undoubtedly assist you in reconciling matters. With her support, if you humble yourself to seek peace, you will surely dispel the tension. Lu Yueying's countenance darkened further, filled with humiliation and resentment. Yet she recognized the truth in Nurse Wang's words. She could no longer afford to be willful. She must first secure Pei Mingxu's favor. Or else how could she assist her brother, the Crown Prince? But must she truly follow Nurse Wang's counsel and seek reconciliation in such a manner? Chapter 54. The Queen's suspicion within the confines of Kuan-Ning Palace. The Queen sat majestically at the head, her brow furrowed as she listened to the report from the matron. What did you say? The Prince of Yin and his consort did not consummate their marriage last night? Yes, Your Majesty. I personally collected the wedding handkerchief, and it is completely unblemished, not a trace of red to be found, the matron replied, her head bowed and voice trembling. What on earth happened? The Queen's expression darkened, a flicker of coldness glinting in her eyes. And that Huang family, replying to Your Majesty last night, the princess boldly lifted her veil, provoking His Highness the Prince of Yin, who then left in anger. The matron continued, bending even lower as she recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing this, the Queen's countenance turned ghastly pale. Lu Yueying's antics at the time of her betrothal had already caused her to lose face before the Emperor. The Emperor had entrusted the matron with teaching her the proper etiquette, ensuring she would serve the Prince of Yin with decorum. Who could have anticipated that on her wedding night, she would act so capriciously, lifting her veil and inciting the prince's ire? Were it not for the fact that she was the only eligible maiden from the Chengwu Duke's residence, how could she have been chosen to marry the Prince of Yin? The Emperor must have learned of last night's incident, and that wretched Yin must have heard of it as well, surely reveling in the spectacle. This niece of mine truly is more of a hindrance than a help. This foolish girl. I arranged her marriage to the Prince of Yin to ensure her assistance in winning his favor, yet she has managed to offend him on their wedding night. The Queen seethed, grinding her teeth in frustration. The more she pondered, the more her fury escalated, leading her to sweep the teacups and other items from the table to the floor. The sound of shattering porcelain rang out, causing the matron to kneel in fright, internally lamenting her fate. Mother, please quell your anger. At that moment, a soothing voice drifted in from outside the hall. The Queen lifted her gaze to see the Crown Prince and entering together. You have arrived at an opportune moment. The Queen inhaled deeply, suppressing her wrath as she gestured to the chairs below. Please take your seats. Thank you, Mother. Both the Crown Prince and Prince complied, though they could not help but steal glances at the Queen, speculating what could have transpired to incite her so. Mother, what has caused you such distress? The Crown Prince ventured cautiously. The Queen cast a sidelong glance at him, her voice heavy with gravity. What else could it be but your troublesome cousin, Yingyang? The Crown Prince felt a jolt of surprise, though his demeanor remained composed. What has happened to her? What has happened? What else could possibly happen? She has angered the Prince of Yin on their wedding night, causing him to storm off in anger. What do you think would be the outcome? Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's expression transformed dramatically, revealing shock, anger, and a hint of concealed delight. Meanwhile, Prince discreetly glanced at the Crown Prince, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The Queen observed the subtle changes in the Crown Prince's demeanor, her maternal instincts alerting her to an unsettling premonition. Jewer, you may return for now. I have matters to discuss with your brother. The Queen waved her hand, signaling for Prince to take his leave. Upon hearing this, Prince Anne's eyes darkened momentarily with resentment, but he maintained a facade of obedience as he bowed and excused himself. I take my leave. After Prince Anne departed, the Queen dismissed all attendants, leaving only herself and the Crown Prince within the hall. Speak. What exactly is going on between you and Yueying? The Empress inquired directly, her gaze piercing into the Crown Prince with an intense sharpness. The Crown Prince realized he could not conceal the truth any longer and reluctantly recounted the affair with Lu Yueying. Foolish, utterly foolish, the Empress exclaimed, her face turning a deep shade of anger. How could you commit such a reckless act? Engaging with your sister-in-law. If this news were to spread, how could you possibly retain your position as crown prince? Mother, I was unaware that the Duke of Changhua intended to marry Yue to my fifth brother. When I learned of this, I intended to sever ties with her, but Yue refused. The crown prince explained helplessly. I feared she would cause a scandal, so I had no choice but to placate her for the time being. The empress was rendered speechless by her fury. She looked at the crown prince with disappointment. Did you think I and your maternal grandfather arranged Yue marriage to the Prince of Yin for what purpose? It was to win him over and solidify your position as crown prince. Yet here you are, entangled with Yue. If the Prince of Yin were to find out, do you think he would let it slide? The more I contemplate this, the angrier I become. How will you manage the combined pressures of the King of Qin and the Prince of Yin? Mother, please calm your anger. I acknowledge my mistakes. The crown prince replied. However, you are aware that my fifth brother holds significant military power, and, while ostensibly supporting the Eastern Palace, he has never fully backed us. He continued, it is best for the Eastern Palace to retain control over the token of the Northern Iron Cavalry. So, you continue to be entangled with Yue? The Empress said coldly. It is a matter of necessity, the crown prince admitted. Yue has agreed to act as an inside informant to assist me in obtaining the token. Rest assured, I have already positioned spies in Yanbei, ready to secure the token as soon as Yue succeeds. At that point, the Northern Iron Cavalry will be ours to command. A determined glint shone in the crown prince's eyes. The empress fell silent. Given the circumstances, acquiring the token was of utmost importance. Only then could they have a contingency plan should a rift arise with the Prince of Yin. I will find a way to pacify Mingxu, she said. Songye, you are the crown prince. You must act with deliberation. The empress's tone was stern. Remember, Yue is now married to the fifth prince. She belongs to the Prince of Yan's household. She regarded the crown prince with a warning glare. From this moment on, you must sever all ties with her. The crown prince felt a chill run down his spine, understanding that his mother was genuinely enraged. He did not dare to argue further and could only comply. I will heed your teachings, mother, he said, lowering his head in respect. As for Yue, the empress paused, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in her eyes. I will personally oversee all communications with her from now on. You must not interfere. The pawn I have placed beside the Prince of Yin must soon be put to use. Chapter 55 Reactions. Pei Mingxu, clad in a dark python robe, cinched at the waist with a jade belt that accentuated his lean figure, stepped steadily into the Hall of Governance. A few paces behind him, Lu Yue followed closely, her head bowed and her expression vacant. The two, one in front of the other, exhibited none of the joy or intimacy expected of newlyweds. Emperor Jingxi observed their demeanor, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Your son pays his respects to father, Pei Mingxu declared. Your daughter-in-law pays her respects to father. Long live the emperor. Please rise. The emperor replied coolly, his gaze fixed on Lu Yue, a hint of disdain flitting across his eyes. He was already aware of last night's events. The Lu family had proved to be quite ungrateful. This marriage was a disservice to his fifth son. If the Lu family remained obstinate, he would arrange for a more suitable match for his son in a couple of years. Fifth son, you are to set out tomorrow. There are numerous matters to attend to, so return home early. There is no need to pay respects to the empress today. Go directly to bid farewell to Consort Shu. He instructed. Pei Mingxu's eyes shifted momentarily, but he refrained from speaking, respectfully responding, your son obeys. Standing to the side, Lu Yue listened to the emperor's words, her complexion growing increasingly pale. She clutched the handkerchief in her grasp, nearly crumpling it. As a princess consort, to be denied the opportunity to greet the empress on the second day of her marriage was a blatant affront. His Majesty's actions were a slap in the face to her, to the Duke's residence, and to the empress herself. In Kuanning Palace, upon hearing that the emperor had exempted Pei Mingxu and Lu Yue from paying respects, the empress's expression darkened. With a resounding crash, an exquisite roux porcelain teacup shattered on the floor, shards scattering. The empress's chest heaved with fury, clearly incensed. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress her wrath, sneering, Send all the gifts and items intended for the Prince Yin and his wife to Yin Wangfu. Even if Prince Yin does not come to Kuaning, I have ways to assist Yueying. Meanwhile, in Yongfu Palace, Pei Mingxu and Lu Yueying paid their respects to Consort Shu. Your son, daughter-in-law, greets mother. Consort Shu cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Yueying, devoid of any warmth. Rise, she commanded, having already learned of Lu Yueying's clandestine affair with the crown prince. Coupled with the events of last night, her feelings towards this daughter-in-law had soured considerably. Witnessing her current expression of grievance and discontent only incited further scorn within her. Lu, why does your countenance appear so unwell? Did you not rest well last night? Consort Shu inquired, her smile masking a layer of mockery. Lu Yueying's face paled, and she forced a faint smile. Thank you for your concern, mother. I merely feel a bit fatigued. A short rest will suffice. In that case, you may retire to the side hall to rest. I have matters to discuss with Prince Yin. Consort Shu waved her hand dismissively. As soon as Consort Shu's words fell, a palace maid stepped forward to escort Lu Yueying to the side hall. Lu Yueying's heart swelled with resentment and frustration, yet she dared not speak out, bowing her head in silence as she withdrew. Once Lu Yueying left, Consort Shu covered her face and wept. It is your aunt's fault. Her eyes red, she lamented, having long known Lu's true nature. She had vehemently opposed the emperor's decree to marry her off. Pei Mingxu could hardly bear to see the sorrow of the Shu Fei and hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort. Aunt, do not weep. The matter has reached this point, and I shall handle it appropriately. The Shu Fei gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her heart heavy with pain and guilt. Upon your return to Yanbei, please take good care of yourself, she gently urged, wiping away her tears. Rest assured, Aunt. Pei Mingxu nodded, adding, Concubine song is someone who knows how to care for others. That is good, very good, the Shu Fei replied with a nod of relief, feeling comforted that her had someone who understood his heart. Aunt, you must take care of yourself in the palace. As for the matters between Consort Yun and the Empress, do not concern yourself with them, Pei Mingxu advised. I understand, do not worry, the Shu Fei responded. She looked at him, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. After you return to Yanbei, please find a good husband for Man Shuang and marry her. She has served you for many years and has endured hardships, even if she lacks merit. Aunt, but Man Shuang, Pei Mingxu began, but the Shu Fei understood. If she was unwilling, then it was best to leave it be. With a sigh, she acknowledged her awareness of Man Shuang's feelings. Yet she knew held no romantic affection for her. Pei Mingxu fell silent. Man Shuang had been in the palace since childhood, attending to him, and when he was sent to Yanbei, she accompanied him, taking care of his daily needs, and had consistently refused to marry. Inside the Taoyao Pavilion, Lu Zhu led a group in organizing the luggage, continuing to prepare for the journey. Song Zhaoyue cradled a cup of tea, the fragrant steam swirling in the air, while her thoughts drifted. Tomorrow, they would set off for Yanbei. The return date was uncertain. On September 21st, as the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn, the main gate of the Yin Wangfu swung open, and the ceremonial procession commenced in an orderly fashion. The solemnly clad guards of the Xuanyi mansion promptly followed, escorting the entourage out of the capital towards Yanbei. With urgent military matters at hand, the group traveled day and night, braving the elements. Despite Song Zhaoyue's mental preparations, fatigue was inevitable. Fortunately, her carriage had been modified for comfort, equipped with excellent shock absorption, and the interior was lined with thick, soft bedding. Though the journey was bumpy, she found it bearable. Finally, on an afternoon in early October, after more than half a month of arduous travel, they arrived at Yunshua City, the seat of the Yanbei fief. The towering city walls emanated an air of solemnity, evoking a sense of desolation, starkly contrasting with the bustling capital. Song Zhaoyue lifted the curtain of her carriage and gazed at the unfamiliar city, her expression focused and earnest. This was Yanbei, the place where she would soon reside. The Yanbei fief was vast, encompassing 5 states, 10 prefectures, and 35 counties, making it the largest fief of the Desheng. Although the territory was extensive, its population was sparse, numbering just over 200,000. primarily comprising the hardy and martial border populace. The gates of Yunshua City swung wide open to welcome the return of the Yanwang. The grand procession entered the city, heading straight for the Yanwangfu. Chapter 56. Arrival at Yunshua. A quarter of an hour later, the procession entered the residence of the Prince of Yan. The grand entrance loomed like the gaping maw of a colossal beast as the carriages filed in. The carriage bearing Pei Mingxu proceeded directly toward the front hall of the royal mansion, while the carriages of the ladies, including Zhaoyue, veered into the inner courtyard, halting only at the final inner ceremonial gate. Assisted by Lu Zhu, Zhaoyue dismounted from the carriage, her gaze falling upon a landscape of red walls and azure tiles, exuding an air of magnificence and solemnity that epitomized the grandeur of the royal abode. Lu Yueying, supported by Mei Xiang and Wang Mama, descended from her carriage, appearing frail and devoid of strength. She was but an ordinary young lady, and her already delicate constitution had been further weakened by the relentless journey. After days of travel and the accompanying jostle, she was utterly exhausted. In contrast, Huang Lingru, though her complexion was somewhat pale, appeared in far better condition than Lu Yueying. "Esteemed princess, may you live long and prosper," a maid announced as she led a group of eunuchs and maidservants in a synchronized bow, their voices echoing through the expansive courtyard. "There's no need for formalities. Rise," Lu Yueying replied, her eyes lifting slightly, revealing a hint of fatigue and impatience, her tone airy. "Thank you, esteemed princess," the crowd responded, rising to their feet. The leading maid stepped forward and, with a slight bend of her knee, introduced herself. "I am the maidservant of the front hall, named Manzhuang, here to warmly welcome you, esteemed princess. The courtyard and quarters have been tidied up. After your arduous journey, please allow me to escort you to rest." Manzhuang's voice was calm and unhurried, her demeanor poised and respectful, displaying no trace of fluster or trepidation in the presence of the royal lady. Zhaoyue discreetly assessed Manzhuang, noting her youthful countenance, just over 20, adorned in a refreshing, pale green dress, which set her apart from the uniformly clad maidservants behind her. Lu Yueying inclined her head slightly, and soon a servant arrived with a soft sedan chair. Lu Yueying, leaning on Mei Xiang, entered the sedan, with Manzhuang attending closely at her side. The group departed directly, leaving Zhaoyue and Huang Lingru, who was red-eyed with envy, in a state of astonishment. Huang Lingru watched the departing sedan with a disdainful snort before turning to Zhaoyue, saying, "Sister Song, do not linger. Those two concubines think little of us." Zhaoyue furrowed her brow slightly, but remained silent. In their eyes, there is only the esteemed princess. We, the unremarkable, should know our place and seek out the prince in the front hall. Huang Lingru continued, preparing to mount the carriage parked nearby. At that moment, a young eunuch, who had been waiting nearby, sensed the tension and rushed forward with a forced smile, blocking Huang Lingru's path. "Forgive me, esteemed concubine, please wait a moment. The sedan will arrive shortly," he implored, signaling frantically to the eunuchs behind him to hasten with the sedan. The young eunuch cursed Manzhuang inwardly, lamenting that had he known her would create such a ruckus, he would not have accompanied her to welcome the lady of the inner court. Blocked by the young eunuch, Huang Lingru felt displeased, her brows furrowing as she demanded, "Who do you think you are to obstruct my way?" In response, the young eunuch exaggeratedly struck his own face in penance. "I am but a foolish servant who has erred. I neglected to introduce myself." The humble servant, Shi, was accompanying Master Fu Shun and had recently been assigned to assist in the rear courtyard. With a lowly demeanor and a tone of utmost respect, Shi explained his duties. Upon hearing that this young eunuch was affiliated with Fu Shun, Huang Lingru's expression softened slightly. After all, he was a disciple of Master Fu Shun. "Today, I shall grant you this favor," she declared, turning to Zhaoyue and inquiring, "What say you, Sister Song?" Zhaoyue offered a subtle smile and replied, "I shall defer to my elder sister's wisdom." In these uncertain times, caution was paramount. It was prudent to devise a plan before acting. Observing their exchange, She finally exhaled in relief, wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow, secretly chastising Manzhuang for being such a troublemaker. She maintained a polite demeanor, attending to both ladies while occasionally glancing at the serene Song Zhaoyue, who appeared as a celestial being descended from a painting. His master had warned him that this particular lady was one not to be trifled with. Two soft palanquins were brought forth by the young eunuchs, one following the other. She, with great care, assisted Song Zhaoyue into her palanquin, treating her as if she were a fragile piece of exquisite glass. Just as Huang Lingru settled into her own palanquin, she pointed to a nearby young eunuch and commanded, "Why do you not hasten to escort Lady Huang back to her quarters?" The young eunuch complied with a timid acknowledgement and guided the still-dazed Huang Lingru in another direction. Unconcerned with Huang Lingru's thoughts, she cheerfully trailed alongside Song Zhaoyue's palanquin, making his way to Wang Shu. Along the journey, she diligently described the layout of the Wang Fu rear courtyard, eager not to neglect the presence of this esteemed lady. "Your Highness may be unaware, but Wang Shu was personally chosen for you by His Highness, and the name was also bestowed by the prince himself." Song Zhaoyue nodded slightly, remaining silent but listening intently, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Observing her reaction, she became increasingly animated in his narration. Wang Shu was the courtyard closest to the prince's sleeping quarters. Exiting through the east corner gate and traversing a narrow alley would lead directly to the prince's chamber. The orientation of Wang Shu was impeccable, following the auspicious layout of facing south while sitting to the north. The buildings appeared newly renovated, adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant hues. In the bitterly cold northern winter, despite being only October, the chill was already palpable. Everything in Wang Shu was prepared. The heated Kong and warm walls had been ignited, rendering the interior as warm as spring. After bathing and grooming, the sky had darkened. Perhaps feeling a bit weary, Song Zhaoyue found her appetite lacking. She nibbled on a few morsels before instructing the servants to clear the table. She casually picked up a book, reclining on the couch, flipping through its pages aimlessly, while her thoughts drifted far away. She recalled hearing Pei Mingxu mention that previously, the Yin Wang Fu had no female members, and all activities were conducted in the front hall. The rear courtyard had remained vacant for years, lacking any management. Today, the maid named Manshuang, claiming to be a servant from the front hall, had brought a group of eunuchs and maids from the rear courtyard to pay their respects, disregarding both her and Huang Lingru, the two concubines. Such rudeness, coupled with a subtle hostility towards the two, raised questions in Song Zhaoyue's mind about the audacity of a mere made to act in such a manner. Just as she pondered the source of Man Shuang's confidence, news of her actions reached Pei Mingxu's ears. Chapter 57. Errant thoughts were as Man Shuang. Pei Mingxu's voice was frigid, as though encrusted with a layer of frost. "Your Highness, Miss Man Shuang is aware of her wrongdoing and is currently kneeling in the courtyard to plead for forgiveness," Fu Shun replied cautiously. "Kneeling to plead for forgiveness?" Pei Mingxu scoffed in anger, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "She is indeed aware of her misstep. Your Highness, please temper your anger. It was merely a moment of folly on Man Shuang's part. Shall I summon her to come in and apologize?" Fu Shun ventured tentatively. "Let her remain kneeling," Pei Mingxu coldly declared. "Only after 2 hours may she rise." "Yes." Fu Shun's heart quaked, realizing that the prince was genuinely furious, unwilling even to see Man Shuang. In this frigid weather, those 2 hours would surely take a toll. He could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. It was perplexing how, over the years, Man Shuang's temperament had grown increasingly extreme, leading her to act so out of line today. Regardless of whether it was the principal consort or secondary wife, they were all mistresses of the inner court, deserving of respect from those in servitude. Moreover, Consort Song held a special place in the prince's heart. Upon entering the Yinzhou prince's residence, Man Shuang had treated her with such disdain and humiliation. Furthermore, inform her that this shall not be tolerated again. Though Pei Mingxu's tone was soft, it carried the weight of thunder, causing Fu Shun's heart to tremble. He understood that this was Man Shuang's final chance. After delivering his words, Pei Mingxu strode away. As he passed by the spot where Man Shuang knelt, he did not pause for even a moment, not casting a glance in her direction, as if she were merely a wisp of air utterly non-existent. As Pei Mingxu's figure vanished beyond the courtyard gate, Man Shuang's gaze remained affixed there, unmoving. The biting cold that penetrated her knees seemed to seep through her blood, spreading to the depths of her heart. Fu Shen watched Man Shuang's face, pale as paper, and could not suppress a sigh. Man Shuang, what torment do you inflict upon yourself? His Highness is a man who cherishes old affections. Had you acquiesced, he would surely have sought a commendable match for you, ensuring your well-being. Yet your actions today have utterly betrayed the duties of a servant. Man Shuang bit her lip, a flicker of stubbornness emerging upon her pallid visage. Master Fu Shen, I only acted out of concern upon seeing the princess's pallid complexion. It was an unintentional mistake, not a deliberate slight against the two esteemed consorts. Seeing her obstinacy, Fu Shen realized that further discourse would be futile, and he could only sigh. Indeed, it is difficult to counsel one who seeks their own demise. He conveyed Pei Mingxu's exact words to Man Shuang. His Highness commands that you kneel for a full 2 hours before you may rise, and he has also stated, it shall not be tolerated again. Upon hearing this, Man Shuang's body swayed, her complexion growing even more ashen. After a moment's pause, she whispered, I accept my orders. However, within her heart, a fire blazed, igniting a pain that enveloped her being. Why? Why must she be forced to leave the palace and marry? She had devoted herself to the prince for 20 years. She was acutely aware of her lowly status and harbored no desire but to be a concubine to his Highness, even if it meant sacrificing 10 years of her life. Previously, when the prince had shunned women, she found contentment in merely being by his side. But now, with his marriage to a noble princess, the daughter of a marquis, she found herself without a voice. Yet those two concubines, one the daughter of a humble minister and the other a secondary daughter of a marquis, what qualifications do they possess to approach his Highness? Upon encountering the two concubines today, her heart brims with indignation, a momentary impulse surging within her. His Highness may be reluctant to keep her by his side, yet the princess also has the right to introduce new consorts for him. Contemplating this, Man Shuang's gaze gradually solidifies, akin to a flickering star amidst the dark night, radiating a sense of resolute defiance. Regardless of the circumstances, she is determined to remain by his Highness's side. Sooner or later, he shall recognize her worth. Within the Wang Shu chamber, the flickering candlelight casts mottled shadows upon the window frame. Pei Mingxu steps into the courtyard, gesturing for the servants who were about to bow to halt, and strides directly toward the main chamber. The maid stationed at the entrance hastily lifts the door curtain, a wave of warmth enveloping him, infused with a faint, ethereal fragrance. Song Zhaoyue reclines upon the couch, a scroll of text in hand, her eyelids heavy and closed, evidently in slumber. She is draped with a delicate blanket, revealing her fair, slender neck, with a few strands of hair cascading upon her cheek, accentuating her porcelain-like complexion. Delicate to the touch, Pei Mingxu's footsteps falter as his gaze settles upon her serene visage, the tension in his expression gradually softening. He treads lightly towards her, preparing to lift her into his embrace. Sensing his presence, Song Zhaoyue's eyelashes flutter, and she slowly opens her eyes. What greets her vision is Pei Mingxu's chiseled countenance, weariness etched in his features, yet tenderness radiating through. Her heart feels as though it has been gently nudged, an inexplicable sense of tranquility flooding her being. This expansive Wang Shu chamber, larger than the Duke of Yan's residence in the capital, exudes an aura of unfamiliarity. The initial unease of her arrival dissipates in that instant. Your Highness? She softly calls out, her voice laced with the innocence of one just awakened. Have I disturbed you? Pei Mingxu lifts her into his arms, a hint of apology in his tone. Song Zhaoyue shakes her head, obediently wrapping her arms around his neck. He gently lays her upon the brocade quilt, his movements tender and careful. I have put you through much today. A warmth spreads within Song Zhaoyue's heart, understanding that he refers to the matter concerning Man Shuang. Your Highness, you exaggerate, she replies, shaking her head, leaning into his embrace, and curiously inquires, Your Highness, who is Man Shuang? Chapter 58. Farewell. Man Shuang was originally a member of my mother's court. Pei Mingxu's voice was low, tinged with nostalgia. She had served me since childhood and followed me to Yanbei. Song Zhaoyue's heart trembled slightly. It turned out that Man Shuang was indeed a person from Pei Mingxu's mother's side. Her mother was my mother's personal maid, and they had grown up together, sharing a bond akin to that of sisters. When my mother entered the palace, she did not wish for her maid to be ensnared in the intrigues of the court, and specially released her mother's slave status. However, her mother met with misfortune and, before her death, sent her into the palace, entrusting her to my mother. My mother thus welcomed her into Yong'an Palace, and after my mother's passing, Man Shuang had continued to serve by my side. As Pei Mingxu recounted this, his tone carried a hint of sentimentality. So that was it. Song Zhaoyue understood. Realizing why Man Shuang acted so confidently, it was due to such a profound connection. I have already punished her. There will be no further incidents of this nature. Pei Mingxu asserted, grasping Song Zhaoyue's hand with determination. As for Lu's side, the back courtyard shall certainly not be entrusted to her. Pei Mingxu paused, his gaze deep as it rested on Song Zhaoyue. Given the current uncertain situation, I do not wish for you to expose yourself in public. Matters in the back courtyard will be managed by another. Song Zhaoyue felt a shiver run through her heart, instantly grasping Pei Mingxu's intent. Your Highness, rest assured I understand, she replied, nodding obediently. The authority over the back courtyard was as elusive as a flower reflected in a mirror or the moon's image upon water, impossible to grasp firmly. It was better to secure Pei Mingxu than to cling to the authority of the steward. Furthermore, given the ambiguity of the current situation, a discreet approach was the wisest strategy. I must depart for the border city early tomorrow. Fu Xun's apprentice, Dashi, will remain in the residence. Though young, he is clever, and should you require assistance, you may seek him out. I understand, Your Highness, do not worry, Song Zhaoyue said softly, though a trace of concern stirred within her. Your Highness, please be cautious. The swords are merciless. Fear not. The mere totters pose little threat, Pei Mingxu replied, a confident smile gracing his lips, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. This time, they shall come and not return. Pei Mingxu's brow was set with resolve and ambition, stirring something within Song Zhaoyue. This man seemed to naturally exude a regal aura, evoking a sense of subservience. The next day, as dawn broke, the moment Pei Mingxu stirred, Song Zhaoyue awoke. She had not slept soundly the previous night, preoccupied with the thought of sending Pei Mingxu off. Why not sleep a little longer? The day is still young, Pei Mingxu said warmly upon seeing her awake. I must rise to see you off, Your Highness, Song Zhaoyue asserted, shaking her head with determination. Seeing her insistence, Pei Mingxu relented and allowed her to proceed. After breakfast, Song Zhaoyue began assisting Pei Mingxu in donning his armor. Fu Xun had already prepared the armor, neatly arranging each piece on the rack. The task of putting on the armor was primarily managed by Fu Xun, while Song Zhaoyue assisted and learned the process. Pei Mingxu's armor was quite heavy, and the intricate process of donning it required great care. Song Zhaoyue observed intently, anxious not to overlook any step. Pei Mingxu lowered his gaze upon her, observing her busy movements, his eyes filled with tenderness. How had he never noticed before that she possessed such admirable qualities? Song Zhaoyue, teased by him, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Previously, it was always she who woke first, while Pei Mingxu had already risen. Yet, one could not entirely blame her. Their physical stamina differed greatly, and after a long night of fatigue, it was only natural for her to remain asleep in the morning. I simply lacked the opportunity to serve His Highness before, she thought. Pei Mingxu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Soon, his armor was fully donned. Clad in dark black armor with a long sword at his waist, he exuded an imposing presence, radiating an aura of nobility and valor. Song Zhaoyue could not help but stare in awe, suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of pride. This was her man, a towering figure, the king of Yanbei, commanding respect and admiration. Pei Mingxu observed her suddenly flushed face, reminiscent of spring flowers blooming against a backdrop of white snow, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Song Zhaoyue accompanied him to the entrance of the courtyard. Pei Mingxu halted, turning to face her. This is far enough. You may return now, he said, gently squeezing her hand, his gaze suffused with affection. Wait for my return. Song Zhaoyue nodded, watching him depart. He turned and strode away, his red cloak billowing behind him, disappearing around the corner in an instant. Song Zhaoyue stood rooted to the spot, unable to regain her senses for a long while. A sudden wave of unutterable reluctance surged within her. In the eastern side room of the main hall, Man Shuang grimaced in pain, instructing a young maid, hurry, heat the medicinal pack and apply it again. The maid responded obediently, yes, Sister Man Shuang. Having knelt for 2 hours in the cold wind last night, Man Shuang's knees were swollen and agonizing, each movement sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through her. Finally able to walk, she hurried to prepare herself to see Pei Mingxu off to battle. To her surprise, there was no sign of him in the main hall. Where is His Highness? Man Shuang anxiously grabbed a she who was passing by. As she glanced at her, his tone indifferent. His Highness has already left. Left? When did he leave? Man Shuang could hardly believe it. She had seen him off every time he departed for battle over the years, never missing a single occasion. He left at the end of the hour, she replied. A tumult of emotions surged within Man Shuang, a pang of bitterness rising in her heart, suppressing her disappointment. She pressed on. Where did His Highness stay in the back courtyard last night? Does she recall being scolded by his master the previous day due to Man Shuang's actions and being punished to transcribe the household rules, his irritation flaring? He coldly retorted, has Miss Man Shuang forgotten the rules of the household? Inquiring about the master's whereabouts is a grave offense. Man Shuang's expression stiffened, and she argued, I was merely concerned for His Highness. I meant no harm. But she scoffed, leaving her with a single remark. His Highness instructed that Miss Man Shuang is not to go to the back courtyard in the future. Man Shuang's face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on the exquisite floor covering. Lu Yueying, feeling unwell, had taken a break from her courtesies for half a month, and Song Zhaoyue was delighted to enjoy a leisurely time, planning to stay at Wangshu House during these days. She sat upon the couch, deftly threading a needle, intent on crafting a pouch for Pei Mingxu, while Green Pearl assisted her by splitting the thread. Your Highness, Lady Lin requests an audience, announced Zhu Ying as she entered, her expression somewhat peculiar. Please do come in, Song Zhaoyue said, pausing her embroidery needle and promptly beckoning Zhu Ying to admit the visitor. Chapter 59. The trap. Moments later, a middle-aged woman clad in a deep brown robe entered the room alongside Zhu Ying. She appeared to be around 50 years of age, her hair meticulously arranged, and her features rather unremarkable, yet her eyes sparkled with remarkable clarity and vitality. Old servant Lin respectfully greets the side consort, Lin Mama said, bowing slightly, her voice somewhat hoarse. Song Zhaoyue promptly gestured for Green Pearl to bring over an embroidery stool, saying, Mama Lin, please take a seat. Expressing her gratitude, Lin Mama finally settled on the embroidery stool, maintaining a straight posture and a solemn demeanor. On the prince's orders, I am here to manage the rear courtyard for the princess. Should you require anything or have matters to attend to, please do not hesitate to instruct this old servant. Song Zhaoyue's gaze swept over Lin Mama's calloused palms, stirring a slight reaction within her, though her expression remained composed as she smiled and nodded from now on. I shall rely on you, Mama Lin. Lin Mama replied respectfully, Your Highness is too kind. If there is nothing further you wish to discuss, I shall take my leave. Take care, Mama, Song Zhaoyue said, not insisting on her stay, and signaled for Zhu Ying to escort Lin Mama out. Once Zhu Ying returned after seeing Lin Mama off, Song Zhaoyue turned to her with a determined tone. Zhu Ying, do you recognize Lin Mama? Zhu Ying was taken aback. How does Your Highness know? With a gentle smile, Song Zhaoyue pointed her own palm. I noticed that Lin Mama's palms bear thick calluses, a mark of someone who has trained in martial arts for many years. She paused and added, moreover, when you came to report earlier, your expression was somewhat peculiar, suggesting you recognized Lin Mama but dared not speak of it. Zhu Ying's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the princess was astute, and nothing could escape her notice. I do indeed recognize Lin Mama. I cannot hide it any longer. Both I and Bai Jin were trained under her guidance. When we escorted Lin Mama out, she instructed us that if the princess inquired, we should speak the truth, and then you would understand. Song Zhaoyue nodded, her heart enlightened. Lin Mama was likely one of Pei Mingxu's covert guards, and of a high rank at that. With someone of Lin Mama's caliber overseeing the rear courtyard, she felt considerably reassured. Reflecting on this, Song Zhaoyue felt warmth in her heart. Pei Mingxu had arranged everything so thoughtfully. Yet, she wondered where he was at that moment. Had he reached the border city? On the vast expanse of the Yanbei plains, the sky grew dim. The Yanbei cavalry resembled a colossal black dragon, winding its way swiftly towards Yunshang City. Pei Mingxu rode at the forefront, his steed tall and robust, kicking up dust that danced in the cold wind. He gripped the reins tightly, his figure rising and falling with the galloping horse, his cloak billowing and crackling. His personal guards followed closely behind, their gazes sharp and cold as ice. These men had been meticulously selected from the ranks of the Yanbei army, each one tempered through countless trials. As night descended, Pei Mingxu issued a command, halting the army to set up camp. The darkness enveloped the land, stars twinkling in the night sky. As the Yanbei troops began to establish their encampment on the expansive plains, flickering campfires swaying in the night breeze. Report. A soldier's urgent voice echoed from outside the tent. Enter, Pei Mingxu commanded, his brow furrowed as he focused on the military reports arriving from various locations before him. A dust-covered scout hastily entered the tent, kneeling on one knee and presenting a bamboo tube with both hands. Your Highness, he reported, traces of Tartar scouts have been discovered outside the city of Mo Bay, and the vanguard is merely 200 miles from the city, while the main force is also advancing toward Mo Bay. Pei Mingxu accepted the bamboo tube and extracted the intelligence, reading it intently. The chief scribe, Gao Yi, stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, Your Highness, it appears that the Tartars have set their sights on plundering Mo Bay. The city is a crucial stop along the western route, bustling with merchants and unparalleled in wealth, making it one of the richest border towns. Within the tent, the generals began to discuss animatedly. Your Highness, I request permission to lead the vanguard and confront these Tartar ruffians. A young general clad in silver armor stepped forward. This young man was Gu Wuqing, an adopted son of the Gu family, just over 20 years of age. After Pei Mingxu was granted his fief, he took Gu Wuqing under his wing, and now, having achieved remarkable military feats, he was the youngest general of the 4th rank in the army. General Zhang Long, known for his martial prowess, also stepped forward, exclaiming, I too wish to go, and I vow to ensure that those Tartar scoundrels return empty-handed. Pei Mingxu set aside the intelligence, his brow furrowed in concern. Although Mo Bay was affluent, its supplies were limited, and the Tartars' intent behind this raid seemed dubious. Hearing this, the generals exchanged glances, and Gao Yi inquired, What does your Highness imply? Report. A scout's voice rang out from outside the tent. Enter. The scout entered and reported, Your Highness, upon investigating the traces left by the Tartar army, we discovered a discrepancy between the number of cooking pits and the size of their forces. And we have yet to see the right virtuous king of the Tartars or any of his 10,000 commanders. Upon hearing this, Pei Mingxu sprang to his feet, a glint of clarity illuminating his eyes. He finally understood the anomaly. He swiftly approached the map, pointing to a specific location, and spoke in a grave tone. The Tartars' true target is not Mo Bay, but rather this place, Yunshang. Yunshang? The generals were momentarily taken aback. Yunshang was the granary of our Yanbei army, and the royal estate's pastures were also located there. Gao Yi suddenly comprehended. Exactly. Pei Mingxu nodded, realizing the Tartars had employed a stratagem of feigned intent. Yunshang was their actual objective. Such cunning Tartars, they have indeed learned to play tricks. Your Highness, I shall lead troops to Yunshang and eliminate these Tartar scoundrels without leaving a trace. Your Highness, please issue the command. The generals, filled with righteous indignation, clamored to fight. Pei Mingxu raised his hand for silence, his gaze piercing as he issued a solemn order. Gu Wuqing, heed my command. I am here. Gu Wuqing bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. You shall lead the army, masquerading as me, and march ostentatiously toward Mo Bay to deceive the Tartars. I am at your command. Gu Wuqing, similar in age and stature to Pei Mingxu, was the most suitable candidate for this ruse. Pei Mingxu then commanded, Gao Yi, at your service. Immediately relay the orders. 3/10 of the troops drawn from various locations shall proceed to Mo Bay, while the remainder secretly advances to Yunshang. I obey. Guang, Feng Chao, you shall accompany Gu Wuqing to Mo Bay, while the others shall follow me, leading the Xuanjia Guard to Yunshang overnight. Understood. In Pei Mingxu's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered as he spoke in a chilling tone. This time, I shall ensure that the Tatars come, but do not return. This stratagem of feigning an attack in the east while striking in the west must have been devised by the esteemed Right Prince, Darkin. Known as the Sage of the Tatars, Darkin Bader narrowly escaped during the last northern expedition at the Battle of the Hulun River. The northern desert and the realm above the clouds shall await the Tatars with bated breath. This time, he is determined to keep Darkin within the confines of the celestial realm. Chapter 60. Collapse outside the City of Clouds. The defenders stood vigilant atop the walls, as if facing a formidable enemy. Observing this, Darkin's face lit up with pride. He gestured to his sides, and the sound of a horn echoed through the air. A contingent of Tatar soldiers, wielding makeshift ladders, shields, and broadswords, rushed toward the foot of the city. The Tatars were not adept at crafting siege engines, and their assaults often resulted in heavy casualties. The towering walls of the City of Clouds loomed before them, formidable and difficult to breach, and any attempt to conquer this fortress would surely incur significant losses. However, Darkin was too consumed by his ambition to ponder such matters. He commanded the Tatar cavalry to advance through the rain of arrows, urging them to accompany the initial wave of besieging soldiers, determined to seize the city at the swiftest pace possible. Let them charge forward. Any who falter shall be executed on the spot. The Tatar forces surged toward the City of Clouds like a relentless tide, while arrows rained down from the battlements, and boiling oil poured forth incessantly. The ground below soon became a macabre tableau, littered with the bodies of the fallen, the stones of the walls stained a deep crimson. After an hour of fierce combat, Darkin sensed something amiss. The defenders of the Yinbei army appeared to be endless, with no sign of dwindling numbers, while his own forces suffered grievous losses. Sound the horn. Retreat. The horn sounded once more, and the Tatar soldiers engaged in the siege began to withdraw. In response, the defenders of the City of Clouds flung open the gates and charged forth to engage the Tatar army. Darkin, witnessing this unfolding scene, felt a pang of doubt. Yet the sight of the wide-open gates and the granaries within reach ignited his insatiable greed, overpowering his caution. Just as he was about to command the horn to signal a renewed assault, a horn sounded from behind. As the sound carried through the air, a dark line appeared on the horizon, gradually thickening, swelling like a black tide, surging toward the City of Clouds. As this ominous mass drew closer, the dull thud of hooves resonated ominously, reverberating through the earth like distant thunder. It was the Yin King, the Yin King's armored guards. The sharp-eyed Tatar cavalry spotted the dark flags and cried out in terror, their spirits shaken. Darkin, slicing down a panicking soldier, felt a grim realization wash over him. He swiftly commanded his forces to adjust their formation, preparing to face the impending threat. The two sides collided, blades flashing amidst a cacophony of screams and the whinnies of battle steeds. In an instant, the Tatar formation was rent asunder. Within moments, the breach widened, and the Tatar army was split in two. Before Darkin could regroup his forces, the wave of Yinbei soldiers surged forth from the City of Clouds, their battle cries piercing the heavens. The setting sun bled into the battlefield, casting a crimson hue over the chaos. The air was thick with the stench of blood, nauseating in its intensity. Pei Mingxu sat astride a towering warhorse, his black armor drenched in blood, reminiscent of a deity of death risen from the depths of hell. In his hand, his long blade was already dulled, droplets of blood still falling from its edge. Your Highness, we have captured Darkin. A loyal guard brought forth the bound and helpless Darkin Bader before Pei Mingxu. Pei Mingxu smiled coldly, tossing his long knife to a waiting guard, and took a clean handkerchief offered by another. methodically wiping the blood from his hands. "Long time no see, darken." Pei Mingxu gazed down upon the disheveled man before him, his tone saturated with scorn. Dao Kuan, with his disarrayed hair and bloodied visage, bore several gaping holes in his armor. Yet he defiantly raised his head, glaring at Pei Mingxu in silence. "What is this? The esteemed first sage of the Tatars has now become a mere prisoner at my feet, too afraid to utter a word." Pei Mingxu's voice dripped with disdain, unabashedly mocking. Dao Kuan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as if striving to suppress the fury that simmered within him. "Why the silence? Have you not contemplated the fate of the 30,000 Tatar troops in the North Desert?" Pei Mingxu continued, his tone chilling, akin to a death knell from the depths of hell. At these words, Dao Kuan's eyes flew open, his complexion draining to a pallid hue. The Tatar forces outside the North Desert, meant to mislead the Yanbei army, were indeed a formidable 30,000. Now, with his own 30,000 troops annihilated, the fate of the northern forces appeared dire. 60,000 soldiers. Without this contingent, how could the Tatars suppress the restless tribes surrounding them? As this realization struck him, Dao Kuan felt darkness envelop him, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 61. A shortage of silver in the Cloud City. Within the county office, Pei Mingxu, clad in a dark robe, sat at his desk, perusing a battle report with a solemn expression. "Your Highness, in this battle, our Yanbei army suffered a loss of 1,326 men, with 2,154 severely injured, and over 3,000 sustaining minor injuries." Zhaoyue reported from his side. "As per tradition, submit the list to the court and expedite the disbursement of compensation for the fallen soldiers. The families of the deceased must be registered at the local county office to receive monthly relief provisions," Pei Mingxu stated without lifting his gaze. "Understood," Zhaoyue replied. "Furthermore, the Wangfu will allocate an additional sum for compensation, providing 50 taels of silver to each fallen soldier, and between 20 to 40 taels to the injured, depending on the severity of their wounds." Pei Mingxu added, "Your Highness." Zhaoyue's expression turned troubled as he recalled the last battle on the northern grasslands, where the treasury had nearly been depleted after the compensation payments. The silver in the Yin Wangfu's treasury primarily derived from land taxes. Although Yanbei is vast, it is sparsely populated and not particularly affluent, resulting in limited tax revenues each year. These funds must support the officials of the Wangfu, the royal guards, and the Yanbei army, leaving little remaining. Pei Mingxu set aside the battle report and looked up at Zhaoyue, inquiring, "How much remains?" "Less than 100,000 taels." Zhaoyue replied, "The treasury can provide 40,000 taels, while the remainder will come from your Highness's personal funds." Pei Mingxu spoke softly, "I see." At this moment, Fu Shun, who had been listening, changed his countenance and hurriedly exclaimed, "Your Highness, your private funds. What about them?" Pei Mingxu raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness, it is just that your private funds have been considerably depleted over the years." Fu Shun's expression was one of concern. "How much is left?" Pei Mingxu interrupted. "Less than 200,000 taels," Fu Shun responded, his heart aching as he recalled how Pei Mingxu had treated his private treasury as if it were the state treasury. The personal funds now seemed nearly empty. After a brief silence, Pei Mingxu declared, "Proceed as I have instructed." "Yes." Zhaoyue sighed in relief and promptly agreed. Fu Shun shot a furious glare at Zhaoyue, wishing to dismantle him piece by piece for depleting the prince's private treasury. Zhaoyue, oblivious to Fu Shun's ire, swiftly took his leave once his objectives were achieved. Once Zhaoyue departed, Pei Mingxu turned to Fu Shun and said, "From now on, the Wangfu shall reduce expenditures, and my share will be cut by 50%. "Your Highness," Fu Shun exclaimed, alarmed, "this cannot be." "It matters not. It merely means fewer indulgences," Pei Mingxu replied calmly. "It is settled." "Understood," Fu Shun acknowledged, then cautiously inquired, "What of the Wangfei and the two concubines?" "For the Wangfei, a reduction of 70%. For Concubine Huang, 80%. Pei Mingxu's voice remained composed. "These two possess substantial dowries and harbor ulterior motives. I see no reason to squander silver upon them." Fu Shun was taken aback. "That is rather harsh, is it not? For Concubine Song, a 50% reduction. The shortfall will be compensated for my share, Pei Mingxu added. Your Highness, this. Fu Shun opened his mouth, yet was at a loss for words. With a reduction of 50%, reallocating some to concubine song would leave a mere 2 or 3% remaining. What? Is there an issue? Pei Mingxu cast a stern glance towards Fu Shun. No, no. Fu Shun hastily shook his head. You are pained for a concubine song, willing to endure hardship yourself. We servants have nothing more to say. It seems I must attend to concubine song with even greater care, for your Highness would rather suffer than let her endure any discomfort. After Fu Shun withdrew, Pei Mingxu gazed at the table, tapping his index finger thoughtfully, and could not help but lament. Indeed, the Prince of Yin was growing increasingly impoverished. Yet, he harbored no regrets. All these funds were devoted to the valiant soldiers who fought and perished in defense of their homeland. Within the Prince of Yin's residence, Huang Lingru remained blissfully unaware that expenditures were soon to be drastically curtailed. For the time being, she need not pay her respects, instead spending her days wandering the palace with her maidservants. Gradually, the rear courtyard no longer sufficed for her leisurely strolls. Several times, she had wished to venture to the front hall, only to be thwarted by Mama Lin. This time, Huang Lingru was greatly vexed by the obstinate Mama Lin and had no choice but to turn back. On this day, Pei Mingxu received word from Wang Sheng, informing him that Huang Lingru's attempts to send messages out of the residence had been intercepted. Chapter 62. Unceasing turmoil. Pei Mingxu unfolded the confidential letter, scrutinizing it closely under the flickering candlelight. The paper revealed a map of the royal residence, with the layout of the rear courtyard depicted with remarkable clarity, even indicating the precise locations of the rockery and pond, while other areas were only vaguely outlined. Huang's diligence was indeed commendable. Pei Mingxu let out a cold snicker. Placing the map upon the table, Huang Lingru, along with her companions, resided within the confines of the royal back courtyard, unable to relay messages directly, thus relying on the assistance of others. Consequently, Wang Sheng had managed to locate spies hidden within the Prince of Qin's residence, concealed in the estate of the Prince of Yin. In the letter, Wang Sheng detailed the process of intercepting the confidential correspondence and discovering the spies from the Prince of Qin's household. He refrained from alarming the enemy and instead dispatched individuals to covertly monitor the spies, concluding the letter with a request for guidance on the next course of action. Pei Mingxu set the letter aside, his long fingers drumming lightly on the table as he fell into contemplation. Upon arriving in Yinbei, Wang Sheng had indeed unraveled the complexities surrounding the Huang family. The late Marquis Wen Yuan was notorious for his romantic escapades during his official duties in Jiangnan. He had a fleeting affair with a respectable woman. After the Marquis returned to the capital, the woman married, and within a month gave birth to a son, who was none other than Huang's father, Huang Wenjun, the Minister of Revenue. Huang Wenjun, gifted with exceptional intellect and literary talent from a young age, traveled extensively to further his education, gaining renown as a literary prodigy. At the age of 23, he achieved second place in the imperial examination. Subsequently, his career flourished, and by his 40s, he attained the position of Minister of Revenue, a success attributable not only to his own merits, but also to the influential legacy of the Marquis Wen Yuan's household. Wang Sheng meticulously investigated Huang Wenjun's rise to power, uncovering the connections to the Marquis' lineage. However, while the inquiry into the Huang family appeared fraught with challenges, upon reflection, it seemed almost fortuitously seamless. At every impasse in the investigation, unexpected developments arose, providing new leads that allowed the spies to continue their probing. Regardless of their efforts, the identity of the Huang family was indisputable. She was none other than Huang Wenjun's legitimate eldest daughter. Had it not been for the earlier discovery of her martial prowess, Huang Wenjun's demeanor towards her could easily have been misconstrued as that of a subordinate addressing a superior, leading one to assume she was merely a member of the Marquis' household, effectively an asset of the Prince of Qin. Pei Mingxu rubbed his temples, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. He was keen to discern what further entanglements the Huang family might possess. The crown prince? Or perhaps another sibling? Suddenly, the tranquility of the Hulling grasslands was shattered by the urgent sound of galloping hooves, accompanied by a desperate shout. A bloodied scout stumbled into the royal tent. "I report to the Great Khan, in the north and on the clouds. We have suffered defeat." "What?" Within the tent, the formidable Tatar Khan, Alutai, sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. 60,000 troops, either dead or wounded, the right virtuous king, has been captured. This is a token sent by the right virtuous king through perilous means. The scout trembled as he raised the token high, but his strength faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. The token clattered to the floor, producing a sharp sound that resonated like thunder in Alutai's ears. Darkness clouded his vision, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his head, yet he forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit. "Great Khan, Great Zhaoyue, are you well?" The people beside him rushed forward, their faces etched with concern. Arutai took a deep breath, gesturing with his hand to indicate he was unharmed. Everyone stepped back. Once the crowd had settled, Arutai slowly seated himself, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. "Issue orders to reorganize the army. In 7 days. This Zhaoyue shall lead the troops northward." "Northward? Great Zhaoyue, do you mean?" Left Minister Tula gasped in surprise, quickly inquiring. "The northern barbarians have harbored rebellious intentions in recent years. Now that we, the Tatars, have suffered a recent defeat, they are likely to stir. If we do not show them our might, how will the surrounding tribes perceive us but as easy prey?" Arutai slammed his fist upon the table, his tone foreboding. "This Zhaoyue intends to personally lead the army to crush the northern barbarians and seize ample supplies for the winter." "Great Zhaoyue, you are wise." Tula immediately grasped the Zhaoyue's intentions. "Only by subduing the northern barbarians can we instill fear in the neighboring tribes, preventing them from acting recklessly. The Tatars have sustained severe losses and must fight with all their might. Otherwise, this winter could render us utterly incapacitated. Indeed, as the Han say, this is akin to killing a chicken to scare the monkeys." A fierce glimmer flickered in Arutai's eyes. "We, the Tatars, must make it known to all that we remain the mightiest force upon the steppes." When Pei Mingxu received news of the Tatar Zhaoyue leading an army to plunder the northern barbarians, a cold smile crept across his face. Arutai, the true hero of the steppes, though aging, still possessed a youthful spirit. In the face of life and death for the Tatars, he displayed the audacity to fight back against the tide. Yet the northern barbarians were no pushovers. This battle would undoubtedly result in significant Tatar casualties and a substantial depletion of their forces. Come spring, he could unleash the Xuanjia guards to intermittently roam the grasslands, harassing the Tatars. In Yunshua, the residence of the Yen prince, Your Highness shall arrive outside Yunshua city by noon tomorrow, Dashi announced cheerfully. "Splendid," Song Zhaoyue exclaimed, tossing aside her embroidery frame, abandoning the half-finished design of mandarin ducks frolicking in water. "Your Highness, you can finally rest easy now," Green Pearl said with a bright smile, tidying up the embroidery tools on the table, her tone filled with joy. "Is Your Highness hurt?" Song Zhaoyue asked anxiously. "Your Highness has achieved a resounding victory and is unscathed." Dashi beamed, his smile wide enough to reveal his teeth. "With the triumphant return of Your Highness, everyone in the manor rejoices." Song Zhaoyue let out a long sigh of relief. Her heart, once heavy, now felt light, her eyes sparkling with happiness. In recent days, she had been plagued by sleepless nights, constantly worrying about Pei Mingxu's safety. Now, she had finally awaited his safe return. Seeing the joy radiating from Song Zhaoyue, Dashi felt a spark of inspiration. "Your Highness, I have an idea." Dashi leaned closer, lowering his voice, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Chapter 63. The pouch. The following day at noon, the gates of Yunshua city swung wide open. Pei Mingxu, clad in dark armor, sat tall and imposing upon a magnificent steed. His stern visage was chiseled as if sculpted by the finest artisans, and his piercing eyes gleamed like those of a hawk, radiating authority and intensity. Behind him, a cadre of spirited soldiers escorted the sullen Right Prince and a group of dejected captives, marching resplendently into the city. The streets were already thronged with citizens eager to welcome the victors, their jubilant cheers and the resounding beat of drums creating a cacophony that seemed poised to lift the very rooftops of Yunshua city. "Long live His Highness, the Prince of Yen!" echoed through the crowd. In the midst of the throng, bold young maidens tossed embroidered handkerchiefs, pouches, and silk flowers toward the soldiers they admired. The more handsome among them, upon receiving the tokens of affection, beamed with delight, eliciting laughter from those around. The soldiers found themselves encircled by a riot of colorful silk flowers, handkerchiefs, and pouches. Yet, an invisible barrier seemed to surround Pei Mingxu, for the audacious maidens hesitated to fling their offerings in his direction. Gao Yi, the chief scribe, also rode behind Pei Mingxu, jovially accepting a red envelope tossed by a woman, and playfully winking at her, causing her to blush and scold him teasingly, which incited more laughter from the onlookers. In high spirits, Gao amused himself about his enduring charm. A widower since his wife's passing, he had not remarried, and was renowned in Yunshua City as a dashing scholar, the object of many widows' affections. Riding alongside Pei Mingxu, he jested, "Your Highness, behold, the women of Yanbei are far more spirited than those genteel ladies of our capital." Pei Mingxu cast him a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Undeterred, Gao, he continued, "In the past, your icy demeanor surely dissuaded many a maiden from presenting flowers. Now that you are wed, it would be wise to temper this frigid indifference. Such a splendid opportunity today. Why not reciprocate in kind? You may yet encounter a charming Yanbei woman to grace your household." Pei Mingxu shot him a cold look, his tone edged with warning. "Sir, if you seek a romantic companion, pursue your desires freely. I shall not impede you." Gao Yi hit in resignation, thinking to himself that Pei Mingxu, despite his marriage, seemed oblivious to the nuances of love and the allure of women. As the army advanced, a sudden turn of events unfolded upon reaching the base of the splendid pavilion. A window on the second floor swung open, and a voice, as melodious as silver bells, called out, "Your Highness." Almost immediately, a pink pouch embroidered with peach blossoms soared through the air toward Pei Mingxu. The crowd gasped in astonishment, wondering who this bold heroine might be, daring to cast a pouch at the traditionally aloof Prince of Yan. Alas, they thought, the pouch was destined to be opened by His Highness, rendering the owner's efforts futile. Yet, to their astonishment, rather than allowing it to fall, he reached out and caught it deftly. Pei Mingxu caught the pouch and gazed up at the second floor, where a subtle warmth flickered in his deep-set eyes. There, by the window, stood a maiden veiled in delicate fabric. Clad in a gown of soft pink adorned with intricate peach blossoms, she exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial fairy. Although her face remained obscured, the glimpse of her brows and eyes was breathtakingly beautiful. She smiled at Pei Mingxu, her eyes curving like crescent moons, as if the entire cosmos had found its way into her gaze. The onlookers were astonished to witness the usually stoic and aloof Prince Yan returning the smile to this enchanting lady. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. Curiosity ignited among those present regarding the identity of this extraordinary beauty, as they were unaware that such a captivating figure had graced Yunshua City, stirring the heart of the seemingly indifferent Prince Yan. Gao Yi, observing this scene, could not suppress his astonishment. So, it appears that His Highness does not reject pouches, but only those that belong to the most exquisite beauties of the mortal realm. As he spoke, he leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the pouch in Pei Mingxu's hand, his expression brimming with curiosity. Pei Mingxu shot him a glare, carefully tucking the pouch into his bosom before offering a slight nod to the maiden on the second floor. Their eyes met, and his expression softened. The cacophony of the crowd faded into oblivion, leaving only the two of them in their shared moment. After a brief pause, once the maiden waved in response, Pei Mingxu turned his horse and departed, leaving Gao Yi in a state of bewilderment, pondering, who is this divine being that could evoke such tenderness from the eternally icy Prince Yan? Chapter 64 Grand Banquet on the second floor of the Jingxiu Pavilion. Pei Mingxu and his entourage gradually receded into the distance, and Song Zhaoyue finally withdrew her gaze after a long moment. At that time, amidst the crowd, she could only glimpse the depths of his profound eyes, which harbored countless emotions, as if they held a multitude of words yearning to be expressed. A blush crept onto Song Zhaoyue's face, her heart racing like a startled fawn. "Your Highness, Shall we return? Green Pearl, standing beside her, softly reminded as the crowd below began to disperse. Zhaoyue nodded, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, donned her hood, and turned to descend the stairs amidst the throng of people. The previous day, she had mentioned that she could come out to greet Pei Mingxu, and she had felt a flutter of excitement, though apprehensive about the propriety of it. After consulting with Mama Lin, she received assurance that there was no issue, and she could proceed with peace of mind, as Mama Lin would take care of all arrangements at home. Thus today, she had changed into a different attire and deliberately let her hair down, adopting an unmarried appearance, fearing that a married guise might lead others to suspect her identity as someone from the royal courtyard. It seemed the effect was remarkable, as no one had discerned her true status. Upon returning to Wangshu Pavilion, she had just changed into her casual garments and taken a seat when a young eunuch, led by Green Pearl, entered the room. Your Highness, His Highness is hosting a grand banquet for the civil and military officials in the front hall. He mentioned that due to the complexity of today's affairs, he did not arrange for the female relatives of the officials to come to the palace for the feast. Therefore, His Highness instructed you not to wait for him and to have your meal and rest early, the young eunuch said, bowing respectfully. Zhaoyue smiled slightly, nodding in understanding. I see. You may leave now. Yes. After the young eunuch exited, Green Pearl lamented. It is truly a pity that His Highness did not permit the officials' female relatives to attend the banquet. As Zhaoyue perused a book on travels in Yanbei, she responded nonchalantly, Oh, Your Highness, you have been in Yinshuo for quite some time and have yet to meet any outsiders. I was thinking that when the opportunity arises, we must dress you up splendidly to dazzle the people of Yinshuo, Green Pearl remarked. Setting aside her book, Zhaoyue turned to Green Pearl and smiled. I am not a peacock. Why should I spread my feathers everywhere? Deep down, she understood that Pei Mingxu's decision to forego a banquet for the female relatives stemmed from his desire to prevent Lu Yueying and Huang Lingru from mingling with the ladies of Yanbei's civil and military ranks. Otherwise, with Lu Yueying's haughty demeanor and Huang Lingru's astute calculations, numerous troubles would undoubtedly arise. It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Without the female relatives attending the banquet, she would not have to engage in social niceties, allowing her to feel more at ease. Furthermore, Pei Mingxu had already returned, having just seen him. She was not concerned about this brief interval. Within Ninghua residence, upon learning of Pei Mingxu's triumphant return and the grand banquet for the civil and military officials, Lu Yueying was engulfed in fury at the absence of arrangements for the female relatives to attend the palace feast. With a resounding crash, the delicate teacup, as white as jade, shattered into pieces on the ground. How outrageous! What does this mean? Is there no regard for me, the princess? Lu Yueying exclaimed angrily, her chest heaving violently. The maidservants trembled in fear, not daring to breathe a word. Your Highness, please calm your anger. His Highness may have been too hurried upon his return to make arrangements. Mama Wang hastily advised. No arrangements? I clearly see that this is intentional. Lu Yueying exclaimed in anger, asserting that he blatantly disregards her. How could Pei Mingxu dare to treat her with such disdain? It is simply intolerable. In contrast, the atmosphere in Huang Lingru's courtyard was markedly different from that of Ninghua's residence. Although she felt a twinge of regret upon hearing that Pei Mingxu had not invited the ladies into the manor for the banquet, her demeanor remained composed and unperturbed. What a pity it was to miss the opportunity to interact with the distinguished women of Yanbei, both civil and martial. Huang Lingru sighed softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. Being new to this place, she had hoped to seize this occasion to familiarize herself with the elite ladies of Yanbei, thereby preparing for future endeavors. It now appeared that she would have to seek another opportunity. As night deepened, within the confines of Wangshu's abode, the candlelight flickered, casting dappled shadows on the window panes. Zhaoyue, in a dreamy slumber, was suddenly enveloped by a warm embrace. The faint scent of wine mingled with a familiar masculine fragrance, instantly surrounding her. As she groggily opened her eyes, illuminated by the dim candlelight, she beheld Pei Mingxu's somewhat dazed gaze and flushed cheeks. Your Highness? She inquired softly, her voice laced with the languor of recent sleep. You where? Pei Mingxu murmured hazily, his voice deep and husky, tinged with a hint of inebriation. Upon hearing this tone, Zhaoyue immediately recognized that he had indulged too much. His cheeks were adorned with a charming flush, and his usually composed gaze was now glistening, reminiscent of a clear spring, shimmering with light. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sense of confusion and innocence. The usual gravitas and authority were entirely absent, replaced by an unexpectedly endearing demeanor. His slightly parted lips exhaled a warm breath imbued with the scent of alcohol, sending shivers down her neck. There he lay, embodying the charming awkwardness of intoxication, a stark contrast to his usual imposing and cold persona, as if he had descended from a frigid peak into the warmth of human existence, evoking both affection and sympathy. A mischievous thought surged from the depths of her heart, and a sly smile danced upon Zhaoyue's lips. Chapter 65. The Hibiscus Canopy. The following day, as the morning light gently filtered through the window, it cast a hazy glow upon the hibiscus canopy. Pei Mingxu slowly opened his eyes, a dull ache throbbing in his head from the previous night's revelry, as he felt the warm, fragrant softness nestled within his embrace. He lowered his gaze and found a woman peacefully sleeping in his arms. Her ebony tresses cascaded over her porcelain skin, and a few strands of hair rested alluringly upon her cherry-red lips, creating a striking contrast of red, black, and white that accentuated her beauty. Rubbing his aching forehead, fragmented memories of the celebration began to surface. That scoundrel Gao Yi, in a fit of madness, insisted on compensating for his absence at Pei Mingxu's wedding feast, rallying everyone to toast him. The group of martial generals, like wild horses unleashed, formed a queue, pouring drink after drink in his direction. Unable to refuse, he succumbed to their enthusiasm, ultimately overindulging. It had been years since he had drunk to such excess, and all he could recall was returning to Wangshu Pavilion after bathing and changing, with the events that followed becoming a blur. Pei Mingxu strained to recollect, and fleeting images flickered in his mind. He vaguely remembered the woman in his arms, sweetly coaxing him to call her sister, and daringly teasing him. A smile of exasperation crept onto his face. This woman was audacious indeed, worthy of having once kicked away a lecherous suitor, now brazenly flirting with a drunken version of himself. He playfully pinched her waist, infusing the gesture with a hint of reprimand. Startled by the sensation at her waist, Zhaoyue awakened, her eyes fluttering open. Upon meeting Pei Mingxu's deep, inscrutable gaze, she felt a twinge of guilt. It seemed she had indeed succumbed to the allure of his charm the previous night, allowing herself to be swept away. Alas, it was all the fault of male beauty. Who could have predicted such a stark contrast in Pei Mingxu when intoxicated? She had simply lost her composure. However, she could not afford to falter now. Resolving to take the initiative, Zhaoyue nestled her head into Pei Mingxu's chest, nuzzling against him and cooing, "Your Highness, you have finally returned, safe and sound. How wonderful! I thought I was dreaming." Pei Mingxu gazed down at the woman, feigning innocence in his embrace, and any lingering irritation from her teasing dissipated, replaced by an indescribable warmth. He extended a finger, playfully flicking her forehead. His tone was gentle, accompanied by a twinkle in his eye, devoid of any intimidation. Seeing that Pei Mingxu had lightly brushed aside her previous antics, Zhaoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. She quickly flashed him a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. The radiant, somewhat endearing smile blossomed in Pei Mingxu's embrace, akin to a rose in full bloom during summer, captivating and enchanting. Pei Mingxu's gaze darkened slightly as he beheld her lovely face. In a swift motion, he rolled over, pinning Zhaoyue beneath him. With a soft gasp, the hibiscus canopy was suddenly enveloped in an atmosphere of springtime allure. Outside, Fu Shun, preparing to attend to the two masters, heard the commotion within and felt his face flush with embarrassment. Hastily shooing away onlookers, he lowered his voice. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and prepare hot water." Green Pearl, blushing, hurriedly led the attendants to fetch the items needed for her masteress bath. It seemed that both the prince and the princess were to rise late today. In Ninghua residence, A plain white porcelain bowl fell heavily onto the mahogany table, splattering kanji in a few droplets that stood out starkly against the dark surface. Lu Yueying surveyed the few plates of simple kanji and side dishes on the table, her expression icy. "Is this the breakfast you have brought back?" Mei Xiang, with her willow-like brows raised in anger, sternly interrogated the young maid who had delivered the meal. "Such meager fare presented to the princess. Have you all grown increasingly audacious?" The several young maids trembled in fear, kneeling upon the ground, not daring to lift their heads. "Your Highness, please temper your anger," one of them stammered anxiously. "Yesterday, Master Fu conveyed the prince's decree. The palace budget has been reduced, and thus the rear court's provisions have also been curtailed." Upon hearing this, Lu Yueying's face turned ashen. She cast a cold glance at the plain kanji and side dishes before sweeping away in silence. In Meishu courtyard, Huang Lingru was preening before the mirror when her maid, Silver Candle, hurried in to report. "The budget has been cut?" Huang Lingru set down her rouge, her brow furrowing slightly as she turned to Silver Candle. Silver Candle nodded. "Your Highness, the prince has decreed that today's breakfast shall be less lavish than before. Do you know the reason for this reduction?" Silver Candle quickly replied, "According to the servants, it is because the prince wishes to show compassion for the soldiers who have fallen or been injured in battle. Therefore, the palace expenses have been diminished, with funds redirected for their compensation. It is said this is the first time such a measure has been taken." Huang Lingru, upon hearing this, allowed a subtle, enigmatic smile to grace her lips. She gazed at her exquisite reflection in the bronze mirror, her eyes deep and contemplative. Chapter 66. A back and forth upon witnessing Lu Yueying's abrupt departure. Mei Xiang felt a pang of anxiety and promptly instructed the maidservant carrying the dishes, "Hurry to the kitchen. Take some silver and have them prepare a fresh breakfast." She then hastily sought out Nurse Wang, saying, "Nurse, please persuade Her Highness. She hasn't touched a morsel of breakfast." Nurse Wang nodded slightly and turned to enter the inner chamber. Lu Yueying reclined on the couch, idly toying with a string of tourmaline beads, the morning light filtering through the window, illuminating her exquisite visage, yet failing to conceal the cloud of displeasure that shadowed her brow. Upon noticing the beads, Nurse Wang's expression darkened, and she sighed inwardly. These beads were, "Your Highness, do indulge yourself a little. It would be unwise to let your anger harm your health." Lu Yueying replied listlessly, "It matters not to skip a meal, especially considering." The recollection of the meager breakfast, consisting merely of a few bowls of kanji and small dishes, heightened her displeasure. That breakfast was scarcely fit for a second-tier maid of the Duke's residence. Nurse Wang gently urged, "Your Highness, please quell your anger. Mei Xiang has already requested the kitchen to prepare another meal. Do partake in it." After a pause, she lowered her voice, adding, "I have heard whispers that Consort Huang has also had her provisions curtailed, and to a greater extent than ours. The prince himself has reduced expenses, indicating that he does not intend to make things difficult for Ninghua Courtyard. Your Highness, your dowry is substantial. The provisions here are merely a gilding upon the lily. Why should you allow such trivial matters to vex you?" At these words, Lu Yueying's expression softened somewhat. Seizing the moment, Nurse Wang continued, "Your Highness, if I may be so bold, now that the prince has returned, it is imperative that you seize this opportunity." Lu Yueying raised her gaze to her, listening intently. "You arrived in Yunchua, and the prince set forth on a campaign. You have yet to involve yourself in the affairs of the household." Nurse Wang spoke earnestly. Although the Wang residence has its own divisions and responsibilities, with Gong Fu and the capable Lin Madam managing the inner quarters, there is no need for you to concern yourself with every matter yet. She lowered her voice to impart the crux of the matter. The monthly wages and promotions of the servants in the Wang residence have always been under the purview of the princess. Your Highness, consider this. Only by mastering these two aspects can you truly exert influence over the household. In the future, who would dare to slight Ninghua Courtyard? Sooner or later, we will ensure our people are positioned in Xilan Yuan and Wangshu Shi, as well as the inner courtyards. Lu Yueying remained silent, her grip tightening around the tourmaline beads. Noticing her indifference, Nurse Wang resolved to deliver a more potent admonition. Your Highness, should you not reconcile with the prince. The coldness you experience in the household will only deepen over time. Finally moved, Lu Yueying's expression shifted as she contemplated, and after a lengthy pause, she declared, "Nurse, please make arrangements. Inform them that this evening, Ninghua Courtyard will host a banquet, inviting the prince to dine. I have matters of great importance to discuss with him." Before her marriage, her grandfather had secretly entrusted her with a map of mineral veins, instructing her to present it to the king of Yin upon her arrival in Yanbei. Nurse Wang beamed with delight and promptly replied, "Yes, I shall make the arrangements at once." After seeing off the messenger from Ninghua Courtyard, Fu Xun turned and entered the study to report back. "Your Highness, a messenger from Ninghua residence has arrived, stating that the princess wishes to discuss an important matter with you and invites you to dinner this evening." Pei Mingxu furrowed his brows slightly, not lifting his head, and was about to decline. Suddenly, as if recalling something, a cryptic smile graced his lips. "Go, inform the princess that I shall indeed attend this evening." Fu Xun was momentarily taken aback. Had His Highness not always held a disfavor towards the princess? Why this change today? "Yes, Your Highness." Pei Mingxu set down his pen, his gaze deep and inscrutable. "Also, arrange for someone to discreetly convey my plans for dinner at Ninghua residence to Concubine Huang." Fu Xun's heart tightened at the command and promptly retreated to carry it out. As dusk approached, the fading sunlight cast long shadows upon the azure brick courtyard of the royal residence. Pei Mingxu completed the final document in his study, rising to depart for Ninghua residence. From a distance, Manzhuang spotted his figure and felt her heart leap with joy, lifting her skirts to hasten towards him. "Oh, dear sister, do not cause any commotion," Dashi swiftly intervened, pulling Manzhuang aside with a cheerful yet cautionary tone. "The princess is waiting for His Highness to dine." Manzhuang's heart sank. The princess? She bit her lip in frustration, watching helplessly as Pei Mingxu left amidst a throng of admirers, her emotions a tumultuous blend. The previous night, His Highness had hosted a banquet for civil and military officials and had become surprisingly intoxicated. She had planned to seize the opportunity to serve him, but Fu Xun and the group of young eunuchs had barred her, denying her any chance to approach. In exasperation, she stomped her foot in frustration, feeling powerless. Fu Xun commanded the eunuchs to assist His Highness with his bath and change, subsequently escorting him to the rear courtyard. That night, His Highness stayed in the rear courtyard, returning only at dawn. Manzhuang's heart was ablaze with curiosity, yearning to know in which courtyard His Highness had spent the night. Regrettably, she could not venture to the rear courtyard and was forbidden from wandering the front hall, leaving her anxious and restless. Those who accompanied His Highness to the rear courtyard were tight-lipped. Despite her inquiries, none would divulge any information. Fu Xun, that wily fellow, had even warned her to refrain from further questioning in the future. During the day, His Highness returned to the front hall, immediately immersing himself in his study for the entire day. Only civil and military officials were permitted access, with only Fu Xun and a few others allowed to attend to him, while the maids were kept at bay. Since His Highness's return, he had yet to exchange a single word with her. Manzhuang felt a bitter ache in her heart, longing for the moment when His Highness might remember her. As Pei Mingxu stepped into the rear courtyard, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he encountered Huang Lingru, adorned in a resplendent crimson gown, waiting by the path. Chapter 67. The interception. Huang Lingru stepped forward gracefully, offering a delicate bow as she charmingly greeted. "Your Highness, I have come to pay my respects. May you be blessed with eternal fortune." Pei Mingxu responded with a nonchalant murmur, his gaze lingering briefly on her before swiftly averting. "What brings you here?" he inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. Huang Lingru lifted her gaze, her alluring eyes locking onto Pei Mingxu's, imbued with a blend of shyness and anticipation. "Your Highness has been away at war, and I have been restless with worry. Upon hearing of your triumphant return, I wish to await you here, eager to see you again." Her voice faded softly, reminiscent of a modest lotus flower, both enchanting and endearing. Pei Mingxu's heart remained unperturbed as he stated simply, "Rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." Huang Lingru complied, a barely concealed joy illuminating her features. "In that case, Let us proceed to Qilan courtyard, Pei Mingxu declared as he began to walk ahead. Huang Lingru's heart leaped with delight, and she hurried to match his pace, falling in step beside him. Fu Shun, Pei Mingxu abruptly halted, turning to issue a command. Send someone to Ninghua residence to inform the princess that I shall not be visiting tonight. Yes, your highness, Fu Shun replied with a bow, promptly instructing Dashi to make the trip to Ninghua residence. Huang Lingru observed the cold profile of Pei Mingxu, a subtle smirk of triumph gracing her lips. She was well aware that Lu Yueying was no match for her. Inside Ninghua residence, Lu Yueying sat upright, cradling a cup of steaming tea without taking a sip. A maid ushered in Dashi, who stepped forward respectfully, bowing low. I come to pay my respects to the princess. May you enjoy boundless health and prosperity. Lu Yueying responded with a faint acknowledgement, not even lifting her eyelids. Rise. What brings you here? Dashi answered with utmost respect, Your Highness. The princess sent me to inform you that he will not be coming to Ninghua residence tonight. Lu Yueying's grip on the teacup tightened, her expression darkening in an instant. Beside her, old Madame Wang, noticing the shift, stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, Dashi, what has transpired? Why has the prince changed his mind so suddenly? As she spoke, she discreetly slipped a bulging pouch into Dashi's hand. Dashi hesitated, glancing at Lu Yueying's countenance before whispering, Madam, the prince has just encountered Concubine Huang. Before he could finish, Lu Yueying's expression soured to an extreme, mirrored by old Madame Wang's grave demeanor. Realizing he had fulfilled his duty, Dashi sensed the tension and hesitated to leave without further instruction. After a moment, Lu Yueying inhaled deeply, suppressing her rage, and coldly commanded, You may leave. Dashi, feeling as if granted a pardon, quickly bowed and retreated. As soon as he exited Ninghua residence, Dashi's face broke into a broad smile. He gleefully opened the pouch, revealing 2 pairs of gold ingots nestled inside, his eyes squinting with delight. This gold feels as if it were picked off the ground. My master is truly generous to send me on this errand. No sooner had Dashi departed than Lu Yueying forcefully smashed the teacup she had been holding onto the floor. With a sharp crack, the teacup shattered into countless fragments, sending tea splattering and staining the moss-covered floor with dark splotches. That wretched woman! Lu Yueying gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently, clearly consumed by anger. Beside her, Mei Xiang trembled in fear, yet mustered the courage to step forward and coax, Your Highness, please temper your wrath. Be mindful of your health. Temper my wrath? How can you ask that of me? Lu Yueying exclaimed, rising abruptly and pacing furiously within the room. How dare Huang Lingru flaunt her authority before me? Despite being the daughter of a scholar, she carries herself like a cunning seductress. Mei Xiang, indignant, remarked, To think a dignified consort would audaciously intercept like this, utterly shameless. Wang Mama, witnessing Mei Xiang stoke the fire, shot her a fierce glare and admonished softly, Silence. Startled, Mei Xiang recoiled, daring not to utter another word. Wang Mama stepped closer, guiding Lu Yueying back in her chair, and gently urged, Your Highness, please calm your temper. Given Huang's behavior, it is all the more crucial to win the crown prince's favor. Lu Yueying cast a cold glance her way, remaining silent. Noting her response, Wang Mama continued, Consider this, Your Highness. As long as the crown prince values you, Huang Lingru will ultimately be at your mercy, to mold as you wish. Only then did Lu Yueying's expression soften slightly. She inhaled deeply and replied with a chill, I understand. Her heart belonged solely to her elder brother, the crown prince. Yet now she found herself ensnared in the depths of the Yan Wang's estate, 1,000 miles away. The once subservient Huang Lingru now dared to act so arrogantly. The circumstances were indeed overpowering. Under the eaves of another's home, she was compelled to bow her head. She hoped her brother would comprehend her plight and not hold it against her. As Lu Yueying caressed the aquamarine bead bracelet on her wrist, a glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the Wangshu quarters, Song Zhaoyue had indulged in a plate of delicacies in the afternoon, causing her evening meal to be delayed. Just as she prepared to dine, she noticed Pei Mingxu striding in with purpose. Chapter 68. The Fish in the Pond. As Song Zhaoyue rose from her seat, Pei Mingxu gestured for her to remain seated. She complied obediently, yet a wave of curiosity washed over her. Wasn't Pei Mingxu supposed to dine at Ninghua residence this evening? Why'd he come here instead? Upon seeing him settle down, Zhu hurriedly set the table, casting a furtive glance at her mistress before quickly lowering her head. Zhaoyue regarded Pei Mingxu, hesitating to voice her thoughts. She wished to inquire about his plans for Ninghua residence. The kitchen had been bustling under the orders of Ninghua residence to prepare a sumptuous feast, yet here he was, choosing to visit her instead. However, the question lodged in her throat, as she feared that asking might evoke jealousy, providing Pei Mingxu with fodder for amusement. Pei Mingxu picked up a piece of braised deer tendon and offered it to Zhaoyue with a smile. "What's the matter? Are you surprised that I came over?" "A little," she admitted, nodding. "I heard." "Heard what?" Pei Mingxu set his chopsticks down, regarding her with an enigmatic smile. Zhaoyue bit her lip. "It's nothing." Pei Mingxu observed her reticence with understanding. "I just came from Qilan Courtyard." Zhaoyue's head snapped up in astonishment. "Qilan Courtyard? But weren't you heading to Ninghua residence? How is it that you just visited Qilan Courtyard instead? Did Huang Lingru intercept Lu Yueying?" Pei Mingxu nodded. "Indeed. I didn't even have dinner there. I could only come to you to appease this empty stomach." "Ah." Zhaoyue was taken aback. Huang Lingru dared to intercept dinner preparations? Earlier, when Pei Mingxu sat down, she had assumed he was merely keeping her company, having already dined. Amused by her surprise, Pei Mingxu thought to himself that he would never indulge in the fare from Qilan Courtyard or Ninghua residence. "Very well, let us eat. The dishes are getting cold." Zhaoyue nodded, lowering her gaze to begin her meal, dismissing thoughts of the quarrel between Qilan Courtyard and Ninghua residence. After all, Pei Mingxu was with her now. Zhu stood by, observing the intimacy between the two, her heart swelling with joy for Zhaoyue. It seemed that the prince held his beloved consort in the highest regard. Earlier, when she fetched the meal, she had felt disheartened by the arrogance of the people from Ninghua residence. However, the princess had summoned him, and he had obliged, parading his satisfaction. Her mistress hardly needed to extend an invitation. Pei Mingxu nearly visited every night. Yet, such matters were not to be spoken of, lest she provoke envy from those arrogant individuals. The following morning, as Zhaoyue rose, a maidservant from Ninghua residence arrived. "Esteemed side consort, the princess is in good health and requests your presence for her morning greeting. Please attend to her as soon as possible." The maid bowed respectfully. Zhaoyue's brows furrowed slightly, realizing the truth of the situation. Lu Yueying was indeed one to hold a grudge. After Huang Lingru had outmaneuvered her the previous day, she now sought to impose the rules. This was clearly a case of collateral damage from the fire at the city gate that had befallen her. The fish in the pond. "Understood. I shall go shortly." "You may leave," she replied coolly, her mind already strategizing on how to navigate the morning greeting. As a side consort bestowed by imperial decree, she held a rank of second class, and though she was not the principal wife, she was nonetheless recorded in the royal annals, possessing both status and dignity. It is unwise to employ the services of an ordinary concubine to attend to the esteemed primary wife in matters such as grooming, preparing meals, fanning, or keeping vigil. Today, it is highly probable that Lu Yueying will leave her in a state of neglect. With this thought in mind, Zhaoyue instructed Zhu, "Please bring me that plate of almond pastries. I shall have a light bite first." "Yes, Your Highness," Zhu replied, promptly serving the delicacies and then assisting Zhaoyue with her adornment once more. Previously, her appearance had been rather simple, with merely 2 hairpins adorning her head. Such a modest outfit would be unsuitable for a formal greeting. After redoing her hair and changing into a more elegant attire, Zhaoyue set out with Zhu Ying and Bai Jin. A soft sedan chair awaited her at the entrance. In the northern region, winter arrives early. Although it was merely midwinter, the chill was already pervasive, and the cold wind sliced through the air like a knife. Once inside the sedan chair, Zhaoyue felt the biting cold seeping through the seams. She tightened the silver fox cloak around her shoulders, yet the frigid air remained relentless, igniting a sense of resentment within her. Indeed, this visit on a bitterly cold day was quite a trial. However, upon reflection, she reminded herself that despite being a secondary consort, She was still merely a concubine, and her current circumstances were already quite favorable. Furthermore, Pei Mingxu held her in considerable affection, while the other two in the rear courtyard had already forfeited their futures with him, posing no threat to her position. With this realization, the discontent in Song Zhaoyue's heart gradually dissipated. Upon arriving at Ninghua residence, she descended from the sedan chair and was greeted by a maid who invited her to the side hall, informing her that the princess had yet to rise and requested her to wait a moment. Internally, Song Zhaoyue scoffed. Yet to rise? Did the little maid not just deliver Lu Yueying's summons? Could it be that Lu Yueying is in a state of somnolence? Nevertheless, accepting the situation, Song Zhaoyue settled obediently in the side hall, prepared to observe the unfolding events, as it was likely that Lu Yueying's focus would be directed at Huang Lingru today, allowing her to merely watch from the sidelines. Chapter 69. Indirect accusations. Half an hour had passed, and as the time approached the appointed hour, yet there was still no sign of Huang Lingru in the side hall. Song Zhaoyue furrowed her delicate brows, silently lamenting. Could it be that Huang Lingru would not attend? If Lu Yueying's pin-up fury were to be unleashed, would it not fall upon her instead? Just as she was consumed by anxiety, a maid entered and bowed to Song Zhaoyue, saying, "Esteemed concubine Song, the princess has risen and requests your presence for a conversation." With a sigh of resignation, Song Zhaoyue nodded slightly. "Thank you for your guidance." Following the young maid through the winding corridors, they arrived at the main hall. There, Lu Yueying sat regally adorned in a brilliant red gown, her head adorned with dazzling jewels that accentuated her porcelain skin, exuding an air of opulence. However, her countenance bore a layer of frost, her beautiful eyes cold and devoid of warmth. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Song Zhaoyue steeled herself, stepped forward, and gracefully curtsied. "I humbly pay my respects to your highness, wishing you eternal fortune and peace." Lu Yueying did not bid her to rise, merely gazing at her coldly until, after a pause, she said, "You may stand and be seated." Gratefully, Song Zhaoyue rose and took her place on a nearby chair. Lu Yueying idly toyed with a string of emerald beads, casually remarking, "Sister Song, you truly are one to adhere to decorum. I recall that during the selection process, your evaluations were consistently of the highest caliber." She paused, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Unlike certain individuals who grasped merely the surface of propriety and have since forgotten even the fundamental customs, Song Zhaoyue, fully aware of the veiled insinuation, merely smiled faintly and replied, "Your Highness is too kind. I merely abide by the teachings of the matron, not daring to overstep." Her tone was both respectful and sincere. Huang Lingru had provoked Lu Yueying, and her absence during this audience would inevitably subject Song Zhaoyue to the princess's wrath. She could not be blamed for any ensuing conflict. At these words, Lu Yueying's expression softened slightly. "Sister Song, you are indeed recognized as a model of propriety by the palace matron. I only hope that you will continue to uphold such standards. Would you not agree?" As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Song Zhaoyue, a flicker of inscrutable light passing through her eyes. The atmosphere in the main hall grew subtly tense. "Indeed, Your Highness, I shall diligently remember your teachings," Song Zhaoyue replied, lowering her eyes to conceal her thoughts, maintaining an appearance of deference. Lu Yueying engaged in idle chatter with Song Zhaoyue, yet her beautiful eyes frequently darted towards the entrance, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a maid hurriedly entered and whispered something into Lu Yueying's ear. The previously indifferent expression on Lu Yueying's face instantly sharpened. "Has someone from Qiulan courtyard arrived?" she inquired, gripping her string of emerald beads tightly, a hint of icy undertone in her voice. "Yes, Your Highness," the maid responded, her head bowed in respect. "Bring her in," Lu Yueying instructed coolly. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Song Zhaoyue as she discreetly raised her gaze. In walked a maid clad in a verdant skirt, the very personal attendant of Huang Lingru, Yinzhu. Yinzhu respectfully greeted Lu Yueying and Song Zhaoyue, saying, "This humble servant pays her respects to Her Highness the Princess and to Concubine Song." "Rise," Lu Yueying replied coolly. "What brings you here? Does your master have any business?" With her head bowed, Yingzhu spoke with deference and humility, replying to Her Highness, my master, the concubine. She attended to His Highness last night and has grown weary. Today she feels unwell and cannot come to pay her respects. I beseech your forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Song Zhaoyue felt as though the air in the hall had solidified. What audacity to claim she had served His Highness and grown tired. Huang Lingru truly had the nerve to speak so boldly. She could hardly bear to look at Lu Yueying's expression, acutely aware that Huang Lingru was a formidable opponent, and she had indeed ignited a fierce flame of confrontation. Lu Yueying's countenance changed drastically upon hearing those words. She knocked the teacup from her hand, which shattered on the floor with a sharp sound. After a moment, she managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, "Good, very good." She commanded harshly, "Someone come." "What are your orders, Your Highness?" Two maidservants hurriedly entered. With a glint of cold severity in her eyes, Lu Yueying instructed, "Drag this wretched servant away and give her 20 slaps, teaching her the difference between rank." Seeing the situation turning dire, old Madame Wang stepped forward, whispering urgently, "Your Highness, temper your anger. It is not proper to strike in a manner. It will be better to punish her with a few strokes. Hitting a person is one thing, but striking the face is another, especially as Yingzhu is the personal maid of the concubine. Such punishment could lead to serious repercussions, incurring the wrath of concubine Huang, who is favored by the prince. Currently, Your Highness has yet to consummate her marriage with the prince, and her standing in the manor is precarious. How can she afford to offend such a cherished concubine?" Fueled by rage, Lu Yueying paid no heed to the counsel, waving her hand and commanding fiercely, "What are you waiting for? Strike her." The maidservants exchanged glances, ultimately compelled by Lu Yueying's authority to drag the pleading Yingzhu away. Smack! 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 Outside, the sharp sound of slaps echoed repeatedly, piercing the silence of the hall. Song Zhaoyue glanced at Lu Yueying, observing how her anger gradually dissipated as she listened to the sounds of punishment, her expression softening. Noticing this, Song Zhaoyue couldn't help but furrow her brow. In Qiulan courtyard, the maid Yuzhan, attending to Huang Lingru's grooming, asked with concern, "Your Highness, do you think the princess will make things difficult for Sister Yingzhu?" Huang Lingru's red lips curled into a smile as she gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror. "Yingzhu will undoubtedly face some trials, but I shall not allow her to suffer in vain. Those who strike my people should not expect to escape the consequences so easily." Chapter 70. The intention of the drunken old man after enduring the tedious morning audience. Song Zhaoyue returned to the Wangshu chamber. Following a simple breakfast, she reclined on the Guifei couch to rejuvenate her spirits. Today's audience had been particularly vexing. The thought of having to attend such gatherings daily, if they were to be as distressing as today, filled her with dread. As she departed from Ninghua residence, she noticed the swollen cheeks of Yingzhu, whose lips were cracked, a clear indication that the 20 slaps administered earlier had been delivered without restraint. When masters clash, it is the servants who suffer. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. "Your Highness, trouble is brewing," exclaimed Green Pearl, rushing into the room. "Concubine Huang is insisting on going to the front hall to seek an audience with His Highness, and she has already stormed past the hanging flower gate." Song Zhaoyue furrowed her brows and sat upright. "What is happening?" Concubine Huang claims that the princess struck Yingzhu without justification, and she demands justice from the prince. Green Pearl replied, panting heavily from her sprint. Song Zhaoyue's expression hardened. If she had gone beyond the hanging flower gate, she would be making this matter public. "What is the current situation?" she asked in a low voice. Old Madame Lin has already sent people to intercept her, but Concubine Huang is causing quite a ruckus and seems unwilling to relent. Song Zhaoyue's mind raced. What was Huang Lingru trying to achieve? Beyond the hanging flower gate lay the front hall, where officials and generals from Yanbei gathered. Was she intent on exposing discord among the wives and concubines of the Yen Prince? "Your Highness, what do you think Concubine Huang truly intends?" Green Pearl asked, perplexed. Song Zhaoyue's gaze darkened as she recalled Pei Mingxu's warning that Huang Lingru was not to be underestimated, stirring an unsettling feeling within her. Could it be? Quickly, Bai Jin, go to the front hall and convey that I have urgent business to discuss with the prince. Song Zhaoyue commanded decisively. Yes. Bai Jin complied and hurried away. Zhu Ying, you must personally inform old Madame Lin that Concubine Huang's actions may have ulterior motives. She must remain vigilant and monitor the comings and goings in the rear courtyard. Song Zhaoyue instructed coolly. I understand. Zhu Ying curtsied and swiftly exited. As Song Zhaoyue watched Zhu Ying depart, her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. She and Pei Mingxu were now in the same boat. She realized that Pei Mingxu was not one to be easily subjugated, and she had heard whispers of a rivalry between the Prince of Qin and the Crown Prince. She was uncertain of Pei Mingxu's role in their conflict, but the seemingly calm Yin Prince's residence was rife with undercurrents. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. In the front hall, Fu Shun was directing the young eunuchs to clear away the thick ice that had formed on the ground. A large water tank had inexplicably cracked the previous night, flooding the area and freezing solid by morning. Just then, he caught sight of Bai Jin hurriedly entering the courtyard. Ah, Miss Bai Jin, what brings you here in such haste? Fu Shun chuckled. Bai Jin nodded slightly, her tone urgent. Master Fu Shun, my lady has urgent business and wishes to see His Highness. Please convey this message. Fu Shun's smile faltered, and his heart sank. The concubine song was not one to meddle, and although favored, this was the first time she had sent someone to the front hall. This, Fu Shun hesitated. His Highness is currently in a meeting. It would be inappropriate to interrupt. Bai Jin naturally understood his concerns and lowered her voice, saying, Master Fu Shun, my lady has indicated that it is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Fu Shun's heart raced. The phrase utmost importance could bear both light and grave consequences, and any delay would be beyond his capacity to bear. At that moment, in the conference hall, Pei Mingxu sat upright, listening intently as those around him debated the matters concerning winter border defenses. Your Highness, I believe the urgent priority is... Gao, he spoke confidently. Pei Mingxu maintained a serene expression, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, while his mind lingered on the reports brought back by the scouts from the plains. Arutai was indeed formidable. With casualties numbering merely 3,000, he had managed to seize a substantial portion from the northern barbarians. This winter, the Tatars could barely endure. Yet the northern barbarians, having lost much of their provisions, would struggle immensely. The northern barbarians were equally predatory. Moreover, Yanbei shared a small border with the northern barbarians in Yandong. Your Highness? Seeing Pei Mingxu seemingly lost in thought, Gao Yi tentatively called out. Pei Mingxu snapped back to attention and replied calmly. Indeed, the clerk's words hold merit. No sooner had he spoken than Fu Shun crept in cautiously. Your Highness, Miss Bai Jin requests an audience, stating that the side consort has urgent matters to report. Fu Shun whispered in Pei Mingxu's ear. Pei Mingxu furrowed his brow. Yue had always been sensible, but today seemed different. Let her wait, he said in a low voice. As you command, Fu Shun replied and withdrew. Turning to Gao, Yi, and the others, Pei Mingxu declared, we shall conclude our discussions for today. Clerk, please prepare a document and present it to me tomorrow. Understood. Gao Yi acknowledged it. Subsequently, the assembly dispersed in an orderly fashion. Before long, Fu Shun led Bai Jin into the study. Bai Jin curtsied respectfully. I pay my respects to the prince. Rise and speak. What matters does the side consort wish to discuss? Pei Mingxu's tone was gentle, yet a hint of urgency was palpable. Replying to your highness, the lady has expressed that Concubine Huang may have ulterior motives. Bai Jin dared not conceal anything and recounted Song Zhaoyue's instructions in detail. Upon hearing this, Pei Mingxu's expression darkened. He rose swiftly and strode purposefully toward the door. Summon Wang Sheng to the rear courtyard at once. Chapter 71. Each with their own concerns, Pei Mingxu hurriedly entered Wangshu Pavilion, where a warm fragrance enveloped the room, dispelling the chill that clung to him. Your Highness, Song Zhaoyue, hearing the commotion, promptly rose to greet him. Just as she was about to bow in greeting, Pei Mingxu pulled her up. They settled onto the couch, and he dismissed the serving maidens from the room, while Green Pearl discreetly retreated outside to stand guard. Your Highness, I fear that today's ruckus caused by Concubine Huang may be more than meets the eye. Song Zhaoyue lowered her voice, sharing her suspicions with clarity. Her behavior today is quite uncharacteristic. I recall you mentioned her dubious connections, which leads me to wonder if Concubine Huang is employing a diversionary tactic to create chaos and relay information. Pei Mingxu listened intently, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his deep-set eyes. He took her hand gently and patted it. You're truly perceptive, you error. I have already instructed someone to investigate further. Huang and her contacts are under surveillance, but your insight today has reminded me that she may have hidden schemes. Do not worry, results will come soon. Upon hearing this, Zhaoyue felt somewhat reassured. She raised her gaze to Pei Mingxu, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, there is another matter I wish to discuss, but I am uncertain if it is appropriate to bring it up. Speak freely. Pei Mingxu encouraged her with a steady gaze. I believe you ought to visit Ninghua residence. Zhaoyue bit her lip and finally voiced her thought. Pei Mingxu furrowed his brow. What purpose would that serve? The princess is, after all, the mistress of the household. Having been neglected, her temperament is bound to be affected. If your Highness could offer her some comfort, it would alleviate the suffering of those beneath her, she said, her words layered with meaning, subtly admonishing Lu Yueying. As Lu Yueying had troubled her, it was only fair to retaliate in kind. You, Lu Yueying, are in one camp, yet harbor thoughts for another. It is acceptable for a concubine to pay her respects, but creating disturbance during such occasions is excessive. While living in the courtyard of the Yan Wang, it is best for everyone to maintain a respectful distance. Pei Mingxu, upon hearing her words, frowned slightly but remained silent. Noticing his lack of response, Zhaoyue understood his displeasure and wisely refrained from further comment. Pei Mingxu, a figure of great distinction, had never truly been disobeyed by her during their time together. Minor protests and playful opposition were merely the nuances of their relationship. However, she would never press him on matters that clearly displeased him. After all, her life and honor were intertwined with his. Enough. I shall focus on my duties and perform them diligently, she resolved silently. You error, you have endured much. Pei Mingxu suddenly drew Zhaoyue into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. I imagine that during today's audience, Lu must have caused quite the stir. Otherwise, with your nature, you would never speak ill of another. He had been preoccupied with his irritation, contemplating how to manage Lu, and in his moment of silence, he noticed the melancholy expression of the woman in his arms. Regret washed over him for having acquiesced to marrying Lu in the first place. Zhaoyue stiffened for a moment before relaxing, leaning into his embrace. I am not wronged. Serving your Highness is my fortune. She spoke softly, a hint of bitterness lacing her tone. Regardless of circumstances, one must not abandon the application of a medicine halfway. She hoped that Pei Mingxu would be more supportive, not letting her diligent efforts to bring him joy go to waste. Pei Mingxu said nothing further, merely tightening his embrace, a tempest brewing in his eyes. They remained in each other's arms, each harboring their own thoughts. Outside, the cold wind howled, while inside, warmth enveloped them. In Ninghua's residence, Lu Yueying, enraged, swept everything off the table with a forceful gesture, the sound of shattering objects echoing in the room. How outrageous! As a mere concubine, how dare she act with such impudence? Your Highness, please temper your anger. Wang Mama urged from the side, concerned for her health. Temper my anger? How am I to do so? Lu Yueying retorted, her fury unabated. Today, she insisted on going to the front hall, clearly intending to humiliate me. Who does she think she is? Merely a lowly woman of no standing. Your Highness, be cautious with your words. Wang Mama's face turned pale. After all, Huang, the concubine, was a woman bestowed by imperial decree. If such remarks were to spread, it would be most inappropriate. What is there to fear? Lu Yueying seethed. The Huang family dares to trample upon me. What do I have left to fear? If she is so brazen today, she will be even more so in the future. While Wang Mama and Mei Xiang tried to pacify Lu Yueying, a second classmate quietly slipped into the inner chamber unnoticed, soon emerging without drawing anyone's attention. Nestled in Pei Mingxu's embrace, Zhaoyue felt her eyelids grow heavier, her consciousness fading. Your Highness, Wang Sheng seeks an audience. A deep male voice suddenly called from the outer room. Zhaoyue jolted awake, instantly alert. The person delivering the message was undoubtedly Pei Mingxu's confidant, tasked with monitoring the inner courtyard. As she rose to withdraw, Pei Mingxu caught her hand, whispering in her ear, "No need to worry, just remain seated." Reluctantly, she complied, feeling somewhat uneasy, knowing that the matters to be discussed would surely be of utmost confidentiality. Pei Mingxu seemed to sense her discomfort, gently patting the back of her hand to reassure her. "Come in," he called out to the outside. Wang Sheng pushed the door open and, upon seeing Song Zhaoyue seated beside Pei Mingxu, his eyes widened in surprise. But he quickly lowered his gaze, respectfully greeting, "This subordinate greets your highness and the esteemed lady." Song Zhaoyue gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. "What have you discovered?" Pei Mingxu asked directly, his tone carrying an imperceptible chill. Chapter 72, A New Path? Your Highness, it is indeed true that the Huang concubine has been relaying messages through spies from the Qin Wangfu, Wang Sheng reported. The secret guards employed certain tactics to seize the confidential letter. Wang Sheng paused momentarily, surreptitiously glancing at Pei Mingxu's expression behind the curtain. What did the letter say? Pei Mingxu's tone was calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Your Highness, the letter stated that. Wang Sheng swallowed hard, stating that the Wang family has reduced expenditures, and the Yin Wangfu is in a dire financial state, currently lacking silver. The household lacks silver? Song Zhaoyue instinctively raised her gaze towards Pei Mingxu, only to find his expression unchanged, as if he had not heard at all. What else? Pei Mingxu's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, producing crisp sounds. There is one more matter of greater significance, Wang Sheng said with a grave tone. Upon further investigation, we uncovered another spy. This individual is a young eunuch from the Xizangxi, who usually rotates shifts to procure supplies. Today, it was his turn to leave the estate. To avoid alarming the enemy, my subordinate caused an accident for his cohabiting eunuch, injuring his leg, and Madame Lin took the opportunity to keep him behind to care for the injured eunuch. The secret guards managed to steal the confidential letter, which contained a map of the Yinbei mineral veins. The map marks undiscovered iron mines, copper mines, and even a silver mine. Wang Sheng's voice was soft, yet it thundered within the room. Song Zhaoyue instinctively gasped. Iron mines, copper mines, silver mines. These are monopolized by the court and can only be mined by the imperial authority. Should anyone dare to explore or mine without permission, it would be a grave sin punishable by the destruction of their clan. Upon hearing the words, Yinbei mineral veins, Pei Mingxu's gaze sharpened like a sword. My subordinates have already fabricated a copy and returned it. The original map is here now. As he spoke, Wang Sheng presented a scroll about a foot long. Bring it in, Pei Mingxu commanded in a low voice. Wang Sheng, observing with a calm demeanor, presented the mineral vein map with both hands, then bowed and retreated beyond the curtain, awaiting further orders. Pei Mingxu unfurled the map, his eyes shining as he meticulously examined it. Song Zhaoyue could not resist peeking as well, noticing that the map displayed mountains, rivers, and the distribution of mineral veins, all clearly marked, evidently the work of a skilled hand. Pei Mingxu's gaze followed the contours of the mountains and rivers, ultimately resting upon the markings of the mineral veins. All of these lay in the bitterly cold and desolate lands of Yinbei, scarcely trodden by human feet, making it an excellent hiding place for treasures. Pei Mingxu's lips curled into a cold smile as he rolled up the map. The authenticity of this map can be determined by sending someone to investigate. A glimmer of insight flickered in Pei Mingxu's eyes, as if foreseeing an impending storm. Where did this map come from? Your Highness, my subordinates are still investigating. Wang Sheng replied, his head bowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Could it be from the Wang Fei? Song Zhaoyue murmured quietly from his side. Pei Mingxu's brow furrowed slightly at her words, yet a spark of realization flashed in his eyes. Your Highness, this map certainly does not belong to you. This spy appears to be allied with the Huang concubine, thus it cannot be hers either. As for me, it is even less likely that I would possess such a map. That leaves only the Wang Fei. Song Zhaoyue explained beside him, and Pei Mingxu followed her reasoning. Finding no fault in it, he decided to send someone to investigate Ninghua residence, to ascertain which individuals had left the premises today and where they had gone. As for the spy, it was best not to alarm him. They must keep a close watch and ensure he did not leave the estate. Understood, Your Highness. Wang Sheng replied, taking his leave. Once Wang Sheng departed, Pei Mingxu gently grasped Song Zhaoyue's hand, drawing her softly into his embrace. You truly are my dear Zhuge. Your words are profoundly insightful. His voice was deep and resonant, laced with admiration. A blush crept on his Song Zhaoyue's cheeks, yet she could not conceal her excitement. Your Highness flatters me. I have merely exerted a modicum of effort. If I can assist you even slightly, it is already a great honor. She feigned modesty, though her eyes sparkled with pride. Pei Mingxu regarded the enchanting Song Zhaoyue in his arms, a warm feeling blossoming within him. Regardless of the circumstances, today's fortunate turn of events was largely due to her astute reminder. He tenderly caressed her silky hair, his tone gentle. Leaning against Pei Mingxu, Song Zhaoyue felt a stirring in her heart. Could his willingness to involve her in his affairs signify an opportunity to forge a new career path, not merely as a favored consort, but as a strategist? The combination of a beloved consort and a strategist was nothing short of formidable, at least stronger than being solely a favored consort, providing a solid foundation. With this thought, Song Zhaoyue could not help but feel exhilarated. She recalled the matter of lacking silver mentioned in Huang Lingru's secret letter, and her mind began to strategize. I shall pay a visit to Ninghua residence. Perhaps I might uncover something of value. Pei Mingxu patted her back reassuringly, rising with a practiced grace, straightening his attire, and a knowing smile played at his lips. Upon hearing his words, Song Zhaoyue felt a tightening in her chest, tinged with anticipation. Was her intuition correct? I humbly bid you farewell, Your Highness. She curtsied, watching as Pei Mingxu departed. After he left, Song Zhaoyue sat alone on the couch, replaying the recent moments in her mind. The more she reflected, the more she realized she could not remain a mere ornament. She needed to find a way to establish herself firmly at Pei Mingxu's side. And now, this was an opportune moment. The young eunuch, noticing the prince's entourage approaching Ninghua residence, hurriedly turned to report. Your Highness, the prince has arrived. Chapter 73, The Mind Map Before Long. Pei Mingxu stepped into Ninghua residence with a steady gait. Lui Weiying, upon noticing his arrival, hurried forward, curtsying as she greeted. Your Highness, I pay my respects. Pei Mingxu cast a fleeting glance in her direction, his tone serene and undisturbed as he replied, Rise. He then proceeded directly to the grand master chair at the head of the room and settled himself with tranquility. Lui Weiying perceived Pei Mingxu's indifferent demeanor, a surge of indignation rising within her, yet she dared not express it. Wang Mama, sensing the tension, subtly tugged at the sleeve of her garment, signaling her to refrain from provoking Pei Mingxu further. Taking a deep breath, Lui Weiying endeavored to adjust her smile and moved to sit beside Pei Mingxu. Coming from a prestigious family, she understood the hardships faced by a primary wife in a grand household without the favor of her husband. Their outward appearance was but a fade. Previously reluctant to concede, she now found herself compelled to do so. For the audacity of that wretched Huang Lingru had encroached upon her territory. She had no choice but to ingratiate herself with the Prince of Yan, determined to secure her position as the Princess of Yan. Otherwise, how could she assist her elder brother, the Crown Prince? Mei Xiang, observing the situation, promptly approached to serve tea to the two, before quietly retreating to the side. Pei Mingxu lightly tapped the table and inquired with an air of calmness. May I ask why the princess summoned me here yesterday? Lui Weiying, upon hearing this, softly responded, Your Highness, this matter is confidential. I must ask you to dismiss those in attendance. Pei Mingxu frowned slightly, yet did not refuse. He waved his hand, signaling for the servants to withdraw. Although Wang Mama felt a twinge of concern, she led Mei Xiang and the others outside, carefully closing the door behind them. In an instant, only Pei Mingxu and Lui Weiying remained within the room. With no one else around, Lui Weiying finally spoke, Your Highness, before my marriage, my grandfather entrusted me with an item, instructing me that upon my arrival in Yanbei, I must personally present it to you. He said that Concubine Hui was someone he watched grow up, and now that you have a family, this item represents his heartfelt regard for you. My grandfather emphasized its significance, and I kindly request you to examine it before making any decisions." Upon hearing Lu Yueying mention his mother, Pei Mingxu's gaze turned icy. He raised his eyes to meet hers, feigning curiosity as he inquired, "What is this item that appears so mysterious?" Seeing that she had finally piqued Pei Mingxu's interest, Lu Yueying felt a flicker of joy and quickly elaborated, "This matter is of utmost secrecy. My grandfather specifically instructed me not to divulge a single detail. Thus," she paused deliberately, raising her gaze to gauge Pei Mingxu's expression. Pei Mingxu, understanding her implication, merely smiled faintly and replied, "The princess may speak freely." Satisfied, Lu Yueying nodded and continued, "In fact, I had intended to present this item to you last night, but I did not expect." She trailed off, her tone laced with a hint of grievance and longing, as if subtly reproaching Pei Mingxu for his absence the previous night. Pei Mingxu discerned the underlying meaning in her words, a cold laugh echoing in his heart, yet his expression remained impassive as he casually asked, "What transpired last night?" Lu Yueying, recognizing his feigned ignorance, felt increasingly aggrieved, yet she understood that this was not the time for grievances and thus suppressed her dissatisfaction. She rose gracefully, bowed to Pei Mingxu, and said, "Please allow me a moment. Your Highness, I shall retrieve the items at once." Without waiting for Pei Mingxu's response, she turned and entered the inner chamber. Pei Mingxu gazed at her departing figure, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. It seemed that the map of the mining vein had indeed been correctly surmised by Zhaoyue, belonging to the Lu family. However, it appeared she remained unaware that the map had already been lost. What scheme did the old fox, Duke Cheng, harbor by presenting him with the map of the Yanbei mining vein? Within the tranquil inner chamber of Qilan courtyard, Huang Lingru's expression was anxious as she urgently inquired, "Yuzhan, has the mining map been dispatched?" Replying to the side consort, "It has not yet been sent. He was unable to leave the residence today and must wait until his next turn to go out for purchases," Yuzhan cautiously replied, her head bowed. Huang Lingru's brows knitted together, impatience flashing in her eyes as she sternly commanded, "He must find a way to expedite his departure from the residence and ensure the mining map is sent out. This matter cannot be delayed." In the distance, a solitary red plum stood proudly, unaware that a delicate layer of snow had settled upon its petals. Meanwhile, in the study of the Qin Wangfu, 1,000 miles away, the king of Qin played with a jade ring, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "The map of the Yanbei mining vein," he murmured softly, his eyes glistening with intrigue. He had long heard that Duke Cheng possessed a valuable map of the Yanbei mining vein, worth an immense fortune. Reports from spies indicated that Duke Cheng and the Crown Prince intended to use this map to ensnare the fifth prince, thereby binding him firmly to the Crown Prince's ship. How could he possibly let such an exquisite opportunity slip away? He intended to utilize this mining map to execute a plan that would achieve 3 objectives. Firstly, he would act decisively and seize the mining map, dispatching someone to secretly mine in Yanbei. Secondly, once he had amassed substantial wealth, he would reveal the mining operation, framing it as the fifth prince's private endeavor. Thirdly, he would inadvertently disclose to the fifth prince that all of this was a scheme orchestrated by the Crown Prince and Duke Cheng. He aimed to sow discord between the fifth prince and the Crown Prince, hoping they would turn against each other, allowing him to reap the benefits. Yet, intelligence gathered by his spies revealed that the mining map had already been taken to Yanbei by the Princess of Yan. Thus, he assigned Huang Lingru her first task, to devise a method to swiftly steal the mining map. He was confident that Huang Lingru would not disappoint him. Chapter 74. Playing into the scheme after a moment, Lu Yueying gracefully emerged from the inner chamber, cradling an exquisite, intricately carved redwood box. From her purse, she retrieved a delicate key, unlocked the clasp, and then presented the ornate box to Pei Mingxu. As he accepted the box and slowly opened it, he discovered a scroll nestled within, which bore subtle differences from the one he had previously encountered. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Pei Mingxu scrutinized the scroll carefully, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "The Duke of Cheng truly is generous, bestowing such a precious item upon me." Lu Yueying felt a surge of pride, Her family was certainly incomparable to those of humble origins. What if Huang Lingru was captivating? She merely needed to present this mineral map, and the Prince of Yin would naturally lean towards her. However, Pei Mingxu paused and casually tossed the scroll onto the table. Since the Duke of Cheng was reluctant to part with it, why present a counterfeit map to deceive me? Lu Yueying's smile instantly faltered, her eyes widening in disbelief. Your Highness, what do you mean? A fake map? Noticing her incredulity, Pei Mingxu pointed to a specific location on the map, stating, "This marks a copper mine, and 2 months ago, the court confirmed the existence of a black stone mine here. Additionally, this iron mine was just identified last month as another black stone mine. Very few are aware of the existence of these 2 black stone mines. Tell me, do you believe this map is genuine or not?" Pei Mingxu regarded Lu Yueying with a sardonic smile, his eyes filled with mockery. Panic washed over Lu Yueying. Her maternal lineage had a history of gold mining, and her mother possessed some understanding of mineral exploration. She recalled her mother mentioning that black stone mines could not coexist with copper and iron mines. This is impossible. Her complexion drained of color, her lips quivering. Her grandfather could not have provided a false map. He had personally handed it to her, and it had remained sealed since. Oh, so you imply that I have wronged you, or perhaps the Duke of Cheng? Pei Mingxu's voice turned icy, his gaze piercing into Lu Yueying. "I would not dare," she stammered, hastily shaking her head. "I truly do not know that this map is false." She could not fathom why her grandfather would wish to harm her. If she were to disdain the Prince of Yin, it would bring no benefit to the Duke of Cheng's household. Seeing her flustered expression, Pei Mingxu understood that she was now utterly disoriented. He spoke calmly. "The Duke of Cheng's generous gift is one I cannot accept. You should return it to him. Just be cautious on your way back, and ensure that no one becomes aware of it or attempts to steal it. Regardless of whether the mineral map is genuine or counterfeit, should it circulate, the Duke of Cheng's household would suffer the consequences." Lu Yueying's mind raced in turmoil, a cacophony of thoughts colliding within her. Upon hearing Pei Mingxu's warning about theft, a sudden clarity struck her, and she exclaimed, "Your Highness, the map my grandfather gave me is authentic. Someone must have swapped it." The wooden box containing the map was one she had just unlocked herself. "If you claim that the map was exchanged, you should discuss it with the Duke of Cheng." Pei Mingxu let out a cold huff, impatiently waving his hand. "Do not speak of the matter regarding the mineral map indiscriminately. It is best to treat it as though it never occurred. Otherwise, if the Duke of Cheng's estate suffers, do not blame me for not forewarning you." With that, Pei Mingxu flicked his sleeve and departed, leaving Lu Yueying standing there, her face pale and her body swaying precariously. After a moment, regaining her composure, she placed the scroll into an intricately carved mahogany box and collected her thoughts before turning to enter the study. Upon exiting Ninghua residence, Pei Mingxu wore a grim expression as he swiftly made his way back to the main hall. Summoned Chief Historian Yang, Zhang Zifang, and Yu Jie to the study for a discussion, he commanded. Yang Xiao Yuan, the chief historian of the royal residence, was one of Pei Mingxu's most trusted confidants and primary strategists. Zhang Zifang and Yu Jie were notable talents whom Pei Mingxu had gathered after his fiefdom was established. Both had served as advisors in the estate for many years. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the 3 arrived in haste. Pei Mingxu wasted no time, succinctly recounting the situation regarding the mineral map. "Your Highness, the Duke of Cheng harbors ill intentions." Yang Xiu Yuan, nearing his 50s with streaks of gray at his temples, spoke gravely. "Though it may seem that the Duke is showing goodwill and attempting to win your favor with this map, it is, in fact, a treacherous scheme." Pei Mingxu nodded, signaling Yang Xiu Yuan to continue. "Your Highness, this mineral map is akin to a hot potato. If you entertain greed and accept it, you will find yourself ensnared by the Duke. Yet, should you refuse, the mere appearance of this map at the Duke's estate complicates matters significantly." Zhang Zifang, approximately 30 years of age and dressed in blue robes, bore a handsome face filled with concern. Moreover, the Prince of Qin has interjected himself into this affair. Should this be exploited by those with ulterior motives, the repercussions could be dire. The immediate course of action is to extricate the Duke of Yan's estate from this predicament. Yu Jie, who was of similar age to Zhang Zifang and clad in a rich blue brocade robe, remarked, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Might I propose assisting the princess by swiftly conveying the news of the mineral maps lost back to the Duke of Cheng's estate, subtly suggesting that this incident is orchestrated by the Prince of Qin? A cold smile played at the corners of Yu Jie's lips as he spoke. Zhang Zifang's eyes brightened. If we craft the narrative skillfully, we can ensnare the Prince of Qin, positioning the Crown Prince's faction against him. Your Highness, I believe this plan is feasible. Yang Xiaoyuan concurred with a nod. We can. Yu Jie meticulously outlined the strategy to extricate the Duke of Yan's estate while ensnaring the Prince of Qin. Upon hearing this, Pei Mingxu's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Let us proceed, as Yu Jie advises. It must be executed flawlessly and without a trace. Yes, the three replied in unison. Pei Mingxu waved his hand, signaling for them to withdraw. Once they had departed, Pei Mingxu rose and approached the window, gazing out at the biting cold wind, a fierce glint of resolve in his eyes. In the afternoon, news spread from Ninghua residents that the princess had lost a phoenix hairpin bestowed by the palace. Granny Lin and her team were searching high and low, causing a wave of anxiety to ripple through the back courtyard. Chapter 75. The search. What is the meaning of this? Even if the imperial phoenix hairpin is lost, must they come to our Wangshu residence to conduct a search? Green Pearl stormed in, her delicate face flushed with anger. If anything were to be disturbed or damaged, who would take responsibility? Song Zhaoyue set down her teacup and offered a gentle smile. Do not worry. Lady Lin will not search the main chambers, nor will she conduct an extensive search elsewhere. Please pass the word along. When Lady Lin arrives, be sure to cooperate. Yes, I understand. Although Green Pearl felt a surge of indignation, she responded with a subdued agreement. Song Zhaoyue tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her gaze profound. The map of the mineral vein had indeed originated from Ninghua Courtyard, just as she suspected. The current search, conducted under the pretext of the lost hairpin, was merely a fade for those with ulterior motives. To maintain the act, Wangshu residents must also undergo a search to avoid any discrepancies. Pei Mingxu must have other plans, likely intended to shake the tree to scare the tiger. Before long, Lady Lin and her entourage hurried into Wangshu residence. The princess has lost her imperial phoenix hairpin, and having searched Ninghua Courtyard to no avail, His Highness has ordered us to search everywhere, thus interrupting your tranquility. Lady Lin bowed deeply, adopting a very humble demeanor. Seated in the main position, Song Zhaoyue smiled lightly upon hearing this. Lady Lin, you need not speak so. Since it is His Highness's command, I shall naturally cooperate. I appreciate your understanding, Your Highness. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Lady Lin's eyes. She and her group quickly searched the quarters of the maids and eunuchs residing in Wangshu residence, finding nothing of significance. As for the quarters of the more prominent maids, such as Green Pearl, Lady Lin did not even enter but merely stood at the door, asking a few perfunctory questions. Seeing that their time spent in Wangshu residence was nearing its end, Lady Lin bowed and took her leave. Your Highness, we shall take our leave now, as we need to visit Shilan Courtyard. Please do as you wish. Song Zhaoyue watched as Lady Lin and her party departed, her smile gradually fading. Huang Lingru was the true focus of this performance. In Shilan Courtyard, the chilly wind swept through, yet it could not disperse the palpable tension in the air. Huang Lingru stood at the entrance in a pale yellow gown embroidered with begonia flowers, surrounded by a dozen vigilant maids and matrons. She gazed at the imposing group before her, with Lady Lin leading the way, flanked by some robust matrons. With her brows arched in indignation, Huang Lingru shouted, "Stop! What do you intend to do?" Lady Lin respectfully bowed, greeting the side consort. The princess's phoenix hairpin has unfortunately gone missing today, and I have been ordered to search for it. Search? Huang Lingru seemed to find the notion amusing, covering her mouth with a laugh. The princess's belongings are lost, and you come to my Qiulan courtyard to search? What sense does that make? In response to the side consort's words, Lady Lin explained calmly that His Highness was concerned the hairpin might fall into the wrong hands, hence ordering the search. I hope the side consort will grant us this convenience. Convenience? The princess unjustly punished my personal maid today and now seeks to invade my courtyard. This is simply too much. Huang Lingru spoke, her eyes reddening as tears swirled in her gaze. Although I am but a secondary consort, I was bestowed upon the emperor by imperial decree. Now, I am subjected to such indignities by the royal wife. What face do I have left to endure this world? With that, she feigned a movement towards a pillar, prompting her attendants to gasp in horror and rush to restrain her. Your Highness, please temper your anger. You mustn't act recklessly. The courtyard of Qilan erupted into chaos, cries and pleas echoing amidst the turmoil. Lin Momo observed this scene with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Huang, the secondary consort, truly knew how to perform, yet this act had exceeded its bounds. Why put yourself through such torment, consort? I am merely following orders. If you feel wronged, you may express your grievances before the court. There is no need for such despair. Huang Lingru, held firmly by her maids, struggled futilely, crying out in anguish. Why must I endure this? I would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Her tears flowed like rain on a pear blossom, evoking sympathy as if she had borne the greatest injustice. To an uninformed observer, it would appear as though a servant was tyrannizing the noble consort, intent on driving her to despair. In the main hall of Ninghua residence, a young maid burst in, breathless and flustered, exclaiming, Your Highness, something is amiss. Huang, the secondary consort, what is it? Speak quickly. Mag Xiang urged impatiently. Huang, the secondary consort. She's going to strike the pillar, claiming that the royal wife wishes to drive her to death. The young maid's face went pale, her words stumbling out in fright. What? Lui Weiying's expression turned icy upon hearing this. So, Huang Lingru has resorted to the antics of a commoner, creating such a scene. Gulme, to Qilan courtyard. I am eager to see how she intends to meet her end. Lui Weiying rose in fury, disregarding Wang Momo's attempts to dissuade her, leading her attendants directly toward Qilan courtyard. Wang Momo silently lamented, hastily following in pursuit. Chapter 76. Adding fuel to the fire, Pei Mingxu's long fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table. His eyes gently closed as he meticulously strategized each step in his mind, ensuring that every detail was flawless. Your Highness, the princess and concubine Huang are in a dispute, Fu Shun hurriedly announced, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. Upon hearing this, Pei Mingxu's lips curled into a knowing smirk, as he had anticipated. Huang's cunning nature clashed with Lu's impatience. A mere incitement had led to this uproar. How fierce is the commotion? Pei Mingxu inquired nonchalantly. Your Highness, concubine Huang refuses to allow Mama Lin to search Qiulan courtyard and threatens to take her own life, Fu Shun reported without hesitation. The princess, upon hearing this, rushed over, threatening to take her own life. A glint of coldness flickered in Pei Mingxu's eyes. Huang was indeed audacious. Wang Sheng, keep a close watch on all the exits. Not a single fly shall escape. Yes, Your Highness, Wang Sheng replied, retreating into the shadows to carry out the command. Pei Mingxu rose and leisurely strolled to the window, gazing towards the capital with a chilling smile gracing his lips. Bring my attire. Accompany me to Qiulan courtyard. With Fu Shun in tow, Pei Mingxu strode purposefully towards Qiulan courtyard, intent on stoking the flames of this grand drama. Inside Qiulan courtyard, chaos reigned. Cries and shouts intermingled, creating a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. Huang Lingru's hair was disheveled, her clothes askew, leaning on her maid with swollen eyes, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lui Weiying, clad in regal red, wore a stern expression, her eyes ablaze with barely contained fury. Huang, your behavior is utterly disgraceful. What decorum is this? Lui Weiying rebuked. Princess, your humiliation of me is truly intolerable. Huang Lingru retaliated with indignation. Are you not afraid of His Highness's wrath? Intolerable? Lui Weiying scoffed. Huang, you have repeatedly provoked me, and I refrained from retaliating. Yet, to audaciously steal my bestowed phoenix hairpin is beyond outrageous. Princess, do not slander me. I never. Before Pei Mingxu could step through the courtyard door, he had already heard Huang Lingru's wails and Lui Weiying's fierce denunciations, a cold smile forming on his lips. "His Highness has arrived," Fu Shun announced loudly, his voice echoing through the courtyard, momentarily halting the tense atmosphere. Upon seeing Pei Mingxu, Huang Lingru lunged towards him as if grasping a lifeline. "Your Highness, you must stand up for me," she cried, her tears falling like rain, her tone filled with grievance and accusation. Pei Mingxu regarded the approaching Huang Lingru with a flicker of disdain, subtly retreating a step. Fu Shun, quick on his feet, stepped forward to block Huang Lingru's advance, interposing himself between her and Pei Mingxu. "Concubine, please speak slowly," he urged. Huang Lingru, now obstructed, raised her voice even louder, her pitiful gaze fixed on Pei Mingxu, silently pleading for him to speak in her defense. Pei Mingxu gazed at the farcical scene before him, his brow furrowed as he coldly remarked, "What kind of decorum is this in public?" Huang Lingru, startled by Pei Mingxu's sudden reprimand, stood frozen, tears still glistening on her cheeks, yet she dared not weep further. Lu Yueying, witnessing Huang Lingru's humiliation, felt a surge of satisfaction within. She had always known that the cold-hearted Prince Yan would show no mercy, and Huang Lingru's favored status was merely superficial. Lu Yueying and the others from Ninghua courtyard bowed respectfully, prompting the others to follow suit. Pei Mingxu then called for silence and proceeded into the room, taking his seat at the head of the main hall. Lu Yueying and Huang Lingru followed suit. Pei Mingxu raised his gaze towards Huang Lingru and gently inquired, "Huang, do share with us the grievances that have led to this commotion." Chapter 77. The Opening, Your Highness. "You must take my side." Huang Lingru's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her hands twisting the handkerchief in a display of pitiful distress. "The princess has unjustly punished my personal maid today, and now she claims to have lost her phoenix hairpin, demanding a search of my courtyard. This is an utter humiliation, leaving me with no face to show the world." As she spoke, Huang Lingru once again concealed her face, succumbing to tears. Pei Mingxu's gaze flickered slightly, and he replied calmly, "I will instruct someone to investigate the matter regarding the maid. As for the search of the courtyard," Pei Mingxu paused, his tone steady, "it is an order from me, unrelated to the princess." Huang Lingru's complexion turned ashen, her body swaying as though struck by a great blow. Lu Yueying, on the other hand, subtly curled her lips, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. "Your Highness." Huang Lingru opened her mouth, wishing to articulate something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Observing her demeanor, Pei Mingxu felt a flicker of impatience. Yet his expression remained impassive. In a gentle tone, he said, "The search of the courtyard may indeed be an injustice to you. Shortly, I shall have someone conduct the search, and should the phoenix hairpin not be found, I shall ensure the princess extends her apologies to you." Upon hearing this, Huang Lingru's countenance brightened instantaneously, her tears subsiding, revealing a charming smile amidst her tear-streaked face. "I thank you, Your Highness." Lu Yueying, however, turned pale, her anger surging within her, yet she forced a stiff smile upon her lips. "The map of the mine must be in Qiulan Courtyard. I refuse to believe it cannot be found. Otherwise, to compel me to apologize to Huang Lingru would be an unparalleled disgrace." Pei Mingxu waved his hand, his voice low and commanding. "Go and search." Granny Lin accepted the order, hastily departing to gather a search party for the courtyard. In Qiulan Courtyard, the maids and servants stood trembling at the side, not daring to utter a sound. Huang Lingru lightly dabbed at the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, discreetly concealing the triumph in her gaze. She had anticipated the necessity of a search and had prepared for it well in advance. Half an hour later, Granny Lin returned to the main hall, bowing respectfully as she reported, "Your Highness, this old servant has thoroughly searched Qiulan Courtyard but has not discovered the phoenix hairpin." "Impossible." The moment Granny Lin finished speaking, Lu Yueying let out a sharp cry, springing to her feet, "The mine." "Impudent." Before Lu Yueying could complete her sentence, Pei Mingxu's furious shout interrupted her. His icy glare held a warning as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Lu Yueying. Startled, Lu Yueying realized her near slip of the tongue and hastily swallowed the remainder of her words. She collapsed back in her chair, her face pale and expression dazed. Seeing this, Huang Lingru felt a surge of delight within, though her face remained impassive, instead adopting a worried demeanor as she gently inquired, "My lady, are you all right?" As she spoke, she intentionally reached out to grasp Lu Yueying's hand, only to be violently brushed aside. "Do not touch me," Lu Yueying shouted in fury, her eyes brimming with hatred that seemed ready to engulf Huang Lingru. Huang Lingru remained unperturbed, merely withdrawing her hand and gazing innocently at Pei Mingxu. In a gentle tone, she said, "Your Highness, since my honor has been restored, I do not require the princess to offer her apologies. I only hope that in the future, the princess will refrain from unjustly accusing and humiliating me." Pei Mingxu nodded in approval, remarking, "You truly understand." He then turned to Lu Yueying, his gaze laced with warning. "Princess, your behavior today has been quite unbecoming. Should you not promptly apologize to the concubine?" Lu Yueying's complexion darkened, and under Huang Lingru's triumphant gaze, she forced out a few words through gritted teeth. "I apologize." After saying this, Lu Yueying hurriedly bowed to Pei Mingxu and took her leave. Once Lu Yueying had departed, Huang Lingru gracefully approached Pei Mingxu, a hint of playful reproach in her voice. "Your Highness, why not stay in Xilan courtyard for dinner this evening?" "No need. I have matters to attend to," Pei Mingxu replied coldly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Huang Lingru's eyes, but she quickly masked it, responding softly, "Then I shall bid you farewell, Your Highness." Pei Mingxu nodded slightly and turned to leave. Huang Lingru watched his retreating figure until he vanished beyond the courtyard gate, her smile gradually fading, replaced by an enigmatic glimmer in her eyes. In this round, she had emerged victorious once more, not only over Lu Yueying, but also over the Prince of Yen. "Your Highness, there was quite a scene in Xilan courtyard, and it ended with the princess offering an apology to concubine Huang," Lu Zhu remarked in a hushed tone, while helping Song Zhaoyue remove her hairpin. Song Zhaoyue furrowed her brow, the image of Lu Yueying's frigid, proud countenance flashing through her mind, making it difficult to fathom that she would bow before Huang Lingru. "What of His Highness? Did he say anything?" Song Zhaoyue inquired softly. His Highness said nothing, but noted that concubine Huang is quite understanding. Lu Zhu carefully observed Song Zhaoyue's expression. Song Zhaoyue's eyes flickered. What was Pei Mingxu's intention? Was he inciting a rivalry between Lu Yueying and Huang Lingru, or perhaps between the factions supporting them? As night deepened, Song Zhaoyue was preparing to retire when she noticed Pei Mingxu, clad in a dark brocade robe, silently entering the room, accompanied by Fu Shun. "Your Highness?" Song Zhaoyue exclaimed in surprise, hastening to greet him. "What brings you here?" Earlier in the evening, Pei Mingxu had sent word that he would not be coming due to discussions in the front hall. Pei Mingxu approached Song Zhaoyue, enveloping her in his embrace and whispering, "The situation has changed. There may be some disturbances tonight. I was concerned for your safety, so I decided to come and check on you." A warmth surged within Song Zhaoyue as she wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head gently against his chest. "With you here, I fear nothing." As the Prince of Yen, Pei Mingxu's safety was paramount, with the elite guards of the palace ever vigilant by his side. Regardless of any disturbances that might arise tonight, being near Pei Mingxu was the safest place to be. Fu Shun, along with Lu Zhu, quietly withdrew, carefully closing the door behind them. In the dead of night, a faint sound stirred, pulling Song Zhaoyue from her slumber. It seemed as though someone was approaching Wang Shu chamber, and after a flurry of activity, the commotion made its way directly toward Ninghua residence. Chapter 78. The man in black. Song Zhaoyue groggily opened her eyes, a shiver coursing through her heart. What was happening? Pei Mingxu's deep voice echoed beside her, laced with a gentle reassurance. "I believe I heard some sounds," Song Zhaoyue stammered, her tone tinged with drowsiness and unease. Pei Mingxu softly patted her back, comforting her with tender words. "It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. Rest easy and sleep." Song Zhaoyue responded, half believing him, yet unable to quell her curiosity as she strained to listen intently to the noises outside. However, all was silent save for the howling cold wind. Noticing her expression had softened, Pei Mingxu quietly rose, donning his outer garment. "I shall return shortly. You needn't worry," he whispered, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before turning to depart into the outer room. Lying in bed, Zhaoyue found sleep elusive. The echoes of the earlier disturbance reverberated in her mind, leaving her with an unsettling sense of foreboding. What had transpired? What plans did Pei Mingxu have that compelled him to leave at such an hour? Various speculations swirled within her, causing her to toss and turn restlessly until, finally, she succumbed to a fitful slumber in the depths of the night. At the city gates of Yinchuo, the night hung heavy, the biting wind fierce. 3 shadowy figures darted like phantoms towards the towering city wall. "Pursue!" Wang Sheng bellowed, and behind him, more than 10 shadowy guards surged forth like arrows, racing after the 3 figures. Realizing their cover was blown, the leader of the black-clad men let out a fierce shout. "Run!" Without hesitation, the 2 others bent low, forming a human ladder. The leader sprang lightly, leveraging their support, and with a few deft movements, he scaled a high wall, disappearing into the night. "Don't let them escape. Follow me," Wang Sheng roared, drawing his token as he dashed towards the city gates. The heavy gates creaked open, and Wang Sheng led a group of shadowy guards in pursuit, while the remaining members surrounded the 2 remaining men in black. Wang Sheng sprinted forward, chasing the one who had scaled the wall, both figures racing through the darkness. "Where do you think you're going?" Wang Sheng shouted, his long blade slicing through the air with a fierce gust. The black-clad figure deftly evaded, his sword striking out like a venomous snake towards Wang Sheng's chest. With a cold snort, Wang Sheng pressed forward, parrying the sword with his own. The clash of steel sparked as they exchanged blows ferociously, each strike laced with malice. And in the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Seizing upon a brief opening, Wang Sheng's blade descended like lightning. The black-clad man narrowly avoided the strike. Though the edge of the blade grazed his chest, blood immediately surging forth. Wang Sheng advanced, and amidst the flurry of blades, the man in black began to falter. Desperately struggling, the black-clad figure finally found a moment of opportunity, thrusting his sword towards Wang Sheng's side. Wang Sheng had anticipated this, sidestepping the attack while delivering a powerful strike to the man's chest, sending him sprawling. The black-clad man, using the force to regain his footing, turned and melted into the shadows. "Pursue!" Wang Sheng cried out, pretending to chase after him, but after a few steps, he deliberately slowed his pace. In the shadows, a dark figure silently trailed the injured fugitive clad in black. The black-clad individual, gritting against the excruciating pain in his chest, stumbled towards an abandoned temple. "Yin Bugu." He weakly uttered the secret signal. Moments later, the temple door creaked open, and a lean silhouette emerged. "What has happened to you?" the newcomer exclaimed, hastily supporting the swaying figure. "The situation has changed. There is no time to explain." "This is..." The black-clad man gasped for breath, retrieving a parchment from his bosom and handing it over. "The mind map. We must leave." The newcomer grasped the parchment, yet before he could examine it, the black-clad man violently coughed up a stream of black blood and collapsed lifelessly. "You." The newcomer was taken aback, reaching to check the man's pulse, only to find he had already succumbed. Looking down, he noticed the wound was dark and evidently poisoned. Not daring to linger, he tucked the parchment into his robe and vanished into the night. All of this was witnessed by the hidden guards lurking in the shadows. At the Yin Wang residence, Wang Sheng hastily entered the front hall study, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, everything is proceeding according to plan. The mind map has been successfully swapped. The one in the hands of the Qin Wang spy is now a forgery, and the spy who had seen the real map has succumbed to the poison." "Excellent." Pei Mingxu's gaze was sharp. "The Qin Wang's agents must be closely monitored. Do not let them sever the connection." "Rest assured, Your Highness, I understand," Wang Sheng replied. Lowering his head, Pei Mingxu's fingers lightly tapped the table, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "According to the original plan, inform Duke Cheng that the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Huang Wenjun, is an agent of the Qin Wang, and that the Huang family is a pawn placed in the Yan Wang residence by him." "Understood," Wang Sheng acknowledged, swiftly disappearing into the night. In the study, the flickering candlelight cast a reflection of Pei Mingxu's austere profile as he gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, lost in thought. Man Shuang stood at the door with a steaming bowl of sweet soup, gazing dreamily at the brightly lit interior. She had just prepared the bowl of sweet soup in the small kitchen, following the method taught to her by the beloved concubine Hui years ago, adding longan, red dates, and lotus seeds. The taste was identical to that made by Concubine Hui. As Pei Mingxu emerged from the study, he spotted Man Shuang standing at the door with the sweet soup in her hands. Seeing the bowl she held, Pei Mingxu paused momentarily. Chapter 79. Each different, Your Highness. You have worked hard. This sweet porridge is prepared by me, following the method taught by the Empress in her youth. Please enjoy it while it is warm. Man Shuang softly said, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Pei Mingxu gazed at the bowl of sweet porridge, then at Man Shuang, and replied indifferently, I'm not hungry. Take it away. With that, he departed with Fu Shun, leaving Man Shuang standing rigidly in place, watching his retreating figure. The tray in her hands trembled slightly, and the aroma of the sweet porridge now felt particularly bitter. The side consort Song's people could summon His Highness to the rear courtyard, while she could only watch helplessly. His Highness had always prioritized official duties and had never made exceptions for any woman. Yet now, Man Shuang bit her lip tightly, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. The following day, Song Zhaoyue awoke languidly, still somewhat dazed, reluctant to call anyone to attend to her. Your Highness, a maid from Ninghua courtyard just arrived, Lu Zhu softly announced as she entered the room. Song Zhaoyue opened her eyes. A maid from Ninghua courtyard? What brings her here? She inquired while rising. The maid said that the princess is unwell and has exempted herself from morning greetings for the next few days. Lu Zhu replied while assisting Song Zhaoyue with her grooming. Song Zhaoyue paused. Exempted from morning greetings? Has Lu Yueying changed her temperament? Could it be that she is reluctant to see anyone after yesterday's humiliation at Shilong courtyard? Her doubts were soon clarified as Lu Zhu returned from the kitchen, a look of surprise upon her face. Your Highness, can you guess what I just heard? Lu Zhu whispered conspiratorially. What is it? Song Zhaoyue set down her teacup. Curiosity piqued. Last night, thieves broke into the princess's Ninghua courtyard, and she was so frightened that she fell ill. A chill ran down Song Zhaoyue's spine. Thieves? Were they captured? She quickly pressed. Lu Zhu shook her head. I heard they escaped. The princess was greatly terrified, and there were even fatalities in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Song Zhaoyue felt a wave of dread wash over her, silently grateful that Pei Mingxu had come last night, otherwise. She had a nagging suspicion that these thieves were likely connected to those who had previously stolen the mining map. It was unclear what Pei Mingxu had done to force them into such desperation. This must relate to his forthcoming plans. In Qiulan courtyard, Huang Lingru dismissed the maids attending her, leaving only Yuzhan. Have there been any updates regarding the mining map? She inquired, a flicker of concern in her beautiful eyes. None so far, but I believe it should have been successfully delivered, Yuzhan replied. However, she hesitated momentarily. What is it? Huang Lingru set down her teacup and looked at Yuzhan. Our manpower has suffered significant losses this time. The Yin Prince's residence now has only a few scattered spies left, Yuzhan said, steeling herself. It may become increasingly difficult to relay messages moving forward. That is of no consequence. Compared to the mining map, losing some personnel is negligible. Huang Lingru softly remarked that His Highness would surely empathize and would also commend them for their efforts. Yes, Yuzhan replied quietly. All right, you may leave now. Go summon Yinzhu. Let her assist me with my grooming. Huang Lingru waved her hand, signaling for Yuzhan to withdraw. Yes, Yuzhan curtsied and turned to exit. She understood that she could not compare to Yinzhu, who had been trained since childhood to serve, ensuring her master's satisfaction. Yet, she possessed martial skills, having come from the ranks of the Shadow Guards, her future undoubtedly distinct from that of a mere maid like Yinzhu. Once His Highness ascended to the throne, she would undoubtedly be rewarded for her merits. Within the Ninghua residence, the intricately carved wooden windows were partially ajar, allowing the cold breeze to stealthily enter and stir the layers of sheer curtains. On the bed, Lu Yueying's complexion was as pale as paper, devoid of color. Her eyes were tightly shut, her brows furrowed, and her body trembled slightly, seemingly ensnared by a nightmare. the warm, splattered blood that had touched her face last night, along with the terror of those unblinking eyes, replayed incessantly in her mind, refusing to fade away. Lu Yuwing abruptly opened her eyes, gasping in alarm. Waking from her nightmare. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Wang Momo, upon hearing her cry, hastily set down the bowl of medicine and hurried to the bedside, gently patting Lu Yuwing's back while softly comforting her. Was it a nightmare? Lu Yuwing gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, cold sweat dampening the stray strands of hair on her forehead. She clutched Wang Momo's hand tightly, as if grasping the last lifeline, her voice trembling as she asked, "Wang Momo, have I made a grave mistake?" Wang Momo looked at Lu Yuwing with concern and replied softly, "Your Highness, it is not too late to amend your ways." But Lu Yuwing attempted to voice her thoughts, only to be interrupted by Wang Momo. "Your Highness, please take your medicine first." Wang Momo picked up the calming soup that had already been prepared, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Lu Yuwing's lips. Lu Yuwing obediently opened her mouth, swallowing the bitter concoction in one go. After drinking the medicine, Wang Momo assisted Lu Yuwing in rinsing her mouth before allowing her to lie back down. Wang Momo tucked the blanket around her, softly saying, "Your Highness, rest easy. I shall keep watch over you." Lu Yuwing nodded lightly, closing her eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Wang Momo gazed at her sleeping features with a gentle sigh, just as she was about to turn away. Her sleeve was grasped by a hand. "Wang Momo, I know you're loyal to my grandfather." Chapter 80. Wrath. Lu Yuwing's voice was light and airy, as if a mere breeze could disperse it. Yet, it rendered Wang Momo momentarily frozen in place, her spine stiffening. A flicker of panic passed through her eyes, but she swiftly regained her composure. "Wang Momo, I am aware that you possess the quickest means to contact my grandfather. I implore you to relay this message with utmost urgency. The map of the mine has been stolen, and Huang Lingru is the prime suspect. Ensure my grandfather investigates the Huang residence thoroughly." Wang Momo gazed at the young woman she had raised, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Witnessing the fervent determination in Lu Yuwing's eyes, she refrained from questioning how the young lady had discerned her identity. After a moment's contemplation, she sighed and acquiesced, "Very well." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuwing smiled gently and closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. As night deepened, the study within the Duke of Cheng's residence blazed with light. The Duke wore a grave expression, clutching a slip of paper. The brief lines inscribed upon it sent chills through his heart. "Huang Wenjun, Prince Qin, what a treacherous consort Huang is, indeed harboring ill intentions." The Duke ground his teeth, crumpling the note into a tight ball. Just days prior, his informant, stationed beside his granddaughter, the Princess of Yin, had relayed alarming news. The map had been stolen, with the consort Huang as the principal suspect, allegedly linked to the Prince Qin's household. Initially, he had held skepticism and ordered further investigation. However, another covert message from Yanbei had delivered the same disquieting news. "Concubine, what are your orders, my lord?" The steward hurried into the study. "Prepare the carriage. I must visit the Eastern Palace." The Duke commanded in a low, firm tone. At the Eastern Palace, within the Crown Prince's chambers, Crown Prince Pei Mingxu sat clad in a dark robe, diligently reviewing memorials entrusted to him by Emperor Jingxi. "Your Highness, the Duke of Cheng requests an audience," a eunuch announced in a hushed tone. "At this late hour, what brings my grandfather here?" Pei Mingxu set down his brush, a frown creasing his brow. "The Duke has urgent matters to report of significant importance. His Highness must see him," the eunuch replied, bowing respectfully. Although puzzled, Pei Mingxu recognized that his grandfather would not visit at such an hour without cause. He nodded, "Let him enter." Before long, the Duke was escorted into the study. "Grandfather, your late-night visit. Has something occurred?" Pei Mingxu rose to greet him, concern etching his features. The Duke's countenance was grave as he handed the note to Pei Mingxu. "Your Highness, please take a look." Pei Mingxu accepted the paper, scrutinizing its contents, and his expression gradually darkened. "What audacity the Prince Qin possesses, extending his reach into my domain." He slammed the note onto the table, fury igniting within him. While he had been wary of his fifth brother, It was well known that the fifth was aligned with the Eastern Palace. The Yanbei cavalry under his command was a vital asset in the struggle against the Prince Qin. The Prince Qin as father-in-law was Qian Feng, the Minister of Revenue, ensuring that the Prince Qin would not monopolize power within the ministry. The Eastern Palace had long been selecting suitable individuals to infiltrate the Ministry of Revenue. After much deliberation, they had chosen the unblemished Huang Wenjun. Over the years, the Eastern Palace had quietly cultivated ties with Huang Wenjun, who had been appointed Deputy Minister of Revenue through their considerable efforts. Now, it was claimed that he was in league with the Prince Qin, an affront beyond measure. Your Highness, this matter is of great significance. We must make plans early. Duke Qing said solemnly. What wisdom does my grandfather possess? Pei Mingxu, suppressing his anger, inquired. The pressing task is to retrieve the mining map. It must not fall into the hands of the King of Qin. Otherwise, the king can exploit the map for numerous schemes. A fierce glint flashed in Duke Cheng's eyes. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, grandfather. Pei Mingxu nodded in agreement. In the desolate northern plains of Yin, the biting cold wind howled. A group of riders galloped furiously, in hot pursuit of another contingent ahead. Chase them. Do not let them escape. It is imperative that we intercept the confidential letter. The leader, cloaked in black, spoke in a hoarse voice, revealing his ruthless intent. Yes, the black-clad men responded in unison, their faces etched with murderous resolve, relentlessly pursuing their quarry. The fleeing group ahead was none other than the spies from the King of Qin's residence, burdened with a grave mission to escort the confidential letter to the capital. The letter held tremendous significance, and the elite forces of the King of Qin, concealed in the northern regions of Yin, had mobilized. However, as they journeyed northward, they encountered ambush after ambush. It was impossible to recall how many fierce battles they had faced. Damn it, it's those from Duke Cheng's household again. One spy gritted his teeth, his long sword dripping with blood, clearly indicating the peril of their recent skirmish. How can they be so persistent? We cannot shake them off. Another spy gasped, his face a mask of exhaustion and fury. This is truly cursed. Every time we manage to elude our pursuers, they are soon upon us again. Duke Cheng is cunning and astute. He must have sensed something, which is why he pursues us so tenaciously. The leading spy's expression grew grave, a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. What shall we do now? At this rate, we will inevitably be caught. Send the order to change our route. I am determined to see how long they can keep up this chase. Days later, in the capital, the King of Qin's residence, and knelt on one knee, presenting a confidential letter with both hands. Your Highness, I am pleased to report that I have successfully delivered the letter. Excellent. Well done. The King of Qin took the letter, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Was the journey smooth? Your Highness, we were relentlessly pursued by Duke Cheng's men, suffering significant losses. However, we ultimately accomplished our mission. The black-clad man spoke in a somber tone, memories of fallen comrades weighing heavily on his heart. Duke Cheng, a cold light flickered in the king's eyes. With this map, I shall ensure he cannot escape the consequences. Chapter 81. Strike first bang. Pei Mingxu violently swept the teacup to the ground, his fury palpable. The Qin Wang. How dare he? Your Highness, please calm your anger. Duke Cheng's expression was grave. Our best course of action now is to take the initiative and avert the crisis. How shall we avert it? The mining map has already fallen into the hands of the Qin Wang. Can we possibly retrieve it? Pei Mingxu gritted his teeth, his face dark with malice. Do not panic, Your Highness. I still possess a copy of the mining map's imprint. An imprint? Upon hearing this, Pei Mingxu's spirits soared. Indeed, Duke Cheng stroked his beard, a glimmer of intelligence shining in his eyes. With it, the Qin Wang's copy becomes mere scrap paper. Excellent, 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 Pei Mingxu exclaimed thrice, pacing back and forth in excitement. With this imprint, myriad possibilities would unfold. Your Highness, it is imperative that we present this map to His Majesty. If arranged properly, we may even turn the tables on the Qin Wang. Duke Cheng advised. Present it to Father. Pei Mingxu hesitated, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. This was a valuable tool for undermining the Yin Wang in the future. Your Highness, Keeping this map will only bring you trouble. Duke Cheng spoke earnestly. The immediate priority is to deal with the Qin Wang. We must not lose sight of a larger picture due to minor gains. What about the Yin Wang? Pei Mingxu expressed his concern. First, win over the Yin Wang. Once we have toppled the Qin Wang, we can proceed cautiously. Very well. I shall heed my grandfather's counsel. Pei Mingxu finally resolved, yet pondered how to present this map naturally. Your maternal uncle, the Bai family, has ancestral ties to the gold exploration gate. A spark of brilliance flashed in Duke Cheng's eyes. Let your uncle present this map under the name of the Bai family. Agreed, it shall be done. Your Highness is wise. We must act swiftly. I shall make arrangements at once. Upon returning to his residence, Duke Cheng immediately summoned his son, Lu Zixian. He approached the desk and felt around a concealed compartment. Moments later, a hidden drawer slowly opened, revealing a scroll lying quietly within. Before long, Lu Zixian hurried into the study, his hair disheveled and his outer garment hastily thrown on, clearly just pulled from his slumber. "Father, why do you summon me at such a late hour?" Lu Zixian asked, confusion etched on his face. "This matter is of great significance. Come closer," Duke Cheng beckoned, indicating for Lu Zixian to lean in. Upon hearing the revelation, Lu Zixian's sleepiness vanished, his mouth agape in astonishment. This. Duke Cheng handed him a brocade box containing the mining map, his tone grave. "Take good care of this. Tomorrow morning, present it in your wife's name." Lu Zixian accepted it with both hands, carefully tucking it into his bosom. Suddenly recalling something, he looked up and asked, "Father, where did this map come from?" Duke Cheng's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "Do not ask what you should not." Igrigadis. Lu Zixian was intimidated into silence by his father's authority. Be kind to the Bai family. Do not let anyone perceive any flaws. After presenting the map, His Majesty will surely reward you, and we will need her to step forward. Duke Cheng's tone softened as he cautioned. "I understand, father." Lu Zixian managed a forced smile, inwardly lamenting the necessity of exerting effort on the tedious Lady Bai. "Very well, you may leave." Duke Cheng waved his hand. Lu Zixian complied and retreated towards the Bai residence, his footsteps growing heavier with each stride. In the study of the front hall of the Yin Wang's palace, the warm yellow candlelight illuminated the large map hanging on the wall. Pei Mingxu stood tall before the map, gazing intently at the depiction of the capital, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Your Highness, in my humble opinion, the map of the mine should have already fallen into the hands of King Qin," Yu Jie stated, bowing respectfully, his tone resolute. Pei Mingxu turned around, a glint of cold light flashing in his deep-set eyes. Duke Cheng, being astute and decisive, would undoubtedly abandon the map to safeguard himself. "What you say is indeed correct. If our spies can successfully steal the map from the Duke's residence before it is presented," Zhang Zifeng raised an eyebrow, a hint of anticipation in her voice. "Then the map of the mine in our possession can be utilized for Yin Bei," Yang Xuan interjected, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Pei Mingxu approached the desk, his long fingers gently tapping the surface. "Even if the spies fail to secure the map, this incident will only serve to deepen the rift between the Crown Prince and King Qin, which is of great benefit to us. We shall continue to stoke the flames, ensuring they engage in a fierce struggle," Yu Jie declared, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "When the Crown Prince and King Qin are embroiled in conflict, the stability of the court will waver." Yang Xuan paused, scanning the room. "His Majesty will undoubtedly select another prince to return to the capital." And then Zhang Zifeng inhaled deeply, leaving her statement unfinished, but the implication was clear. "Then, it shall be your Highness's splendid opportunity," Yu Jie exclaimed, his voice brimming with confidence in Pei Mingxu. "Rest assured, I shall meticulously plan for the grand affairs. I shall surely return to the capital one day," Pei Mingxu asserted, his tone resolute and commanding. "We pledge our unwavering loyalty to your Highness." The three of them bowed in unison. Pei Mingxu nodded in satisfaction as they proceeded to deliberate on subsequent plans and arrangements. Once the discussions concluded, Fu Shun entered with several young eunuchs, carrying trays in a procession. "Your Highness, it is late. You, along with Yang Changshi and the two gentlemen, have worked hard. Please partake in some refreshments," Fu Shun set the supper on the table. Pei Mingxu nodded slightly, signaling for everyone to take their seats. Yu Jie picked up a bowl of soft curds, eating while asking, Your Highness, from where do you believe the map of the mine from the Duke's residence originated? Indeed, it is a treasure, a rare find, Zhang Zifang inquired, equally curious. Pei Mingxu set down his bowl, a cold smirk crossing his face. It naturally comes from the maternal family of the Duke's son, the Bai family of Jiangling. As for how it was acquired, that is a question for Duke Cheng himself. A glimmer of frost flashed in Pei Mingxu's eyes, his tone laden with meaning. Chapter 82. The Clash of the Clam and the Heron. The morning light filtered through the window panes, illuminating the study of Lu Zixian, the heir of the Duke of Cheng. Lu Zixian opened a concealed compartment and discovered, to his dismay, that the ornate box was utterly empty. Where the map of the mine once lay, there remained only a soft layer of silk. Where's the map? Lu Zixian exclaimed, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. In a frenzy, he searched through the box, but it was devoid of any trace of the coveted map. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he hastily stumbled out of the study. In the grand study of the Duke of Cheng's front courtyard, the Duke himself was practicing the five-animal play with tranquil composure. Clad in loose-fitting training garb, his movements flowed like water. Despite being over 60, each gesture radiated strength. Father, it's terrible. Lu Zixian rushed in, interrupting the Duke's practice. What a commotion! How unbecoming! The Duke frowned, admonishing him with displeasure. Father, the map. It is missing. Lu Zixian gasped, struggling to catch his breath. What? The Duke's expression shifted dramatically, his movements abruptly halting. How could it be missing? Where did you place it last night? He demanded, his voice sharp. I hid it in the concealed compartment of the study last night. Lu Zixian, drenched in sweat, stammered. I had locked it securely, but upon checking this morning, it was gone. The Duke suppressed his rising anger and calmly inquired, Did you notice anything suspicious? Lu Zixian racked his brain, recalling that the study's window was intact, and there were no signs of tampering on the door lock. Everything appeared normal, except, last night, I vaguely heard a cat mewing in the courtyard. Lu Zixian suddenly remembered. A cat? The Duke's brow furrowed deeply. Since when has there been a cat in the estate? He promptly ordered an exhaustive investigation, which indeed uncovered leads that traced back to the Qin Wangfu. An agent of the Qin Wang had infiltrated the Duke's residence and stolen the map of the mine. When the news reached the East Palace, Pei Mingxu was immediately consumed with rage. The Qin Wang. Once again, it is the Qin Wang. He slammed the memorial he was holding onto the table, his fury palpable. Your Highness, please calm down. A loyal eunuch beside him hastily knelt. The Qin Wang is exceedingly audacious. He dares to send someone to infiltrate the Duke of Cheng's residence to steal the mine map. The Crown Prince's anger surged anew, past grievances flooding his mind. Send orders to keep a close watch on the Qin Wangfu. Inform me at once of any developments. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He would not let this grievance go unpunished. In a flash, the conflict between the East Palace and the Qin Wangfu escalated once more, with undercurrents swirling and the capital's atmosphere shifting ominously. Within the study of the Qin Wangfu, flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the wall, illuminating a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Your Highness, due to the matter of allocating funds to the Ministry of Revenue, Assistant Minister Huang Wenjun has been ordered by His Majesty to reflect in solitude. Zhang Xian, the Qin Wang's trusted strategist, spoke in a grave tone. Hearing this, Qin Wang, Pei Mingxu's eyes glinted with a cold light. The Crown Prince had been relentless in pursuing Huang Wenjun, leveraging the delays in military funding to cast aspersions upon him before the emperor. The prince's actions undoubtedly indicate his awareness of Huang Wenjun's identity. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. It seems to be so, Pei Mingxu scoffed, remarking that the prince, like a rabid dog, is relentlessly attacking us, and has been particularly ruthless towards Huang Wenjun, who has been maneuvered into a corner. Consequently, Huang Wenjun's role as a pawn has been rendered futile in the eyes of the prince. Zhang Xian lamented. Although Huang Wenjun's influence may be diminished with the prince, it does not imply the same fate with the fifth prince. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Pei Mingxu's eyes. What does your highness imply? Zhang Xian inquired, perplexed. Reports from scouts indicate that the fifth prince is currently quite fond of Huang Wenjun's daughter, Huang Lingru. As long as Huang Wenjun steadfastly denies any allegiance to our prince and refrains from clandestine interactions, he may still serve as a pawn within the Yin Wang residence. A cold smile crept across Pei Mingxu's lips. After all, the Ministry of Revenue, where Huang Wenjun holds sway, is a coveted realm that many wish to infiltrate. A flicker of calculation danced in Pei Mingxu's eyes. Your Highness is astute. Zhang Xian exclaimed in realization, promptly applauding. Huang Wenjun has truly begotten a remarkable daughter. Capable of ensnaring my aloof fifth brother in such a manner, Pei Mingxu observed with a hint of derision. Speaking of which, what arrangements have been made regarding the silver and iron mines in Yanbei? Pei Mingxu shifted the conversation to another pressing matter. Your Highness, it is currently the depths of winter, and both the silver and iron mines are located in desolate, frigid territories. Therefore, we must wait until the spring thaw to send personnel for mining expeditions, Zhang Xian respectfully replied. Indeed, a glimmer of avarice flashed in Pei Mingxu's eyes. Having invested so much, come spring, I shall ascertain whether these two mines are truly worth our endeavors. In the Shishan courtyard, Song Zhaoyue reclined languidly on a soft couch, engrossed in a volume of local chronicles. The book mentioned that Yanbei boasts vast grasslands, with pastoralists constituting about 1/3 of the population, predominantly along the borders. The primary livestock raised by the Yanbei herders are long-haired sheep, known for their large size, thick wool, and remarkable cold resistance. The warm winter sun streamed through the intricately carved window, casting a golden hue upon the floor. A pristine white lion cat curled up at her feet, lazily dozing and occasionally emitting soft purring sounds. The lion cat, not yet 3 months old, was named Bulu, with a soft coat that was particularly affectionate. Given the harsh winter in Yanbei, she feared the cold and thus remained indoors daily. Pei Mingxu, concerned about her confinement, was aware of her fondness for raccoon dogs and had specially instructed someone to bring one to alleviate her boredom. Your Highness, a messenger from Ningguaju has just arrived, reporting that the princess has regained her health and will resume her morning and evening audiences tomorrow. Bai Jin entered the room quietly to inform Song Zhaoyue. Upon hearing this, Song Zhaoyue set aside her book, a flicker of surprise illuminating her beautiful eyes. The last incident clearly favored Huang Lingru, who appeared to have the backing of Pei Mingxu. Meanwhile, Lu Yueying has yet to break the ice with Pei Mingxu, suggesting she should be even more cautious. Yet, she seems to have recovered just in time to pay her respects. Does she not fear being humiliated by Huang Lingru again? Or does she possess some assurance that grants her such boldness? Chapter 83. Reliance at the break of dawn the following day. Song Zhaoyue rose to prepare herself. In the copper mirror, the woman appeared as a picturesque beauty, her skin as fair as snow, adorned in a long peach-colored brocade robe that accentuated her enchanting allure. Yet, Song Zhaoyue had no heart to admire her reflection. She merely cast a fleeting glance, ensured there was nothing amiss, and donned a thick silver fox cloak before stepping outside. As she approached the doorway, a fluffy little creature darted out, diving into the folds of her skirt, nuzzling against her as it circled her hem. It was the lion cat, affectionately named Bulu. Meow. Bulu lifted its small head, its emerald eyes gazing at Song Zhaoyue with a pitiful expression, as if accusing her of the sin of leaving it alone. Upon seeing this, Song Zhaoyue could not resist bending down to scoop it up, gently scratching its soft chin while softly saying, I must step out for a while. You must stay home obediently and wait for my return before we play together, all right? Bulu seemed to comprehend her words, nuzzling closer in her embrace and calming down. Song Zhaoyue entrusted it to her attendant, Green Pearl, instructing, take good care of it. Do not let it wander. Yes, Your Highness, Green Pearl replied with a smile. With that reassurance, Song Zhaoyue turned and settled into a soft sedan chair, making her way to Ninghua residence. Upon her arrival, Song Zhaoyue sensed something was amiss. Previously, when she visited Ninghua residence, the maids had escorted her to the flower hall, serving tea and snacks while waiting for Lu Yueying to rise. However, today, they directly led her to the main hall. Upon entering, Song Zhaoyue immediately spotted Lu Yueying seated in the principal position. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe embroidered with peonies and adorned with a phoenix hairpin of red gold inlaid with rubies, Lu Yueying radiated vitality, her demeanor vibrant and lively, entirely devoid of any trace of illness. Song Zhaoyue approached and greeted. This humble servant pays her respects to the princess consort. May the princess consort enjoy boundless blessings and peace. Please do rise, sister. There is no need for excessive formalities, Lu Yueying replied warmly. Song Zhaoyue gratefully stood up and took her seat in the position beside Lu Yueying. She raised her gaze to scrutinize Lu Yueying, noting that although her complexion still bore a hint of pallor, her spirits appeared high, with a spark of excitement in her eyes, rendering her an entirely different person from the past. A sense of perplexity welled up within Song Zhaoyue, yet she could not fathom the true intentions behind Lu Yueying's demeanor. In the front hall study, a letter had just been delivered by the princess consort's messenger, a personal missive from Duke Changhua. Upon concluding his words, Pei Mingxu extended the letter for all to peruse. Yang Xian stepped forward, accepting the letter with both hands and swiftly unfolding it, scanning its contents with great interest. The letter expressed Duke Chenghua's heartfelt sentiments, revealing the true nature of the Huang family. Huang Wenjun, the Minister of Revenue, appeared to be an upright and solitary official, yet he had secretly allied with Prince Qin. Furthermore, the concubine Huang was also in league with Prince Qin, acting as his informant to steal intelligence from the Yanwang residence. The letter additionally mentioned that the lost mineral vein map from Ninghua residence had been stealthily taken by concubine Huang and handed over to Prince Qin. Upon finishing the letter, Yang Shiyuan's expression brightened with delight. He handed the missive to Zhang Zifang, who quickly skimmed through it, equally buoyed by the news. Your Highness, indeed, as per our plan, the identities of the Huang family have been unearthed by the Crown Prince. He must be in quite a state of distress. Your Highness, it has been a demanding time lately, yet it is worth the effort you have invested in favoring Consort Huang, remarked Yu Jie after perusing the letter. A series of light-hearted comments filled the room, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Oddly enough, Yang Xian stroked his beard, a slight frown creasing his brow. The envoy from the capital had arrived yesterday, and the letter was received by the princess at that time. Why was it only presented this morning? Pei Mingxu let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of derision flickering in his eyes. The reason the princess delayed presenting it is undoubtedly to summon me for support. He rose slowly, his tone laced with amusement, stating that he would head to the rear courtyard to make this spectacle even more lively. With that, he turned and strode out of the study, followed closely by Yang Shiyuan and the others. Observing Pei Mingxu's retreating figure, the three exchanged knowing smiles, each revealing a depth of understanding. Song Zhaoyue engaged in a casual conversation with Lu Yueying for nearly a quarter of an hour before Huang Lingru finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Chapter 84. Anomaly. As Huang Lingru stepped into the main hall, she smiled and inquired, "What are the princess and sister Song discussing?" The atmosphere appears so harmonious. Lu Yueying did not respond. Instead, she fixed a cold glare upon her, her eyes resembling a bottomless, icy pool. Seemingly oblivious to Lu Yueying's frosty demeanor, Huang Lingru casually performed a curtsy and, without waiting for Lu Yueying to bid her rise, gracefully seated herself across from Song Zhaoyue. Her actions flowed seamlessly, entirely disregarding etiquette and hierarchy, clearly dismissing Lu Yueying, the princess of Yan, with contempt. Lu Yueying, witnessing this, felt her anger surge, her chest heaving violently. Yet she quickly remembered something and suppressed her fury. She was determined to see how Huang would continue to be so arrogant after today. Once seated, Huang Lingru feigned intimacy, smiling at Lu Yueying as she said, "Your Highness, I have been diligently attending to the prince these past few days, and I was quite exhausted. I overslept this morning. I hope you can understand." She covered her mouth with a light laugh, raising her eyes to Lu Yueying, her lips curling into a cryptic smile. "I suppose when the prince stays overnight at Ninghua residence in the future, your Highness will understand the hardships involved." Song Zhaoyue, overhearing this, nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. Huang Lingru was indeed relentless, boldly insinuating Lu Yueying's and Pei Mingxu's lack of intimacy before her. Lu Yueying had been in the residence for over 3 months, and Pei Mingxu had never spent the night in her chamber. This was common knowledge throughout the inner quarters of the Yan Wangfu. Yet, no one dared to mention it publicly, for despite the reality, it was perceived as a significant disgrace for the princess. As anticipated, Lu Yueying's complexion shifted dramatically, resembling a painter's palette, alternating between shades of blue and white. Zhaoyue, observing Lu Yueying's transformation, wondered if she regretted her choices. However, even if she wished to reconcile with Pei Mingxu now, it was undoubtedly too late. Given Pei Mingxu's pride, he would likely refuse to share a bed with Lu Yueying, maintaining a respectful distance. Zhaoyue was poised to witness Lu Yueying's outburst when she unexpectedly smiled. "Sister Huang, you have worked hard attending to the prince. You deserve a reward." Lu Yueying's tone was gentle, as if Huang Lingru were truly a sister in need of her care. Zhaoyue was taken aback, hardly able to believe this was the same aloof and proud Lu Yueying she knew. Huang Lingru was equally surprised by Lu Yueying's reaction. After a moment of shock, she chuckled triumphantly, feeling a sense of victory. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness," Huang Lingru replied, confident that Lu Yueying had yielded to her. However, Lu Yueying's tone shifted, her gaze sharp as a blade. "With rewards come punishments. Sister Huang, your actions have been inappropriate, lacking respect for rank. As the Princess of Yan, it is my duty to instruct you properly. Someone, bring Huang's side consort a copy of Women's Principles. Sister Huang, you shall kneel in Ninghua residence and copy this text. You may rise only when you have finished." Huang Lingru's face paled instantly, and she shouted in fury. "How dare you?" Lu Yueying, without even glancing at her, coldly commanded, "What are you waiting for? Get to it." The matrons of Ninghua residence exchanged glances, questioning if the princess was truly serious. Observing the situation, Yu Zhan promptly stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Huang Lingru, exclaiming fiercely, "I dare anyone to try." Huang Lingru, her brows furrowed in anger, seethed, "This is outrageous. You wretched servants, if anyone dares to lay a finger on me today, the prince shall not spare you." Upon hearing her words, the matrons recalled Huang Lingru's current favor and found themselves caught in a dilemma, paralyzed in their standoff. Tension filled the air as neither side was willing to yield. Zhaoyue, observing the unfolding scene, sensed the peculiarity of the moment. Lu Yueying seemed to possess an unprecedented confidence today, audaciously daring to impose punishment on Huang Lingru. Furthermore, since their arrival at the residence, Huang Lingru and Lu Yueying had been like two opposing forces, one provocatively challenging while the other explosively reactive, never allowing for a moment's peace. It was truly perplexing to fathom the underlying reasons for their enmity. As she contemplated whether to interject, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the entrance. "What is happening here?" Chapter 85. Identity. Pei Mingxu's silhouette appeared at the entrance of the main hall, clad in a dark-hued robe. The dragon-patterned jade pendant on his jade belt swayed gently with his stride, accentuating his tall and upright figure, exuding an imposing aura. His features were stern, his thin lips pressed tightly together, emanating an air of coldness that suggested a desire for solitude. Upon his arrival, the crowd gasped in surprise and hurriedly paid their respects. "Your Highness." Only Huang Lingru, upon seeing Pei Mingxu, appeared as if she had encountered a savior. Disregarding all else, she darted past the elder woman in her path and leapt towards Pei Mingxu. "Your Highness." Tears streamed down her face, making her appear pitiful. Yet she halted just 3 steps away from him, evidently recalling the lessons from their last encounter. "Your Highness, you have finally arrived. The princess. She has humiliated me. I implore you to uphold justice for me." Pei Mingxu paused momentarily, but chose to ignore Huang Lingru, instead bypassing her and proceeding to take a seat at the top, lifting his robe as he sat, his expression tinged with impatience. His gaze swept over the kneeling servants and then settled on the composed Zhaoyue, before finally resting on Huang Lingru, his tone indifferent. "What has transpired?" Huang Lingru was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Pei Mingxu's reaction. She bit her lip, her eyes reddening further, and lamented, Your Highness the Princess. She has wronged me. Pei Mingxu dismissed Huang Lingru's cries, redirecting his attention to Lu Yueying, his tone devoid of warmth. Princess, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yueying let out a cold laugh, ready to respond, but Pei Mingxu interjected, enough. Yuzhan, assist your mistress in taking her seat. Yuzhan promptly stepped forward to help Huang Lingru resettle. Witnessing Pei Mingxu's continued consideration for Huang Lingru, Lu Yueying felt a surge of disbelief, as if a flame of anger was igniting within her chest. Your Highness, she could not restrain herself from exclaiming, she is. Pei Mingxu shot her a piercing glance, silencing Lu Yueying's voice as if he had seized her throat, rendering her unable to articulate the remainder of her thoughts. Huang Lingru bowed her head, weeping, yet secretly reveling in her triumph. Indeed, the Prince of Yin remained ensnared by her charms. He was her devoted subordinate. She cautiously raised her gaze to observe Pei Mingxu's expression, noticing he bore no intent to chastise her, which emboldened her further. Your Highness, you must uphold justice for me, Huang Lingru implored, her eyes shimmering with tears. Pei Mingxu remained silent, merely waving his hand to indicate the attending maidens and servants to withdraw. In the expansive main hall, only Pei Mingxu, Zhaoyue, Huang Lingru, and Lu Yueying remained. The atmosphere grew oppressive, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. Pei Mingxu's gaze turned heavy as he regarded Lu Yueying, his tone icy and devoid of emotion. Princess, while one may indulge in their dietary whims, one must exercise caution and deliberation in speech. Absent substantial evidence, refrain from casting unfounded aspersions upon others. Upon hearing this, Lu Yueying's expression darkened even further. She gritted her teeth and almost squeezed out a sentence through clenched jaws. Grandfather's letter clearly states that she and her father are, in fact. Enough. Pei Mingxu abruptly slammed the table, interrupting Lu Yueying's words. Startled, she trembled all over, yet defiantly raised her chin and exclaimed, She is a spy sent by the Qin Wang to your side. Her father, the Minister of Revenue Huang Wenjuan, is one of Qin Wang's people. Your Highness, one must speak with credible evidence and not indulge in baseless accusations, Pei Mingxu coldly remarked, his tone laced with a stern warning. Lu Yueying felt intimidated by Pei Mingxu's imposing presence. Though she felt wronged, she dared not utter another word. Biting her lip, tears welled in her eyes. Yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Huang Lingru, who had been hiding her face in tears, suddenly froze upon hearing Lu Yueying's accusation, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. However, she quickly regained her composure, lifted her head, and gazed at Pei Mingxu with tearful eyes, pleading, Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? I have never done anything to wrong you since entering the manor. Why must you slander me so? Her eyes were red, brimming with tears, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Your Highness, my father has served in office for many years without ever clinging to the powerful. He has devoted himself to the country, obeying only the imperial edicts. Why must you still tarnish my father's reputation? Her heartfelt words stirred sorrow among listeners and brought tears to the eyes of onlookers. Even Zhaoyue could not help but lament inwardly that Huang Lingru would be a great actress if she chose that path. It became evident that Huang Lingru was aligned with the Qin Wang. It seemed that the Duke of Changhua and the Crown Prince were already aware and anxious, fearing that Pei Mingxu might be swayed by the Qin Wang. After all, should Pei Mingxu align with the Qin Wang, the balance of power could shift, jeopardizing the Crown Prince's position. Yet, with the identities of the Huang father and daughter now exposed, what role did Pei Mingxu play in this scenario? Contemplating this, Zhaoyue raised her gaze to Pei Mingxu, only to meet his eyes. Their gazes locked, and Zhaoyue's bright eyes reflected Pei Mingxu's countenance. Pei Mingxu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of amusement flashing in his eyes as a faint smile graced his lips. Zhaoyue smiled softly, and they instinctively turned their heads away. Pei Mingxu then addressed Huang Lingru with a calm demeanor. I am well aware that Lord Huang serves the country with utmost sincerity. However, Chapter 86. Entering the game, however, the words spoken in the presence of the Duke of Cheng were anything but mere bluster. Pei Mingxu's tone was calm. Yet it struck Huang Lingru like a bucket of ice water, tightening her heart. "Your Highness." Pei Mingxu regarded her, a fleeting chill flickering in his gaze. He spoke gently. "For the time being, you shall remain at Xiaolan Courtyard. Without my command, you are not to step outside." He continued reassuringly, "Rest assured, I shall uncover the truth and restore your name." Suppressing her inner turmoil, Huang Lingru forced a smile. "I will heed your Highness's words. Your wisdom and strength are unmatched. I believe you will vindicate both myself and my father." She resolved to send a message back to the capital, urging her Highness and father to prepare themselves. Pei Mingxu observed her demeanor, a cold smirk forming in his heart, though his exterior bore a semblance of kindness. Lu Yueing, watching from the side, found the scene utterly glaring. She scoffed inwardly, thinking beauty had led the wise astray. Even the formidable general of the Yin kingdom could be ensnared by such a lure. His blatant favoritism towards Huang Lingru suggested he had been bewitched, unable to discern right from wrong. He was not even a fraction as competent as the crown prince. Today, she would write to her grandfather, urging him to assist the blind and foolish Yin Wang in unraveling the truth about Huang Lingru and her father. She was eager to witness the expression on Yin Wang's face when he discovered he had been manipulated by Huang Lingru all along. At that moment, she would relish seeing what fate awaited Huang Lingru. Zhaoyue observed everything, her suspicions regarding Pei Mingxu's intentions beginning to crystallize. It seemed he intended to turn the crown prince and the king of Qin against each other. Yet, she pondered who among them would ultimately emerge victorious. Pei Mingxu continued, "Given the recent disturbances during the daily greetings, it seems they are of no benefit." Lu Yueing instinctively felt a tightening in her chest, ready to retort. However, Pei Mingxu did not even glance in her direction, decisively stating, "We shall forego the daily greetings for now and resume a weekly schedule in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhaoyue felt an immense sense of joy blossom within her. She could once again retreat to Wangshu Cottage and live her tranquil life. She noted that Pei Mingxu specified a weekly greeting in the future without clarifying when that would commence. Did this imply? Suppressing a smile, she discreetly glanced at Lu Yueing and Huang Lingru. Lu Yueing's expression visibly darkened, while Huang Lingru maintained an appearance of having suffered a great injustice. Though she seemed willing to endure for Pei Mingxu's sake, Lu Yueing simmered with discontent, yet dared not voice her anger. Her means of manipulating Huang Lingru and Zhaoyue were now limited, with the daily greetings being a crucial element. Now, however, Pei Mingxu had effortlessly dismissed them with a single statement, leaving her unwilling to accept such a fate. Yet, Pei Mingxu was the sovereign of the Yin Wangfu. His word was law, and regardless of her internal grievances, she could only swallow her pride and accept it. Zhaoyue paid no mind to Lu Yueing's feelings. Upon returning to Wangshu she immediately scooped up the cat, Bulu, that had been meandering around her feet, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Bulu, from now on, I no longer need to pay my morning respects. I can finally indulge in you. Bulu n'estet confortabi in her embrage, purring contentedly." Zhaoyue felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The thought of not having to rise early and brave the cold winds for formalities was utterly blissful. Bulu continuously nudged its head against her fingers, emitting soft purrs in response to her gentle caresses. Enchanted by the cat's adorableness, Zhaoyue lifted Bulu and lavished affectionate strokes from head to tail. The cat's fur became tousled, resembling a disheveled ball of yarn. Green Pearl observed the delightful scene and couldn't help but chuckle. "Your Highness, you named the cat Bulu, yet you pet it every day. Poor little Bulu might end up bald." Zhaoyue burst into laughter at Green Pearl's teasing. She raised Bulu and asked, "Bulu, my little one, do you enjoy my affection?" Bulu blinked its large, round eyes and let out a sweet meow. Zhaoyue felt her heart melt further, her laughter growing even more joyous. Just then, the curtain was gently lifted and Pei Mingxu stepped inside. "Your Highness?" Chapter 87. Nested doll. Zhaoyue hastily set aside her task, her graceful steps carrying her forward to greet him, while the others behind her respectfully bowed. Pei Mingxu approached with a smile illuminating his eyes, extending his hand to help Zhaoyue up, affectionately saying, I have already told you that there is no need for such formalities. Please rise. He then lightly gestured towards the playful kitten, teasing, since this little one arrived. It seems you have eyes only for it. Your Highness, you jest, Song Zhaoyue replied with a playful smile. Fu Shun observed the closeness between the two masters and tactfully led the attendants away. After taking their seats on the couch, Pei Mingxu casually tossed a small ball meant for the cat across the room, prompting the kitten to pounce after it with a delightful meow. What brings you here at this hour, Your Highness? Song Zhaoyue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Pei Mingxu, save for the occasion when she had summoned him during the day, typically returned to Wang Shushi only at night, spending his days either occupied in the front hall or attending to matters outside. With a casual smile, Pei Mingxu explained, the recent situation regarding the mineral map has unveiled several spies who had been lurking in the shadows. Now, aside from those retained by my father and a few I deliberately left in place, the rest have been thoroughly eliminated. Furthermore, with the Huang family currently under house arrest, their associates are confined within Qilan courtyard, while those from the Liu family are likewise under surveillance, unable to leave Ninghua residence easily. In the future, should I have leisure, I will be able to return during the day to share meals with you. Upon hearing this, Song Zhaoyue was initially taken aback, but soon blossomed into a radiant smile. Your Highness, is what you say truly the case? That would be wonderful. Pei Mingxu, witnessing the joy in her eyes, felt his own heart swell with happiness as he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. Are you so delighted? I assure you, I will spend more time with you. Yes. Song Zhaoyue nodded vigorously, genuinely elated. Excellent. Pei Mingxu reached out to caress her cheek, remarking, if you are happy, then that is splendid. Song Zhaoyue's eyes sparkled with joy as she placed her hand over his. If your Highness is pleased, then so am I. Pei Mingxu embraced her gently, stroking her silky hair. To perform the morning salute today, I delayed canceling it. Now that it has been called off, you may rise later without having to brave the cold winds for the salute. You are the best, Your Highness. Song Zhaoyue joyfully wrapped her arms around Pei Mingxu's waist, playfully declaring, Your Highness cares for me and understands the hardships of my early morning salutes, so you specially exempted me from this duty. I must say, I am truly fortunate to have met such a wonderful husband like you. She deliberately showered him with compliments, causing Pei Mingxu to smile broadly. Pei Mingxu playfully tapped her forehead, replying with mock exasperation, Stop trying to enchant me with sweet words. The Huang and Liu families are bound to send word back to the capital. We need only remain patient. A glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in his eyes. Meanwhile, in Qilan courtyard, the biting cold wind howled like a blade, swirling the remnants of snow on the ground. Upon returning to the courtyard, Huang Lingru's expression darkened, and as she sat down, she forcefully threw her teacup to the ground, shattering it with a resounding crash. How dare they? How dare they? She was seething with rage, her chest heaving violently. Beside her, Yuzhan hurriedly advised, Esteemed consort, please temper your anger and take care of your health. Huang Lingru suppressed the fury within her and swiftly approached the writing desk, seizing a brush to compose an urgent letter, which she entrusted to Yuzhan. Ensure this letter is dispatched without delay. Yuzhan accepted the missive, her expression troubled. Your Highness, the entire household is under close scrutiny by the prince's men, I fear. Fear what? Huang Lingru interrupted sharply, a glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. You witnessed today's audience. We are ensnared within the depths of the Yan Wangfu, and the Duke of Cheng is approaching with great force. If we do not relay this news back to the capital promptly, to clear my and my father's names in the princess' eyes, we shall be doomed. You must be aware of the methods the Yan Wang employs against spies and informants. This letter must reach His Highness at the earliest opportunity so he can make the necessary arrangements. Yuzhan, taken aback by the resoluteness in her gaze, quickly acquiesced. I understand, Your Highness. I shall attend to it at once. With that, she tucked the letter closely to her chest and hurriedly departed, leaving Huang Lingru alone, gazing at the writing desk, her eyes clouded with despair. Not long after Yuzhan left, Yinzhu entered, carrying a bowl of steaming bird's nest soup. Esteemed consort, please enjoy it while it's hot. Do not neglect your health. Huang Lingru took the bowl but did not eat immediately, her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with anxiety. She lowered her voice and quickly recounted the events of the audience to Mingxu. "Hurry and relay this news back. It is imperative that our master is informed." Mingxu nodded slightly. "Yes, your highness, rest assured, I will swiftly convey the message to our master." Only then did Huang Lingru feel a modicum of relief. She scooped a spoonful of the bird's nest to her lips, but suddenly halted. "Mingxu, what do you think of consort song?" Mingxu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Your highness, you jest. Though consort song possesses a beautiful visage, she is rather dull and uninteresting. How could she possibly compare to your enchanting charm that utterly captivates the prince? Currently, consort song does not enjoy the prince's favor. You need not concern yourself with her." Huang Lingru listened but found little solace in her words. Today at Ninghua residence, though Song Zhaoyue and the Yin Wang exchanged no words, she had keenly noticed a barely perceptible exchange of glances between them. That look was far from the indifference it appeared to convey. Instead, it bore a hint of warmth that was difficult for others to discern. Huang Lingru's heart sank. Her greatest unease had always stemmed from the Yin Wang. Despite his frequent visits to her Qiulan courtyard, he always came and went in haste, never uttering much, and had never stayed overnight. Did he truly cherish her as he outwardly professed? Huang Lingru gripped the spoon tightly, her knuckles turning pale as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within her. Chapter 88. The Performance in the Capital at the Qin Wang's residence. Your Highness, a letter has arrived from the Yin Wang's estate. A black-clad guard knelt on one knee, presenting a letter with both hands in a gesture of utmost respect. The Qin Wang took the letter, unfolded it, and read it meticulously, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Huang family has indeed lived up to my expectations, ensnaring the Yin Wang in a dizzying spell. Now, the Duke of Cheng and the Crown Prince must be as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Your Highness is wise. The Huang family has been exceptionally astute since childhood, well-versed in the art of seduction. The Yin Wang, having recently wed, cannot possibly escape her grasp. The black-clad guard remarked, his tone laced with flattery. Convey orders to proceed as planned. We must assist Huang Wenjun in clearing his name. I intend to incite a rift between the Crown Prince and the Yin Wang. A glint of cold light flickered in the Qin Wang's eyes as he tossed the letter onto the table. In the following days, the Ministry of Revenue was engulfed in turmoil as several officials were dismissed and investigated for inefficiency or corruption. Without exception, these officials were allies of the Qin Wang. In this purge, Huang Wenjun exerted considerable effort, seizing the opportunity to recommend a few officials of humble origins to fill the vacancies, an act that garnered the Emperor Jingxi's commendation. The emperor, having long been devoted to supporting the lower classes, found great satisfaction in Huang Wenjun's actions, and he quickly regained favor at the emperor's side. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince, Pei Mingxu, wore a thunderous expression. Preposterous, absolutely ludicrous. He swept the documents off the table in a fit of rage. Your Highness, please temper your anger. It is not worth jeopardizing your health. The Duke of Cheng gently counseled. Your Highness, if the Yin Wang truly believes that Huang Wenjun and the Qin Wang are not connected, it would spell disaster. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, filled with frustration. That fool, the fifth prince, who always pretended to be aloof from women, had now become utterly enraptured by Huang Wenjun's daughter. It was a disgrace to the royal family. Your Highness, since Huang Wenjun's daughter can so easily sway the Yin Wang, why not use this to our advantage? The Duke of Cheng sighed, lamenting that Yang had failed to captivate the Yin Wang. He cast a glance at the Crown Prince. At this, a flicker of insecurity crossed the Crown Prince's heart, quickly replaced by a surge of anger. He had initially intended for Lu Yueying to assist him in stealing the tiger talisman, only to discover her ineffectiveness. Overwhelmed by Concubine, now, not only was the tiger talisman from the Yanbei army out of reach, but the fifth prince had also been led astray by the Qin Wang. Forget about Yang for now. What is of utmost importance is to win over the Yin Wang. The Crown Prince declared ominously. Your Highness speaks wisely. The Duke of Cheng nodded in agreement. Since the Yin Wang is susceptible to allure, let us present him with a grand gift. On the 15th day of the month, as per tradition. Emperor Jingxi spent the night in the Kunning Palace of the Empress. The Empress Lu approached personally to assist Emperor Jingxi in removing his outer robe. She delicately helped him out of his garments, hanging them on a rack, her face adorned with a hint of joy. "Your Majesty, news has arrived from the Zhu family that Zhuer's wife, Lady Zhang, is with child, nearly 2 months along." Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jingxi revealed a smile. "Oh, Zhuer has become a parent merely 2 months after marriage? This is indeed splendid news." The Empress replied, "Yes, Zhuer has always had a frail constitution, and I have been deeply concerned about his difficulties in producing offspring. Now, we finally see the clouds parting to reveal the moon." The Empress's face also radiated joy. "Once the child is born, I shall bestow generous rewards upon the prince of An's consort." The Empress nodded in agreement as she assisted Emperor Jingxi in changing into his night attire. "Your Majesty, it has been several months since Prince Yan's wedding. Why have we yet to hear any joyful tidings?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of shadow crossed Emperor Jingxi's eyes as he grasped the Empress's hand and gently patted it. After marrying, Mingxu returned promptly to Yanbei, where he is engaged in combating the Tatars. He scarcely spends any time in the residence. How could we expect good news so swiftly? The Empress paused in her actions, yet her tone remained gentle. "Your Majesty, while that may be true, the Prince of Yan is already 25 years old, and he is yet to have any children. Might it be?" The smile on Emperor Jingxi's face gradually faded, and his brows slightly furrowed. Observing the expression on the Emperor's face, the Empress carefully suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be prudent to select some healthy maidens from the palace to bestow upon him." Emperor Jingxi remained silent for a moment before responding. "This matter is not urgent. If by next spring there is still no good news, then we shall discuss it further." Seeing that the Emperor had made up his mind, the Empress refrained from saying more, though a glimmer of subtle determination flickered in her eyes. At the residence of the Prince of Yan, in the rear courtyard of Wangshu Shi, a maid named Luozu wrinkled her nose in distaste as she looked at the bundles of sheep wool scattered on the ground. "My lady, what do you intend to do with all this wool?" Chapter 89. Well, the mountain man possesses unique skills. Song Zhaoyue smiled mysteriously, her eyes glimmering with a hint of cunning. "Green Pearl, please have the wood ash water prepared a few days ago brought here," she instructed softly. Although Green Pearl was filled with questions, she complied obediently. Before long, 5 barrels of wood ash water in varying shades stood in the room, each labeled according to Song Zhaoyue's specifications, detailing their respective concentrations. "Your Highness, what is this?" Green Pearl inquired, increasingly perplexed as she pointed to the barrels. "You will find out soon enough," Song Zhaoyue teased, then turned to instruct the maids to divide the wool evenly into the barrels. 5 sturdy maids sprang into action, stuffing clumps of wool into the wooden barrels. With wooden sticks in hand, they vigorously stirred and gently pounded the wool. Song Zhaoyue directed them with confidence, exuding an air of assuredness. The maids, not daring to slacken their efforts, seized the sticks and commenced the stirring. The room soon resonated with the sounds of splashing water, mingled with the rhythmic thuds of sticks against the barrels, creating a lively atmosphere. "All right, let us pause for a moment." Song Zhaoyue observed the process for a while before calling for a halt, suggesting that the wool soak for a while longer to enhance the effect. As time flowed gently by, Song Zhaoyue intermittently checked the condition of the wool, while Green Pearl and the others watched with eager anticipation, yet dared not inquire further. Merely waiting anxiously, "That should do it. Retrieve the wool and rinse it with clean water," Song Zhaoyue commanded, and the maids hurriedly resumed their tasks. The freshly washed wool was neatly spread out on a wooden board, and Song Zhaoyue picked up a fine-toothed comb, meticulously grooming the damp wool. With a warm stove in the room, the groomed wool was placed atop to dry, soon becoming fluffy and soft. Carefully comparing the wool washed with different concentrations of wood ash water, Song Zhaoyue ultimately determined that the third concentration yielded the best results. "This is the one," she declared with satisfaction, her eyes curving like crescent moons. She gently twisted a strand of wool in her hands and pointed to the fluffiest and cleanest clump, saying, "Spin this in a thread." "Yes, Your Highness." The maids, seasoned in textile work, quickly spun several balls of wool thread. Song Zhaoyue then commanded that the knitting tools and needles she had commissioned from the palace's construction department be brought forth. A few days prior, she had provided the blueprints to the department, and they had delivered the finished items the previous day. Green Pearl gazed at the two oddly shaped objects before her. One was a cylindrical tool with a handle, adorned with a ring of curved metal hooks, while the other consisted of several straight wooden sticks, each sharpened at both ends. "Your Highness, what are these?" Zhu asked curiously. "One is a knitting tool, and the other is a knitting needle. I discovered these in an ancient text, which claimed they could weave extraordinary fabrics," Song Zhaoyue replied, feigning mystery. She took one of the balls of wool thread, threaded it through the metal hook, and began to turn the handle on the wooden frame. The woolen ball spun as the handle turned, the yarn weaving back and forth over the metal hook, swiftly forming a segment of a woolen garment. It was truly astonishing. Green Pearl and the others watched in wide-eyed amazement. This could be fashioned into a sweater, specifically designed for warmth. As Song Zhaoyue explained, she continued to turn the handle. A sweater? Green Pearl and the others had never encountered this term before. Without further elaboration, Song Zhaoyue removed the nearly finished woolen garment from the wooden frame and secured the edges with needle and thread. She then slipped the completed woolen piece on a boulou. Miao Boulou twisted and turned, adjusting to the sweater, then nuzzled against Song Zhaoyue's feet. "Ha ha! It seems Boulou quite adores this new attire." Song Zhaoyue picked up Boulou and playfully petted it several times. Noticing the curiosity on Green Pearl and the others' faces, she handed Boulou to Zhu for her to feel. Song Zhaoyue then picked up 2 knitting needles and a ball of wool, beginning her attempt to knit a sweater. Drawing upon her faint memories, she clumsily maneuvered the needles through the yarn. 1 stitch, 2 stitches, and then another round. Song Zhaoyue struggled to recall the steps of the knitting technique. However, after a considerable time, she had only produced a short, crooked piece of yarn resembling a wriggling caterpillar. "Your Highness, how is it that what is created with these needles differs so greatly from what is produced by a machine?" Green Pearl could not help but laugh at the sight of the caterpillar-like creation. "I have yet to master the technique," Song Zhaoyue admitted, placing the knitting needles down, feeling quite defeated at her handiwork. Bai Jin, noticing her distress, stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, allow me to give it a try. I observed your knitting and gleaned some insights." "Very well, then you may attempt it." Song Zhaoyue handed the knitting needles and yarn to Green Pearl. Bai Jin carefully examined the small segment that Song Zhaoyue had previously knitted, practiced a few movements, and then began to knit. Her fingers deftly manipulated the knitting needles, and the yarn seemed to come alive in her hands, obediently arranging itself. Before long, a section of evenly spaced, neat stitches appeared before everyone's eyes. "Oh, Bai Jin, you are truly remarkable," Song Zhaoyue exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "I am somewhat skilled with my hands and have learned a bit of needlework." "I never expected it would come in handy today," Bai Jin replied with a shy smile. "How wonderful. From now on, the techniques for knitting sweaters will be entrusted to you." Song Zhaoyue joyfully grasped Bai Jin's hand. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to it," Bai Jin quickly assured her. "I remember there is also a technique called the cable stitch and another known as the fishing net stitch." Song Zhaoyue eagerly shared all her remaining knowledge of knitting techniques with Bai Jin. "Fear not, Your Highness, I will diligently study and strive to create even more beautiful patterns," Bai Jin promised earnestly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Observing Bai Jin's serious demeanor, Song Zhaoyue felt a surge of anticipation in her heart. This modest sweater may bring warmth to many during this frigid winter and also fill the coffers of a Yanwang mansion with gleaming silver. Green Pearl, please instruct them to continue washing the wool with a solution of plant ash at a concentration of 3, and once it is thoroughly cleaned, they should proceed to spin the yarn, Song Zhaoyue commanded, while deftly handling the yarn in her hands. "Yes, Your Highness," Green Pearl replied with a respectful bow before turning to convey the orders. "Bai Jin, try to knit a small sweater as a sample," Song Zhaoyue suggested, demonstrating. "Look, this little sweater has sleeves like this. The body resembles a cylinder, and the neckline here." Bai Jin listened attentively, diligently noting every detail, fearful of missing even the slightest nuance. Song Zhaoyue patiently explained until Bai Jin fully comprehended. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall complete it swiftly, Bai Jin declared, brimming with confidence. Indeed, I believe in your abilities, Song Zhaoyue replied with a smile and a nod. Time flew by, and before long it was noon. After attending to his official duties, Pei Mingxu returned to the Wangshu residence to dine. Your Highness, you have returned. Song Zhaoyue greeted him with a radiant smile. What brings you such joy today? Pei Mingxu inquired, observing Song Zhaoyue's vibrant demeanor, clearly in high spirits. Your Highness, I have acquired something wonderful today and was just about to show it to you, Song Zhaoyue said, her tone imbued with mystery. Oh, what is this marvelous treasure? Chapter 90. The injured Nanlu Bai Jin presented the items. Song Zhaoyue beamed with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Bai Jin held a tray adorned with several soft balls of yarn and a petite sweater. Pei Mingxu observed these items, his brow furrowed in slight perplexity. Upon returning to the courtyard, he had noticed Nanlu donned in peculiar attire, seemingly wrapped in a layer of felt, yet distinctly softer than felt. Is this what Nanlu is wearing? Pei Mingxu inquired, pointing at the small sweater. Song Zhaoyue nodded with a smile, explaining that it was crafted from yarn spun from sheep's wool, which she referred to as a sweater. Sheep's wool? Pei Mingxu's confusion deepened. Wool is coarse. How can it be woven into such soft garments? He reached for a ball of yarn, feeling its softness and warmth, which starkly contrasted with his preconceived notion of rough wool. This is wool yarn, spun from thoroughly cleaned sheep's wool, Song Zhaoyue clarified as she held up the small sweater, asserting that both it and Nanlu's attire were crafted from this wool yarn. This woolen garment boasts excellent insulation properties and is considerably more affordable than those made from fur. Song Zhaoyue elaborated, stating that she had gleaned from the county records that the northern region of Yin is blessed with vast grasslands, abundant in pastoral communities raising long-haired sheep, yielding copious amounts of wool each year. In the future, these herders could spin wool yarn and weave sweaters for personal use or sell them elsewhere for income. More importantly, the wool accumulating within the royal storehouses could be utilized, converting it into silver. As Pei Mingxu listened, his eyes brightened with excitement as he took the small sweater. Examining it closely, Yinbei, situated in a frigid climate, produces ample wool, yet due to the difficulty of cleaning it, most of the yield is relegated to making coarse felt, with only a small amount of clean wool reserved for carpets. Nevertheless, a significant amount of wool remains idle. Currently, the warehouse of the Yin Prince's estate is piled high with hundreds of thousands of pounds of wool. How did you manage to clean the wool so thoroughly? Pei Mingxu asked eagerly. Song Zhaoyue then detailed the method of washing wool using a solution of plant ash and water. Subsequently, she instructed Bai Jin to fetch the knitting apparatus and needles, demonstrating each to Pei Mingxu. Bai Jin first showcased the use of the knitting needle, her delicate fingers moving with agility as the yarn seemed to come alive in her hands, swiftly transforming into a small piece of knitted fabric. Song Zhaoyue then exhibited the knitting apparatus's functionality, threading the yarn and gently rocking the handle, causing the yarn to weave automatically at a much faster pace than the knitting needle. Pei Mingxu watched in exhilaration as everything unfolded before him. The knitting apparatus is ideal for mass production in workshops, while the knitting needle serves the convenience of households, each complementing the other. With these innovations, the surplus wool in Yinbei could be transformed from waste into treasure, not only providing warmth, but also augmenting the income of the populace, a truly remarkable dual benefit. Zhaoyue is indeed exceptionally talented, Pei Mingxu exclaimed excitedly, grasping Song Zhaoyue's hand, his eyes brimming with astonishment and admiration. He could almost envision a future where every citizen of Yinbei was clad in warm woolen garments, no longer fearing the harsh winter. Pei Mingxu grew increasingly agitated, neglecting his lunch as he hurriedly instructed Fu Shun to gather his belongings and return to the front hall. Just as Pei Mingxu departed, Balu expressed his grievances by meowing plaintively at the doorway, his round, glistening eyes brimming with tears, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. Song Zhaoyue could not help but chuckle at his disheveled fur, promptly scooping him into her embrace and tenderly stroking his small head. What troubles you, my dear? Who has offended you to the point of unhappiness? She cooed softly, her voice laced with affection. "Budu nuzlit againster," emitting a soft, purring sound that seemed to convey both affection and a desire to complain. Recalling the scene just before Pei Mingxu's departure, she remembered how he had, rather unexpectedly, removed the little sweater from Bulu, claiming it needed to be shown to Yang Changshi and the others. He had cast her a meaningful glance at that moment, one that clearly held a hint of resentment and jealousy, leaving Song Zhaoyue utterly perplexed. In retrospect, could it be that he was jealous of Bulu? The thought amused Song Zhaoyue, prompting a laugh to escape her lips. Gazing down at the affectionate Bulu nestled in her arms, a wave of warmth surged through her heart. It seemed imperative to devise a way to comfort that sensitive man, who could even feel envy over a cat. Chapter 91. The Inquiry in the Front Hall. Pei Mingxu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile and a hint of pride gracing his features. The earnest expression of Song Zhaoyue when she spoke of exchanging wool for silver lingered in his mind, filling his heart with warmth. "Ah, my dear, you are always so considerate, thinking of me. Your Highness, Yang Changshi, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Yu have arrived," Fu Shun announced with a respectful bow. Pei Mingxu nodded slightly, permitting them to enter. As Yang Xuan and the others rushed in, they were taken aback upon encountering one another at the entrance, their faces etched with confusion, uncertain of the reason behind the prince's sudden summons. "Your Highness," the three bowed in unison. "Please, be at ease," Pei Mingxu replied with a casual air. "Your Highness, may I inquire as to the urgent matter that summoned us?" Yang Xuan ventured to ask, his tone imbued with deference. Without providing a direct answer, Pei Mingxu shifted his gaze to Fu Shun. Understanding the cue, Fu Shun promptly presented a tray laden with items. Upon the tray rested a small, exquisitely crafted sweater and a skein of wool that Song Zhaoyue had previously knitted. Beside the sweater lay a soft ball of wool and two slender wooden sticks. "Your Highness, what is this?" Yang Shuyuan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Pei Mingxu's lips curled into a faint smile. "This is a novel creation conceived by Consort Song, utilizing wool yarn and a sweater. The garment, woven from wool, offers exceptional warmth." The trio gasped in astonishment, eagerly examining the items on the tray. Yang Shuyuan, feeling the softness of the sweater, his eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed, "Brilliant! Your Highness, if we can promote this wool yarn widely, the mountains of wool accumulating in the treasury will finally find purpose." Zhang Zifang nodded in agreement, adding with a smile, "Indeed, with this sweater, the soldiers in the army will have their cold weather challenges alleviated." Pei Mingxu regarded them with approval. "What you say is indeed true. I share your sentiments." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Consort Song has already taught the maids in the manner the technique of knitting with this yarn, and I believe many more will soon be able to craft sweaters. Additionally, she has provided the blueprints for this knitting apparatus to the construction department." Upon hearing this, Yang Changshi and the others were filled with elation, praising the prince's wisdom and the consort's virtue, declaring it a boon for Yanbei. "Your Highness, while this sweater is wonderful, how shall we clean the wool? I am concerned that the costs may be prohibitive," Yang Xuan expressed, a frown marring his brow. Pei Mingxu had anticipated this inquiry. From his sleeve, he produced a piece of paper and handed it to him. "This is a cleaning method compiled by Consort Song," he said, and Yang Xuan recognized its significance at once. Yang Shuyuan quickly took the paper, unfolding it to reveal the instructions. "Soak in a mixture of plant ash and water, then rinse with clean water." Below, several lines detailed the concentration of the ash solution, soaking duration, and other specifics. "Is it truly this simple?" Yang Xian exclaimed in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. "Just plant ash and clean water?" Pei Mingxu nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, that is all that is required." Yang Shuyuan immediately felt a sense of relief and could not help but exclaim, "Lady Song, the side consort, is truly exceptionally wise to conceive such a simple yet brilliant method." Zhang Zifang and Yu Jie, intrigued, leaned in to observe the cleaning technique, filled with admiration. Indeed, employing this method to wash wool is cost-effective and easily disseminated. Lady Song's ingenuity is remarkable. Zhang Zifang praised sincerely. It is astonishing that such ordinary wood ash could possess such extraordinary utility. Lady Song's cleverness is truly commendable. Yu Jie echoed the praise. Pei Mingxu, listening to their accolades for Song Zhaoyue, wore a smile that revealed his pride. However, Yang Xuan's expression suddenly darkened with concern. This wool cleaning process requires a significant amount of water, yet in the northern plains of Yan, rivers are scarce, particularly in those pastures. Upon hearing this, Pei Mingxu could not help but suppress his smile, his brow furrowing in contemplation. This indeed poses a dilemma. I wonder if Lady Song has any ingenious solutions? Chapter 92, The First Step After Lunch. Song Zhaoyue was wholly absorbed in contemplating how to efficiently and extensively cleanse wool. Thus she immersed herself in her study. She unfurled a sheet of rice paper and began to concentrate on her ideas. Her initial thought was to use a mixture of plant ash and water for washing the wool. How could she enhance efficiency and conserve labor? Song Zhaoyue recalled a short video from her previous life featuring a self-made washing machine powered by manual cranking. If she could substitute this with animal power, it would not only spare considerable human effort, but also elevate efficiency. She picked up her brush and attempted to sketch a rough diagram on paper, meticulously annotating dimensions and mechanisms of motion. Once completed, she pondered over the design, deeming it feasible, and set the drawing aside to continue sketching. This time, she aimed to create the design blueprint for the wool workshop. From washing to carding and drying, followed by spinning and knitting, Song Zhaoyue carefully deliberated each step, striving to minimize labor and resources. The wastewater from washing the wool should not be wasted. While sketching, she contemplated that the wastewater contained a substantial amount of lanolin, a valuable substance that could be utilized for composting. An idea sparked in her mind. She designed several filtration pools adjacent to the workshop, employing sand, gravel, and plant absorption to purify the wastewater in layers, aiming to facilitate the recycling of water resources. This approach would not only conserve water, but also yield high-quality fertilizer, achieving a dual benefit. As evening approached, the fading sunlight cast a warm golden glow over the courtyard of Wangshu Shi, enveloping the green bricks and red tiles in a comforting light. Pei Mingxu returned to Wangshu Shi, but did not encounter the figure of Song Zhaoyue coming to greet him. "Where is your mistress?" he inquired of the respectful Green Pearl, who was bowing to him. "Your Highness," the Empress went to the small study after lunch. Saying she needed to sketch some things, Green Pearl replied respectfully. Pei Mingxu nodded slightly and made his way towards the study. The door to the study was ajar. Pei Mingxu gently pushed it open, and a faint scent of ink wafted towards him. He beheld Song Zhaoyue bent over her drawing, the sunset streaming through the window, casting a gentle halo around her focused profile, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth, exquisitely beautiful. Pei Mingxu tread softly, approaching the desk, where his gaze fell upon a spread of blueprints. The lines were fluid, the structures clear, with detailed dimensions and explanations annotated, clearly the result of careful contemplation. He picked up one of the blueprints to examine it closely. The document bore the words animal-powered wool washing barrel. Though the design was not overly complex, the ingenuity of the concept was striking. According to the blueprint, utilizing animal power could indeed significantly enhance the efficiency of wool cleansing. Pei Mingxu then perused several other drawings, including the layout of the wool workshop and the design of the wastewater filtration pools. Each was meticulously conceived and thoughtfully considered. The filtration pools were precisely what was needed to address the substantial water requirement for washing wool. The more he observed, the more he marveled, his gaze toward Song Zhaoyue brimming with admiration and tenderness. As Song Zhaoyue completed her final stroke, she set down her brush and gently massaged her slightly sore wrist, only to discover that Pei Mingxu had been standing behind her for an unknown length of time. She lifted her gaze, a radiant smile illuminating her face, akin to a resplendent peony blooming in the morning light, breathtakingly beautiful. "Your Highness, you have returned," she remarked. "I have been here for a while," Pei Mingxu replied, waving the drawing in his hand, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Did you create all of this afternoon?" Song Zhaoyue nodded. "I had a sudden inspiration, thinking that this might enhance efficiency and conserve manpower." "Moon, you always manage to surprise me." Pei Mingxu expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Once again, you have rendered me a great service. Seeing the admiration in Pei Mingxu's eyes, a wave of pride surged within Song Zhaoyue. It brings me joy to assist your highness. She softly replied, her gaze filled with deep affection, as if he were the sole focus of her world. Moved, Pei Mingxu enveloped Song Zhaoyue in his embrace. Holding her tightly, she rested her head gently against his shoulder, a smile gracing her lips. Her journey as a strategist had successfully embarked on its first step. The following morning, as dawn began to break, Song Zhaoyue stirred from her slumber. She reached out beside her, only to feel a warm body next to her. Was Pei Mingxu still here? Surprised, she noted that he usually left for the front hall early, wondering what had prompted his stay today. She gently shifted, attempting to sit up. Awake? Came Pei Mingxu's deep voice from above, laced with the huskiness of morning, undeniably enthralling. Song Zhaoyue looked up, meeting his penetrating gaze, which seemed to harbor countless stars, drawing her into their depths. Your Highness, what brings you here today? Her voice retained a hint of sleepiness, soft and endearing, reminiscent of a languid kitten. Today, I shall take you to the front hall, Pei Mingxu replied, leaning down to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead. His tone as sweet as honey. Song Zhaoyue was momentarily taken aback. To the front hall? Chapter 93. The front hall, before she could fully comprehend the situation. Song Zhaoyue's eyes widened in surprise, shaking off her drowsiness in an instant. Her relentless efforts to manipulate the wool, sketch diagrams, and research cleaning methods were all aimed at assisting Pei Mingxu and standing by his side as a strategist. At long last, the opportunity had arrived. Suppressing her overwhelming joy, Song Zhaoyue feigned timidity as she spoke. However, would it be inappropriate for me to venture into the front hall? The front hall is frequented by your esteemed civil and military officials. As merely a woman, would I not draw undue attention? Her voice dwindled to a whisper, as if genuinely concerned about inciting criticism. Pei Mingxu observed Song Zhaoyue's conflicted demeanor, torn between desire and trepidation, and could not help but chuckle softly. What could possibly be amiss? He pulled her into his embrace with a commanding tone, declaring, My dear your brilliance is unparalleled. Such talent should not languish in the confines of the inner courtyard. Upon hearing Pei Mingxu's affirmation, Song Zhaoyue's heart swelled with delight. She nodded gently, unable to suppress the sly smile that crept onto her lips. Then I shall humbly obey. Pei Mingxu, enchanted by her fox-like demeanor, playfully tapped the tip of her nose, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Quickly, rise and prepare yourself, lest we be late. After partaking in breakfast, Pei Mingxu took Song Zhaoyue's hand, leading her towards the front hall. Today, Song Zhaoyue was adorned in a light purple round-collared jacket embroidered with begonia flowers, paired with a pleated cotton skirt and draped in a silver fox cloak. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled in a simple cloud bun, secured with a jade hairpin, lending her an air of grace and poise. She lagged half a step behind Pei Mingxu, her pace unhurried. The two moved in close proximity, exuding an intimate understanding. Pei Mingxu occasionally glanced back at her, his face lit with a smile. Feeling shy under his gaze, Song Zhaoyue playfully chided, Your Highness, if you continue to look at me so, I shall be unable to move. In response to her words, Pei Mingxu laughed heartily. Very well, I shall cease my gaze. Come, catch up. Their soft banter continued until they reached the front hall. Upon entering, Song Zhaoyue sensed a searing gaze directed at her, as though it sought to pierce through her very being. She discreetly raised her eyes, only to find Man Shuang, though bowing and greeting, with wide, astonished eyes filled with disbelief. Realizing this, a barely perceptible cold smile tugged at the corners of Song Zhaoyue's lips. She surmised that Man Shuang would never have anticipated her presence in the front hall. Man Shuang's eyes were fixed intently on Song Zhaoyue, her hands clenched into tight fists, nails nearly breaking the skin of her palms, oblivious to her own agitation. How could a member of the Song family be here? Was she not meant to remain obediently in the inner courtyard? Song Zhaoyue met Man Shuang's gaze without a hint of fear or retreat, offering her a subtle smile before casually averting her gaze. Pei Mingxu, perceptive to Man Shuang's unusual demeanor, cast her a cold glance before leading Song Zhaoyue into the study. Man Shuang gazed in astonishment as the figures of the two individuals vanished beyond the study door, a profound hatred swelling in her heart, as if it could manifest into a tangible force. She felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being enveloped in a chilling cold. How could His Highness have admitted Song into the study? The manner in which he regarded her was unmistakably one of deep affection. How could this be possible? Song was merely a lowly, illegitimate daughter. What merit could she possess to command such favor from His Highness? Inside the study, Yang Xiu Yuan, Zhang Zeifeng, and others had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Upon witnessing Pei Mingxu and Song Zhaoyue entering arm in arm, the assembly was momentarily taken aback. Most notably, Yang Xiu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it truly possible that His Highness had brought a woman to discuss matters of state? Chapter 94. Discussion. Pei Mingxu observed the three individuals frozen in place, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a deep tone. "This is my concubine, Song." The trio finally regained their composure, their gazes simultaneously returning to Song Zhaoyue. She stood with a slender figure, breathtaking beauty, brows and eyes like exquisite paintings, skin as fair as snow, and an elegant demeanor, resembling a celestial being from a painting. Even the seasoned admirers of beauty among them could not help but silently marvel at the captivating allure of this concubine, who was indeed a vision of unparalleled grace. Suppressing their astonishment, the three of them bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to the prince and greet the concubine." They had not anticipated that this Song concubine would receive such favor from His Highness, being brought into the study for discussions. Pei Mingxu lightly acknowledged them with an and gestured for them to rise. Afterward, he took Song Zhaoyue by the hand and seated himself at the head of the table. As Song Zhaoyue felt the weight of their inquisitive gazes upon her, she quietly encouraged herself. Every beginning is challenging. She would ensure they became accustomed to her presence in the main hall study. She offered a gentle smile and gracefully settled into her chair, exuding poise. Pei Mingxu turned to instruct Fu Shun, "Bring forth the blueprints." "Yes," Fu Shun replied, presenting a rolled-up blueprint. Pei Mingxu received it and handed it to Yang Shuyuan, saying, "Sir Yang, take a look." Yang Shuyuan accepted the blueprint with both hands and unfurled it. To his astonishment, he beheld an array of peculiar shapes, accompanied by densely packed annotations in delicate script. The elegant handwriting clearly indicated it was crafted by a woman's hand. Connecting this to Pei Mingxu's presence with Song Concubine today, Yang Xuan began to surmise that these blueprints were likely created by her. Suppressing his curiosity, he examined the blueprints meticulously. The other two individuals also gathered closer, eager to catch a glimpse. What they discovered left them astounded. The designs depicted a workshop layout for washing wool and processing wastewater. The ingenuity of the design and the cleverness of its conception were truly breathtaking. Every detail was meticulously illustrated, even indicating the direction and speed of water flow within the workshop. As they continued to marvel at the intricacies, their admiration grew. They were not unfamiliar with practical matters and could easily discern the brilliance of this blueprint. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," they exclaimed, astonished that such an exquisite design could exist in the world. If this workshop could be constructed, the issue of water usage in washing wool would be thoroughly resolved. Once everyone had perused the designs, Pei Mingxu slowly spoke. "These blueprints are all the work of the concubine." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in understanding and began to offer their praises. "The concubine possesses great talent." Yang Shuyuan was the first to express. "Indeed, the concubine is truly remarkable, deserving of admiration." Zhang Zifeng echoed in agreement. Yu Jia also voiced his admiration, his words imbued with respect. In the face of their compliments, Song Zhaoyue merely smiled gently. Her tone modest. "You flatter me. I have merely contributed a small effort." As she spoke, she paused momentarily before continuing. "If any of you have questions regarding the blueprints, please do not hesitate to voice them. I shall certainly provide comprehensive answers." Yang Shuyuan was the first to speak, pointing at a specific area on the blueprint and inquiring, "Esteemed side consort, what is the rationale behind this particular design? Is there a profound significance?" Song Zhaoyue followed the direction of his finger and, with an unhurried demeanor, elucidated. What you may not be aware of, Master Yang, is that this design has been crafted in such a manner. Her voice was melodious and clear, as she articulated her design philosophy with eloquence. Yang Shuyuan and the others nodded in agreement as they listened. For the next half hour, Yang Shuyuan and his companions meticulously questioned every aspect of the blueprints, and Song Zhaoyue addressed each query with clarity and rigorous logic, earning their full admiration. At that moment, the three men were thoroughly convinced that these blueprints were indeed the work of this young side consort. Any lingering doubts they harbored about Song Zhaoyue vanished entirely. They silently rejoiced, grateful that the prince had such a wise consort by his side. Recognizing that the discussion regarding the blueprints had reached its conclusion, Pei Mingxu decisively declared, "Master Yang, you shall take full responsibility for the wool workshop, with Mr. Zhang and Mr. Yu assisting you. Please expedite the selection of a site and commence the wool washing." "Yes, Your Highness," the three responded in unison. Suddenly, Yang Shuyuan interjected, "Your Highness, the formula for washing the wool is of great importance. I believe it would be prudent not to disclose it too readily at this stage. Perhaps we should bestow it with a different name?" Upon hearing this, Pei Mingxu nodded in agreement and turned to Song Zhaoyue, his eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. "Why not let the side consort choose a name?" Song Zhaoyue pondered for a moment before smiling and suggesting, "Since it is intended for washing wool, how about we call it Wool Washing Solution?" Wool Washing Solution? The others mulled over the name, finding it straightforward and easily comprehensible, and they all nodded in approval. Just then, Fu Shun hurriedly entered the room and respectfully announced, "Your Highness, Commander Wang seeks an audience." "Allow him to enter," Pei Mingxu replied calmly. Wang Sheng strode into the study with purpose, immediately spotting Song Zhaoyue seated at the head of the table. A flicker of surprise crossed his features, but he quickly regained his composure and respectfully bowed to Pei Mingxu, saying, "This subordinate pays his respects to Your Highness and greets the side consort." "What brings you here?" Pei Mingxu inquired. Wang Sheng did not respond directly, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Song Zhaoyue, as if hesitating to speak in her presence. Chapter 95. Scheming Pei Mingxu discerned Wang Sheng's concerns and spoke calmly. "There are no outsiders here. Feel free to express your thoughts." Wang Sheng clasped his fists and replied solemnly, "Your Highness, news has arrived from the capital. Our people have successfully infiltrated the Ministry of Revenue." Upon hearing this, Yang Shuyuan and the other two could not conceal their excitement, their faces lighting up as they exclaimed in unison, "Congratulations, Your Highness." Wang Sheng echoed, "Congratulations, Your Highness." A faint smile graced Pei Mingxu's lips, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Everything was progressing steadily, according to their plan. With Huang Wenjun's self-vindication, they had finally positioned their own personnel within the Ministry of Revenue. Pei Mingxu gestured for them to forego excessive courtesies. Yet the delight in his eyes was impossible to mask. The individuals entering the ministry were all learned scholars, destined to ascend to high positions in due course. Song Zhaoyue, listening nearby, felt a slight stir within her heart. Pei Mingxu had evidently utilized Huang Lingru and Lu Yueying to the fullest extent. The fruits of their labor were indeed abundant. However, she wondered how the Prince of Qin and the Crown Prince would react upon discovering the truth. Would they be so angered as to spit blood? The struggle for succession was fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. With the ministry's affairs successfully concluded and Huang Wenjun now enmeshed, there would be no turning back for him. A cold glint flashed in Pei Mingxu's eyes. Having taken action against the Prince of Qin's people, he intended to sever ties with him completely. "Your Highness is indeed wise." To the public, Huang Wenjun has clearly offended the Prince of Qin. However, his daughter is Your Highness's consort, and thus she naturally requires Your Highness's protection. As for Huang's consort, Yang Shuyuan paused, his tone laden with meaning. "What insight do you possess, Master Yang?" Pei Mingxu inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Your Highness, now that Huang Wenjun has acted against the Prince of Qin to gain your trust, we ought to offer him some incentives to keep him on a string." Yang Shuyuan suggested with a bow. Pei Mingxu understood his implication and nodded slightly. "Your Highness, I believe you should lavish attention upon Huang's consort and send substantial gifts to the Huang residents in the capital, Yang Shuyuan continued. This will not only appease Huang Wenjun and the Prince of Qin, but also hasten the urgency on the Crown Prince's side. Your Highness, the more anxious one becomes, the more prone they are to mistakes, he added. Pei Mingxu pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. After a brief pause, he spoke, I understand. Arrangements will be made. Yang Xuan wished to persuade further, but was subtly restrained by Yu Jie, who subtly indicated that he need not continue, prompting Yang to tactfully fall silent. Song Zhaoyue listened with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the exchange between Yang Shuyuan and Yu Jie. As a newcomer, it was wise for her to observe more and speak less. In time, Yang and the others would recognize that she was not the sort of woman to indulge in unnecessary jealousy. In the Shishu courtyard, feigning jealousy before Pei Mingxu was merely a playful intimacy. After concluding their discussions, Yang Shuyuan and the others departed the study, making their way to their offices at a leisurely pace. The cold wind howled, rustling the fabric of their robes. Mr. Yu, why did you stop me earlier? Yang Shuyuan could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, his tone laden with confusion. Yu Jie offered a slight smile, turning to him with a probing question. My dear Yang, why do you suppose His Highness did not immediately acquiesce to your proposal? Yang Shuyuan paused, momentarily taken aback as he reflected on the earlier situation, hesitantly suggesting, perhaps, His Highness is still weighing the pros and cons. The prince, whose thoughts run as deep as the sea, would naturally refrain from revealing his intentions too readily. Yu Jie halted his steps, turning to face Yang Shuyuan, speaking with a meaningful glance. Moreover, Lady Song is right beside us. Enlightenment dawned on Yang Shuyuan. It was only through Yu Jie's reminder that he recognized his earlier oversight. His face flushed with embarrassment. He offered a sheepish smile. I suppose I have been remiss in my considerations. Yu Jie, observing his reaction, playfully teased, although you are my senior, dear Yang, in matters of romance, I might indeed possess a better understanding of a woman's heart. You rascal, Yang Shuyuan retorted with a laugh. Yet he felt helpless against the truth of it. Having devoted his life to his career, he knew little of the intricacies of love and romance. Speaking of which, you and Master Gao truly complement each other. You both are the leading figures among the charming and talented, Yang Shuyuan remarked with a smile. Yu Jie, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of pride, indeed, but I am not yet a match for Master Gao. Zhang Zifang laughed heartily. You, my friend, should not underestimate yourself. In the realm of charm, you have indeed surpassed your predecessors. However, when you find time, do have a good chat with Captain Wang about his insights, to aid him in resolving his personal matters soon. At this, Wang Sheng hurriedly waved his hands. No rush, no rush. I am not yet inclined to marry. Oh, come now, let us not delay. Tonight, I shall have a candlelit talk with Captain Wang to discuss this in earnest, Yu Jie declared, reaching out to pull Wang Sheng along. Wang Sheng swiftly evaded, muttering something about having matters to attend to, and hurriedly departed. The three shared a hearty laugh as they watched Wang Sheng's hasty retreat. In the study, Pei Mingxu was guiding Song Zhaoyue, showing her around the premises. The study, a significant place within the residence of the Prince of Yin, was graced today for the first time by a lady's presence. Chapter 96, Generous Rewards Come. Allow me to show you my study, Pei Mingxu said, taking Song Zhaoyue's hand and leading her deeper into the room. A flicker of surprise danced in Song Zhaoyue's eyes. This study was Pei Mingxu's domain, and his willingness to share it with her spoke volumes of his trust. The study was expansive, far more spacious than Song Zhaoyue had envisioned. It was adorned entirely with pear wood, elegantly and tastefully arranged. Aside from the discussion area, there was a smaller compartment where he usually attended to political affairs. Passing through a door leading to this smaller study, they entered a refined inner chamber, clearly a place for Pei Mingxu's personal repose. Curiously, Song Zhaoyue surveyed her surroundings, a warmth swelling within her heart. The study was Pei Mingxu's most intimate space, and his unreserved presentation of it to her filled her with joy. Do you like it? Pei Mingxu noted the expression on her face, a tender smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Song Zhaoyue replied without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with delight. Pei Mingxu's smile widened, radiating affection. In that case, you may visit often. Really? Song Zhaoyue looked up in surprise, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Certainly, Pei Mingxu affirmed with a nod, his gaze encouraging. Joyfully, Song Zhaoyue glanced around, a sweet sensation blossoming within her. The study, a significant territory of the male host, was typically off-limits to female companions. Yet, Pei Mingxu allowed her unrestricted access, signifying his care and trust in her. She understood that her efforts had not been in vain, slowly yielding rewards. After a leisurely exploration of the inner chamber, they settled onto a couch, and a young eunuch served them hot tea before retreating. Huang, do not worry, for I shall not release her just yet. Pei Mingxu gently reassured, patting the back of Song Zhaoyue's hand with a soft tone. Upon hearing this, Song Zhaoyue nodded obediently, responding, I understand, Your Highness. You have your arrangements. I shall heed Yang Changshi's advice and reward her generously. Arranging to send a substantial New Year gift to the capital, he continued. Yue, your efforts in cleaning the wool have been commendable. However, I cannot offer you a grand reward this time. The New Year gift for the Anyang marquis' residence is quite ordinary. Rest assured, I shall remember your contributions and will not forget you in the future. Pei Mingxu slightly tilted his head, his gaze resting on Song Zhaoyue's porcelain-like profile, his tone imbued with a soothing quality. Your Highness, please do not be concerned. I understand and harbor no jealousy, Song Zhaoyue replied with a radiant smile, demonstrating her understanding. Pei Mingxu's invitation for her to partake in his significant affairs was, to her, the greatest reward. Moreover, she currently lacked for neither wealth nor jewels. As for the New Year gift to the Anyang marquis' residence, she was even less concerned. With this thought in mind, Song Zhaoyue spoke up, Your Highness, might it be possible to forego the New Year gift for the Anyang marquis' residence? Sending it all the way to the capital is excessively burdensome. It would be far better to deliver it upon your return to the capital. And as for the necessity of actually sending it, we can discuss that when the time comes. In truth, I am quite unwilling to present a gift to the Anyang marquis' residence. Pei Mingxu was amused by her frugal demeanor and gently tapped her nose, saying, Silly girl, this New Year's gift is vital to your reputation. Just consider how the Huang residence would feel receiving a lavish gift while the Anyang marquis does not. What would the world think of you? In these days, the procession to deliver New Year's gifts to the emperor was about to commence, and the Anyang marquis would merely receive a small token along with it. Very well, Song Zhaoyue replied, slightly disappointed. Pei Mingxu smiled as he embraced her, saying, My dear, although the Huang residence may lack silver, we certainly have enough for this New Year's gift. He was aware of the strained relationship between her and the Anyang marquis, but had not anticipated it to be so severe. 3 feet of ice does not form in a day, he mused. The Anyang marquis truly was something else. Fu Shun led a group of young eunuchs in a Qiulan courtyard with great enthusiasm. His face beamed with smiles as he approached Huang Lingru to bow deeply, exclaiming, Your servant pays his respects to the esteemed lady. Huang Lingru responded with a gentle smile, Fu Shun, please rise. What brings you here today? Fu Shun stood up still smiling, and replied, To answer your question, Your Highness, the prince has been thinking of you and specially instructed me to bring some items to lift your spirits. Oh, Huang Lingru raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with suspicion. Fu Shun clapped his hands, and the young eunuchs lined up behind him, each carrying trays filled with various treasures that dazzled the eyes. Huang Lingru's gaze swept over the items, stirring her heart slightly, yet her expression remained composed. Observing her reaction, Fu Shun smiled and said, These were personally selected by the prince, and only you, Your Highness, enjoy such distinction in the residence. The prince mentioned he is aware of the grievances you have suffered, but he kindly asks for your patience until the matter is thoroughly investigated, at which point he will restore your and Lord Huang's honor. For now, I hope you will rest well in the courtyard and refrain from overthinking, he added. Huang Lingru smirked inwardly while maintaining a radiant smile on her face, replying, Fu Shun, please convey my gratitude to the prince, assuring him that I will remain in the courtyard, awaiting the restoration of my and my father's honor. Fu Shun then retrieved a list from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands. Your Highness, this is the list of New Year's gifts that the residence is sending to the capital this year. Please take a look. Huang Lingru accepted the list and, upon opening it, noticed that many of the items listed were beloved paintings and esteemed ink of her father's, clearly indicating thoughtfulness. She felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed Pei Mingxu still trusted her and her father, albeit with some lingering doubts. The New Year's gifts for the Huang residence are only slightly less than those for the Chengwu Duke's residence, yet far more abundant than those for the Anyang marquis. Fu Shun added with a smile. Huang Lingru felt a surge of pride within, though her exterior remained unruffled. Thank you, Your Highness. You have put in much effort. Once the gifts reached the capital, the astonishment at the Chengwu Duke's residence would undoubtedly be significant. I shall not disturb the esteemed lady's rest any longer. I take my leave, Fu Shun said, satisfied with his mission, bowing as he exited. Huang Lingru gazed at the table adorned with treasures and a list, her smile deepening even further. At this moment, Lu Yueying was acutely aware that Pei Mingxu had unexpectedly bestowed generous rewards upon Shilon Courtyard, igniting a fiery rage within her. Mama, she declared, I cannot passively await my fate any longer. Chapter 97. Joy as the sun descended in the west. The sky was ablaze with fiery hues. Pei Mingxu strolled alongside Song Zhaoyue, making their way back to the Huaiwang Shushi, observing their elongated shadows cast by the setting sun. Song Zhaoyue was suddenly enveloped by a delightful sensation. It felt as if they were returning home after a day's labor in the modern world. If only she could accompany Pei Mingxu to the front hall each day to witness the vastness of the world, and then return to Huaiwang Shushi together at dusk. It would indeed be a splendid affair. As night fell and the lanterns began to glow, Song Zhaoyue and Pei Mingxu had just finished their dinner and settled onto the exquisite concubine couch. Suddenly, a small creature slipped in unnoticed and scampered to Song Zhaoyue's feet, affectionately rubbing against the hem of her dress. Perhaps due to her absence during the day, this little one was especially clingy today, occasionally emitting soft, playful purrs and mewing sweetly, its large, watery eyes fixated upon her. Song Zhaoyue felt her heart melt for the tiny being, unable to resist bending down to scoop it into her arms, gently stroking its soft fur and playfully engaging with the little creature. Pei Mingxu observed as Song Zhaoyue became completely captivated by the small animal, his brow slightly furrowing, though barely noticeable. He cleared his throat softly and called out, Fu Shun. At the sound, Fu Shun promptly entered, delicately carrying a beautifully crafted brocade box. Your Highness, he addressed with reverence. Pei Mingxu accepted the box and presented it to Song Zhaoyue, a tender smile gracing his lips. This is for you. Open it and see if you like it. Upon hearing this, Song Zhaoyue gently set down the affectionate little creature and took the brocade box from Pei Mingxu. As she opened it, she was momentarily taken aback. Inside lay an exquisite phoenix hairpin, adorned with rubies that accentuated its eyes, crafted entirely from red gold. The nine-tailed phoenix appeared vividly lifelike, each feather meticulously carved, exuding an air of opulence that was unmistakably extraordinary. This is Song Zhaoyue stammered, holding the brocade box in disbelief and gazing at Pei Mingxu, her words faltering. He watched her with a knowing smile, clearly aware of the significance of the gift. Do you like it? He inquired. For a fleeting moment, Song Zhaoyue's mind went blank, and after a long pause, she regained her voice. Your Highness, this is a hairpin only the Empress is permitted to wear. Pei Mingxu remained non-committal, merely gazing intently at her, his eyes burning with intensity, and asked again, Do you like it? Your Highness, this hairpin is a grave transgression. Song Zhaoyue felt her voice quiver slightly. Yet, Pei Mingxu appeared unfazed. He reached into the brocade box, retrieving the weighty hairpin and gently placing it into her hair. His slender fingers deftly adjusted it to the perfect position, and with a satisfied gaze, he remarked, Indeed, with this hairpin, you shine even more splendidly than before. Only you are worthy of it. Song Zhaoyue felt a shiver run down her spine. This was no mere hairpin. It was a ticking time bomb. Observing her anxious demeanor, Pei Mingxu could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into hearty amusement. He gently embraced Song Zhaoyue, softly patting her back and whispering words of comfort. Foolish one, do not worry. This phoenix hairpin has a rightful origin. It was bestowed upon my mother by the emperor in his time. Moreover, it has passed through the proper channels. As there are official records from that era. Song Zhaoyue abruptly lifted her head, her eyes still reflecting the remnants of fear, now layered with astonishment. This matter, known to but a few in the past, was entrusted to me by my mother before her passing, with a wish that I present it to the woman I cherish in the future. Pei Mingxu tenderly caressed Song Zhaoyue's long hair, his gaze filled with affection. Yue, do you like it? In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Song Zhaoyue, thoughts racing through her mind at lightning speed. She opened her mouth, intending to express that such a gift was excessively precious, but as she recalled Pei Mingxu's words and met his profound gaze, all her words melted into a tender sentiment. I adore it. I cherish it more than life itself, she replied, reaching out to tightly embrace Pei Mingxu's strong waist, akin to a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood. Regardless of the circumstances, since Pei Mingxu had already revealed his feelings, she could not retreat. She must respond in kind. Since entering the Duke's residence, he had never wronged her and had always treated her with kindness, showing no other affections. Having joined the Wang family, her fate was now inexorably entwined with Pei Mingxu's. Hearing her words, Pei Mingxu broke into a radiant smile, holding Song Zhaoyue close. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? The two embraced on the couch, oblivious to their surroundings, while a small creature nestled at Song Zhaoyue's feet, contentedly snoring away. Chapter 98. The gathering clouds. The following day, Song Zhaoyue awoke from her slumber, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue coursing through her body, as if she had been disassembled and reassembled. Recalling the wild escapades of the previous night, a subtle blush crept onto her cheeks, and an undercurrent of regret stirred within her. She lamented how she had allowed Pei Mingxu to indulge in such antics until the depths of the night, resulting in her current state of discomfort, aching limbs, and painful cramps that made even the slightest movement a monumental effort. A faint rustle within the bedchamber roused the attentive Green Pearl, who hastily lifted the curtain and inquired softly, "Your Highness, are you awake? Do you wish to rise?" Song Zhaoyue replied feebly, feeling every bone in her body protest against the thought of moving. Observing her plight, Green Pearl quickly summoned Bai Jin, and together they carefully assisted Song Zhaoyue from the bed, supporting her as they made their way to the bathing chamber. His Highness specifically instructed us to prepare a fragrant bath to soothe you once you awaken, Green Pearl explained as they walked. Song Zhaoyue nodded slightly, yet inwardly she could not suppress her thoughts. Pei Mingxu was indeed considerate, but such thoughtfulness came a tad too late. Had he shown her this consideration the night before, perhaps she would not be suffering so now. The bathing chamber was filled with the fragrant steam of the warm bath. As she slowly eased herself into the tub, the soothing water enveloped her, alleviating some of her discomfort. While tending to her, Green Pearl seemingly casually remarked, "Your Highness, with His Highness doting on you so, why is it that you have not yet?" She deliberately paused, leaving the implication hanging in the air. At her words, Song Zhaoyue could not help but chuckle softly. Green Pearl was more anxious than she was. Matters of progeny were indeed governed by fate and could not be rushed. She secretly rejoiced in her own foresight, having skillfully avoided perilous moments each time. Her body had yet to fully mature, and given her brief time in the palace, she was in no hurry to bear a child. At the very least, she wished to wait until the latter half of next year, or perhaps even early the year after. Green Pearl, upon hearing this, felt it prudent to say no more and merely acknowledged her with a quiet response. Meanwhile, Huang Lingru's secret missive had arrived in the capital even before the delegation from the Yin Wangfu delivered their New Year gifts. In the study of the Qin Wangfu, Pei Mingxu, clad in a dark-hued dragon robe, sat upright behind a Zekin wood desk. He slowly unfurled the letter, his gaze sweeping over its contents, and his smile deepened. This woman, Huang, proved to be exceedingly useful. In her letter, Huang Lingru detailed Pei Mingxu's generous rewards and the offerings from the Yin Wangfu to the Huang family. She emphasized that Pei Mingxu's suspicions towards her and her father had diminished significantly. Old 5. Even you could be beguiled by beauty, Pei Mingxu mused, envisioning the expression on the crown prince's face when the Yin Wangfu's gifts arrived in the capital. A wave of exhilaration surged within him, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Recently, the crown prince and Duke Cheng had been relentless in their pursuit, causing him considerable losses in manpower. Though he possessed the mining maps, the crown prince and Duke Cheng were determined to reclaim what they thought belonged to them. But who has ever seen meat snatched back from the jaws of tiger? Crown prince, you shall not succeed. Within the imperial harem, the empress has indeed caused her mother-in-law, consort Yun, to suffer numerous hidden setbacks. Naturally, she has not spared the crown prince either. The prince's horse attendant was unjustly imprisoned in the imperial dungeons under the charge of great disrespect, condemned to a fate from which he would never escape. The crown prince also faced a severe reprimand from the emperor and has now been ordered to reflect in solitude within the eastern palace. The crown prince dares to contend with me. I shall inevitably strip him of his title. A glint of malice flickered in Pei Mingxu's eyes as he carelessly tossed the secret missive into the nearby brazier, watching it succumb to the flames. "Bring me wine," he commanded. He intended to celebrate in grand fashion, for his dear fifth brother was about to bestow upon him a magnificent gift. In the resplendent Kuan Ning Palace, adorned in gold and jade, the delicate aroma of myriad fragrances wafted from the incense burner, yet it could not mask the pervasive air of restlessness. The empress reclined upon the sumptuous consort couch, her slender fingers tenderly massaging her temples. Despite her efforts to conceal her feelings, a trace of exhaustion and melancholy lingered in her expression. Recalling the moment of her earlier audience, when consort Yin displayed her petty triumph, a surge of anger welled within her. That wretched Yin, had it not been for the emperor's support, she would have crushed her like an ant beneath her heel. The empress took a deep breath, striving to quell the fury within, yet the image of consort Yun's smug countenance persisted in her mind. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall, shattering the tranquility within. "Your Majesty, this old servant has urgent news to report." Chapter 99. The different queens. The queen received the letter from a matron, her jade-like fingers delicately pinching it. Upon examining the envelope, she noticed two seemingly accidental ink splatters, one large and one small, marking their clandestine agreement with Lu Yue. A slight frown creased the queen's brow as an ominous premonition stirred within her. She slowly opened the envelope, extracting the letter and reading it swiftly. The missive, penned in Lu Yue's own hand, resonated with pleas and hopes, all in pursuit of a secret potion held by the queen. This potion was notoriously potent, capable of inciting uncontrollable desire in men, who would remain oblivious to any unusual occurrences thereafter. More crucially, it enabled women to secure a man's affection effortlessly. Years prior, the queen herself had relied on this very potion to successfully bear the crown prince amidst the pressures from consort Yun and consort Chun, thus solidifying her position. Lu Yue had inadvertently overheard a conversation between her grandparents, leading her to learn of this elusive potion. In her letter, she lamented her dire circumstances, expressing that despite her status as the main consort, she had been thoroughly neglected by Pei Mingxu, let alone the prospect of seizing the tiger talisman. Therefore, she had taken a bold risk in appealing to the queen for the potion, hoping that a child might bind Pei Mingxu to her. She implored the queen, appealing to her desire for the crown prince, to bestow the potion upon her to help her establish her footing in the royal residence, ultimately facilitating her acquisition of the talisman. Upon reading this, the queen's countenance darkened, her eyes flashing with a ruthless intent. What a useless wretch! She threw the letter forcefully onto the table, her chest heaving with indignation, evidently infuriated by Lu Yue's incompetence and folly. After a moment, the queen gradually regained her composure, a glint of malevolence flickering in her gaze. She lowered her voice and whispered a few instructions to the matron beside her. The matron promptly departed, while the queen wearily rubbed her temples, her eyes filled with disappointment and agitation. With a sharp crash, an exquisite blue and white porcelain teacup was swept from her grasp, shattering into pieces on the floor. What use was there for something that was more of a hindrance than a help? She had initially hoped that Liu Yueying could assist her in obtaining the talisman, but had not anticipated her utter ineptitude. It seemed now that she must devise a different plan. In the front hall, during a meeting, Zhaoyue quietly sat to the side, attentively listening to Pei Mingxu and Yang Xiuyuan discussing matters. She had never imagined that what appeared to be straightforward in the court would involve such intricate complexities. The same issue, viewed from different perspectives, could yield entirely different interpretations. Zhaoyue listened intently, occasionally sharing her own insights, though she was not well versed in political affairs. Her experiences from 2 lifetimes, particularly her previous existence in a modern society inundated with information, had bestowed upon her a unique outlook and way of thinking that greatly diverged from those of her contemporaries. In such moments, Pei Mingxu would often cast a smile in her direction, his eyes brimming with admiration. Initially, Yang Xiuyuan and the others regarded her contributions with skepticism, dismissing them as mere attempts to curry favor with Pei Mingxu. After several attempts, they finally realized that the ideas proposed by Zhaoyue, while seemingly fanciful, consistently pierced through to the heart of the issues like a sharp sword, opening up new avenues of thought for them. Gradually, the group began to earnestly heed her opinions, even proactively seeking her insights. Consequently, Zhaoyue firmly established her position within the inner court. In the midst of the biting winter chill, with the cold wind howling and droplets freezing, an entirely different scene unfolded outside the city at the estate of the Prince of Yan. Yang Xian was bustling back and forth, directing the craftsmen to transform the previously idle buildings and warehouses into a wool workshop according to the blueprints. After numerous attempts, the first batch of wool was finally washed to the delight of all. It emerged fluffy and pristine, soft and warm, a stark contrast to its unwashed state. Now, within the wool workshop, the selected women from the estate were diligently engaged in their tasks, washing, carding, spinning, and weaving, each process harmoniously synchronized. Yang Xiuyuan instructed his men to deliver the cleaned wool, spun yarn, and a segment of woven wool tube back to the Prince of Yan's residence. Your Highness, behold, this is the wool after being cleaned at the workshop, along with the yarn made from it and the knitted woolen tube. Yang Xiuyuan presented the tray before Pei Mingxu, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation. On the tray, the immaculate wool resembled clouds in its softness, with several tightly wound skeins of varying thickness. And the woolen tube was notably thick and warm, clearly a splendid item for warding off the cold. Standing beside him, Zhaoyue could not conceal her own joy. Pei Mingxu picked up the wool, examining it closely. How effective is the cleaning? He inquired, lifting the woolen tube. Chapter 100. Resolution, Your Highness. The workshop can currently cleanse over 1,000 pounds of wool each day. However, the spinning of yarn proceeds at a considerably slower pace, yielding only 500 pounds daily. Yang Xian continued, a hint of pride evident in his expression. I have instructed the construction department to fabricate knitting tools of various sizes, which can be utilized to create woolen sleeves of differing dimensions. These sleeves can then be stitched together by women to form a sweater. While not as aesthetically pleasing as those knitted with traditional needles, this method offers a swifter and more convenient production process. Pei Mingxu nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Zhaoyue, a look of admiration crossing his features. The knitting instrument crafted by Yue was indeed remarkable. Observing this, Yang Xiuyuan added, I have also had some sweaters knitted using traditional needles. These garments fit better and provide greater warmth. However, there are currently few skilled knitters, so we must request the assistance of the consorts made for a while longer to teach this knitting technique to more individuals. With that, he bowed respectfully to Zhaoyue. You are too polite, my lord. As you suggested, let Bai Jin continue to teach for a while longer, Zhaoyue replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Bai Jin had recently been borrowed by Yang Changshi to teach the art of knitting to the people at the manor outside the city. In due time, the skill of sweater knitting would surely be widely disseminated. Pei Mingxu set down the woolen spool in his hand, his eyes glinting as he pondered, Yang Darren, you should establish another workshop to expedite the processing of the accumulated wool in the manor, so that we may vigorously promote wool cleansing come spring. Yang Xiuyuan's expression faltered. Hesitating, Your Highness, the current spinning speed may not keep pace with the wool cleansing. The warehouse is already filled with a considerable amount of clean wool. Perhaps we could distribute the clean wool, Song Zhaoyue suggested, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. We could allow individuals to take it home for spinning into yarn and then return it to us. This way, we would only need to pay a modest wage. She smiled slightly, adding, the task of spinning could certainly be entrusted to the womenfolk of the military households. What a brilliant idea, Your Highness! Zhang Zifang exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. This would not only address the issue of wool accumulation, but also provide an additional source of income for the military families. Achieving a dual benefit, Song Zhaoyue smiled gently and continued, as for the payment for labor, we could sell the spun yarn. Both the wealthy families in the city and the merchants from the northern desert would likely find great interest in these warm woolen threads. Her eyes glimmered as she spoke with certainty. This approach would rapidly utilize the wool, generate revenue, and gradually promote both the yarn and sweaters. It is indeed a splendid plan, triple benefits in one. Pei Mingxu regarded Song Zhaoyue with appreciation. Her intelligence never ceased to astonish him. What you propose is indeed sound, as it resolves our immediate concerns while benefiting the military households. A win-win situation. He then turned to Yang Xuan, directing him to act as the consort suggested, commencing the distribution of the cleaned wool starting from a military encampment nearest to the manor. Yang Xiaoyuan bowed and accepted the command. Yes, I shall make the arrangements at once. He secretly admired the quick-wittedness of the favored concubine, who always devised such brilliant ideas. Pei Mingxu's gaze swept over the assembly, his voice resonating with authority. The matter of the wool requires our collective effort. It must be executed with utmost precision. Indeed, the crowd responded in unison, their respect for Song Zhaoyue deepening further. After Yang Xiaoyuan and the others withdrew, only Song Zhaoyue and Pei Mingxu remained in the study. The warm winter sun streamed through the window, infusing the cold season with a touch of warmth. Pei Mingxu rose and approached Song Zhaoyue, taking her hand in his tone gentle. You have worked hard, Song Zhaoyue returned his grasp with a smile that illuminated her face. It is my honor to help alleviate Your Highness's burdens. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with affection. Outside, the cold wind howled, yet inside, the atmosphere was imbued with the essence of spring.